I became the rich second chapter 249 to chapter 331. Xiao Wanwan sized up Wang Haoran for a few seconds and her eyes lit up. Then, she asked with a smile, "Handsome, it's so late. I can't get a taxi. Is it convenient for you to send me back?" "Get in." Wang Haoran nodded in agreement. This Xiao Wanwan was the female lead. She was definitely not a casual woman. However, she stopped a strange man's car in the middle of the night. Obviously, she had other intentions. Wang Haoran wanted to see what this Xiao Wanwan wanted to do. Hearing that, Xiao Wanwan's smile became wider and she got into the front passenger seat. "Where are you going?" Wang Haoran tilted his head and glanced at the seductive Xiao Wanwan. "I have nowhere to go. Is it convenient for me to stay at your place for the night?" Xiao Wanwan met Wang Haoran's gaze and revealed a charming smile. At the same time, a subtle fragrance quietly floated from her body. The seductive smile and the delicate fragrance in the air made people intoxicated. This subtle fragrance was a type of poison. It was a type of poison that aided in controlling one's mind. In addition to Xiao Wanwan's condition, she had a strong sense of charm. Not to mention an ordinary man, even those with strong self-control would be charmed to the point of dizziness. However, Wang Haoran was obviously not one of them. Firstly, he was a veteran now. His resistance was terrifyingly high. Secondly, ever since he fell for Tang Bingyun's trick, he learned his lesson. According to the method recorded in the Supreme Poison Scripture, he made himself immune to poison. Wang Haoran's poison resistance was at full capacity now. The poison in this subtle fragrance was completely useless to him. However, he wanted to know what Xiao Wanwan's motive was, so he pretended to be intoxicated and said cooperatively, "Of course. What's your name?" Seeing that Wang Haoran seemed to have fallen for her trick, Xiao Wanwan put away the smile on her face and gave orders like a queen. "You don't need to know my name. You just need to understand that I am your master. From now on, you have to listen to me. The first thing you need to do is to give me your car." "Other than the car, what else do you want?" Wang Haoran asked. "You still need money. Prepare as much money as you have," Xiao Wanwan replied. "Other than money, what else?" Wang Haoran continued to ask. However, Xiao Wanwan frowned and said coldly and unhappily, "Don't ask so many questions. If there's anything, I'll let you do it. Also, before you speak to me, you have to call me master, understand?" "What's your name?" Wang Haoran asked. "Master," Xiao Wanwan said with a frown. "Good girl." The intoxicated look on Wang Haoran's face disappeared, and he smiled faintly and agreed. Xiao Wanwan was stunned for a moment before she realized that the person in front of her hadn't fallen for her trick and had even played her. She said coldly, "Do you want to die?" "Shouldn't I be the one saying that?" "Do you want to die?" Wang Haoran's gaze turned frosty. Xiao Wanwan was dazed. She wanted to attack and teach this person a lesson, but she suddenly felt like she couldn't summon any strength. This was poisoning. You, just who are you?" Xiao Wanwan trembled and looked at Wang Haoran in disbelief. Poisoning was her most powerful move. Not only did she fail to poison this man, but she was the one who got poisoned instead. Xiao Wanwan was dumbfounded. "You don't need to know who I am. I'm going to ask you a question right now, and you have to answer truthfully. Do you understand?" Wang Haoran said after taking control of the situation. Xiao Wanwan had no strength to resist at all. She was like a fish on a chopping board, so she could only nod. "Who are you?" Wang Haoran asked. "I'm Xiao Wanwan, the holy maiden of the poison sect." Xiao Wanwan was a witch-type female lead, so to a certain extent, she could be considered half a villain. Wang Haoran had a super high villain halo, so Xiao Wanwan was very intimidated. After Xiao Wanwan was suppressed by Wang Haoran, she obediently answered his questions. Wang Haoran heard Xiao Wanwan turn around and nodded. He continued to ask, "Then why did you stop me halfway?" Xiao Wanwan said, "I have something to do in Qingling and need some help. I saw that you drove a Bugatti, so I wanted to take you in as my subordinate, but you didn't expect that you wouldn't be as powerful as me, right?" Wang Haoran smiled faintly. If he had met Xiao Wanwan when he was still in the early stages of his growth, he would have definitely become her little villain. But now, he was much stronger, and his villain halo had reached an extremely high level. Naturally, Xiao Wanwan couldn't control him anymore. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, Xiao Wanwan begged. You can go, Wang Haoran said faintly. As he spoke, the poison in Xiao Wanwan's body was also cured. Xiao Wanwan was very surprised when she noticed it. She looked at Wang Haoran in disbelief. She didn't expect him to let her go so easily. Ding. The female lead Xiao Wanwan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 20, very friendly, ding. The host has influenced the plot and received 600 villain points. Xiao Wanwan was afraid that Wang Haoran would go back on his words, so she rushed out of the car. But the strong doubts in her heart made her stop. She looked at Wang Haoran and asked, "Not many people in this world can cure my dark fragrance poison. Why is it ineffective on you?" Wang Haoran looked at her but didn't answer. When Xiao Wanwan saw this, she raised another question. Forget about the poison sect elders, even the previous sect master couldn't poison me without me noticing. How did you do it? Wang Haoran naturally wouldn't answer Xiao Wanwan's question. He only said indifferently, "You should be thankful for your identity. Otherwise, you'd be a dead person by now." He definitely wasn't exaggerating to scare her. If Xiao Wanwan wasn't the female lead, she'd be dead by now. Wang Haoran didn't say anything else and drove away under Xiao Wanwan's gaze. Xiao Wanwan stared at the car's receding figure and stood in place for a long time, lost in thought as she pondered the meaning behind Wang Haoran's parting words. Wasn't she the poison sect's holy maiden? The other party didn't kill her because of this. It looked like he had some connection with the poison sect. But who was this person? Xiao Wanwan couldn't figure it out, so she went to look for a female poison sect elder who'd come with her to Pure Spirit City. This poison sect elder was an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair, but her eyes shone with a shrewd light. She clearly wasn't a simple person. "Did you find the person who did this?" the old woman asked. "Just now, Xiao Wanwan's heart was heavy. When she heard the old woman's question, she recounted what had happened. "Fifth Elder, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know who this person is?" Fifth Elder's expression turned grave at Xiao Wanwan's recount. Then, a joyful smile appeared on his face. "Fifth Elder, what have you thought of?" Xiao Wanwan immediately asked. "How old is that person?" Fifth Elder asked again, as if to confirm his guess. "Around 20, Xiao Wanwan replied. "Then there's no mistake. It must be." Fifth Elder said with certainty. "Fifth Elder, do you know who it is?" Xiao Wanwan pressed. "The strangest and most formidable method of poisoning in the world is none other than our poison sect. However, there are some methods passed down in the poison sect that we elders and you are unable to grasp. This person must have used one of those methods," said the fifth elder. "But our poison sect's methods have never been passed down. How could it be?" Xiao Wanwan grew doubtful, but she suddenly thought of something. "Fifth elder means to say that this person is also a member of the poison sect?" "That's right." Fifth elder nodded. "But how could our poison sect have such a person?" Xiao Wanwan asked. "We do." Fifth elder's eyes blazed with fanaticism. "Fifth elder, you mean?" Xiao Wanwan seemed to have thought of something when she sensed fifth elder's emotions. She exclaimed in shock, "It's the old ancestor?" "That's right." Fifth elder nodded heavily. "Aside from the old ancestor, there shouldn't be a second person in this world who possesses such a superb poison method. But the old ancestor is a person from over 150 years ago. How could he still exist in this world?" Xiao Wanwan asked incredulously. "Around 50 years ago, the old ancestor who founded our poison sect was faced with the great limit of 100 years. He left behind the sovereign poison scripture and passed down the position of sect master. After that, he traveled far and wide in search of a method to rejuvenate his youth. There hasn't been any news of him in the past 50 years, fifth elder said reverently. Now, it looks like the old ancestor has succeeded. That 20-year-old youth must be the old ancestor who has rejuvenated his youth. You offended such a person, but he didn't kill you and allowed you to leave unscathed. This is the best proof." Xiao Wanwan was incomparably shocked before realization dawned on her. No wonder he said I should rejoice in my identity. If I wasn't the poison sex holy maiden, I definitely wouldn't have made it back alive. Her turbulent emotions took a long time to calm down, but she still had some doubts. Fifth Elder, if the old ancestor is still alive, why hasn't she returned to the poison sect? Hearing this, the joy on the fifth elder's face faded a little. He sighed and said, Old ancestor, you're looking down on us, the younger generation, for being incompetent. Even the poison sect master had been defeated in the competition with the immortal Medicine Valley and had committed suicide in the end. Xiao Wanwan also felt ashamed. Her talent was not bad, but compared to the little fairy doctor from the celestial Medicine Valley, she was still lacking. Although she was dispirited, she still pulled herself together and said, This time, we came to Qingling to seek revenge from the little fairy doctor, Bian Suwen. As long as we take our revenge, we will be able to regain the recognition of our ancestors. Ever since the Poison Sect and the Celestial Medicine Valley were established, they had been enemies. Now, it had developed into a feud. Following the death of the previous Poison Sect master, it had reached an irreconcilable stage. The previous Poison Sect master had lost to the little fairy doctor, Bian Suwen. As a result, the position of the sect master is still vacant. Although you're the Poison Sect's holy maiden, do you think you have the confidence to defeat Bian Suwen? Do you dare to have a life and death battle with Bian Suwen? The fifth elder looked at Xiao Wanwan and asked in return. Xiao Wanwan's expression froze. In a normal battle, she only had a 20 to 30% chance of winning. She would basically be sending herself to death. However, the founder of the Celestial Medicine Valley had already passed away. But the Poison Sect's old ancestor, who was equally famous as the Celestial Medicine Valley, was still alive in this world. Although the new Valley Master, the little fairy doctor, Bian Suwen, was powerful enough to suppress the Poison Sect's elders and holy maiden, she was still far from the Poison Sect's old ancestor. This was the Poison Sect's greatest reliance. At that thought, a bold idea appeared in Xiao Wanwan's mind. Fifth Elder, according to the old rules, the Poison Sect and the Celestial Medicine Valley will have a life and death battle. But this time, we'll use the forbidden poison in the sovereign poison scripture. Bian Suwen will lose for sure. Are you crazy? The fifth elder was aghast at this suggestion. The forbidden poison's power is too great. Aside from the old ancestor, no one can cure it. Once it erupts, it can slaughter an entire city in half a day. Do you want to bring disaster to the Poison Sect? Aside from the Celestial Medicine Valley and the Poison Sect, there were many hidden sects in the world. This kind of evil act of tormenting the world would definitely attract a collective attack from these hidden sections. No one could bear the consequences of this. Xiao Wanwan wasn't flustered at all. Instead, she smiled. Fifth Elder, you've said it yourself. Aside from the old ancestor, no one can cure it. The shock on the fifth elder's face faded and his eyes brightened. The Celestial Medicine Valley's method of battle was that the Poison Sect would throw in the poison while the Celestial Medicine Valley would cure the poison. Whichever side lost would lose their lives. Even the old celestial doctor from the Celestial Medicine Valley would have a headache dealing with the forbidden poison. Little celestial doctor, Bian Suwen, would definitely not be able to cure it. She would definitely win. And with the old ancestor around, he would definitely stop the forbidden poison before it erupted. Xiao Wanwan's suggestion was bold, but it was the best way to avenge the humiliation. This is a good idea. The fifth elder thought deeply and nodded slowly. Xiao Wanwan didn't say anything else and left the encampment. Late at night, Bian Suwen, who was out on business, was walking alone on a small path in the villa district. She was preparing to return to Luyu's villa. It was so late and it was very dangerous for a woman to walk alone outside. However, other than her medical skills, Bian Suwen's martial skills were pretty good. Even if she was walking alone in the night, she wasn't afraid at all. However, when she was about 200 meters away from the villa, she suddenly stopped. There was a faint fragrance in the air. With Bian Suwen's skills, she naturally knew that there was poison in the fragrance. However, her medical skills were superb and she had a way to cure the poison. Hence, the fragrance didn't affect her at all. Come out. Bian Suwen said to the air. As expected of the little celestial doctor. My ghost-floating fragrance is indeed useless against you. Following this voice, Xiao Wanwan walked out from the darkness with a smile and appeared in Bian Suwen's vision. It's really you. Why? You didn't dare to show your face in front of me in the capital. Now that we're out of the capital, you think you have the right to challenge me? Bian Suwen looked at Xiao Wanwan and said coldly. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The enmity between the Celestial Medicine Valley and the Poison Sect wasn't just a day or two. Xiao Wanwan hated Bian Suwen and Bian Suwen hated Xiao Wanwan as well. Same old rules, a battle to the death. Do you dare to accept? Xiao Wanwan didn't beat around the bush and threw out a challenge letter. Bian Suwen reached out to receive it but didn't look at it. She sneered and said, "You're only the holy maiden of the poison sect. You don't have the right for me to accept. Let your poison sect leader do it." Oh, no, I almost forgot. Your sect leader is dead and the position is empty now. You. Xiao Wanwan's anger stagnated but she quickly recovered her charming smile. I heard that you have a few younger sisters in Qingling. The enmity between the poison sect and the Celestial Medicine Valley has always been this way. Do you want to break the rules? Bian Suwen said coldly. If you don't avoid it, I won't break the rules. Xiao Wanwan grinned. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Bian Suwen said coldly. I hope you'll still be so confident after tomorrow. Xiao Wanwan smiled and disappeared into the darkness. Seeing this, Bian Suwen furrowed her brows. Not to mention Xiao Wanwan, even the previous poison sect leader lost to her. Xiao Wanwan dared to take the initiative to issue a challenge. It was obvious that she wasn't tired of living. She had something to rely on. But what was she relying on? With these doubts, Bian Suwen returned to her fifth sister Lu Yu's villa with a serious expression. Bian Suwen walked into the living room of the villa and hid the worried expression on her face. She didn't want anyone to notice anything strange and worry about her. However, when she glanced around the living room of the villa, she realized that she was overthinking things. Lu Yu, Ji Shui Yao, and Qiu Qianwei were playing with their phones with their heads lowered. They seemed to be chatting and giggling from time to time. It was a strange scene. Bian Suwen was surprised by the scene. In her memory, Lu Yu would read the news on the stock market when she was free. His sixth sister, Ji Shui Yao, was reading a book. Qiu Qianwei would be playing the piano in the piano room. Now, the three of them were chatting with someone on their phones. Bian Suwen naturally felt that it was strange. However, she immediately recalled the conversation she had with her sisters last night. Only then did she understand. Lu Yu had an online boyfriend, Ji Shui Yao had a crush on someone, and Qiu Qianwei was in love with someone. The three of them did this out of the ordinary because of their feelings for each other. With regards to this, Bian Suwen could be considered as an experienced person. She could understand very well, but she did not dare to agree. She secretly made up her mind that she must persuade these sisters to not indulge in it so that they wouldn't be abandoned and heartbroken. However, Bian Suwen was troubled by the poison sect's Xiao Wanwan. She did not try to persuade them to break up. She only said, "Fifth sister, sixth sister, seventh sister, if anyone around you is poisoned, please inform me immediately." Lu Yu, Ji Shui Yao, and Qiu Qianwei were still engrossed in their phones. Bian Suwen was upset. Do you have to be so focused when chatting with your boyfriends? Why didn't you hear what your third sister said? In a fit of anger, she immediately walked over and confiscated the three men's phones. Then, she repeated what she had just said. Got it. Got it. Got it. The three of them replied. Then, they took their phones back from Bian Suwen and continued chatting. Bian Suwen shook her head and went back to her room. She tossed and turned throughout the night and only fell asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. When Bian Suwen woke up, the sky was already bright. She looked at the time and saw that it was already 10 a.m. Buzz buzz. His phone vibrated. It was his seventh sister, Qiu Qianwei. Bian Su picked up the call and heard Qiu Qianwei's anxious voice on the other end of the phone. Third sister, a few of my students were in class, but their faces suddenly darkened and they fainted. They were just sent to the hospital by the ambulance. Do you want to go and take a look? Bian Suwen was shocked when she heard that. At the same time, she became even more worried. According to the past battles between the Poison Sect and the Celestial Medicine Valley, the Poison Sect would choose the targets that the Celestial Medicine Valley could use. This was also the reason why Bian Suwen specially reminded her 3 younger sisters last night. But Bian Suwen hadn't expected the Poison Sect to act so quickly. The challenge letter was issued last night, and it started this morning. Was Xiao Wanwan that impatient? He was so confident that he could win, some thoughts flashed through Bian Suwen's mind. She then replied, "Send me the address. I'll be right there." After a short chat, Bian Suwen cleaned herself up and left the house. Not long after, she appeared in a hospital and roughly understood the situation. There were 3 people who were poisoned. They were 3 university students from Clear Spirit Music School. 2 males and 1 female. The hospital had already checked and diagnosed that the 3 of them were poisoned. However, they had no idea what kind of poison they were poisoned with. To prevent things from getting worse, they didn't use any treatment. At this moment, a group of doctors was having a meeting. Bian Suwen went directly to the meeting room and announced her identity. She also expressed that she would be the one to treat them. Bian Suwen's name was very well known. When the hospital heard this, they were naturally very happy. After successfully taking over the matter, Bian Suwen heaved a sigh of relief. She then relaxed and went to check on the 3 poisoned university students. Bian Suwen wasn't worried about the safety of the 3 university students at all. They were just tools for the competition. In other words, they were 3 unlucky people who were randomly chosen by the Poison Sect. In the past battles between the Poison Sect and the Celestial Medicine Valley, there were such unlucky people as well. But unlucky people were unlucky, their lives weren't in any danger. Because if the Celestial Medicine Valley won, then their poison would be cured and they would be safe and sound. If the Celestial Medicine Valley couldn't save them, then the Poison Sect would win. The Poison Sect would also provide the antidote to save them. Of course, this didn't mean that the Poison Sect was kind. It was just to show fairness. Because some highly toxic drugs would take effect very quickly, sometimes they wouldn't be able to save them in time. By the time they received the news, the other side would already be dead. For the sake of fairness, the Poison Sect couldn't use that kind of poison. Moreover, they still had to save the poisoned person in the end. This proved that the poison could be cured. It was the Celestial Medicine Valley's medical skills that couldn't save them. Bian Suwen came to the intensive care unit and checked on the 3 poisoned people. Soon, her brows furrowed even more. The Celestial Medicine Valley and the Poison Sect had always been sworn enemies. Because of this, Bian Suwen naturally studied the Poison Sect's poisons. However, the poison in the 3 of them wasn't one that she knew of. Moreover, from the looks of the poison, it was extremely violent. However, it maintained a balance for the time being. This balance could be broken by external forces at any time. These external forces could be any kind of drug. In other words, before they understood the true characteristics of this poison, they definitely couldn't use any random drug to cure it. If they used drugs recklessly, it would only accelerate the symptoms of the poisoned person. It could even cause death. Bian Suwen had some understanding of the Poison Sect. Such a unique poison that could confuse her for such a short period of time was definitely not something that the Poison Sect had developed in a short period of time. It should be a poison that the Poison Sect had developed for a long time and only succeeded recently. Or perhaps, the Poison Sect had it in the past and only took it out now. However, no matter the former or the latter, Bian Suwen was limited by her age and her knowledge of the past was limited. Thinking of this, Bian Suwen left the hospital temporarily. There was another person from the Celestial Medicine Valley in Qingling. In terms of seniority, he was Bian Suwen's martial nephew. However, this martial nephew was much older than her. He had a deeper understanding of the Poison Sect's past. He should be able to recognize what this poison was. And this martial nephew was the enemy of the King of Hell, Miracle Dr. Shui. Bian Suwen came to Qingling to solve this martial nephew's problem. However, she didn't expect the people from the Poison Sect to follow her and issue a challenge. Judging from the situation of the 3 poisoned people, as long as they didn't use any random drugs, they would be fine for 2 days. During this time, Bian Suwen was prepared to save her martial nephew as soon as possible. During the day yesterday, Bian Suwen already knew about her martial nephew's arrest. He found out that his martial nephew was arrested because he treated the richest man in Qingling, and his illness became more and more serious. However, her martial nephew was only arrested and had not been sentenced. In other words, there was still room for redemption. The crux of the matter was the richest man in Qingling. Of course, the richest man in Qingling was in a bad condition. He had been in a coma for almost the entire day. The person in charge was the wife of the richest man. Bian Suwen's original plan was to treat the richest man in Qingling to atone for her martial nephew's sins. However, it seemed like it was too late to treat him. She could only settle this privately with the wife of the richest man and let her martial nephew go for the time being. After this, she would deal with the richest man in Qingling. After sorting out these clues, Bian Suwen immediately mobilized his connections. The so-called connections were actually Bian Suwen's 3 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. After all, Bian Suwen spent most of her time in the capital. She was not familiar with Qingling. Moreover, Bian Suwen was determined to forget about this place after her relationship a few years ago. It was even more impossible for her to have any other connections. Since the victim was a music student, Qiu Qianwei had followed him to the hospital. Bian Suwen directly contacted Ji Shuiyao, Lu Yu, and Lin Chen. More than 20 minutes later, 4 people arrived. Other than the 3 people that Bian Suwen called, there was another person who came uninvited. It was Wang Haoren. The reason why Wang Haoren came here was simple. Lu Yu was originally in class. However, there was an emergency and she stopped class. She seemed to be taking Lin Chen somewhere. Wang Haoren did not want to let the main character and the female lead be alone. Naturally, he came to take a look. When Bian Suwen saw Wang Haoren who came uninvited, she was just surprised. She did not say much. She did not hate Wang Haoren anymore. Of course, Bian Suwen did not want to have too much contact with him. She just treated him like a normal friend. In such an urgent situation, Bian Suwen only glanced at Wang Haoren. Naturally, she would not greet him. Because she wasn't in the mood. Bian Suwen told Lu Yu, Ji Shuiyao, and Qiu Qianwei that she wanted to meet the wife of the richest man. However, the 3 of them only had great influence in their respective fields. They did not have much interaction with the wife of the richest man in the internet industry. Bian Suwen could not help but feel regretful when she heard that. At this moment, Lin Chen came up to her and took the initiative to say, "Third sister, I know the wife of the richest man, Chen Rui. I can help you." "Little Chen, you're not joking, right?" "Really?" Bian Su asked in surprise. "Third sister, why would I lie to you?" "I'm telling the truth," Lin Chen said with a smile. Then, he made a call in front of Bian Suwen. A few minutes later, Lin Chen hung up the phone and asked Bian Su, "No problem. I've already made an appointment with the wife of the richest man." "Little Chen, you're too capable." Bian Suwen's cold face couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. She then asked, "When did you make the appointment with her?" "Half an hour later." "We'll meet at a cafe near Tianhui Clinic," Lin Chen replied. "Half an hour later? That's great. Let's go now," Bian Suwen said impatiently. When Wang Haoren heard that, he couldn't help but say, "I'm more familiar with that area. I'll go with you." "Big brother, I'll drive the Pagani there. It's faster that way." "But the car can't fit 3 people, so you don't have to go," Lin Chen obviously wouldn't agree. Bian Suwen glanced at Wang Haoren and said calmly, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to go with us. Let me go." "Maybe I can help you," Wang Haoren said. "I've already said that it's useless for you to go. Aren't you annoyed?" Bian Suwen was in a bad mood because of the competition. Her tone was a little impatient. "Okay, remember what you said." Of course, Wang Haoren was unhappy. After all, he wasn't a bootlicker. Lin Chen said proudly, "Big brother, bye-bye. Don't be so happy. If you want my help in the future, I'll let you call me Dad," Wang Haoren replied. "I'm omnipotent. I'll never ask you for help." Lin Chen pouted. He didn't take it to heart at all. Let's go, Bian Suwen said to Lin Chen. She was anxious and didn't want to say anything else. The two of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Howren, my third sister has an emergency. She's in a bad mood. Please don't mind her, Lu Yu said to Wang Howren with the attitude of a master's wife comforting her disciple. Ji Shuiyao took out her phone and sent a message, my third sister has a weird personality. She hates men. From the perspective of human behavior, she's hostile to all men. This is a normal reaction. She's not targeting you. Qiu Qianwei didn't say anything. She also took out her phone and secretly sent Wang Howren a hug emoji to comfort him. Wang Howren looked at Ji Shuiyao and Qiu Qianwei who were secretly sending messages to each other. Then, he replied to Lu Yu, I don't mind. Of course, he didn't mind because Bian Suwen and Lin Chen would come back soon. Those who should bow their heads would bow their heads and those who should call him dad would call him dad. Lu Yu said again, you really don't mind? Don't hold it in and not tell me. If your master asks about it, he'll say that I'm not protecting you. Hearing Lu Yu calling herself his master's wife, Wang Howren was a little upset. After all, no one would be happy to be inferior to someone for no reason. But then again, according to the current situation, Lu Yu indeed treated him as her disciple even though she called him her husband online. This couldn't be changed for the time being. I'm going to the washroom. Wang Howren found an excuse and left. After leaving Qiu Qianwei and the others' field of vision, Wang Howren sent a message to Lu Yu. Call me hubby. Lu Yu who was waiting in the corridor was a little confused. However, she still left Qiu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao's field of vision and walked to a secluded place. Then, she sent a voice message to him, hubby. Good girl. Hubby. Wang Howren instantly felt better. After replying, he immediately made a call. You're calling me again so soon. What's the matter this time? Qingrui's slightly happy voice came from the phone. Do you know an 8-year-old kid, Lin Chen? Wang Howren asked directly. How did you know? Qingrui was surprised. Then, she explained, I know him. Yesterday, when I was shopping with my son, I accidentally lost him. This kid called Lin Chen helped me find him. Then, she immediately added, oh yeah, he asked me out to meet him. After hearing Qingrui's words, Wang Howren couldn't help but secretly complain. His protagonist aura was really shameless. Just by casually shopping, he managed to get acquainted with Qingrui, the wife of the richest man in the country, and made her owe him a big favor. After ridiculing Lin Chen's protagonist aura in his heart, Wang Howren said to Qingrui, this kid called Lin Chen is looking for you. He wants you to do him a favor and withdraw the charges against Miracle Dr. Shui, who failed to save Ma Hongxing. Let Miracle Dr. Shui out. After hearing Wang Howren's words, Qingrui immediately understood. Hence, she said through the phone, what do you want me to do? Talking to a smart woman really saves me a lot of trouble, Wang Howren couldn't help but compliment her. Don't you men dislike smart women? Qingrui asked curiously. That's right, but there's a prerequisite, Wang Howren said. Prerequisite? The prerequisite was that she wasn't his woman, right? After hearing Wang Howren's words, Qingrui immediately came to a realization and could not help but feel a little sad. Actually, if she could pretend to be stupid. So stupid that she didn't even need her IQ. Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance. What do you want me to do? Qingrui put away the complicated emotions that flashed through her mind and asked again. You should care about the favor, right? Wang Howren didn't immediately give orders. Instead, he asked a question first. We are partners. Your words are more important than fate to me. For this, I can give up anything, Qingrui said seriously. She was an extremely ruthless woman. Not to mention a favor, even if she was asked to pull out Ma Hongxing's oxygen tube, she wouldn't even frown. Even if she was asked to kill her child with Ma Hongxing, she would do it. After hearing Qingrui's words, Wang Howren was stunned. He felt very comfortable for no reason. Qingrui's impression of him was full. Naturally, he wouldn't doubt the authenticity of her words. However, when it came from Qingrui's mouth, it was a different feeling. Needless to say, it felt pretty good to hear it. Of course, Wang Haoren was already having a hard time dealing with the few female leads. Naturally, he didn't have any special thoughts about Qing Rui. After all, he wasn't Cao Cao. When you meet Lin Chen later, Wang Haoren instructed through the phone. It was a coffee shop. After Qing Rui ended her conversation with Wang Haoren, not long after, she saw an 8-year-old Lin Chen and a 20-year-old woman appear before her. Over the phone, Qing Rui found out that the woman was called Bian Suwen, a miracle doctor. "Hello, Auntie." Lin Chen greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Mrs. Ma." Bian Suwen also expressed her goodwill. "Hello, please take a seat." Qing Rui nodded with a smile. She called the waiter and ordered 3 cups of coffee. After a short exchange of greetings, Lin Chen knew that his sister was anxious, so he went straight to the point. "Auntie, it's like this. My third sister's martial nephew, whose surname is Shui, made a mistake and caused some bad things to happen. This time, I'm here to ask you to be lenient and withdraw the charges." Qing Rui had already learned of Lin Chen's purpose for coming from Wang Haoren. Thus, she was not surprised by Lin Chen's words in the slightest. However, on the surface, she still pretended to be shocked. Then, he pretended to come back to his senses and looked at Bian Suwen. "That quack Shui is your martial nephew. Does that mean you're a doctor too?" "Yes, Mrs. Ma." Bian Suwen nodded and explained, "My martial nephew's medical skills are not bad. It must have been a mistake last time." Qing Rui said coldly, "I don't care if it was a mistake or not. I only know that my husband is lying on the bed like a vegetable. This is all thanks to your martial nephew." Bian Suwen said, "I'm willing to treat your husband. I guarantee that I can save your husband. Please be magnanimous and withdraw the charges against my martial nephew." Qing Rui's gaze was sharp as she stared at Bian Suwen. "Your martial nephew said the same thing last time. What happened in the end?" Bian Suwen was stunned by Qing Rui's powerful aura and was speechless. Lin Chen quickly said, "Auntie, that," Qing Rui interrupted Lin Chen. "Oh right, little friend. You helped me find my son. I haven't thanked you properly." She took out a check and handed it to Lin Chen. She continued, "This is to thank you. Please accept it." Lin Chen was stunned. He glanced at the amount on the check on the table. 50 million, this rich man's wife was really generous. However, he did not need the money. Moreover, he could not accept the money. Once he accepted it, the favor would be repaid. Lin Chen pushed the check back and said, "Auntie, you can take the money back." "I can't accept it." Qing Rui did not answer immediately. Instead, she took out another check. This time, it was a 100 million cash check. "Take it. It's a token of my appreciation." Qing Rui pushed the 2 checks of 100 million and 50 million back onto the table in front of Lin Chen. "Auntie, I helped you find your son out of kindness. I didn't ask for a reward. Moreover, when such a young child went missing, anyone who saw him would go forward to help him find his mother." Lin Chen's little face was filled with sincerity. He pushed the check back again. "I really can't accept this money. If you continue to give it to me, it means that you're looking down on me." Qing Rui nodded happily and took the check back. "You're such a good child. If that's the case, I won't give you the money." Lin Chen and Bian Suwen could not help but let out a sigh of relief. They thought that there was a turn for the better. However, before the two of them could say anything, Qing Rui had already stood up from her seat. "Both of you, I've already paid the bill. I still have something to do, so I won't stay any longer." "Auntie, that thing." Lin Chen quickly stood up. "What thing?" Qing Rui pretended not to know. "It's about my third sister's martial nephew." Lin Chen had a bad feeling about this. Qing Rui said, "Kid, didn't you just say that you won't ask for a reward? Are you going back on your words? It's not right for kids to lie." Lin Chen was speechless. Qing Rui picked up her bag and was about to leave. Bian Suwen immediately stood up and said, "Madam Ma, as long as you withdraw the charges against my martial nephew, you can ask for anything." Qing Rui paused and pretended to think for a while. Then, she said, these few days, my son likes to play with Bugatti toy cars. If you can get me one, I'll consider it. Bugatti toy car? Isn't that simple? Lin Chen was surprised. It's a toy car, but it's the kind that can be driven. It has to be brand new. It's best if it's within today because I can't guarantee that my son will still like Bugatti after today. Cheng Rui said. After hearing Cheng Rui's words, Lin Chen and Bian Suwen naturally understood that Cheng Rui was talking about a real Bugatti. After all, for the richest person, a Bugatti worth tens of millions was just a toy car. However, there were only 2 Bugatti in the whole of Qingling. Moreover, it had to be brand new. Where could they get one? Lin Chen was depressed, but he quickly remembered that there was an annoying guy beside him who recently bought a Bugatti and had only driven it for a few days. Auntie, this is what you said. It's a deal. Lin Chen immediately agreed to Cheng Rui's request. Only for today. I won't wait any longer. Cheng Rui said and left immediately. Bian Suwen frowned and said, Little Chen, if this is the capital, it's possible to get a new Bugatti within a day. But this is Qingling. Where are we going to get a new Bugatti for Cheng Rui within a day? We know someone who just bought a Bugatti a few days ago. Lin Chen said. Who? Wang Haoren. Bian Suwen's expression was strange. Before he came, he didn't like Wang Haoren. Now, he had to go back and beg him. Compared to Bian Suwen who had mixed feelings, Lin Chen was also depressed. After all, he still remembered what he said to Wang Haoren not long ago. Don't be too proud. If you want my help in the future, I'll make you call me daddy. I'm omnipotent. I'll never ask you for help. It had been less than an hour since they spoke, and now. At the hospital. Xiao Qianwei stayed in the hospital because of her student's accident. She wanted to check on the situation. Lu Yu and Ji Shuiyao were professors from Qingling University. They didn't leave but stayed with Xiao Qianwei. As for Wang Haoren, he wouldn't leave either. After Cheng Rui left the cafe, she reported the situation. At this moment, Lin Chen and Bian Suwen should be on their way to the hospital. Wang Haoren was waiting for Lin Chen to call him dad. Of course, he wouldn't go anywhere. While waiting, Wang Haoren knew that Xiao Qianwei and the rest were gathered at the hospital because the 3 students from the music faculty were poisoned. Moreover, Bian Suwen, who had excellent medical skills, couldn't cure the poison in such a short time. She even needed miracle Dr. Shue's help. Wang Haoren, who had a perfect understanding of the supreme poison scripture, could be said to be the king of poison. He knew all kinds of poisons in the world. After learning about this matter, he made use of Xiao Qianwei to investigate the 3 students. Wang Haoren quickly determined that the 3 of them were poisoned by a strange poison recorded in the supreme poison scripture. This strange poison was very unique. Once it exploded, it was too scary. No wonder Bian Suwen felt troubled. However, to Wang Haoren it was too easy to cure this strange poison. After Wang Haoren made himself immune to all poisons, his own blood became a kind of antidote. His blood could be used to neutralize this strange poison. However, he was a villain. There was no reason for him to do such a good thing. Moreover, the 3 students were closely guarded by the hospital. It was already very difficult for Wang Haoren to check on their condition. It was impossible for him to directly come into contact with them to save them. Unless he used force to get rid of the guards. However, it was completely unnecessary. Moreover, under normal conditions, this strange poison would only explode after 3 days. Now, it was still stable. As long as he didn't use medicine blindly, there wouldn't be any problems. Wang Haoren couldn't be bothered. He went to the rooftop of the hospital to get some fresh air. After all, the air in the hospital wasn't very pleasant. After a short while, Bian Suwen and Lin Chen arrived at the hospital. On the way, the 2 of them had already called Xiao Qianwei and found out that Wang Haoren was still in the hospital. 7th sister, where is Wang Haoren? Bian Su asked Xiao Qianwei anxiously. He went to the rooftop, Xiao Qianwei replied. Bian Su asked anxiously. After hearing the answer, she rushed to the rooftop. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he followed. On the rooftop, Wang Haoren got a recliner, covered his face with a newspaper, and basked in the sun. The sun was very bright today, and basking in the sun was a very leisurely and pleasant thing to do. However, Bian Suwen and Lin Chen naturally couldn't feel the slightest bit of leisure and satisfaction. Bian Suwen came to Wang Haoren's side and hesitated for a moment before she said, "I was in a bad mood earlier, and my tone was too harsh. I'm sorry." Hearing the voice, Wang Haoren removed the newspaper from his face and replied, "It's okay." "It's good that you're not angry." Bian Suwen heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Haoren with a gentler gaze. Ding. Female lead Bian Suwen's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability towards the host is 20, very friendly, ding. Host has influenced the direction of the plot, received 600 villain points, Lin Chen protagonist aura -30, host villain aura +30. Is there anything else? If not, I'll continue to bask in the sun, Wang Haoren said to Bian Su. Yes, Bian Suwen replied immediately and said, I want to ask, are you selling your Bugatti Veyron? I just bought the car, and I haven't driven it for a few days. Why would I sell it? Wang Haoren pretended not to know the reason and asked in confusion. Bian Suwen said in a friendly manner, I like that car, so I want to ask if you're willing to sell it. That's easy. Just go and order one. Isn't that enough? Wang Haoren said. I want it now, Bian Suwen said anxiously. Now? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Haoren asked. Don't ask about this. Just sell the car to me, okay? Bian Suwen asked. Wang Haoren secretly curled his lips. The deal with Qingrui wasn't a big secret. If she kept it from him, it was obvious that she treated him as an outsider. With that thought, Wang Haoren replied calmly, not selling. Bian Suwen said anxiously, the price is easy to negotiate. Just name a price. Do you think I lack money? Wang Haoren asked back. Bian Suwen was speechless. After spending time with Wang Haoren, she had a certain understanding of the Wang family. The Wang family had tens of billions of assets. As the only heir of the Wang family, Wang Haoren naturally didn't lack money. Big brother, my Pagani isn't bad either. The price is about the same. Why don't we exchange? Lin Chen tried his best to force a smile and said to Wang Haoren. I prefer a Bugatti. Wang Haoren obviously knew what he was thinking. I'll pay more. How about that? Lin Chen asked tentatively. You don't have to pay more. If you call me Dad, I'll consider exchanging cars with you, Wang Haoren said. You're only around 20 years old. If I call you that, you'll look old. I'll just call you Big Brother. Lin Chen pretended to be innocent and cute as he bargained with Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren didn't reply. He just covered his face with the newspaper. The meaning of this was very clear. There was no room for discussion. Bian Suwen saw this and looked at Lin Chen as if asking for help. Lin Chen's face was bitter. He was in a difficult position. Little Chen, it's just a title. It won't cost you anything. Bian Suwen persuaded. Lin Chen struggled for a while. He reached out his hand to remove the newspaper from Wang Haoren's face. He said with a straight face, Dad. Ding, the host made the main character Lin Chen call him Dad. Gained 1000 villain points. Lin Chen's main character aura -50. Host's villain aura +50. As the main character, he had to be superior. Calling the villain Dad was something that would greatly damage his luck. Wang Haoren happily received a wave of rewards. However, on the surface, he was dissatisfied with Lin Chen. Can you be a little more sincere? There's no sincerity at all. Lin Chen wanted to refute. However, Bian Suwen glared at him. He kept his mouth shut. He then squeezed out an innocent and cute smile and said to Wang Haoren, Dad. Ding, the host made the main character Lin Chen call him Dad. Gained 900 villain points. Lin Chen's main character aura -45. Host's villain aura +45. The second time Lin Chen called him Dad, the reward was slightly less. However, it was still quite impressive. Wang Haoren reached out his hand to touch Lin Chen's little face. He pinched it a few times and said, Good boy, call me Dad again. Lin Chen was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. However, he still maintained a smile on his face and called him dad again. Since he had already called him dad twice, he didn't mind calling him dad again. Ding, the host made the main character Lin Chen call him dad. Gained 800 villain points. Lin Chen's main character aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Wang Haoren continued, good boy, call me dad again. Lin Chen was very unhappy. However, he still called out, dad. Ding, the host made the main character Lin Chen call him dad. Gained 700 villain points. Lin Chen's main character aura -35. Host's villain aura +35. Continue. Lin Chen was annoyed. He called out, dad. 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 Ding, the host made the main character Lin Chen call him dad. Gained 600 villain points. Lin Chen's main character aura -30. Host's villain aura +30. Ding, the host made the main character Lin Chen call him dad. Gained 100 villain points. Lin Chen's main character aura -5. Host's villain aura +5. As Lin Chen called out daddy again and again, Wang Haoren also continued to receive rewards. However, as time went on, the rewards became less and less. In the end, there were no rewards at all. However, in total, it was still very generous. Stop. Wang Haoren saw that there were no more rewards. He was not in the mood to hear Lin Chen call him daddy, so he stopped him. Daddy. Daddy. Lin Chen continued to call out a few more times as if he was used to it. Then, he stopped and said, I have already called you countless times according to your request. Now, can you exchange your Bugatti with my Pagani? Wang Haoren nodded and said seriously, yes, I will consider it. You, how can you go back on your words? Lin Chen felt that he was cheated. His little face was shocked and angry. When did I go back on my words? Think about it carefully. What did I say to you just now? Wang Haoren said lightly. There is no need to add money. If you call me daddy, I will consider exchanging cars with you. Lin Chen's memory was still very good. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, he thought about it and repeated what Wang Haoren said before. That's right. I only said that I will consider it. I didn't say that I will definitely exchange cars with you. Wang Haoren said. You. Lin Chen went crazy. He rushed towards Wang Haoren as if he was going to risk his life. Wang Haoren used his hand to support Lin Chen's little head, making him unable to move an inch. Lin Chen's two little short hands struggled here and there. He could not even reach Wang Haoren's clothes. After tossing and turning for a while, Lin Chen tossed himself until he had no strength left. This scene was very funny. However, the only spectator here, Bian Su, did not find it funny. Little Chen, go find the other sisters. I have something to talk to him alone. Bian Su asked Lin Chen. Third sister, this guy is very cunning. He's not a good person. You can't be alone with him. Lin Chen advised. With your third sister's ability, do you think I need to be afraid of him? Bian Su asked. Lin Chen was taken aback. He nodded his head and shot a disdainful glance at Wang Haoren. Not only was third elder sister's medical skills superb, her martial strength was also not bad. He expected that this fellow would not be able to do anything to third elder sister. Help me teach him a lesson, Lin Chen whispered to Bian Suwen before leaving angrily. There were only Wang Haoren and Bian Suwen on the rooftop. Bian Suwen looked at Wang Haoren and said sincerely, I need your help. Give me your Bugatti. What are your conditions? I will agree to all of them. These words made one's imagination run wild. However, Wang Haoren knew that if he made any excessive requests, Bian Suwen would immediately turn hostile. After thinking about it, Wang Haoren took a few steps forward and said softly, I was just joking with your brother. Don't take it to heart. It's just a Bugatti. If you want it, I'll give it to you directly. As he spoke, he took out the key and spread it out in his palm. Bian Suwen was taken aback when she heard that. Ding. The female lead Bian Suwen's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 30, very friendly. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. Obtained 600 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura -30. The host's villain aura +30. After being stunned for a while, Bian Suwen took the key from Wang Haoren's hand. Wang Haoren took the opportunity to grab Bian Suwen's hand. Bian Suwen's eyes were slightly flustered. What are you doing? Wang Haoren said, sometimes when I have a dream, I always dream of a figure. Do you know who it is? Bian Suwen did not dare to look into Wang Haoren's eyes. She avoided his gaze and said, how would I know who it is? Wang Haoren walked a few steps closer to Bian Suwen. Bian Suwen felt that he was too close. She subconsciously stepped back until she reached the corner of the wall. She had nowhere to go. Then do you want to know who it is? Wang Haoren tilted his head and looked at Bian Suwen's eyes. This time, Bian Suwen did not avoid his gaze. She looked at Wang Haoren directly. Compared to a few years ago, he was much better looking. He even had a special aura of a noble young master. From his appearance alone, even the young talents in the capital could not compare to him. Ding. The female lead Bian Suwen's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 40, very friendly. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. Obtained 600 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura -30. The host's villain aura +30. Bian Suwen stared at him blankly. She was very engrossed and stared at him for a few minutes. After a while, she realized that she had lost her composure. She retracted her gaze and returned to her usual cold expression. I don't want to know. But if you continue to be so rude, I won't be polite to you. Hearing this, Wang Haoren knew that it was about time. Hence, he let go of her hand. Bian Suwen regained her freedom, but she felt a little empty in her heart. However, this slight emotion was short-lived, and Bian Suwen quickly suppressed it. She took Wang Haoren's key and drove the Bugatti in the parking lot away. In the afternoon, when Bian Suwen returned to the hospital again, the Bugatti was gone. However, Bian Suwen brought someone back. This person was not unfamiliar to Wang Haoren. It was the enemy of the King of Hell, Miracle Dr. Xue. Compared to a few months ago, Miracle Dr. Xue's beard was unkempt. He seemed to have aged a lot and was no longer as arrogant as before. Thinking about it, the past few months must have been tough. When Miracle Dr. Xue was tricked, he did not even meet Wang Haoren. Hence, he naturally did not know who Wang Haoren was. To him, other than Bian Suwen, everyone else was unfamiliar. In the corridor of the hospital, Miracle Dr. Xue scanned Wang Haoren, Qiu Qianwei, and the rest. He asked Bian Suwen, Uncle Master, this is my 7th sister, 6th sister, 5th sister, and 8th brother. Bian Suwen introduced her family members briefly. Her gaze finally landed on Wang Haoren. This is, my friend. A favorable impression of 40 points was already considered very friendly. Hence, Bian Su felt at ease when she called him a friend. Hearing Bian Suwen's words, Miracle Dr. Xue bowed and greeted everyone respectfully. Hello. Although he was older, his seniority was lower than Bian Suwen's. Everyone here was of the same generation as his junior master Bian Suwen. Hence, he was naturally respectful. Wang Haoren sighed when he saw this scene. A few months ago, Miracle Dr. Xue was not so polite. He was basically looking down on people. However, he was actually polite and civilized now. Sigh, it seemed like he had changed after experiencing the harsh beating of society. Wang Haoren felt a little embarrassed. Just as Wang Haoren was thinking about this, Lin Chen said to Miracle Dr. Xue, you are older. Other than my 3rd sister, you don't have to be so reserved. Hearing these mature words, Miracle Dr. Xue looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Seeing this, Bian Suwen added, my younger brother is a child prodigy. Don't be fooled by his young age, he knows a lot of things and has a deep understanding of medical skills. Is that so? Miracle Dr. Xue was shocked. He extended his old hands and shook Lin Chen's. Hello. I told you, you don't have to be so polite. No, this is what I should do. This old man and young man looked at each other and smiled. The way they flirted with each other made it obvious that they were very close. Wang Haoren saw this and immediately stopped sighing at Miracle Dr. Shui. He thought that Miracle Dr. Shui would not jump around blindly after the shameless god of war, Su Lang, died. Who knew that Miracle Dr. Shui would get together with another main character? Miracle Dr. Shui and Lin Chen started chatting warmly. Bian Suwen was worried and said, "Let's deal with the important matters first. Let's deal with the important matters first. Once we're done with this, you can chat however you want." Yes, Uncle Master is right, Miracle Dr. Shui said hurriedly. Lin Chen nodded as well. He quickly shut his mouth and stopped talking to Miracle Dr. Shui. This way, Bian Suwen said as she brought Miracle Dr. Shui to an intensive care unit. Wang Haoren and the rest followed. Seeing that Bian Suwen was about to bring Miracle Dr. Shui into the ward, Lin Chen said, "Third sister, let me in to take a look." Lin Chen had a certain level of attainment in medical skills. Hearing this, Bian Suwen pondered for a second before nodding in agreement. Wang Haoren didn't say anything to stop her. Lin Chen's medical skills must have been exchanged from the prodigy system. His standard was definitely not very high. After all, Lin Chen had been stopped many times and the points he had obtained were limited. It was almost impossible for him to exchange for the best medical skills. Moreover, if Lin Chen really had such high medical skills, he would have gone to show off and detoxify the poison. He wouldn't have gone through the trouble of accompanying Bian Suwen to save Miracle Dr. Shui. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoren didn't panic at all. Just as Wang Haoren was thinking about this, Bian Suwen, Lin Chen, and Miracle Dr. Shui walked into the intensive care unit. Bian Suwen had already checked the situation, so it was unnecessary to check again. Lin Chen checked and didn't say anything. Because he couldn't do it. Miracle Dr. Shui checked as well. His expression turned serious as he looked at Bian Suwen. "That's right," Bian Suwen nodded. "Last night, the holy maiden of the poison sect, Xiao Wanwan, challenged me. Is this Xiao Wanwan crazy? How dare she use the forbidden poison of the poison sect?" Miracle Dr. Shui was terrified. "Forbidden poison, you mean?" Hearing Miracle Dr. Shui's words, Bian Suwen recalled some of the books she had read in the Celestial Doctor Valley. Miracle Dr. Shui's face was filled with shock and fear. "That's right, it's the infernal feather blood prison. Once this poison erupts, the victim will explode and die. Their blood will turn into a blood mist and fuse into the air, turning the air within a 10-kilometer radius into poisonous gas. Any animal that breathes in even a trace of it will be infected with the poison of the infernal feather blood prison. Moreover, not only will the toxicity of this secondary poison not weaken, it will even strengthen. When the secondary poison person's toxicity erupts, it will not just pollute the air within a 10-kilometer radius, but an even larger area. If this cycle continues, I'm afraid the human world will become a purgatory. The poison sex people are simply insane. Evil feather blood prison." Bian Suwen's face turned pale after hearing Miracle Dr. Shui's words. Actually, she had such suspicions before, but she didn't know much about this kind of taboo poison and underestimated Xiao Wanwan's ruthlessness, so she didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Miracle Dr. Shui was older and had followed his senior brother for a long time, so he naturally knew more about the taboo poison of the poison sect. Since he said so, then Xiao Wanwan must have used the infernal feather blood prison. Wouldn't burying the victim underground stop the spread of the poison? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask when he heard this. If it's really that simple, then it wouldn't be a taboo poison, Miracle Dr. Shui said. Aren't you two miracle doctors? You can't even cure this poison? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw their expressions. Little friend, even if my master was still alive, he would find this poison troublesome, Miracle Dr. Shui sighed. Lin Chen questioned, this poison was created by humans, so there must be an antidote. I don't believe that there's a poison in this world that can't be cured. Miracle Dr. Shui nodded when he heard this. You're right. The only person in this world who can easily cure the infernal feather blood prison is probably the poison sex patriarch. Bian Suwen exclaimed, that poison sex patriarch is of the same generation as senior brother. He should be more than 150 years old, right? How can he still be alive? Miracle Dr. Shui said, Master respects nature and sees life and death calmly. He has never thought of reversing his own life and death. But the poison sex patriarch is different. His philosophy is to go against the heavens. When Master was still alive, I heard him say that the poison sex patriarch was concocting a medicine that could rejuvenate one's youth. After so many years, there hasn't been any news of the poison sex patriarch passing away. Now, it seems like he has successfully concocted the medicine and is still alive. The poison sex sect master position is empty. If the poison sex patriarch is still alive, why hasn't the poison sect noticed anything? Bian Suwen asked with doubt. Miracle Dr. Shui said, the poison sect's talents have withered and their juniors can't be compared to our celestial medicine valley. They also can't cure the taboo poison and didn't dare to use it lightly in the past to prevent it from harming the world and attracting the attention of other hidden sects. Hearing this, Bian Suwen completely came to her senses and was shocked. She didn't listen to the rest of the words. But Bian Suwen could already confirm that the poison sex patriarch was still alive. And from Xiao Wanwan's actions, it was obvious that she only knew about this news recently. No wonder Xiao Wanwan was so confident. She had such a backing. The poison sex patriarch, Bian Suwen felt helpless. An old monster like this wasn't someone she could fight against. Would the celestial medicine valley fall into desolation? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Although the previous celestial doctor of the celestial medicine valley was Bian Suwen's senior brother in name, he accepted her as a disciple on behalf of his master. To a certain extent, Bian Suwen and the old celestial doctor were actually master and disciple. When the old celestial doctor passed away, Bian Suwen promised to bring glory to the celestial medicine valley and wouldn't let it fall in her hands. But now, martial ant. Sensing Bian Suwen's emotions, Miracle Dr. Shui was also sorrowful. I'm the valley master of the celestial medicine valley. Even if I die, I can't tarnish the reputation of the celestial medicine valley. Bian Suwen's cold face revealed a trace of determination. Miracle Dr. Shui understood and knew that Bian Suwen wanted to try her best to detoxify the poison. Immediately, he pulled himself together and said respectfully, please instruct me, martial ant. If anything happens to me, you'll be the next valley master. Bian Suwen took a deep breath and sat beside one of the poisoned girls. Martial ant, you can't do this. Miracle Dr. Shui was shocked and wanted to stop her immediately. However, Bian Suwen's actions were too fast and it was too late. Bian Suwen used a silver needle to stab the girl's finger and dyed the needle with a trace of blood. Immediately after, the silver needle was ignited by a trace of true qi and emitted a trace of black and red gas. Bian Suwen sucked in all the black and red qi. Almost instantly, Bian Suwen's face turned gloomy. The poison in the infernal feather blood prison was very unique. Even a trace of it was enough to poison a person. After a few days, it would explode and create a terrifying destructive force. In other words, Bian Suwen was in the same state as the poisoned people. It was just that Bian Suwen cultivated her inner energy and had a higher resistance to the poison. Even if she was poisoned, she didn't faint immediately. Of course, the dizziness was unavoidable. Third sister. Lin Chen saw that something was wrong and shouted in panic. Little friend, don't go near her. You might be poisoned too. Miracle Dr. Shui quickly advised. Hearing this, Lin Chen also stopped touching Bian Suwen. He could only worry helplessly. Remember what I said. Bian Suwen forced herself to stay strong and said to Miracle Dr. Shui. Miracle Dr. Shui was an expert and naturally understood that Bian Suwen wanted to use her body to test the poison. She wanted to understand the composition of the poison and then detoxify it. This was indeed a method, but it was too dangerous. However, the situation had already reached this stage and it was too late to turn back. Thinking of this, Miracle Dr. Shui quickly said, Martial ant, please speak. Pituitary poison, black mulberry cotyledon, jade crow head, saffron beard. Bian Suwen slowly recited the names of a few poisons. However, when she said the fourth one, she suddenly stopped. She felt that the blood in her body was boiling, as if it was rushing out of her body. Bian Suwen was shocked. Because this was the precursor of the poison in the infernal feather blood prison. Quick, leave this place and evacuate the crowd. Quick! Bian Suwen said as she endured the pain. Miracle Dr. Shui was shocked when he saw the situation. He was almost scared out of his wits. Bian Suwen's idea of using her body to test the poison was a good idea. However, as she had been in contact with drugs for a long time, her blood contained a type of drug. The poison in the onyx feather blood prison was very unstable. After it entered Bian Suwen's blood, it skipped a few days and was on the verge of exploding. Let's go. Miracle Dr. Shui was very decisive. After hearing Bian Suwen's words, he opened the heavy door of the ICU and pulled Lin Chen out. Just as the door opened, Wang Haoren walked into the ICU. Wang Haoren had X-ray vision and learned how to read lips. Although he was standing outside, he knew everything that was said inside. However, the door of the ICU was very thick. It was locked from the inside just now, so he couldn't enter immediately. Now that Miracle Dr. Shui and Lin Chen opened the door, he naturally walked in. It's dangerous inside, don't go in. Miracle Dr. Shui stopped him. However, before he could finish his sentence, the door was closed. He couldn't push it open no matter how hard he tried. Do you want to die? Let's go. Bian Suwen was furious when she saw Wang Haoren barging in. Wang Haoren ignored her. Although the poison in the onyx feather blood prison was scary, it was really easy for Wang Haoren to get rid of it. Because his blood could cure the poison. After all, Bian Suwen was the female lead. It would be a pity if she died. Of course, he couldn't sit back and do nothing. Let's go, or you'll die. Seeing that Wang Haoren wasn't listening, Bian Suwen went forward and pushed him. In Wang Haoren's mind, a melodramatic romance scene appeared. He suddenly grabbed Bian Suwen's hand and said, "Without you, there's no meaning in living." Goosebumps appeared on his body when he said this melodramatic line. However, the effect was obvious. As soon as he said that, Wang Haoren received a system notification. Ding, the female lead Bian Suwen's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 50, adoration, ding. The host has influenced the direction of the plot and obtained 1800 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura -90. The host's villain aura +90. Bian Suwen stared at Wang Haoren in a daze. Her eyes were full of tenderness as she said, "I understand your thoughts. However, I am unlucky. I don't have the fate to be with you in this life. Leave and forget about me." "No, I can help, there's not enough time. Let's go." Bian Suwen could feel that the poison in her body was about to erupt. Hence, she interrupted Wang Haoren and used brute force to push Wang Haoren away. Time was of the essence, and Wang Haoren also understood that there was no way he could explain in detail. Therefore, he directly bit the corner of his lips, and the taste of blood immediately filled his mouth. Soon after, he tyrannically walked closer. Bian Suwen saw a handsome man's face enlarging in her vision. When she reacted, it was already too late. That was because there was a taste of blood in her mouth. Bian Suwen understood that under such contact, Wang Haoren would definitely be poisoned by the evil feather blood prison. Pushing Wang Haoren away, Bian Suwen said sadly, "For me, you are even willing to give up your life. Is it worth it?" 2 lines of clear tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. "My life is precious. Of course, I cherish it. I am just helping you to detoxify the poison." Wang Haoren thought so in his heart. However, he would of course not say it out loud. He only said, "Don't talk." He passed the blood into Bian Suwen's mouth. Although it was only a small amount, it was enough to detoxify the poison in Bian Suwen's body. As long as Bian Suwen stayed still, the poison in her body would be detoxified very quickly. However, the reason was too complicated. Wang Haoren did not want to explain it to Bian Suwen because it was too troublesome. After hearing Wang Haoren's simple words, Bian Suwen was so touched that she was about to burst into tears. Yes, it was already like this. She was not far from death. There was no need for words. Bian Suwen only wanted to make use of her last moments to be with the person she loved. Thinking so, Bian Suwen did not care about anything else. She hooked onto his neck. Wang Haoren was stunned for a moment. He quickly pushed Bian Suwen away. "I just saved you for you and you still want to do it?" He had just bitten his mouth. His wound was touched. Naturally, it would hurt. Wang Haoren was not happy with Bian Suwen's action. However, Bian Suwen was in love. How could she care so much? Wang Haoren became the passive one. At the same time, Ding, the female lead. Bian Suwen's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability towards the host is 60. Admiration, Ding, the female lead. Bian Suwen's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability towards the host is 70. Undying love. Ding, the female lead. Bian Suwen's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability towards the host is 90. Undying love, Ding, the host has greatly influenced the plot. Received 3,800 villain points, Lin Chen's protagonist aura -190, the host's villain aura +190. Although his mouth hurt, after hearing the series of system notifications, Wang Haoren was so happy that he threw it all to the back of his mind. He did not think that in such a short period of time, Bian Suwen's favorability towards him had increased to 90. However, thinking about it, it was normal. Because of her poor cognition, Bian Suwen mistook Wang Haoren's actions as Wang Haoren wanting to die with her. How could Bian Suwen not be moved? After a minute, Bian Suwen fainted in Wang Haoren's arms because of the poison. However, the poison in her body had stabilized. She just needed to wait for the antidote to take effect. Then the poison would be cured. Wang Haoren secretly destroyed the surveillance camera in the ICU and helped the other 3 victims to cure the poison. After doing all this, Wang Haoren pretended to faint. Now that Bian Suwen had mistakenly thought that Wang Haoren wanted to die for her, Wang Haoren naturally would not reveal that he could cure the poison. Otherwise, everything would be exposed. Pretending to faint was the best method. On the other hand, the outside world was in chaos. Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu were extremely anxious. Especially Qiu Qianwei, who almost went crazy after finding out the situation from Miracle Dr. Shui. She wanted to go in to check on the situation. Miracle Dr. Shui told her about the dangers, but Qiu Qianwei did not care about her life and insisted on going in. Hence, Miracle Dr. Shui asked for some protective clothing from the hospital. After Qiu Qianwei was fully equipped, she went into the ICU to check and informed Miracle Dr. Shui. Miracle Dr. Shui made a judgment and confirmed that the poison in Martial Uncle Bian Suwen's body had not broken out. Hence, he gathered his courage and went to check on Bian Suwen personally. He realized that not only was the poison in Bian Suwen's body stable, but it was also showing signs of disappearing. Miracle Dr. Shui was overjoyed. He arranged for Wang Haoren and Bian Suwen to be in a ward each. One day later, Bian Suwen woke up slowly. Lu Yu and Lin Chen were waiting beside the bed. "Third sister, how are you feeling?" Lu Yu was surprised and asked immediately. Looking at the surroundings, Bian Suwen was in a daze for a while. Then, she realized that she was still alive. Moreover, the perfect condition of her body told her that the poison was gone. Bian Suwen was puzzled by this. However, she was more concerned about someone else than herself at the moment. "Where's Wang Haoren?" Bian Suwen asked immediately. "He's next door. 7th sister and 6th sister are taking care of him," Lu Yu replied. Hearing that, Bian Suwen got down from the bed and walked to the next room barefooted without even putting on her shoes. Ji Shuiyao and Qiu Qianwei, who were waiting beside Wang Haoren's bed, heard the commotion outside the door and looked over instinctively. Bian Suwen was a little cautious, but she couldn't care less. She walked to the bedside and held Wang Haoren's hand tightly. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Qiu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao weren't surprised when they saw that. This was because they had seen the unconscious Wang Haoren and Bian Suwen hugging each other when they had entered the ICU. "I'm going out to buy something," Ji Shuiyao found an excuse and left. From her point of view, Qiu Qianwei and Wang Haoren were a couple. Now that Bian Suwen was involved, she would let the 3 of them handle it. Ji Shuiyao knew that she was still an outsider and it was a one-sided love. Naturally, it wasn't appropriate for her to interfere. However, after leaving the ICU, Ji Shuiyao was curious. Hence, she leaned against the door and listened carefully. In the room. After a moment of silence, Qiu Qianwei was the first to break the silence. Third sister, the friend that you mentioned earlier was actually you, right? Yes, Bian Suwen didn't hide it. Qiu Qianwei nodded slowly. When she saw Bian Suwen's excited attitude when she talked about Wang Haoren, she felt that it wasn't a simple matter. When she entered the ICU and saw Wang Haoren and Bian Suwen hugging each other, she was even more certain of her guess. Now that he heard Bian Suwen admit it, he was finally certain. After hearing Bian Su's answer, Qiu Qianwei looked at Wang Haoren's sleeping face and threw out a piece of heavy news. Actually, he is my boyfriend. What? Bian Su was shocked. She let go of Wang Haoren's hand subconsciously. Seventh sister, I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. In fact, you met him earlier than me. Wang Haoren was already in such a situation, so Qiu Qianwei naturally wouldn't blame him. Qiu Qianwei also felt sorry for her when she heard her third sister Bian Suwen's story. Naturally, she wouldn't criticize her. Seventh younger sister, to have such a magnanimous younger sister like you, I'm really convinced. Bian Suwen was touched and couldn't help but hold Qiu Qianwei's hand tightly. She struggled in her heart for a while and then said solemnly, don't worry. After he wakes up, I'll immediately return to the imperial capital. I definitely won't ruin your relationship. Third sister, will you be happy doing this? Qiu Qianwei asked. Bian Suwen's expression was painful. She was speechless. Of course, she wouldn't be happy. However, she felt guilty. For the sake of their sisterhood, she could only make this choice. Qiu Qianwei looked at her third sister and felt sorry for her. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly said, Third sister, you don't have to do this. If it's someone else, I'll chase them away no matter what. However, you're different. I don't want to leave him, but I don't want you to be sad. Bian Suwen looked at Qiu Qianwei in disbelief. You mean, of course. Third sister, if you don't want to, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Qiu Qianwei quickly said. No, no, no. I'm willing. I'm willing. Bian Suwen quickly replied. The best way was to have the best of both worlds. How could Bian Suwen not agree? Although this was ridiculous, seventh sister was right. They were all on the same side. There was no need to fight. Wasn't it good for everyone to be happy? However, Bian Suwen had made up her mind to give in to Qiu Qianwei. Firstly, she was the elder sister and Qiu Qianwei was the younger sister. It was natural for the elder sister to give in to the younger sister. Secondly, Qiu Qianwei came first and she came later. According to the rules, Qiu Qianwei was the older one and she was the younger one. Wang Haoren, who was pretending to be asleep on the bed, was overjoyed when he heard their conversation. He had been pretending to be asleep. Firstly, he wanted to avoid the rescue. Secondly, he didn't know how to reconcile the relationship between Qiu Qianwei and Bian Suwen. Hence, he had been pretending to be asleep and thinking of a solution. What he didn't expect was that before he even said anything, the two sisters had already discussed it and came up with a solution that satisfied both sides. She was indeed the female lead of a Shuangwen novel. She knew how to share with others and not monopolize. Although this sharing was only limited to sisters, it was already good enough. Moreover, Wang Haoren saw Ji Shuiyao, who was standing outside the door and listening to Qiu Qianwei and Bian Suwen's conversation. She was overjoyed. What was going on? Did Ji Shuiyao have the same idea? Beautiful, Wang Haoren was secretly happy for a long time. After pretending to be asleep for so long, he was a little tired. Hence, he moved his fingers. Although Qiu Qianwei and Bian Suwen were talking, their attention was always on Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren's small movement was noticed by the two of them. The two of them stopped talking and looked at Wang Haoren with anticipation. Seeing this, Wang Haoren slowly woke up under the expectant gazes of the two. Is this heaven? Wang Haoren asked with a confused look on his face. You're not dead. You're still alive, Qiu Qianwei said gently. I clearly remember that I felt uncomfortable all over. I felt like I was going to die. How did this happen? Wang Haoren pretended to be confused. Hearing this, Bian Suwen was also stunned. She wanted to ask Wang Haoren what happened and how he was cured of the poison. However, looking at Wang Haoren's expression and tone, she was also confused. Think about it. Did you see anyone else in the ICU before you fainted? Bien Suwen thought about it and asked. The poison in the evil feather blood prison could not be fake. It would not be cured for no reason. Someone must have helped him. Hearing this, Wang Haoren pretended to recall. However, after a few seconds, he suddenly shouted, "Ah, my head hurts, forget it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it." Bien Suwen felt sorry for him and quickly said. Qiu Qianwei was also feeling the same. Hence, she hugged Wang Haoren's head and let him lean on her chest to relieve his pain. Wang Haoren stopped pretending. However, his head was quite comfortable, so he did not move away. After this, Bien Suwen did not ask Wang Haoren about his thoughts. However, at this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Qiu Qianwei was nervous. She shyly pushed Wang Haoren away and let him lie on the bed. Then, she said to Bien Suwen, "Third sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister still don't know that Haoren and I are a couple. Don't tell anyone about this first. I don't want to cause trouble for Haoren." Understood. Bien Suwen nodded happily and reminded, "Don't tell anyone about me and Haoren for the time being." She was also quite shy and did not want to act like this in front of others. Qiu Qianwei's actions were exactly what she wanted. Hearing their words, Wang Haoren felt extremely comfortable. The two of them were really enlightened. He did not need to worry about anything at all. It seemed like as long as he did not seek death on purpose, the situation would not collapse. "Come in," Bien Suwen said to the person outside the door. The door opened and Miracle Dr. Shui walked in. He said with a serious expression, "Uncle Master, an uninvited guest is here." Bien Suwen tensed up when she heard Miracle Dr. Shui's words. However, before she could say anything, she saw a figure walk into the ward. It was the poison sect's holy maiden, Xiao Wanwan. Bien Suwen took a step forward, ready for battle. Qiu Qianwei and Wang Haoren were here while Lu Yu, Ji Shuiyao, and Lin Chen were outside. Bien Suwen was afraid that Xiao Wanwan would do something rash and hurt them, so she was extra careful. Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Bien Suwen's anxious look. "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to see you with a headache. I don't have any other intentions." Wang Haoren was lying on the bed. Because of the angle, Xiao Wanwan didn't notice him. Plus, Bien Suwen was standing in front of him, blocking Xiao Wanwan's view. However, Wang Haoren could see clearly with his X-ray vision. He immediately recognized that this was the poison sect's holy maiden, Xiao Wanwan, whom he met on the way here last night. From Bien Suwen's expression and actions, it was obvious that she had a grudge against Xiao Wanwan. In terms of closeness, Wang Haoren naturally wanted to help Bien Suwen. But Xiao Wanwan was also the female lead. In order to help Bien Suwen, he couldn't possibly kill Xiao Wanwan, right? She was a pretty female lead after all. Wouldn't it be a pity if she died? After thinking about it, Wang Haoren continued to pretend to be asleep. He would observe the situation and act according to the situation. Bien Suwen stared at Xiao Wanwan and said coldly, "You're ruthless. You even used the poison sect's taboo poison to win the battle. If you can't control it and it erupts, can your poison sect withstand the wrath of so many hidden sects?" Xiao Wanwan played it down. "After I defeat you, there will naturally be someone to cure this poison. You don't have to worry about the poison sect's safety." Hearing this, Bien Suwen was 100% sure that the poison sect's patriarch was still alive. Otherwise, Xiao Wanwan wouldn't be so calm. But after coming to this conclusion, Bien Suwen panicked even more. Over 100 years ago, the poison sect's ancestor's name had already shaken the world's hidden sections. She definitely wasn't someone she could contend against. However, as the Valley Master of the Celestial Medicine Valley, no matter how afraid he was, he would not reveal such emotions on his face and embarrass the Celestial Medicine Valley. Meeting Xiao Wanwan's gaze, Bien Suwen said seriously, "There's no need to wait anymore. I've already removed the forbidden poison. You've lost." Bien Suwen didn't know why the poison in the blood prison had been dispelled, but this was good news for her. Thus, she took on the task of detoxifying the poison. "Impossible." Hearing Bien Suwen's words, Xiao Wanwan immediately spat out these 3 words resolutely. She and Bien Suwen had been rivals for a long time. She knew Bien Suwen's background. Not to mention Bian Suan, even the previous celestial doctor of the Celestial Medicine Valley might not be able to get rid of the poison easily within a day and a half. Take her to have a look. Bian Suan had already guessed Xiao Wanwan's reaction. After seeing her doubt, he said this to Miracle Dr. Shui. Miracle Dr. Shui didn't discuss this with Bian Suan beforehand, but he was very experienced. After hearing Bian Suan's words, he immediately understood. This way please, Miracle Dr. Shui said to Xiao Wanwan and gestured for her to follow him. Xiao Wanwan followed Miracle Dr. Shui for a while and returned to the ward 10 minutes later. Impossible, you definitely didn't remove the poison. In this world, other than the poison sex ancestor, no one else can remove this poison. Xiao Wanwan was very agitated. She was the one who had poisoned them. Xiao Wanwan remembered the faces of the 3 poisoned people clearly. It was impossible for Bian Suan to find 3 people to impersonate the poisoned people. This could only mean that the 3 poisoned people were indeed detoxified. However, Xiao Wanwan didn't believe that it was Bian Suan who did it. Only the poison sex ancestor can detoxify the poison in the blood prison? T, I can detoxify it. After hearing Xiao Wanwan's words, Wang Haoran cursed in his heart. However, even though he was cursing, Wang Haoran was still quite curious about the poison sex ancestor. He had perfectly comprehended the sovereign poison scripture and could be considered a supreme poison expert in the world. When he heard the title of the poison sex ancestor, he was naturally unhappy. As a great villain, how could he allow a bad person to be more cunning than him? With that thought, Wang Haoran contacted the system. Check the poison sex ancestor's information. The system had a search function. Other than the main lead and female lead, one could search for information related to the character based on the title. Searching requires 500 villain points. Would you like to search? When he searched for the shameless war god and the child prodigy Lin Chen, he only needed to spend 200 villain points. Was the poison sex ancestor that amazing? Did it cost 500 to search for him? Wang Haoran grumbled inwardly, but when he saw that there were over 30,000 villain points on his status panel, he didn't really care. Search. Wang Haoran ordered generously. The poison sex ancestor has been cold for over 50 years. Unable to search for specific information. That's it? Wang Haoran felt like he'd wasted time. After all this time, the poison sex ancestor was already cold, but that was good too. This way, no one would be able to shake his position as the supreme poison expert. Bian Suan looked at Xiao Wanwan and sneered, "Do you think your poison sex ancestor will help me? If I wasn't the one who detoxified the poison, who else could it be? The truth is right in front of your eyes. Are you going to deny it?" Xiao Wanwan gritted her teeth. According to the rules, she had to commit suicide if she lost. After all, she was the one who'd personally handed the challenge letter to Bian Suan. But how could she be willing to accept that? If she didn't commit suicide, wouldn't the poison sect become the laughingstock of the hidden sects? Just as Xiao Wanwan was struggling internally, Bian Suan added, the poison sect and the Immortal Medicine Valley have been enemies for many years. Both sides have suffered injuries and deaths, but no one has truly gained the upper hand. Although I've won, you don't have to commit suicide. You just have to promise that the poison sect won't fight with the Immortal Medicine Valley for 20 years. The poison sect has no leader now. With your status as the poison sect's holy maiden, you can definitely do this. Because of the poison sect's ancestor's existence, Bian Suan didn't dare to let Xiao Wanwan die as promised. Otherwise, the poison sect's ancestor wouldn't care about seniority and bully the weak. Then the Immortal Medicine Valley would be the unlucky ones. Within 20 years, Bian Suan had absolute confidence that she could raise her medical skills to a higher level. By then, she wouldn't have to fear the poison sect's ancestor. Xiao Wanwan saw right through Bian Suan's thoughts. But she had a question, so she asked, I only found out that the poison sect's ancestor was still alive because I accidentally bumped into him last night. How did you find out? Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. The poison sect's ancestor was long dead, but Xiao Wanwan said that she'd bumped into him last night. She clearly mistook him for the poison sect's ancestor. If it wasn't for the poison sect's old ancestor backing you, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Bian Suan replied to Xiao Wanwan's words. Consider my suggestion. Xiao Wanwan snorted coldly, "You're smart, but I'm not stupid. You want to buy time for yourself to grow? Stop dreaming. I've been indebted to the poison sect since I was young. For the benefit of the sect, I don't mind dying. The old ancestor will definitely avenge me." After saying that, Xiao Wanwan took out a dagger and was about to slit her neck. She was about to die. Bian Suwen was shocked. If Xiao Wanwan died, the enmity between the poison sect and the immortal medicine valley would deepen. But at this critical moment, she couldn't stop it in time. Clang, a force flew out from nowhere and knocked the dagger in Xiao Wanwan's hand to the ground. The sudden situation startled Xiao Wanwan, Bian Suwen, and the others. No one could clearly see where the energy came from. Cough, cough, cough. A coughing sound came from the bed. Bian Suwen ignored Xiao Wanwan for the time being and turned around to help Wang Haoren up. She pressed a few acupuncture points on his back to help him breathe. At this moment, Xiao Wanwan finally saw Wang Haoren's face and couldn't help but be shocked. Old. Seeing Xiao Wanwan's shocked expression, Wang Haoren briefly met her gaze and shook his head slightly to indicate that he understood. Xiao Wanwan immediately understood and swallowed the word ancestor that was about to come out of her mouth. At the same time, she understood that the person who secretly saved her was the old ancestor. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanwan worshipped him even more. He was clearly in this room, but no one here could see any signs of him saving her. As expected of the old ancestor, ding. The female lead Xiao Wanwan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 30, very friendly. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. Obtained 600 villain points. Upon seeing Xiao Wanwan's reaction, Wang Haoren understood that he'd successfully impersonated the poison sect's ancestor. At the side, Bian Suwen was worried about Wang Haoren. She didn't notice the subtle interaction between the two. She only asked Wang Haoren with concern. "How is it? Do you feel better?" "Much better." Wang Haoren smiled. "Drink some water." Qiu Qianwei poured a glass of water and fed it to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren's face returned to normal, and he stopped coughing. She pretended to be surprised and glanced at Xiao Wanwan before asking Bian Su, "Who is this?" The reason he asked this question was to give Xiao Wanwan a more detailed message: "We don't know each other, so don't expose my identity as the poison sect's ancestor." "She's called Xiao Wanwan. She's a bad woman. If you see her in the future, remember to stay away from her." Bian Suwen replied. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Wanwan guessed Wang Haoren's meaning. Naturally, she wouldn't reveal that she knew Wang Haoren. Moreover, in order to prevent Bian Suwen from suspecting her, Xiao Wanwan pretended to be sinister and said, "You seem to be very worried about him. It seems like the little fairy doctor's heart has been moved. However, he looks like an ordinary person." Bian Suwen was furious. "He's not from the Celestial Medicine Valley. If your poison sect dares to make a move on him, don't blame me for being immoral." Xiao Wanwan saw Bian Suwen's reaction and understood that she didn't suspect that she knew Wang Haoren. She suddenly smiled. "I'm just joking. Don't be nervous. I know the rules." Hearing this, Bian Suwen let out a sigh of relief. However, she didn't let down her guard. "I want to rest for a while. Can you let her go?" Wang Haoren said to Bian Suwen, but his eyes met Xiao Wanwan. N. Bian Suwen nodded and said to Xiao Wanwan, "We'll talk about the battle later. You can go." "Humph, don't be too proud. We'll meet again." Xiao Wanwan didn't say anything. After a cold snort, she left. She wasn't afraid of Bian Suwen. Instead, it was because the old ancestor's words were hinting for her to leave. Xiao Wanwan didn't know what the old ancestor meant. However, since the old ancestor gave the order, she naturally followed. Following Xiao Wanwan's departure, Bian Suwen's tense nerves relaxed slightly. What poison sect? What Celestial Medicine Valley? We heard your conversation. Why did it sound so weird? Who exactly is that woman? What grudges do you have? Wang Haoren was puzzled and couldn't help but ask Bian Suwen. Bian Suwen was the female lead. So was Xiao Wanwan. From Wang Haoren's point of view, he naturally didn't want the two of them to fight. After all, it wasn't appropriate to help either of them kill the other. If he wanted the two of them to stop fighting, he naturally had to know their grudges. That was why Wang Haoren asked. Bian Suwen replied, knowing these things won't do you any good. It's better not to ask. Of course, Wang Haoren wouldn't agree. Just tell me. Who knows, I might be able to help you. Bian Suwen smiled bitterly and said, you're not qualified to fight among the secluded sects. She suddenly stopped as she was worried about her lover's feelings. She changed her tone and said softly, don't worry. These things can't be settled with money. I'm already very touched that you have the heart to help me. After saying that, she leaned into his embrace. Wang Haoren couldn't show his strength to gain Bian Suwen's trust. He wanted her to tell him in detail about the grudges between the Poison Sect and Celestial Medicine Valley. After thinking for a while, he decided to use a more manly method. He lowered his head and moved his face closer to hers. Bian Suwen widened her eyes and closed them carelessly. Don't be rude to my uncle master. Miracle Doctor. Shui wanted to reprimand Wang Haoren for his rudeness but saw that his uncle master had hooked her arms around his neck. He immediately swallowed his words. He looked elsewhere and pretended that he didn't see anything. Qiu Qianwei pursed her lips. Ding. Host made the female lead, Qiu Qianwei, jealous. Reward, 100 villain points. Ding. Host made the female lead, Qiu Qianwei, jealous. Reward, 100 villain points. After a long while, Wang Haoren retracted his mouth. He looked at the blushing Bian Su and asked, be good and tell me. Bian Suwen was full of tenderness. After hearing this, she obediently told him everything. After Wang Haoren listened, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of the grudges between Bian Suwen and Xiao Wanwan, or rather, the Poison Sect and Celestial Medicine Valley. After saying everything, Bian Suwen looked distressed and couldn't help but say, it's a pity that the Poison Sect's patriarch is still alive. Although I won the battle this time, the Celestial Medicine Valley will still be suppressed by the Poison Sect. In fact, it won't be long before the Poison Sect's patriarch is destroyed. In order to not implicate you and seventh sister, I plan to return to the capital tomorrow. Qiu Qianwei was shocked. Third sister, we have already discussed this. Why are you leaving suddenly? Bian Suwen sighed. The Celestial Medicine Valley didn't restrict the Poison Sect's patriarch. If he acts recklessly, he will break the rules. I have to leave. She had been blinded by love and neglected the crisis. After being disturbed by Xiao Wanwan for a while, she suddenly came to her senses. Regarding this, Wang Haoren was naturally unhappy. Bian Suwen and Qiu Qianwei were so harmonious and had already discussed it. Wang Haoren also imagined many happy things because of this. How could he let Bian Suwen leave? After thinking for a while, Wang Haoren said, in my opinion, this matter might not be as bad as you think. What do you mean? Bian Su was puzzled. The Poison Sect's patriarch is backing them. Your Celestial Medicine Valley also has the old Celestial Doctor protecting them. No one is weaker than the other. Wang Haoren started to bluff. My senior brother passed away long ago. He's no longer in this world. Bian Suwen said. The Poison Sect's patriarch is already so old, but he's still alive. Why can't the old Celestial Doctor do the same? Wang Haoren analyzed and said reasonably. Otherwise, how can you explain that the poison in our bodies has been cured? Don't tell me you think that the Poison Sect's patriarch will cure you? This? Bian Suwen was speechless. Bian Suwen still didn't understand that the poison in the dark feather blood prison was cured. Wang Haoren's explanation was nonsensical, but it was a reasonable explanation if the old fairy doctor was still alive. However, she was right beside the old fairy doctor when she passed away. Miracle Dr. Shui interrupted, Senior Uncle, I think it's possible. You know Master's personality. He might have faked his death to pass the position of Valley Master to you and left to travel the world. He suddenly returned this time and found out that the Poison Sect used a forbidden poison. That's why he couldn't help but help secretly. Wang Haoren secretly gave Miracle Dr. Shui a thumbs up when he saw him inadvertently assist him. Bian Suwen was skeptical after hearing Miracle Dr. Shui's words. She started to think. The old fairy doctor had the mentality of an old urchin and often left to travel the world. Sometimes, he would only return to the valley once every 3 to 4 years. This was a common occurrence. It was highly possible that he had faked his death and left the stall behind. After all, it had only been 4 years since the old fairy doctor passed away. However, Bien Suan wouldn't believe it completely before seeing the old fairy doctor with her own eyes. This is only our guess. We don't know the truth yet. Bien Suan sighed. Wang Haoran suggested, we can write a letter to say that we're temporarily stopping the fight with the poison sect and test their reaction. If they agree, it means that the poison sect's old ancestor still has some reservations and the old fairy doctor is still alive. If they don't agree and still want to go against the valley, it means that our guess is wrong. That's a good idea. Bien Suan's eyes lit up as she nodded in agreement. This side is stable, Wang Haoran said to himself after seeing Bien Suan's reaction. Now, he just needed to stabilize Xiao Wanwan's side. And to do this, it couldn't be any easier. After all, Xiao Wanwan already treated him as the poison sect's old ancestor. How could she not listen to the old ancestor? However, Wang Haoran still had to make another trip. After Bien Suan made her decision, she immediately wrote a letter and asked Miracle Dr. Shui to send it out. Wang Haoran said that he was fine and wanted to return to school. Bien Suan was still worried, so she took his pulse. After confirming that it was true, she agreed. After Wang Haoran left the hospital, he secretly followed Miracle Dr. Shui. Poison Sect Base. Xiao Wanwan told Fifth Elder everything that happened at the hospital just now. You're saying that the old ancestor and the fairy doctor are close? The fifth was very shocked when he heard Xiao Wanwan's words. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, I have a feeling that the ancestor is intentionally protecting Bien Suan. Speaking of this, Xiao Wanwan was very puzzled. Ancestor, what are you thinking? It's fine if you don't deal with the people from Immortal Medicine Valley, but why are you helping Bien Suan? The fifth elder muttered to himself for a moment. His muddy old eyes revealed a thoughtful light. After a long time, his wrinkled face revealed an expression of ecstasy. Is really brilliant. Fifth elder, what are you talking about? Xiao Wanwan asked curiously when she saw her shocked expression. The poison sect and the fairy doctor valley have been enemies ever since they were established. Since then, the old ancestor hates the fairy doctor valley. Why would he help the fairy doctor? The fifth elder's face showed that she had seen through everything and continued. The old ancestor is getting close to the fairy doctor to take revenge on the fairy doctor valley. Xiao Wanwan questioned, with the old ancestor's methods, it's easy to deal with the fairy doctor valley. Why is it so troublesome? The fifth elder's eyes flashed with wisdom and said, that's why I said you're still too young. The old ancestor is wise to do this. Think about it. If the fairy doctor gets pregnant, wouldn't she become the biggest laughingstock of the hidden sects? If the old fairy doctor of the fairy doctor valley was still alive, she would be angered to death. Isn't it satisfying to take revenge like this? Hearing the fifth elder's words, Xiao Wanwan was enlightened. She couldn't help but praise, as expected of the old ancestor. This revenge method is too brilliant. It's much better than destroying the fairy doctor valley directly. After sighing in admiration, she revealed a fearful expression. Bien Suan's poison must have been cured by the old ancestor secretly. I almost ruined the old ancestor's plan by fighting with Bien Suan. I don't know how the old ancestor will punish me. You're on your own now. The fifth elder helplessly spread out his hands. At this moment, a lackey of the poison sect came to report, Saintus, fifth elder, the people from the fairy doctor valley are here. Who is it? What's the matter? The fifth elder asked. The person said his surname is Shui. He said he's here to deliver a letter. The lackey of the poison sect reported. There weren't many people in the fairy doctor valley. Hearing the word Shui, the fifth elder and Bien Suan immediately understood that it was Miracle Dr. Shui who was known as the enemy of the King of Hell. Bring him in. The fifth elder ordered. The lackey retreated and quickly brought Miracle Dr. Shui in front of the fifth elder and Xiao Wanwan. This is the letter from our valley master. Please take a look. Although they were in the territory of the poison sect, Miracle Dr. Shui was neither servile nor overbearing. Xiao Wanwan took the letter from Miracle Dr. Shui and read it together with the fifth elder. The general content of the letter was that the fight had ended in a draw. In the next 20 years, the poison sect and the fairy Doctor Valley would temporarily live in peace and recuperate. All the grudges would be settled after 20 years. After reading the contents of the letter, Xiao Wanwan and the fifth elder looked at each other and secretly exchanged a look of joy. This letter must have been written by the old ancestor who persuaded the fairy doctor, Bian Suwen. The old ancestor's meaning was obvious. The old ancestor had a brilliant revenge method. The poison sect shouldn't attack the people from the fairy Doctor Valley for the time being. Don't complicate the old ancestor's plan. After understanding the real intention of the letter, Xiao Wanwan replied as the saintess and agreed to Bian Suwen's suggestion. Seeing this, Miracle Dr. Shui was delighted and quickly replied to Bian Suwen with the letter. My guess was correct, right? After Miracle Dr. Shui left, the fifth elder asked Xiao Wanwan proudly. The fifth elder's eyes are like torches. As expected, he's sharp. Xiao Wanwan wanted to praise him generously, but before she could finish, she saw another person appear in the room. However, this person was wearing a mask and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, Xiao Wanwan recognized the other party's figure and hurriedly knelt down. She said respectfully, "Greetings to the old ancestor." The fifth elder jumped in fright and knelt down as well. Greetings to the old ancestor. Wang Haoran naturally had his reasons for wearing a mask. Xiao Wanwan was young and probably hadn't even seen the poison sect's old ancestor's face before. It wasn't a problem for her to meet him face to face and she wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, Wang Haoran wasn't sure if the fifth elder, who had more seniority in the poison sect, would recognize the poison sect's old ancestor. Hence, he was cautious. Rise. Wang Haoran calmly ordered as he looked at the two people kneeling on the ground. Xiao Wanwan and fifth elder were intimidated by his aura and didn't dare to stand up. They remained kneeling on the ground. Wang Haoran wasn't surprised by this. The poison sect's patriarch was obviously a deranged fellow, so his subordinates were naturally in awe of him. Moreover, Wang Haoran himself had a very high villain halo, so he had a suppressive effect on fifth elder and Xiao Wanwan. He could easily make them submit to him. This subordinate nearly ruined your plans, venerable ancestor. Please punish me, venerable ancestor, Xiao Wanwan said in a trembling voice. Fifth elder was in charge of the poison sect's punishments. When he heard this, he reflexively said, according to the poison sect's punishments, Wanwan has committed a serious crime. She should be stripped of her position as holy maiden and thrown into the myriad poison cave to suffer the pain of being bitten by 10,000 snakes for 7 days and 7 nights. Venerable ancestor, please spare me. Venerable ancestor, please spare me. Xiao Wanwan repeatedly begged for mercy. Wang Haoran inwardly clicked his tongue. If he threw Xiao Wanwan into the myriad poison cave, even if she was lucky enough to survive, she wouldn't look human, right, as expected of a villain faction. How ruthless. Forget it. In consideration of your ignorance, this seat won't punish you, Wang Haoran said magnanimously. No matter what, Xiao Wanwan was the female lead and was bewitchingly beautiful. Wouldn't it be a pity if she was disfigured? Thank you for your mercy, venerable ancestor. Xiao Wanwan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and respectfully kowed out again and again. She couldn't help but tilt her head to glare at fifth elder. Fifth elder shot her an apologetic look. She had a good relationship with Xiao Wanwan and had no intention of harming her. Just now, she blurted out without thinking because she had been in charge of punishments for many years. Wang Haoran said, this seat will handle the grudge between the poison sect and Immortal Medicine Valley. Don't interfere. Xiao Wanwan reported, venerable ancestor, this subordinate has already replied to the little fairy doctor, Bian Suwen. She agrees to stop the fight. That's for the best. Wang Haoran nodded. Old ancestor's methods are brilliant. This subordinate admires you for thinking of such a brilliant method to take revenge on the Immortal Medicine Valley. The fifth elder flattered. Hearing the fifth elder's words, Wang Haoran was slightly stunned. He had followed Miracle Dr. Shui here, so he was unaware of the conversation between Xiao Wanwan and the fifth elder. How are my methods brilliant? Wang Haoren was curious, so he asked indirectly. Old ancestor, you've gotten close to the little fairy doctor and won her love. Not long after, you'll probably be able to get her pregnant. At that time, the immortal Medicine Valley will become the laughingstock of the hidden sections. Only you, old ancestor, can think of such a brilliant revenge method? The fifth elder continued to flatter. Hearing this, Wang Haoren didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The fifth elder's imagination was really amazing. He could actually imagine all these strange things in his mind. However, the fifth elder's idea did sound very exciting. After the strange thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Haoren said lightly, I don't need you to interfere in dealing with the immortal Medicine Valley. However, I might need your help in some other miscellaneous matters. The reason why he came here personally was partly to stabilize the poison sect so that they wouldn't act recklessly. The most important reason was that he wanted to subdue them so that they could serve him. After all, the poison sect wasn't a weak force. He could order them to deal with some of the main characters. This could save Wang Haoren a lot of trouble. Old ancestor, if you have any orders, even if it's to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, we won't even frown. Xiao Wanwan and the fifth elder kowtowed and said in unison. Wang Haoren was very satisfied with this attitude. As expected of a villain force, this corporate culture was quite good. They were really obedient. In order to create the image of the old ancestor, Wang Haoren didn't reply and left silently. After all, experts were elusive in their whereabouts. After Xiao Wanwan and the fifth elder finished speaking respectfully, they lifted their heads, wanting to see the old ancestor's heavenly might. However, they discovered that the old ancestor was nowhere to be seen. The two of them looked at each other in shock and exclaimed, coming and going without a trace, the old ancestor is really strong. At the hospital, Miracle Dr. Shui left the poison sect's encampment and handed the letter to Bian Suwen. After Bian Suwen saw it, her worried heart finally calmed down. The poison sect had agreed to stop fighting. It looked like the old immortal doctor was still alive and had secretly contacted the poison sect's old ancestor. Otherwise, the poison sect wouldn't have agreed to this so easily. Miracle Dr. Shui suddenly said, Senior uncle, now that the matter is settled, shouldn't we return to the capital? He was already a little traumatized by Qingling. Naturally, he wanted to leave. Third sister, are you leaving this place? Before Bian Suwen could reply, Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, Lu Yu, and Lin Chen all walked over. Lin Chen exclaimed in shock. If it was a few days ago, Bian Suwen would have returned to the capital immediately after saving Miracle Dr. Shui. However, things were different now. She only wanted to stay by the side of the person she loved. She wouldn't leave no matter what. However, Bian Suwen obviously wouldn't reveal her true thoughts. She only said, I'm in the capital most of the time and don't have much time to meet with you guys. Since I'm here this time, I have to stay for a while. That's great. Lin Chen was elated. He continued to complain, third sister, when you fainted that day, Wang Haoren hugged you and took advantage of you on purpose. Bian Suwen replied calmly, you can't just look at the surface. I believe that he didn't take advantage of me on purpose. You're not allowed to slander him. Lin Chen was stunned. He said anxiously, third sister, this guy isn't a good person. You can't think that he's a good person just because he gave you a Bugatti. Bian Suwen pulled a long face. Little Chen, it's very polite of you to talk behind someone's back. If you continue, I'm going to get angry. Qiu Qianwei lifted her slender fingers and knocked on Lin Chen's head. She said sternly, you're not allowed to talk behind someone's back. Ji Shuiyao stared at Lin Chen. From a societal perspective, this is something only a gossipy woman would do. Little Chen, you shouldn't do this. Lu Yu didn't reprimand him. Instead, she became the peacemaker. Little Chen, you and Wang Haoren are classmates. Classmates should get along well. Lin Chen looked at his sisters. Almost all of them were helping Wang Haoren. He was stunned. Sister 7, Sister 6, and Sister 5 were on Wang Haoren's side. Lin Chen knew this. However, third sister had only been here for a short while. Why was she helping Wang Haoren? How preposterous, ding. Host. Caused Lin Chen to lose his balance. Received 1,000 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura -50. Host's villain aura +50. Wang Haoren? Lin Chen was so angry that his lungs hurt. After a while, he calmed down a little. Seventh sister, sixth sister, fifth sister, and third sister, it's fine if you don't help me. I still have fourth sister, second sister, and eldest sister to help me. Lin Chen regained his spirit. He went to a secluded place and took out his phone to contact fourth sister. Second sister and eldest sister had high statuses. They wouldn't do anything to a small character like Wang Haoren. Therefore, Lin Chen decided to let fourth sister help him. Fourth sister was an international assassin. Teaching a small character like Wang Haoren a lesson would be a piece of cake. Qingling campus. A mother and son were asking the passers-by if they knew someone named Song Jinyu. However, after asking 5 or 6 people, they received the same answer, no. This is so annoying. I'm tired. I'm not walking anymore, the son complained as he sat down on a chair by the side of the path. The mother was also very impatient. She gritted her teeth and said, even if it's annoying, we still have to continue looking. Your sister is such a selfish person. She actually quit her job that costs more than 8,000 yuan and came here to take the postgraduate entrance exam. She clearly wants to cut off the family's source of income. We have to find her quickly and make her go back to work. The son said angrily, I'm really unlucky. Why do I have such a sister? She would take the postgraduate entrance exam for no reason for her own sake. It's so time-consuming and expensive. If it were someone else's sister, she would definitely try her best to earn money for her brother's betrothal gift. These two people were Song Jinyu's mother and brother. The mother was called Tanjin and the brother was called Song Feiyu. Hearing her son's words, Tanjin comforted him and said, let's not talk about this anymore. We've spent 20 to 30,000 yuan on hotel accommodation and food. The hotel is already rushing us and we don't have the money to pay. We have to find your sister as soon as possible. Otherwise, the hotel might call for people to arrest us. Yes, yes. Song Feiyu immediately came to his senses. At the same time, he complained, Mom, if you find my sister, you have to teach her a lesson. We came all the way here to find her and suffered a lot. Don't worry. When I find her, I'll definitely give this ingrate 2 big slaps. Tanjin's face was harsh. How can there be such a B** start in this world? She's not even willing to pay for her brother's betrothal gift. She actually cancelled her number and made it impossible for us to contact her. It's simply unreasonable. Song Feiyu said, Mom, I think that 500,000 yuan is too little. I think 800,000 is more appropriate. After all, the house is too small and uncomfortable. 800,000 is just right. We can buy a bigger house with that. Tanjin nodded. That's right. She's your sister. It's only right for her to pay any amount of betrothal gift. 800,000 then. The mother and son sat on the chair and talked for a while. Then, they continued to ask people about Song Jinyu. At this moment, Su Muyan happened to pass by. Tanjin asked, Beauty, may I ask if you know someone called Song Jinyu? Su Muyan stopped and looked at the mother and son. Instead of answering the question, she asked, Who are you? She wasn't a brainless woman. Without knowing the other party's identity, she wouldn't reveal Song Lasher's information. I'm Song Jinyu's mother, and this is her younger brother, Tanjin explained. Then do you have anything to prove it? Su Muyan asked. Yes, yes. Tanjin nodded and took out a family photo. She pointed at a slightly young girl in the photo. Su Muyan took a closer look and recognized that it was the younger version of Song Jinyu. Only then did he believe their identities. However, she still had some doubts, so she asked, Since you're Song Jinyu's family, you should have her contact information. Why are you still asking around? Tanjin didn't tell the truth. Instead, she said, It's like this. The number my daughter used previously has become invalid. We can't contact her for the time being. That's why we came to look for her. As the saying went, don't wash your dirty linen in public. In order to not give her younger brother a betrothal gift, her daughter actually cancelled her number so that her family couldn't contact her. Of course, Tanjin wouldn't casually tell others about this. Wait a moment. Su Muyan walked to the side and dialed Song Jianyu's number. During the last gathering, Song Jianyu had exchanged numbers with Wang Haoren and the others. Su Muyan had Song Jianyu's number. Miss Song, I met two people in school asking about you. I heard that they were your mother and younger brother, Su Muyan said to Song Jianyu after the call went through. They found this place? Song Jianyu's voice carried emotion. She was clearly more nervous than pleasantly surprised. Su Muyan was a meticulous person. She could feel part of Song Jianyu's emotions, so she said, Miss Song, do you want to see them? If you don't, I won't tell them about you. Song Jianyu was silent for a few seconds before she replied, Mayan, I'll have to trouble you to let them listen to the phone. Let me talk to them. All right then. Song Jianyu nodded. She then walked to Tanjin's side and handed her her phone. Tanjin stared blankly for a moment before she took the phone. Mom. Song Jianyu called out in a complicated tone. Hearing the voice on the phone, Tanjin naturally knew that it was her daughter. She snorted coldly, You still have the nerve to call me Mom? Song Jianyu said, Mom, I was angry some time ago, so I cancelled my number. Don't be angry. Tanjin said sarcastically, You've made a name for yourself in the big city. You've grown up and your wings have hardened. How could I dare to be angry with you? Song Jianyu said, Mom, it's almost time for dinner. You and brother wait for me at the seafood restaurant near the Qingling campus. I'll come find you when I'm done here. Tanjin said, I saw that seafood restaurant when I passed by just now. It's average. Let's go to the Xingting Hotel. You know where the Xingting Hotel is, right? Song Jianyu said, I know the Xingting Hotel. It's a 5-star hotel. Your daughter isn't rich and can't afford that kind of place. Let's go to the seafood restaurant. The seafood there is very good and the cost is not low. Tanjin insisted, I don't care. Let's go to the Xingting Hotel. She and Song Feiyu still owed 20 to 30,000 yuan at the Xingting Hotel. Of course, she had to drag Song Jianyu there. Otherwise, who would pay the debt? Song Feiyu suddenly leaned over the phone and interrupted, Sister, Mom and I have come to find you in person. If you don't treat us to a hotel, how can that be justified? Then, okay. Let's stay at the Xingting Hotel, Song Jianyu agreed helplessly. She did not have much money on her, but she still had her credit card. For the time being, she could only use it to pay off the debt. Then it's settled. After Tanjin finished speaking, she was afraid that Song Jianyu would change her mind, so she hung up the phone. She returned the phone to Su Muyan. Su Muyan took the phone and frowned as she sized up Tanjin and Song Feiyu again. She had heard the conversation just now. This mother and son were indeed teacher Song's relatives, but their words were really infuriating. However, Su Muyan was ultimately an outsider, so she could not criticize them. Without saying a word, he left with a muffled sound. After leaving Tanjin and Song Feiyu's sight, Su Muyan felt that it was unfair for Song Jianyu. Hence, she called Wang Haoren and told Wang Haoren about what she had encountered. After Wang Haoren left the poison sex encampment, he contacted Yang Jingwan and prepared to meet up with her. But after receiving Su Muyan's call, he gave up on the idea and decided to meet up with Yang Jingwan later. Based on Su Muyan's description, Song Jianyu was a little like the female lead who helped her younger brother. There were two types of female leads who helped her younger brother. One was the proactive type. In their minds, helping their younger brother or family was perfectly fair and just. To put it bluntly, there was something wrong with their brains. Just looking at this kind of proactive female protagonist who supported her younger brother and acted like a witch was infuriating. When Wang Haoren read such female leads in the past, he'd immediately abandon the book and curse the author for being an idiot. The other type was the passive type of female lead who helped her younger brother. This type of female lead was very kind and valued her family, so she was held hostage by them. Thus, when faced with demands from her family or younger brother, she would choose to suffer and passively accept certain things. Wang Haoren had also interacted with Song Jianyu for a while now. Song Jianyu was kind, but not stupid. Moreover, Song Jianyu had previously cancelled her phone number. Presumably, it was to avoid her family's demands. From this, it was clear that Song Jinyu was the passive type of female lead who helped her younger brother. There was still hope for her. They said they were eating at the Holy Court Hotel, right? I'll go take a look in a bit. I won't let Teacher Song get bullied, Wang Haoran replied to Su Muyan. Teacher Song's mother and younger brother look very hateful. When you teach them a lesson, remember to count me in, Su Muyan said indignantly. All right. Wang Haoran nodded. After indignantly discussing the matter of Teacher Song's mother and little brother, Su Muyan's mood calmed down a little. She suddenly asked in a sweet voice, "Are you free later?" I'm a little tired today. I want to rest well. Wang Haoran still had an appointment with Yang Jingwan, so he could only say this to avoid running into trouble. Oh, okay then. Su Muyan was disappointed for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Then I'll go back to the dorm to play games. I've heard you say that you've played games a few times. What game are you playing? Wang Haoran asked curiously. Su Muyan said proudly, playing Glory. Let me tell you, I'm really good. I have 50 stars of King of Glory. He even started a live stream on Douyin, and he already has more than 2 million fans. Really? So powerful. Wang Haoran was surprised. Su Muyan said sweetly, of course. Do you want to play together? I'll play support to protect you. I've never played this before. I'm a noob. Let me practice on my own first. Wang Haoran tactfully refused. Playing games, wasn't this nonsense? Not only did he have to deal with the main character, but he also had to deal with the female lead. Where would he find the time to play games? Moreover, even if he had time, he wouldn't play games. Wasn't it better to do something more enjoyable than playing games? Su Muyan took it seriously, so she said, okay then. Let me know when you're done. Wang Haoran said, send me your ID later. I'll support you when I'm free. I'll give you a wave of tips to boost your popularity. Su Muyan joked, okay, thank you, boss. After ending his chat with Su Muyan, Wang Haoran gave Yang Jingwan a call and told her that he would look for her later. Yang Jingwan hadn't seen Wang Haoran for a long time, and she missed him a lot. She said that she would come to Qingling University to save Wang Haoran some time. Wang Haoran naturally agreed when he heard that. Yang Jingwan used to study at Qingling University, and she was recognized as the campus belle. She could be considered as Wang Haoran's senior. She was very familiar with Qingling University's environment. Wang Haoran wasn't worried that she would get lost. After that, Wang Haoran flagged down a car by the roadside and prepared to go to Xingting Hotel. The Bugatti Veyron was with Qing Rue, so he could take it back anytime. However, in order to prevent Bian Suwen and Lin Chen from suspecting that he was in cahoots with Qing Rue, Wang Haoran didn't plan to take the Bugatti back yet. Tang Bingyun's McLaren P1 was posted on Weibo to create the image of the peerless god of stocks. In order not to be exposed in front of Lu Yu, Wang Haoran didn't plan to drive the car around in front of others. Therefore, Wang Haoran didn't have a decent car to drive, so he could only choose to call a taxi. It was rush hour, so it wasn't easy to flag down a taxi. After class, Song Jinyu rushed out of school and prepared to ride a shared scooter to Xingting Hotel. Just as she unlocked the scooter with her phone, she bumped into Yi Qiu, who was passing by. Yi Qiu smiled and asked, Miss Song, what a coincidence. Where are you going? Song Jinyu frowned and said cautiously, I'm not going anywhere. Then, she opened the app on her phone and locked the scooter. Yi Qiu walked towards Song Jinyu and said earnestly, Miss Song, I'm really not a bad person. I don't mean any harm. Song Jinyu took a few steps back and kept a distance from Yi Qiu. Don't come over, or I'll call the police. Hearing that, Yi Qiu immediately stopped her. No, I'll leave now. I'll leave now. Because of the assault incident, he was tied up in a lawsuit. When he heard that Song Jinyu was going to call the police, he naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He didn't want to be accused of harassing a woman again. After saying that, Yi Qiu slowly walked away. However, as he left, he kept looking back at Song Jinyu with envy. Song Jinyu waited for a while. When she saw that Yi Qiu had completely disappeared from her sight, she unlocked the scooter again and set off. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing Yiqiu to be tied up in a lawsuit and making the female lead, Song Jinyu, feel disgusted with him. As a result, the plot was affected. Obtained 800 villain points. Yiqiu's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Wang Haoren? Song Jinyu rode the scooter to Xingting Hotel. In a luxurious room, she saw Tanzhen and Song Feiyu. "Mom, brother," Song Jinyu called out. Tanzhen didn't say anything. She immediately rushed over and swung her arm in a circle, aiming to slap Song Jinyu's snow-white face. In a hurry, Song Jinyu blocked with her arm out of habit and didn't let Tanzhen hit her face. However, her arm took a solid hit. Because the weather was hot, Song Jinyu was wearing a t-shirt that exposed her arm. After being hit by Tanzhen's full force, a red palm print immediately appeared on her arm. Song Jinyu was in pain from the slap. However, because the other party was her mother, she could only endure it. Tanzhen's palm was shaken, and she also felt a little pain. Hence, she gritted her teeth and said, "You ingrate, how dare you block it?" As she spoke, Tanzhen walked closer to Song Jinyu, wanting to continue hitting her. However, Song Jinyu protected her face with all her might. However, her arm was red from the slap. Song Jinyu's eyes were red from the pain, but she endured it. Tanzhen finally stopped when she ran out of strength. Song Jinyu said aggrievedly, "Mom, haven't you hit me enough since we were young? I'm already so old, yet you still hit me?" Tanzhen pursed her lips and said matter-of-factly, "No matter how old you are, I'm still your mother. It's only right for a mother to hit her daughter. Moreover, you made a mistake. It's only right for me to hit you." Song Jinyu retorted resentfully, "I know I cancelled the wrong number. But what about my brother? He's made a lot of mistakes since he was young. However, you've never even said a harsh word to him, let alone hit him." Tanzhen snorted when she heard Song Jinyu comparing her younger brother, Song Feiyu. "Your younger brother is still young. As his elder sister, you're actually comparing him to you. How is this how an elder sister should behave?" Song Jinyu glanced at Song Feiyu, who was focused on playing games on his phone. "He's already 22 years old now. In your eyes, you probably always treated him like a 3-year-old child. You can't scold or hit him. What about me? When I was 3 years old, I was treated like a 20-year-old. You made me wash the dishes and do all kinds of chores. You hit me whenever you didn't like it." Tanzhen retorted, "Aren't I doing this for your own good? I'm letting you develop good habits from a young age. Otherwise, would you have been able to become independent so early? Would you have been so successful?" When she heard the word independent, Song Jinyu said sadly, "Letting a child be independent? This is really a high-sounding excuse. But go and ask other families. Do any parents let their children walk half an hour to and from school on their own from preschool?" Tanzhen said angrily, "Weren't you busy with work back then? If your father and I didn't earn money, how were we going to raise you? Were we going to starve?" Song Jinyu said, "But back then, I didn't see you working. You gathered with the villagers every day, playing cards and chatting. You were very free every day. You. I'll beat you to death." Tanzhen was so angry that she wanted to swing her arm and hit Song Jinyu a few more times. This time, Song Jinyu didn't use her arm to block it. She just stood there. However, just as Tanzhen was about to hit her, Song Feiyu said irritably, "Can you all be quiet? You're so annoying. You're disturbing me when I'm playing the game. This is the key to reaching gold." Hearing this, Tanzhen put down her hand and put away her bad attitude towards Song Jinyu. She became like a loving mother. Okay. Mom will be quiet. Focus on playing. Do your best to reach gold." After saying this to Song Feiyu, she looked at her daughter. "You should be quiet too. Don't talk. Don't disturb your brother when he's playing games. Your brother is a gaming genius. I read the news online that those game streamers earn millions or even tens of millions every year. When he reaches gold, he should be able to stream. He will definitely make a lot of money then." Song Jinyu had long gotten used to this difference in attitude. Most of the time, she suspected that she was picked up from the streets. Otherwise, why would her parents treat Song Feiyu like a young master and treat her like a master treating a servant in ancient times? After a few minutes of silence, Song Feiyu suddenly threw his phone to the ground. He was so angry that he pointed at Tanzhen and Song Jinyu. It's all your fault. You're so noisy and annoying. I failed to advance to gold. Tanzhen was also furious, but she naturally wouldn't vent her anger on Song Feiyu. Instead, she pointed at Song Jinyu and said, "It's all your fault. If I saw you, I wouldn't have gotten angry and argued with you. Now that your brother has lost the game, are you satisfied? If you hadn't been so noisy, with your brother's superb gaming talent, he would have definitely won." Being criticized like this, Song Jinyu was stunned. Was it that difficult to advance to gold? How could this gaming talent be called super strong? As far as she knew, Song Feiyu had been playing pesticide for at least 3 years. It was so difficult to advance to gold after playing for 3 years. His talent was hard to explain. When Song Jinyu used to teach, she played 100 rounds in her spare time and easily reached diamond. Moreover, this level was very, very ordinary. In terms of gaming talent, it had to be someone like Su Muyen. This was because when she was chatting with Su Muyen, she heard from her that she had only played pesticide recently. After playing 100 rounds, she reached King of Kings. After playing 200 rounds, she reached King of Kings with 50 stars. However, her mother, Tanzhen, was a village woman. She was good at playing cards and arguing, but she didn't know the various levels of pesticide. Song Feiyu probably made up some nonsense in front of her, and Tanzhen directly thought that Song Feiyu was a gaming genius. In order to play the game openly, Song Feiyu even made false claims that he could earn millions or even tens of millions from live streaming. Song Jinyu couldn't be bothered to criticize this brother of hers, so she didn't expose him. She only advised Song Feiyu. "You're not young anymore. It's time to grow up. Don't always think about playing games. Do something serious." Hearing that, Song Feiyu felt guilty and kept quiet. He could lie to his mother, Tanzhen, but he definitely wouldn't lie to his sister, Song Jinyu. When Tanzhen heard Song Jinyu's words, she defended her son. "Your brother playing games is serious. In the future, he can earn money from live streaming. He's much more useful than you." Song Jinyu couldn't be bothered to refute. She said self-deprecatingly, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm the most useless. My brother is more useful than me. It's good that you know." Tanzhen snorted proudly. She didn't want to talk about anything else and went straight to the point. "Have you prepared the betrothal gift? Go to the bank and transfer the money to your brother so that he can get married." Song Jinyu said unhappily, "I already said on the phone that I won't pay 300,000 yuan. Song Feiyu said casually, "It's not 300,000 yuan, it's 800,000 yuan, 800,000 yuan? Song Jinyu's eyes widened in shock. Tanzhen said calmly, "We thought about it. As his sister, 300,000 yuan is too little. 800,000 yuan is more appropriate. This way, you can buy a bigger house and your brother and sister-in-law can live more comfortably." Song Jinyu was speechless for a while. Then she said, "Whether it's 300,000 or 800,000, I don't even have 30,000 yuan. You think too highly of me." Tanzhen questioned, "You can't even afford 30,000 yuan? Are you kidding? You've been working for several years. How can you not have that much money?" At the mention of this, Song Jinyu got angry. She said, "When I was a teacher in a private high school, I only got 8,000 yuan a month. When I was a little more than that, it was only about 10,000 yuan. Every time I received my salary, I had to transfer 3,000 yuan to my brother and 5,000 yuan to you. Also, during the holidays, I had to give you at least 500 yuan in red packets. Also, I was the one who paid for the replacement of your phones after using them for less than a year. When I buy clothes, I always buy the cheapest ones. When I look for a house, I also look for the cheapest one. The cell phones I use are all obsolete ones. During the holidays, I don't even dare to go out and relax. I stay at home because it costs money. I've been in Qingling for so many years and I've never made any friends. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare to. I'm afraid that if my friends suddenly ask me to treat them to a meal, I won't be able to afford it. Usually, when I have a cold or a fever, I have to bear it by myself. I don't even dare to go to the hospital. If you think about it carefully, I've never had more than 10,000 yuan in my card since I started working. How did I save up so much money for the betrothal gifts? But I'm sure you didn't even think about it because you only know how to ask for money. You don't care about me at all. In your eyes, I'm not your daughter or sister. I'm just a tool to provide you with money. The resentment that Song Jinyu had hidden in her heart for a long time was completely vented with each sentence. Her emotions became more and more agitated, and tears continuously flowed from her eyes. By the end of her speech, both sides of her face were wet with tears. Tanzhan and Song Feiyu looked at Song Jinyu's tear-filled face and were stunned. Guilt flashed through their hearts. However, this emotion was only fleeting. Tanzhan said, I know it's not easy for you, but as his sister, you can't possibly not give him a betrothal gift when your brother is getting married. That's not right. Have I not given enough money? I've only been working for half a year and he asked me to buy a car for 200,000 yuan, but I still gave it to him. But do you know how I gave it to him? I borrowed money from someone, and it took me more than a year to pay it off, Song Jinyu continued. Song Jinyu continued, after buying the car, he still asked me for 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and I still gave it to him. Isn't that enough? Tanzhan said, buying a car is buying a car, and betrothal gifts are betrothal gifts. These are two different things. Besides, he doesn't have a job. As his sister, it's only right for you to give him some living expenses. Song Feiyu complained, I only asked for a 200,000 yuan domestic car, and you still have so many complaints. There's also an older sister in our village who gave her brother an Audi A6 and even bought him a house in a big city. We're both sisters, but the difference is too big. Tanzhan added, that's right. She hasn't even gone to college. What about you? You're not as successful as her even if you go to college. Song Jinyu knew the woman that Song Feiyu was talking about. She was a girl in her early 20s who found an old man in his 60s and became a rich woman. Of course, she was rich. How could Song Jinyu be envious of her success through this method? Song Jinyu wiped away the tears on her face and said coldly, no matter what you say, I don't have the betrothal gift money, and I can't afford it. Song Feiyu immediately panicked and couldn't help but tug at her mother's sleeve. Tanzhan thought for a moment and said, didn't you borrow 200,000 yuan when you bought your brother a car? Go and borrow some more money to make up for the 800,000 yuan betrothal gift. Song Jinyu became angry at the mention of borrowing 200,000 yuan. I have to thank you for this. It's because of that 200,000 yuan that I don't even have a friend now. Song Feiyu had an idea and said, sister, you're so pretty. There must be a lot of guys chasing you. You should have a boyfriend, right? Just ask your boyfriend to give it to you. Song Jinyu said, I feel really honored to have a family like you. I don't want to harm others, so how would I dare to find a boyfriend? Tanzhan said angrily, listen to what you're saying. Are you even human? I'm just asking you to give your younger brother a betrothal gift. You're making it sound like I'm asking for your life. It's my bad luck to have such a sister. Song Feiyu sighed. At this moment, a hotel staff member came to the half-open door and knocked on it. Mr. Song, Ms. Tan, it's time. Please settle your accounts first. Otherwise, we'll have to resort to legal means. Tanzhan did not panic at all. She pointed at Song Jinyu and said, my daughter is here. She will pay the bill. Song Jinyu had a bad feeling about this, but she still asked the waiter, excuse me, how much do my mother and brother owe? The hotel staff smiled and replied, the total is 31205. He then passed the bill to Song Jinyu. Song Jinyu glanced at it and was shocked. Why did the two of you book 2 luxurious double rooms? Song Feiyu asked in return, what's wrong with the two of us booking 2 rooms? Song Jinyu said, it's fine to book 2 rooms, but why did you book a double room instead of a single room? A double room is more spacious. Okay, you like spacious rooms, but there are normal rooms and premium rooms to choose from. Why did you choose a luxurious room? Do you think I have too much money? Sister, I know it's not easy for you to earn money, so I'm trying to accommodate you. Otherwise, I would have chosen a luxurious room or even a presidential room. Then what about ordering food? The two of you ordered 6 dishes for a meal? One dizzy spell, one vegetarian dish, and one soup. This is the standard for a single person. What's wrong with ordering 6 dishes for 2 people? Since you think it's right, you can pay the bill yourself. Song Jinyu said angrily. Song Feiyu said, you only give me 3,000 yuan every month. I don't even have enough money to spend. How can I pay the bill? Song Jinyu said, since you don't have money, why are you still so extravagant and staying in such a good hotel? Song Feiyu said matter-of-factly, don't I have you, sister? Song Jinyu was so angry that she felt dizzy. I don't care about you anymore. You can settle it with mom. If it was more than 10,000 yuan, she would have gritted her teeth and paid with her credit card. However, 30,000 yuan was more than the credit card limit. No matter what, she had to fork out the money. Song Feiyu complained, sister, didn't you hear? If we don't pay the bill, they'll use legal means to settle it. Are you going to watch us get arrested? You're too heartless. Tanjin sat on the ground and pretended to wail and make a scene. There's no justice in this world. The daughter I raised for more than 20 years is actually abandoning her mother. How can there be such a heartless daughter in this world? Look, everyone, come and take a look. Tanjin's loud voice was honed from quarreling with people in the countryside. It was loud and sharp. Her shouting attracted many passers-by to gather outside the door. These people did not know what was going on and did not say anything. They just watched the commotion. Wang Haoren heard the news from the front desk and came over. He pushed through the crowd and walked into the room. He saw tear stains on Song Jinyu's face. It was obvious that she had been wronged. It made his heart ache. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang Haoren walked over to the aggrieved Song Jinyu. He rubbed her shoulder and comforted her. Song Jinyu was stunned and stared blankly at Wang Haoren. Ding, the female lead Song Jinyu's favorability towards the host has increased by 5. Current favorability is 45, very friendly, ding, the host has influenced the plot. Obtained 200 villain points. Song Jinyu felt a warm sensation from the palm on her shoulder. She couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. You, why are you here? Wang Haoren explained, Mayan called me and told me. I was afraid that you would be bullied, so I rushed over to take a look. However, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I was delayed until now. You're my sister's boyfriend, right? Song Feiyu saw that Wang Haoren and Song Jinyu seemed to be quite close, so he asked. Song Jinyu wanted to deny it, but Wang Haoren said first, yes, so what do you want to say? My sister lied to me that she didn't have a boyfriend. So she was lying. Song Feiyu was pleasantly surprised. He then sized up Wang Haoren and felt that he had a noble temperament. At first glance, he could tell that he was a young master from a rich family. Thus, he revealed a smile and directly shouted shamelessly, hello, brother-in-law. Don't call him that. He's not your brother-in-law. Hearing Song Feiyu's shameless words, Song Jinyu felt embarrassed, so she corrected him. Song Feiyu said to his sister, he's my boyfriend now, but he'll be my brother-in-law in the future. It's all the same. After that, he looked at Wang Haoren. With a big smile. He raised his hand slightly and made a gesture of counting money. Wang Haoren understood and was shocked by Song Feiyu's shamelessness. However, he still said calmly, you want a gift, right? I came in a hurry and didn't bring it. I won't. I'll definitely have it, and you'll definitely be satisfied. He smiled meaningfully. Song Feiyu, of course, did not understand the meaning behind it. He only thought that Wang Haoren was serious and could not help but look forward to it. At the side, Tanjin reminded, the gift is secondary. The main thing is the betrothal gift. Song Feiyu quickly said, yes, brother-in-law. I have a girlfriend and we're getting married soon. Haowever, we lack a house. Although my sister doesn't have money, brother-in-law, you definitely have money. What do you think? Haoren, Song Jinyu wanted to say something, but Wang Haoren raised his hand and stopped him. Wang Haoren asked Song Feiyu, how much do you think is suitable? 80. Song Feiyu thought for a while and suddenly changed his words. At least 8 million. Brother-in-law, with your temperament, you can't afford anything less than that, right? Wang Haoran said, are you sure it's 8 million? Yes, 8 million. Song Feiyu was about to give a definite reply. Wait, Tanjin interrupted. Feiyu doesn't know any better. With your temperament, 8 million is too cheap. Why don't we round it up and make it 10 million? Yes, 10 million. A round number sounds better. Song Feiyu agreed loudly. The shamelessness of this mother and son pair was shocking. The onlookers at the door were also shocked and started discussing. Oh my god, what kind of person is this? Is he crazy? He's still her boyfriend, and he's already asking for 10 million as a betrothal gift. I've lived for more than 30 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a person. This mother and son pair are crazy. The onlookers around them were relatively normal. When they saw how shameless Tanjin and Song Feiyu were, they started to criticize them. This is our family's business. It's none of your business. Go, don't join in the fun here. Tanjin threw a tantrum and gestured to the people outside the door to chase them away. Then, she looked at Wang Haoran with a smile. Son-in-law, what do you think? Wang Haoran was curious about their bottom line, so he said, 10 million, right? Are you sure you don't want to change it? Hiss, Tanjin and Song Feiyu looked at each other and could not help but gasp. At the same time, they became excited. It seemed that Song Jinyu's boyfriend was very rich. Even after hearing the betrothal gift of 10 million, his expression didn't change at all. Thinking of this, Tanjin asked for an exorbitant price. Haha, my good son-in-law, you heard wrong. I said 80 million just now. After all, we're planning to buy a house in a first-tier city like the capital. If it's 10 million, we won't be able to buy a good house. 80 million should be enough. Song Feiyu also opened his mouth wide and shamelessly asked, my car also needs to be changed. It's been driven for 2 or 3 years and is already old. Since we have a new house, how can we not have a new car? Brother-in-law, can you help me buy another car? It's a Maserati CEO, it's only about 5 million yuan. After thinking for a while, he suddenly felt dissatisfied, so he said, the CEO has a family car. I think we also need a sports car. Lamborghini or Ferrari or something, it's better to get one too. When the onlookers heard this, their worldview was shattered. Wang Haoran could not help but be shocked for a while. Then, he smiled at Tanjin and Song Feiyu. 80 million is still too little. Let's just buy a building for our new house with 8 billion. Isn't that better? As for the car, I'll give you a Rolls-Royce. As for the sports car? I'll give you one in the tens of millions, at least 30 million. Oh right, I'll give you another 10 million for living expenses every month. I'll also give you a listed company and let you be the CEO. Hearing this, even the shameless Tanjin and Song Feiyu felt that it was extremely surreal. Tanjin and Song Feiyu wanted to confirm, so they could not help but ask, brother-in-law, son-in-law, are you joking? Wang Haoran put away the smile on his face and asked expressionlessly, weren't you the ones who joked first? Tanjin and Song Feiyu's expressions froze. Song Jinyu could not help but say, Mom, brother, don't embarrass yourself. He's not my boyfriend. Even if he is, you can't ask him for these things. Tanjin gritted her teeth and scolded, you ingrate. You're not even married and you're already siding with an outsider. I provided for your college education. Now that you're successful, you want to get rid of us? No way. Song Jinyu said, provided for my college education? When I was in college, I earned all my expenses by working. When did you pay a single cent? Tanjin said, I gave birth to you and raised you. That's the truth, right? When your brother got married and asked you for a betrothal gift, you actually cancelled your number. Now we have to come all the way from the countryside to the big city to look for you. Do you have such a disgraceful daughter? Before Wang Haoran had time to speak, a mother in her 40s immediately reprimanded him angrily, what a joke. I've never seen a mother like you. Are you still human? Your son has hands and feet. Can't he earn money himself? Why do you have to ask your daughter for a betrothal gift? Then let me ask you, when your daughter gets married, how much will you give her as a dowry? Tanjin curled her lips and said, when my daughter gets married, she belongs to someone else. They should give me a betrothal gift. How can I give them a dowry? When she said that, not only the mother, but everyone else present also became angry. They were so angry that their blood pressure soared. Seeing that everyone was angry, Wang Haoran said to Song Jinyu, tell us how your family has treated you. Start from when you're sensible and let everyone be the judge. Song Jinyu also felt extremely wronged. After hearing that, she also narrated her story. The surrounding people immediately quieted down and began to listen. When Song Jinyu finished speaking, other than Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu who felt that it was only right, everyone else was furious. They spoke up for Song Jinyu and agreed with her decision to cancel her number. At the same time, they criticized Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu for being extremely shameless. When Song Jinyu heard that, the grievance in her heart calmed down a lot. The words of the surrounding people were exactly what she was thinking. However, as Tan Zhen's daughter and Song Feiyu's elder sister, she had always tolerated it. Now that she heard it from the mouths of bystanders, Song Jinyu was even more determined. She did not want to continue being held hostage by her family. From now on, she wanted to live for herself. Song Jinyu heaved a long sigh of relief after confirming this thought. At the same time, she looked at Wang Haoran with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. It was Wang Haoran who gave her the courage to speak out about the grievances she had suffered over the years. At this moment, Song Jinyu inadvertently forgot that Wang Haoran was once her student. Instead, she treated him as a man who made her feel safe. Ding, the female lead Song Jinyu's favorability towards the host has increased by 5. Current favorability is 50, adoration, ding. The host has influenced the plot and obtained 800 villain points. Yi Qiu's protagonist aura -40. The host's villain aura +40. After a long while, the censure gradually died down. The 40-year-old mother tried to persuade Song Jinyu. Miss, it's enough that you've suffered so much. Such kinship is not worth maintaining. They don't treat you as a family member at all. You should cut ties with them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will continue to endlessly demand. That's right, Mississippi. We'll back you up. Song Feiyu did not think that she was wrong at all, so she retorted, you city people are really bad. He's my sister. Isn't it normal for him to take care of his parents and brother? What right do you have to cut ties with us? Tanjin said fiercely, are you backing her up? Sure. This was a 5-star hotel. The people who came here to spend their money had a relatively good social status and economic strength. They were not the kind of people who lived in the marketplace. Naturally, they would not spout such vulgarities. Hearing Tanjin's string of profanities, she could not help but be stunned. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hit him. In the field, someone let out an instigating voice. This voice also ignited the fuse of anger. A group of people rolled up their sleeves and swarmed in from the door, rushing toward Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu. Wang Haoran pulled Song Jinyu's hand and led her away to avoid being implicated by the crowd's anger. Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu were surrounded by the crowd. Their situation could not be seen clearly, but their cries of pain were exceptionally clear. Song Jinyu was stunned for a moment. Then, she panicked. Although Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu were despicable, how could the kind-hearted Song Jinyu remain indifferent when he saw them being ganged up on by the crowd? With this thought in mind, Song Jinyu looked at Wang Haoran for help. Wang Haoran understood and nodded to Song Jinyu. After that, he walked towards the crowd. Everyone, stop. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Wang Haoran pushed through the crowd as he tried to persuade them. He kicked Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu who were on the ground a few times. Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu screamed even louder. Stop fighting. Wang Haoran raised his voice and tried to persuade him. Of course, his feet didn't stop moving. After a while, the crowd started to disperse. Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu's hair was disheveled and their faces were swollen. They looked extremely miserable. You city people are too barbaric. You're not human. Tan Zhen screamed and shouted at the hotel staff who stood motionless at the door. Call the police. Call the police. I want these people arrested. Okay, Ms. Tan. The hotel staff smiled and dialed a number. Hello, this is the Xingting Hotel. We have 2 guests who stayed in rooms and ate without paying. They owe more than 30,000 yuan. Not only did they refuse to pay, but they also caused trouble in the hotel. Please come over and deal with this immediately. After that, he hung up the phone and looked at Tanzhen with a smile. Ms. Tan, I've already called the police as you requested. Tanzhen was stunned. Then, she pointed at the hotel staff and shouted, I want to file a complaint against you. The hotel staff stopped smiling and sneered. If he wasn't a hotel staff, he would have gone up to beat her up. Seeing Tanzhen and Song Feiyu's miserable appearance, Song Jinyu couldn't bear to see them like this. Seeing this, Wang Haoran said to Song Jinyu, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's find a place to have dinner. Song Jinyu said, they don't treat me as their daughter or sister, and I don't want to treat them as my mother or brother. However, I still hope that they can go back to their hometown in one piece. I don't want them to be arrested. After hesitating for a while, she said embarrassedly, can you lend me some money? I want to help them clear their debt. It's the last thing I can do for them. Wang Haoran nodded and asked the hotel staff to bring the POS over. He then swiped his card to pay. In order to appease Song Jinyu's uneasiness, he even gave Tanzhen and Song Feiyu 3,000 yuan in cash so that they could at least pay for their journey home. However, Tanzhen threw the 3,000 yuan on the ground. You only gave me this much money? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? It should be at least 30 million. Otherwise, don't even think about being with my daughter. Wang Haoran frowned and didn't say anything else. He didn't continue to say anything because he understood that it was useless to say nice things to an extremely selfish person like Tanzhen. The more he said nice things to her, the more unscrupulous she would be. When it came to reasoning with people like her, fists were more effective than words. Although the people around them were angry, they still knew when to stop. Otherwise, Tanzhen's voice wouldn't have been so loud after being beaten up. However, Wang Haoran didn't plan to do it himself. He took Song Jinyu's hand and led her out of the place first. 20 minutes later, Wang Haoran and Song Jinyu arrived at a Western restaurant to have dinner. During the meal, Song Jinyu seemed a little absent-minded. Wang Haoran asked, are you still thinking about what happened just now? Song Jinyu's emotions were complicated. She said sadly, I don't have a home anymore. Wang Haoran put down his knife and fork, grabbed Song Jinyu's hand, and looked into her dejected eyes. As long as you're willing, wherever I am, it will be your home. Song Jinyu trembled and stared blankly at Wang Haoran. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Ding. The host has stirred up the heart of the female lead, Song Jinyu. Obtained 200 villain points. Ding. The host has stirred up the heart of the female lead, Song Jinyu. Obtained 300 villain points. Ding. The host has stirred up the heart of the female lead, Song Jinyu. Obtained 400 villain points. Ding. The host has stirred up the heart of the female lead, Song Jinyu. Obtained 1,000 villain points. Ding. The favorability of the female lead, Song Jinyu, towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 60, admiration, ding. The host has influenced the plot. Obtained 600 villain points. Yi Chou's protagonist aura minus 30. The host's villain aura plus 30. Hearing the series of system notifications, Wang Haoran was dumbfounded. After knowing what had happened to Song Jinyu, he really felt sorry for the female lead. Just now, in that situation, he couldn't help but say such a sentence. He didn't expect that when it fell into Song Jinyu's ears, it became a critical hit. But after thinking about it, this seemed to be reasonable. Song Jinyu had made a major decision to draw a clear line with her vampire family, but her heart was actually extremely fragile. Wang Haoran's sweet words were naturally more effective than usual. Song Jinyu met Wang Haoran's gaze. She felt her heart beating faster and faster, and her face was getting hotter and hotter. In the end, she couldn't resist that invasive gaze and shyly lowered her eyes. In order to hide her inner feelings, Song Jinyu used her dignity as Wang Haoran's class teacher and said, "You're not even 20 years old and you're still studying, yet you say you'll give me a home. You're really shameless. Stop talking nonsense." If you continue, I'll knock your head. Wang Haoren withdrew the aggressive gaze that men used to look at women. He suddenly said gently, Sister Jinyu, what I mean is, we used to be teacher and student, and now we're friends. If you're willing, you can treat me as your family. Not just me, but also Su Muyan, Wen Jing, and the others. They can all be your family. Song Jinyu was slightly stunned, and a sense of loss rose in her heart. What does it mean to shoot yourself in the foot? Song Jinyu's actions were like this. However, Song Jinyu didn't dare to reveal her feelings of loss. She pretended to forgive Wang Haoren and said, so that's what you meant. That's more like it. Don't have any ideas about me. I'm not interested in young boys. Hearing Song Jinyu's words, Wang Haoren simply said, don't worry, Sister Jinyu. I respect you very much. I don't have any ideas about you. Song Jinyu's pretty face clearly twitched. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she swallowed her words. Wang Haoren pretended not to see through Song Jinyu's thoughts and said with a smile, let's eat. Okay, let's eat, let's eat. Song Jinyu nodded and began to eat her steak. In her heart, she couldn't help but want to slap her own mouth. She liked to pretend to be reserved, but now, she was asking for trouble. Song Jinyu was depressed because of this and began to eat her steak in big bites. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached over and wiped the grease from her mouth with a piece of tissue. Following that, he even helped to brush away the strands of hair that had fallen in front of her forehead. Raising her black jewel-like eyes, Song Jinyu looked at the person in front of her. Her bad habit of being a homeroom teacher was about to flare up again. She thought to herself, what a hypocrite. Didn't you just say that you respected me? You've crossed the line. Isn't this an action that only couples do? However, Song Jinyu swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She wouldn't do something as stupid as shooting herself in the foot a second time. Song Jinyu pretended to be natural and smiled at Wang Haoren before lowering her head and continuing to eat her steak. As she ate, she purposely smeared the grease around her mouth. Just as Song Jinyu had expected, a hand was holding a piece of tissue to help her wipe her face. Song Jinyu was delighted, but she didn't show it on her face. Wang Haoren didn't say anything, maintaining a silent tacit understanding with Song Jinyu. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Song Jinyu was very close to Su Muyan and the others. If his relationship with Song Jinyu reached the point where it was on the surface, Su Muyan and the others would have to explain and appease them. This was a very troublesome matter. Last time, in order to mediate the relationship between Su Muyan and Qin Yunhan, Wang Haoren had to act out the scene of him jumping into a river. His lips were about to be torn, and he practically used all the emotional lines he had read from idol dramas and novels to settle it. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to do this kind of thing again. If he could avoid it, he would. Moreover, for some reason, Wang Haoren felt that there was a joy in being sneaky. For example, this silent interaction with Song Jinyu. Not long after, the dinner ended with a little bit of sweetness and tacit understanding. After this dinner, Song Jinyu's sadness from breaking up with her family had mostly dissipated. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Haoren sent Song Jinyu back to the teacher's room in Qingling campus. Then, he went to the villa outside the campus. On the way, Wang Haoren took out his phone and found a number that he hadn't seen in a long time. Zhuqiu Qinyu. Calculating the time, he hadn't contacted Zhuqiu Qinyu for almost 3 months. When he gave Zhuqiu Qinyu the antidote, he had asked her underlings to come and get it. Zhuqiu Qinyu also didn't take the initiative to contact Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren could roughly guess the reason. It was because Zhuqiu Qinyu had lost a bet and still owed him something. Wang Haoren didn't forget about this matter. He just didn't want to look for Zhuqiu Qinyu. Because the two protagonists related to Zhuqiu Qinyu, Xiao Feng and Yang Guishan, were already dead, Wang Haoren naturally didn't have the heart to flirt with Zhuqiu Qinyu. After all, Zhuqiu Qinyu was the big sister of the female lead. It was more difficult to win her over. Moreover, her current favorability was only 30. Under the circumstances that Zhuqiu Qinyu didn't attract the attention of the protagonists, Wang Haoren couldn't be bothered with her. Although Zhuqiu Qinyu was very beautiful and enchanting, the other female leads were also very beautiful and had their own charm. Moreover, Qin Yunhan, Qiu Qianwei, and Yang Jingwan's favorability was basically maxed out. Getting along with them was really much more pleasant. Wang Haoren didn't need to worry about anything at all. He could do whatever he wanted. If it wasn't necessary, why would he look for Zhuqiu Qinyu? However, in the current situation, it was necessary to contact Zhuqiu Qinyu. This was because Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu still needed to be taught a lesson. Wang Haoren didn't want to do it himself, so he could only send someone. Currently, he had two forces that he could use. One was the poison sect, and the other was Zhuqiu Qinyu and her subordinates. However, the poison sect's forces were used to deal with the protagonists. If he used them to deal with Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill. It was best to leave this matter to Zhuqiu Qinyu. After the call connected, Wang Haoren didn't bother with small talk and went straight to the point. I want a few repairmen. The other side of the phone was silent for a few seconds, as if in a daze. Only then did Zhuqiu Qinyu's seductive voice come through. What are you repairing? Cars? People. How many people? What are your requirements? 2 people. A middle-aged woman and a young man in his early 20s. As for the requirements, it's fine as long as you don't kill them. The rest is up to you, Wang Haoren said. Actually, Wang Haoren wanted to send Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu back to the cauldron to be rebuilt. However, considering Song Jinyu's kindness, he ultimately dismissed the idea. Although Song Jinyu had chosen to cut ties with Tan Zhen and Song Feiyu, if she heard the news of their deaths, it would definitely affect her mentality. Zhuqiu Qinyu, no problem. Then that's all. After speaking, Wang Haoren hung up. On the other end of the phone, Zhuqiu Qinyu heard the busy tone and couldn't help but be shocked. She thought that Wang Haoren would ask her to cash in on the prize. Who knew that she was overthinking things? Buzz buzz. Just as this thought flashed through Zhuqiu Qinyu's mind, her phone vibrated. Wang Haoren had sent her the information on the 2 targets. Zhuqiu Qinyu put away her thoughts and immediately went to instruct her subordinates. Although she had become a full-time employee, she was still forced by her circumstances. As long as she didn't go overboard, her subordinates would occasionally earn some extra money. Repairing people was one of the ways to earn extra money. Moreover, the subordinates in charge of this business were all very professional. They did things quickly and accurately, leaving no traces behind. Wang Haoren arrived near the villa and met Yang Jingwan at the agreed location. Then, he brought Yang Jingwan to the villa. The front door of the villa was equipped with a fingerprint lock. Only Wang Haoren and Tang Bingyun's fingerprints were recorded on it. To make it easier for them to meet in the future, Wang Haoren asked Yang Jingwan to record her fingerprints as well. That way, Yang Jingwan wouldn't have to wait around Qingling University in the future. She could just come straight to the villa. This is for you. As they walked into the living room of the villa, Yang Jingwan smiled and handed a small box the size of a fist to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren froze for a moment before opening the small box. Inside was a shiny Rolex watch. As a rich second-generation heir, he had some knowledge of luxury goods. This Rolex was real. It wasn't some cheap product. Judging from the number and size of the sparkling diamonds on the dial, this watch definitely wasn't cheap. This must be expensive. Why did you suddenly think of giving me this? Wang Haoren couldn't help but ask. Yang Jingwan said, about 100,000. Didn't you get into Qingling University? As your senior and girlfriend, of course, I have to give you something. But the 1.5 million I earned from selling my house was all thanks to your help. I don't think it's meaningful to give it to you. I got my salary again this month. I earned it with my own abilities, so I bought you a present. Wang Haoren nodded. When is your birthday? Yang Jingwan understood. She furrowed her brows and quickly said, I gave you a present. I didn't expect you to give me a present in return. Looking at Yang Jingwan's anxious expression, Wang Haoren could more or less guess what she was thinking. In the beginning, Yang Jingwan was in financial difficulties. Part of the reason she came into contact with Wang Haoren was because of money. Now that Yang Jingwan's impression of him was almost full, their relationship became pure. But, Yang Jingwan still held a grudge. She was afraid that Wang Haoren would think that she was with him because of money. So, when Yang Jingwan heard Wang Haoren ask about her birthday, she assumed that Wang Haoren's idea of giving her a present was to ask him for money. "I'm just asking. I don't have any other intentions," Wang Haoren comforted Yang Jingwan after he sensed her thoughts. "I'm not going to give you an expensive gift in return. Maybe I'll just give you a bouquet of flowers, the kind that costs a few dozen yuan." When Yang Jingwan heard this, she nodded happily. Just as she was about to say her birthday, she thought of something and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I remember. I told you when my birthday was. Have you forgotten?" Wang Haoren was stunned. He really didn't remember this, but on the surface, he still said, "Hee, of course I remember. I was just joking with you." Yang Jingwan took advantage of the situation and asked, "Then tell me, when is my birthday?" Wang Haoren couldn't answer, so he changed the topic. He looked into Yang Jingwan's eyes affectionately and said, "Wan, you're so beautiful today." "Really?" Yang Jingwan lowered her eyes. Her heart was filled with joy. Wang Haoren moved closer to her and held her face in his hands. Yang Jingwan subconsciously closed her eyes and tilted her face up slightly. After a minute or two, when Yang Jingwan opened her eyes again, her mind was blank. She had forgotten to ask about her birthday. Wang Haoren stretched out his wrist and said, "Help me put it on." Yang Jingwan picked up the watch and helped Wang Haoren put it on. She then asked, "What do you think? Do you like it?" "I'll like anything you give me." Wang Haoren replied to Yang Jingwan with a jack-of-all-trades remark, making Yang Jingwan smile. She then asked, "Are you doing well recently? Has your house sales been going well recently? You're getting paid quite a lot." Yang Jingwan had just said that she bought the nearly $100,000 Rolex with her new salary. Judging from Yang Jingwan's previous performance, she wasn't suited to be a salesperson. Her performance was poor. If someone hadn't helped her last time, Yang Jingwan would have been fired. Yang Jingwan replied, "I didn't earn money from selling the house. I earned it from doing a part-time job." Wang Haoren was curious, "A part-time job? What kind of part-time job can earn you so much money?" Yang Jingwan said mysteriously, "Take a guess. There's a hint that you need to use a computer." "Are you also a video game streamer online?" Wang Haoren asked subconsciously. He had previously heard from Sumu Yan that she live-streamed games on Douyin. If nothing went wrong, Sumu Yan would definitely become popular. After all, she had the halo of a female lead and her looks were outstanding. If she didn't become popular, it was only natural. With Yang Jingwan's looks, if she were to livestream online, she would most likely become popular. "I'm not a video game streamer," Yang Jingwan shook her head. She then asked curiously, "Hey, why did you use the word also?" Wang Haoren replied, "One of my classmates has been livestreaming a mobile game recently. It's a game called Pesticide." Yang Jingwan replied with an "Oh." She didn't beat around the bush and directly explained, "I'm writing online and the results are quite good. I earned over $100,000 in my first month." Wang Haoren was surprised, "Have you written before?" "No," Yang Jingwan shook her head, "I've only read about it before, but I've never written before. This is my first novel." Wang Haoren was shocked. That meant Yang Jingwan was a new author. A new author earning $100,000 in her first month? What would happen after that? She definitely had the potential to become a top author. This situation was obviously unusual. Although the shameless god of war, Su Lang, was already dead, Yang Jingwan still had the halo of a female lead. She was still the female lead. The special events that happened to Yang Jingwan were likely to lead to a new direction of the plot. In other words, a new protagonist related to Yang Jingwan was likely to appear. With that in mind, Wang Haoren asked Yang Jingwan, "Which website are you on? What novel are you writing? Let me see." Yang Jingwan took out her phone and opened a novel app. She then pointed to a novel that was trending on the homepage. This was currently the largest female channel website on the market. The website was promoted by top authors and was very competitive. It was known as the graveyard for new authors. The female novel that Yang Jingwan wrote last month was only 40,000 words. Moreover, it was updated within 10 days. In other words, the $100,000 in royalties was only earned in 10 days. This kind of result was enough to crush many top authors. She basically dominated the rankings. She was indeed the female lead. She was unreasonable. She was just a newcomer, yet she was so amazing. Young Master Lin has rewarded Wan with 1 million coins. Young Master Lin has rewarded Wan with 1 million coins. Young Master Lin has rewarded Wan with 1 million coins. Just as Wang Haoren was surprised, the comment page of Yang Jingwan's female novel was flooded with messages of rewards from a reader with the ID Young Master Lin. Wan was Yang Jingwan's pen name. It was the same as her WeChat nickname. The news of the 1 million book coins tip finally stopped after the 100th time. On the website that Yang Jingwan was on, the exchange rate between real money and virtual money was 1 to 100. 100th time of 1 million book coins tip would be equivalent to 1 million. In the entire novel industry, a reward of 100,000 was considered the highest. A reward of 1 million was extremely rare. When Yang Jingwan saw this, she was shocked. She couldn't recover from her shock for a long time. The female novel website split the reward 7 to 3, and the author took 7. Yang Jingwan could get 700,000 out of the 1 million book coins. After deducting the tax, she would get around 600,000. She had earned 600,000 in such a simple way. Yang Jingwan was obviously stunned. However, Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. This was obviously unusual. Based on the ID Young Master Lin, it seemed to be a man. It wasn't uncommon for men to read female novels, but it was rare for them to tip so many book coins. With that thought, Wang Haoren said to Yang Jingwan, "Lend me your website account." "Use it as you please," Yang Jingwan replied without asking for the reason. Wang Haoren took out his laptop and opened the female novel website that Yang Jingwan was on. He logged in with Yang Jingwan's account and sent a private message to Young Master Lin. "Thank you." The content was simple. Even so, Young Master Lin replied immediately after the message was sent. "Miss Author, can you add me as VX?" "Sure." Wang Haoren borrowed Yang Jingwan's phone and sent her WeChat ID. Soon, Wang Haoren received a friend request. The message was, "I am Young Master Lin." Wang Haoren accepted the friend request and looked at the information that Young Master Lin had filled in. On Young Master Lin's WeChat, apart from the fact that he was male and that he was in Qingling, there was no other useful information. As for his WeChat moments, there was not a single message. While Wang Haoren was searching, Young Master Lin also sent a message, "Miss Author, I've already tipped you so much. Can you let me see your picture?" "Sure." Wang Haoren agreed and immediately went online to look for pictures. Yang Jingwan was the female lead. To prevent Young Master Lin from seeing Yang Jingwan's photo and bumping into her in real life, Wang Haoren obviously wouldn't give him a real photo of Yang Jingwan. After searching for a while, Wang Haoren quickly found a beautiful woman's selfie and sent it to Young Master Lin. As a villain, Wang Haoren was almost certain that Young Master Lin was the main character. Wang Haoren used Yang Jingwan's private message to contact the other party in order to lure them out. "I even found the same photo on the internet. How dare you use a fake photo to trick me? If you don't have the courage to send me a photo, then you must be an ugly woman." "Bye-bye," Young Master Lin replied. After sending the message, Yang Jingwan's WeChat was blocked by the other party. Wang Haoren felt it was a pity. Should he say that the other party was too cautious? Or was it that dogs were too sensitive to meat buns? How could he not be fooled by sending a photo? If he had known this would happen, he would have just used Yang Jingwan's photo. However, it was too late now. Yang Jingwan's WeChat had been blocked by the other party. Wang Haoren returned the phone to Yang Jingwan. Yang Jingwan obviously didn't understand Wang Haoren's true intentions. She simply thought that he cared about her. So, she complained, "What's wrong? Why did you specifically contact this Young Master Lin? Are you worried that I'll be kidnapped?" Hearing this, Wang Haoren took the opportunity to say some sweet words. "Of course, you're my sweetheart. How could I not be worried?" Ding. Host has touched the heart of the female lead, Yang Jingwan. Reward, 300 villain points. Ding. Host has touched the heart of the female lead, Yang Jingwan. Reward, 300 villain points. Ding. Host has touched the heart of the female lead, Yang Jingwan. Reward, 300 villain points. Yang Jingwan's heart felt warm as she leaned her head against Wang Haoran's shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry, I won't leave you in this lifetime. Even if I die, I will be with you. In my next life, and the life after that, I will be with you forever." Everyone knew that women liked to listen to sweet words. For some reason, Wang Haoran, as a man, also liked to listen to sweet words. Wasn't this abnormal? Wang Haoran suddenly had this question. However, this wasn't the question he wanted to ask. He looked at Yang Jingwan passionately. Their good chemistry made Yang Jingwan immediately understand. I am going to take a shower." After speaking, she quickly left. As Wang Haoran waited, he played with his phone. He suddenly remembered what he had said to Su Muyan during the day. In his chat with Su Muyan, there was Su Muyan's ID on Douyin. Wang Haoran opened Douyin and did a search. He quickly found Su Muyan's account. Su Muyan didn't post many short videos. There were only two. One was a short video showing off her gaming skills. The other was a daily video taken on campus. With just these two short videos, Su Muyan gathered over 2 million fans. At this moment, Su Muyan's profile picture had a red circle flashing. This meant that Su Muyan was streaming. Wang Haoran clicked on it to take a look. There were over 10,000 viewers in Su Muyan's streaming room. This number of viewers could be considered above average in the category of live streaming games. The hero she was playing, Aku, had already killed 10 people in the first 6 minutes of the game. The bullet screen was filled with all sorts of compliments. Wang Haoran wasn't in the mood to watch the game. After watching it for a while, he lost interest. He returned to his account and registered a new account. Originally, he had an account called Piano God. But because of Qiu Qianwei's acceptance speech, it was blocked by Douyin. After that, Wang Haoran didn't think about getting it back. After all, he had only registered that account for Qiu Qianwei. Now that Qiu Qianwei was his, the Piano God account didn't matter anymore. But now that Wang Haoran had decided to send gifts to Su Muyan to increase her popularity, he naturally needed an account. Not long after, the account was registered. The new ID was very ordinary. It was called Leaderboard Big Brother. Wang Haoran directly added 1 million yuan to his account. Then, he entered Su Muyan's streaming room again. He opened the gift window and directly aimed at the Supreme Salute, which was worth $66,666. If converted to real money, it would be worth $6,666. This was the most expensive gift in the gift window. Wang Haoran leisurely clicked the Supreme Salute cannon 100 times and received 666,600 yuan. The viewers in Su Muyan's streaming room were shocked by the Leaderboard Big Brother. The bullet screen instantly exploded. Even Su Muyan herself was astonished. Aku, the character she was controlling, directly rushed into the crowd and made a mistake. He was besieged and beaten to death, ushering in his first death in battle. In Su Muyan's streaming room, many viewers were worshipping the Leaderboard Big Brother. Wang Haoran glanced at the bullet screen and prepared to leave. He would give the rest to Su Muyan another day. However, at this moment, Su Muyan's live broadcast room once again displayed the special gift effect of Supreme Salute. Young Master Lin sent out Supreme Salute Cannon X10. Young Master Lin sent out Supreme Salute Cannon X10. Young Master Lin sent out Supreme Salute Cannon X10. Young Master Lin sent out Supreme Salute Cannon X10. Wang Haoran's Leaderboard Big Brother was quickly pushed down to second place. However, young Master Lin's gifts did not stop. Young Master Lin sent out Supreme Salute Cannon X10. Young Master Lin sent out Supreme Salute Cannon X10. Young Master Lin sent out Supreme Salute Cannon X10. It was young Master Lin again. Wang Haoran was slightly stunned when he saw the Supreme Salute notification flooding the live streaming channel. The person with the ID Young Master Lin was most likely the same person who gave Yang Jingwan 1,000,000 book coins. Yang Jingwan was the female lead, and so was Su Muyan. It seemed that young Master Lin not only had Yang Jingwan in his main storyline, but he also had Su Muyan. Judging from the way young Master Lin was giving out gifts, he was probably the main character of a godly tycoon. There were many different main characters of a godly tycoon. They were all weird and uncountable. Which type of godly tycoon was young Master Lin? The information revealed so far was still a bit vague. Wang Haoran couldn't tell which type he was. However, what he cared about now wasn't figuring out which type of godly tycoon was young Master Lin, but that he had been pushed down to the second place. He had chosen the ID Big Brother number 1 on a whim. Now, he had been pushed down to the second place by young Master Lin. He couldn't tolerate this humiliation. Moreover, he was a supervillain, and young Master Lin was the main character. That was even more unbearable. Wang Haoran opened the top-up interface and charged 10 million in one go. Oh my god, this is the real Big Brother number 1. 10 supreme salutes at the same time. That's $66,666. Is this the world of the rich? Young Master Lin, Big Brother is awesome. This is the real Big Brother. He was blown up by the supreme salutes. What's going on? Many words floated across the bullet screen of the live broadcast. Before this, these viewers were still worshipping Big Brother number 1. However, after young Master Lin's actions, Big Brother number 1 was completely ignored. They were all worshipping young Master Lin. On this platform, the X10 Supreme Salutes had a site-wide special effect. Many people were attracted by the special effects of the gift. The number of viewers in Su Muyan's live broadcast increased from 10,000 to 30,000 in just a few seconds. Moreover, the number of viewers was still increasing at a rapid rate. Young Master Lin's gifts were still coming. Young Master Lin has sent out the Supreme Salute X10. Young Master Lin has sent out the Supreme Salute X10. Young Master Lin has sent out the Supreme Salute X10. Big Brother number 1 on the leaderboard is giving out 100 Supreme Cannon Salute. Young Master Lin has sent out the Supreme Salute X10. Big Brother number 1 on the leaderboard is giving out 100 Supreme Cannon Salute. However, at this moment, among the many gifts that young Master Lin was spamming on the screen, a shocking notification popped up. Big Brother number 1 on the leaderboard stood up again. Moreover, it was so ferocious that it was terrifying. It had directly sent out 100 Supreme Salutes in one go. After conversion, it would be 666,600 renminbi per transaction. Counting, it was 660,000. No wonder Big Brother number 1 on the leaderboard didn't say anything. It turns out that he went to recharge money. No wonder you're number 1 on the leaderboard. Good luck. The grass on the top of the wall will fall with the wind. The direction of the bullet screen in the livestream suddenly changed. After the gift stopped, Big Brother number 1 returned to his position on the leaderboard. Young Master Lin was in second place. Looking at the value of the leaderboard, Big Brother number 1 on the leaderboard had sent out a total of 11 million yuan. Young Master Lin had sent out a total of 10 million yuan. Big Brother number 1 on young Master Lin was going to bet 1 million yuan. Young Master Lin, who had been pushed down, had not moved for a long time. Obviously, young Master Lin had lost. Wang Haoran closed the top-up interface that was about to be filled with 100 million yuan. It seemed that the main character of the godly nouveau riche style's wealth was still a little low. Or to be more precise, this main character of the godly nouveau riche style had just started to develop. 10 million yuan was the current limit. At this moment, the number of viewers in Su Muyan's livestream had directly increased to nearly 200,000. This number of viewers, at this time, was undeniably the number 1 on the entire platform. As the most direct beneficiary, Su Muyan was completely stunned. Big Brother number 1 on the leaderboard and young Master Lin had sent out a total of 21 million yuan. The platform and the streamer split the gifts 50 to 50. In other words, Su Muyan had a pre-tax profit of 10.5 million yuan. Anyone would be dumbfounded to have earned so much money so easily. Especially since Su Muyan was not a rich young lady like Qin Yunhan. This pre-tax profit of 10.5 million yuan had directly exceeded the total assets of her parents. Su Muyan was in such a state of shock that she kept making mistakes. The perfect score of 10 kills, 0 deaths, and 0 assists in 6 minutes had now become 10 kills, 5 deaths, and 0 assists. The situation in the game, which had a great advantage, had become a disadvantage. This was because Su Muyan was the only good player on her team. The other teammates' performance was mediocre. Su Muyan's team had collapsed, and so had her teammates. However, Su Muyan did not care about this at the moment. Instead, she switched to the game screen and secretly sent a message to Wang Haoran. "Which one was you just now?" Su Muyan remembered that Wang Haoran had said that he would send her gifts to boost her popularity. Between young Master Lin and Big Brother number 1 on the leaderboard, one of them had to be Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran replied, "Of course it's the first on the leaderboard. I said that I would support you. How can I be the second on the leaderboard?" Seeing the reply, Su Muyan did not feel very happy. Instead, she felt sorry for Wang Haoran's money. Thus, she typed a message and said, "Even if you want to boost my popularity, you can't burn money like this. You spent 11 million yuan in one go. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Wang Haoran, it's okay. The money was sent to you anyway. Su Muyan, the platform will take a cut, and the streamer will have to pay taxes. Your 11 million yuan will shrink to less than 5 million yuan. Don't you feel bad?" Wang Haoran, "I don't feel bad. He could get the money back in minutes if he went to the stock market." Of course, he did not care. Su Muyan directly sent a voice message this time. "You don't feel bad for me, but I do." When Wang Haoran heard Su Muyan's tone, she was anxious and annoyed. He could not help but laugh. Because Su Muyan's tone sounded like a husband had spent a lot of money to buy an expensive gift for his wife. However, the wife was not happy to receive the gift. Instead, she felt bad for her husband for spending unnecessary money. Sensing Su Muyan's mood, Wang Haoran also sent a voice message to tease her. "Are you so virtuous? You're not married to me, but you feel bad for my money?" "What? I'm not." Su Muyan was shy and immediately sent a voice message to refute. Then, she thought about it and continued. "Then do you think I'm much better than Qin Yunhan, the daughter of a rich family, in terms of housekeeping?" Qin Yunhan was used to being arrogant. As the only daughter of the real estate tycoon, Qin Kai, she had no concept of money. She spent money casually. In this aspect, Su Muyan was indeed better than Qin Yunhan. But, could Wang Haoran say this directly? What if Su Muyan showed off in the future and told this to Qin Yunhan? Then, he would not be able to find her. Wang Haoran said, "You're so popular now. Stop hanging up. Hurry up and do the live broadcast. The other side is already fighting on high ground." He was using his own phone to chat with Su Muyan and Yang Jingwan's phone to watch the live broadcast. Therefore, he could take care of both sides. When Su Muyan heard Wang Haoran's words, she immediately came to her senses. Because of the supreme salute, the number of people in her live broadcast room was terrifyingly high. Su Muyan was not stupid. She obviously understood that this was a huge opportunity. Su Muyan logged out of WeChat and returned to the game. She had set up the privacy settings for her livestream. She only streamed the game, so when she switched to WeChat, it wouldn't be broadcasted. Otherwise, her voice chat with Wang Haoran would have caused the bullet screen in the live broadcast room to explode. Because of Su Muyan's AFK, the number of viewers in the livestream decreased from 200,000 to 190,000. However, the number of viewers was still terrifying. In the game, the 5 opponents had already started to push for the high ground. Su Muyan's teammates were all counting down. Su Muyan controlled Aku to come out of the fountain. She first killed the archer and sorcerer in the back row. Then, she pulled back and killed the top laner and support. Finally, she dealt with the tank. She completed a 5-hit combo. This time, the opponents had underestimated her. However, Su Muyan's maneuvering was also very beautiful. She immediately won the cheers of the viewers in the livestream. Su Muyan's character, Aku, regained the economy that they were lagging behind. She could basically be considered one of the 6 gods. Because of this, Su Muyan's team's morale was greatly boosted. However, from the looks of it, Su Muyan's team was still at a disadvantage. As for the opponents, because of this, they became more cautious. In the following period of time, Su Muyan fights 1 against 4, going back and forth with both sides. In the end, Sumu Yan used all sorts of mind-numbing maneuvers to win the game at 50 minutes. For a game like Glory, it was rare to see a 50-minute game. Sumu Yan's level in the game rose from 79 stars to 80 stars. Although this game wasn't very high-end, it definitely wasn't a weak game. Sumu Yan almost single-handedly led her teammates to victory in this game. From this, one could see her gaming strength. Meanwhile, Sumu Yan's original 2 million fans had also risen to more than 5 million. While watching the livestream, Yang Jingwan finished showering and came out. However, Wang Haoren was a little busy, so he asked Yang Jingwan to play on her phone for a while. Yang Jingwan complained for a moment, but she still obeyed and left. On this side, Sumu Yan had been livestreaming the game for more than 3 months now. In addition to the long duration of this round, she was already feeling a little tired. Even her hands were sore and numb. Sumu Yan wanted to take a break. Seeing this, Wang Haoren immediately sent a message to Sumu Yan, asking her to show her face during the live broadcast. The reason he had this idea was, of course, to fish. Young Master Lin was still on the leaderboard in the live broadcast room. He had not left and had been watching the live broadcast. Yang Jingwan had already been blacklisted by young Master Lin. Now, she could only rely on Sumu Yan. After Sumu Yan received Wang Haoren's message, she switched to a webcam. At the same time, Sumu Yan's super good looks were seen by many viewers through the live broadcast room. As she was inexperienced, Sumu Yan didn't turn on any beautifying or slimming features. Because she didn't turn on any of these features, the live broadcast room was displayed as proof. Also, because Sumu Yan was in the dormitory at night, she didn't plan to leave the house. She removed the light makeup she put on during the day, leaving her bare face. But even so, Sumu Yan still made people feel incomparably stunned. The live broadcast room exploded with comments once again. However, since it was her first time showing her face, Sumu Yan was still a little shy. So, she was a little reserved. After answering a few questions on the live broadcast room, she quickly went offline. However, after she went offline, Sumu Yan realized that her original 5 million fans had increased by 9 million. It was about to break through the 10 million mark. Sumu Yan was happy and sad at the same time. Actually, she only wanted to attract fans with her gaming skills. However, from the looks of things, her fans obviously outnumbered her gaming fans. On the other hand, Wang Haoren immediately sent Sumu Yan a message after she went offline. Check your private messages to see if that young Master Lin contacted you. If he hasn't, send him a private message. If he hadn't mentioned this, Sumu Yan would have almost forgotten about this young Master Lin. Just now, she was so worried about the gifts that Wang Haoren had sent her that she forgot to send a message to this young Master Lin. She didn't even thank him. Logically speaking, when someone sent her so many gifts, as a streamer, she should thank him by name. Sumu Yan went to her private messages and quickly saw that young Master Lin had sent her a private message. In the message, young Master Lin asked for her private WeChat account. Of course, Sumu Yan wouldn't give it to him casually. She took a screenshot and sent the content of young Master Lin to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren took a look and immediately replied, "Give him your WeChat account." Since he was going to fish, he had to go all out. Using Sumu Yan's WeChat account to add this young Master Lin would be more convincing. Sumu Yan was shocked. "Ah, are you sure?" Wang Haoren said righteously, "I'm sure. This young Master Lin sent you so many gifts. He must be up to something. How can I tolerate that? Give me your WeChat account. I want to have a chat with him." Sumu Yan was stunned. She was so amused by Wang Haoren's boyfriend power that she broke out into a smile. She sent her WeChat account to young Master Lin and then sent her account number and password to Wang Haoren. Soon, Sumu Yan's phone receives a verification code for logging in from another country. Sumu Yan sent the verification code to Wang Haoren using normal text messages. On the other side, Wang Haoren successfully logged into Sumu Yan's WeChat account. He added young Master Lin as his WeChat friend. Young Master Lin sent a text message. "Miss, I sent you so many gifts, but you didn't even say thank you. I'm so sad." Wang Haoren typed a text message. However, he felt that it wasn't enough to fish, so he sent a voice message instead. I'm sorry. I was too focused on playing games and forgot. Thank you for the gifts. Her voice was sweet and alluring. That's right, it was Su Muyan's voice. This was an ability that Wang Haoran had specially obtained for his online relationship with Lu Yu. He could imitate all kinds of voices. After spending so much time with Su Muyan, Wang Haoran was very familiar with her voice. His imitation was more than 99% similar. However, when Wang Haoran imitated Su Muyan's voice, he had goosebumps all over his body. After all, it didn't feel good for a man to imitate a woman's voice. However, in order to fish, he had to endure it. Young Master Lin, miss, your voice is so nice. May I ask if you're a fairy that descended from the heavens? Wang Haoran replied with a shy emoji. Young Master Lin, miss, according to your Douyin account, you're located in Qingling. I'm also in this city. Can we meet? He took the bait. Wang Haoran smiled and continued to send a voice message using Su Muyan's voice. I have a lot of homework. It might not be convenient. Because of his failure to impersonate Yang Jingwan, Wang Haoran was more cautious this time. Therefore, he deliberately acted more reserved. One had to know that Su Muyan gave people the impression that she was a reserved and beautiful young lady. She wasn't a casual person. Young Master Lin continued, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I'll let you choose where we meet. You can rest assured, right? Wang Haoran, I'll think about it. Young Master Lin, miss, I've already sent you $10 million. You don't even want to meet me? Wang Haoran felt that he had enough of being reserved, so he reluctantly agreed. Then, okay, let's meet at First Love Cafe tomorrow morning. First Love Cafe wasn't far from Qingling University. Young Master Lin, okay, see you tomorrow. Wang Haoran, okay, that's it then. I'm going to rest. Young Master Lin, good night. Mississippi. Wang Haoran, good night. After that, the chat finally ended. Yang Jingwan, who had been waiting in her room for a long time, couldn't help but come to the lobby. She happened to hear Wang Haoran's sweet and lovely voice. Your voice. Yang Jingwan's face was full of shock. Wang Haoran couldn't help but feel awkward for a moment. Then, he explained seriously, this is an intangible cultural heritage. It's a vocal mimicry passed down from ancient times. I can imitate other people's voices. I practice it occasionally. I'm not schizophrenic. Yang Jingwan heard this and sighed in relief. She had thought that Wang Haoran was abnormal. That's amazing. Can you imitate my voice? After the shock, Yang Jingwan couldn't help but be curious. Yes, Wang Haoran said as he imitated Yang Jingwan's voice. His voice was composed of one or two words. Although it was monotonous, it had ups and downs. Yang Jingwan's face instantly turned red when she heard it. Wang Haoran asked jokingly, how is it? Do I look like it? Yang Jingwan complained shyly, you are a bad person. Wang Haoran walked in front of Yang Jingwan, the bad person wants to hear a demonstration from me. Is that okay? No. After saying these two words, Yang Jingwan pursed her lips tightly. She had already made up her mind to be a wooden dummy before dawn tomorrow. He would never utter a single word, nor would he make a single sound. Seeing this, Wang Haoran's lips curled into a devilish grin. Late at night, Tanzhen and Song Feiyu came out of the police station. The two of them were beaten up in the hotel room. Naturally, there wouldn't be any surveillance cameras. Some of the people present participated in the beating of Tanzhen and Song Feiyu, while some did not. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, everyone agreed that Tanzhen and Song Feiyu fell down by themselves. Tanzhen and Song Feiyu were beaten up. In the end, the case was dropped because there was insufficient evidence. The two of them were beaten for nothing. Naturally, they were very angry. When they came out of the police station, they angrily cursed in the direction of the gate to vent their anger. After venting, the giant baby Song Feiyu was out of his wits, so he asked, Mom, what do we do now? Tanzhen hatefully said, let's find a small hotel to stay first. We'll go look for your sister tomorrow. Your sister's boyfriend only gave her 30,000 yuan. Does he think that we're beggars? Song Feiyu nodded and said, "You're right. My partner said that she needs at least 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Otherwise, she won't marry me." Tanjin said fiercely, "Don't worry. Your sister will pay for this. If she doesn't, I'll go look for her every day and make a scene at Qingling University. Your sister found a rich boyfriend and wants to dump us. How can there be such a good thing? Unless your sister's boyfriend is willing to give us 30 million yuan, this matter won't end here." Song Feiyu looked exhausted. "I'm so tired. Let's find a place to stay first. I still have to practice my pesticide skills and strive to reach the gold level as soon as possible." Tanjin nodded happily. Yes. This is a big deal. Hurry up and practice hard. Strive to reach the gold level and start a live broadcast. Then, you'll be able to earn big bucks." She quickly hailed a taxi by the roadside. At that moment, a van stopped in front of the two of them. "Where are the two of you going?" the van driver asked. "Do you rent this car too?" Tanjin asked. "Yes." The driver nodded. "To a small hotel nearby." "How much does it cost?" Tanjin asked. "To the nearest small hotel. It's at least 3 kilometers away." "Give me 10 yuan, the driver replied. Tanjin bargained. "You're still charging 10 yuan for this lousy van. Make it cheaper." 5 yuan. 5 yuan is too little. Give me more." The driver started to bargain. Tanjin said, 5 yuan. Take it or leave." The driver hesitated for a moment before saying, all right. 5 yuan it is." Tanjin's bargain went smoothly. She couldn't help but feel proud. Suddenly, she changed her mind. "I thought about it. 5 yuan is still too expensive. 3 yuan it is." "Auntie, 3 yuan isn't even enough for the fuel," the driver said. Tanjin said sourly, "You're using this van as a taxi. I'll report you and make you confiscate the van." "You're good." 3 yuan it is, the driver said helplessly. Tanjin said, "Hey, it was 3 yuan just now, but you didn't agree directly. Now, I've changed my mind. Give us a small hotel for free. Otherwise, I'll report you." The driver was stunned. He gave Tanjin a thumbs up. "You're awesome." Tanjin smiled proudly. Then, she got into the van with Song Feiyu. The van set off. About 10 minutes later, it stopped. Tanjin grumbled, "Hey, you're driving too slowly. It's only a few kilometers. You're wasting my time." "Auntie, are you going to ask me for compensation for wasting your time?" the driver asked. Tanjin was shocked. How did you know?" The driver said, "Just tell me directly. Do you want compensation for your emotional distress?" Tanjin said, "Nonsense. Of course I want it. Just give me 300 yuan. Song Feiyu interjected as he applied pesticide. "I want 500 yuan. Pesticide just released a new skin. I want to buy it." Tanjin added, "Yes, 500 yuan. I'll report you if it's 1 cent less." Hee. The driver suddenly laughed strangely. "What are you laughing at? You're crazy." Tanjin cursed. Then, she looked out of the window and realized that it was dark outside. "Hey, I don't think there's a small hotel here." Hee, welcome to the Midnight Spectre. You've arrived at your destination. This is the place that leads to hell. I hope you can live until dawn." The driver laughed eerily. As soon as he said that, Tanjin and Song Feiyu smelled a fragrance in the air before they could say anything. A strong sense of drowsiness washed over them. Both of them lost consciousness. When Tanjin and Song Feiyu woke up again, they realized that they were tied to a pillar. The surrounding lights were dim. It looked like an abandoned factory. "Mom, where is this?" Song Feiyu was scared out of his wits as he asked. How would I know?" Tanjin stuttered. Sob. Around them, they heard a woman crying. When Tanjin and Song Feiyu heard that, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. It was late at night and the surrounding lights were dim. Coupled with the strange driver and the fact that they heard a woman crying, how could it not be creepy when all these factors were added together? The woman's cries came from the left, then from the right, then from the front, then from the back. Tanzhan and Song Feiyu were scared out of their wits. Whoosh! A red figure flashed past Tanzhan and Song Feiyu's vision. Ah! Tanzhan and Song Feiyu screamed in fear. The next morning. It was a rest day, so Wang Haoran didn't need to go to class. However, he had an appointment with someone, so he still got up early. As a salesperson, Yang Jingwan didn't have any holidays. So, there was no such thing as a holiday. However, she was too tired. She didn't even want to move a finger and her voice was hoarse. So, she decided to skip work. Her personality wasn't suitable for being a salesperson. It wasn't easy for her to persevere until now. Moreover, she now had a new job as a web novelist. As a newcomer, she would be able to earn a lot of money. This was definitely a promising career. Yang Jingwan had already decided to quit her job as a salesperson and focus on writing novels. This way, she would have a lot more free time. As a result, she would be able to spend more time with a certain someone. This was the happiest thing for her. Yang Jingwan continued to rest. She planned to sleep until 11 or 12 in the morning. On the other hand, Wang Haoran washed up and left the villa. At 9 in the morning, he arrived at First Love Cafe. He booked a private room on the second floor and drank coffee as he waited. After a while, he logged into Su Muyan's WeChat and received a message. Young Master Lin, I'm already at First Love Cafe. I'm in booth number 52. Are you here yet? When Wang Haoran saw the message, he didn't reply immediately. Instead, he used his X-ray vision to look at the first floor. Booth number 52 was on the first floor. It was the morning, so there weren't many people in the cafe. Wang Haoran scanned the first floor of the cafe for a few seconds. Soon, he saw a man in booth number 52. The man looked to be around 25 years old. He was quite good-looking and a little handsome. He was dressed in a suit and had a watch on his wrist. On the table in the booth was a Ferrari car key. At first glance, he seemed to be a tall, rich, and handsome man. However, after Wang Haoran took a closer look, he noticed a problem. The man's suit had a label on the inside. It wasn't torn off. It was new. He didn't even tear off the label. Was he planning to wear it once and return it? The branded watch looked shiny on the outside, but the workmanship on the inside was rough. It was a fake. The key to the Ferrari was actually a lighter. This was a fake tall, rich, and handsome man. You spend so much money online, why don't you have money to buy a decent outfit? Wang Haoran was puzzled for a moment. Then, he communicated with the system and investigated the man. Protagonist, Lin Feng, Combat Power, 86 Charm, 136 Protagonist Aura, 696, Skill, Goldfinger Internet God Tycoon System. Note 1. The system will distribute virtual currency to the host from various major websites. The host can continuously upgrade the system or obtain more virtual currency after spending all the virtual currency within a certain period of time. Note 2. Virtual currency cannot be converted into cash, nor can it be converted into cash through any form of transaction. Young Master Lin's information soon appeared in Wang Haoran's mind. Wang Haoran immediately understood that this young Master Lin was the main character of an internet god. The advantage of this kind of protagonist was that they could spend virtual currency on the internet without limit, and obtain all kinds of benefits in the real world. Moreover, this Lin Feng was still in the early stage of growth. But even in the early stages, he had already spent 10 million yuan in gifts last night. After completing this mission, the Internet God Tycoon system would definitely give him more virtual currency. Imagine if this Lin Feng spent at least 10 million yuan on gifts to a beautiful online streamer every day. In the long run, even the female lead would have a good impression of him. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The female protagonist that Lin Feng rewarded would not like anyone if she was single. Otherwise, he would just be giving her money. Yang Jingwan and Su Muyan were the best examples. Their hearts were all on Wang Haoran. Lin Feng's actions of gifting the book coins and the Supreme Gun Salute had only surprised them for a moment, nothing else. It was a good idea to get Lin Feng's money through Yang Jingwan and Su Muyan. However, Wang Haoren was not short of money, and he hated protagonists who pretended to be rich in front of him. He had been able to get first place yesterday because Lin Feng was still in the early stage of growth and had limited virtual currency. If Lin Feng was allowed to grow, although Wang Haoren was rich, he was not confident that he could compete with the internet god tycoon. If he forced himself to do so, there would only be one result, and that was to be slapped in the face by the internet god tycoon. This was definitely not what Wang Haoren wanted to see. "Are you there? Why aren't you replying?" On the other side, Lin Feng did not reply for a long time, so he sent another message to urge him. Wang Haoren put away his thoughts and used Su Muyan's voice to reply to Lin Feng. "I'm still in the dormitory, putting on my makeup. I'll come over later." When Lin Feng heard this, he was overjoyed. She was so beautiful and even put on makeup to meet him. It seemed like there was a chance. Lin Feng replied, "Okay, don't be anxious. Take your time. I'll wait for you." "Okay." Wang Haoren replied again. Then, he found Ling Duanya's number in his address book and dialed her. "Sister Police Flower, I want to make a report." When the call was connected, Wang Haoren went straight to the point. "Haoren, what do you want to report?" Ling Duanya was in high spirits and immediately asked. Last time, Wang Haoren had made a report. She had led a team to catch all the outlaws in Qingling and made a great contribution. Therefore, when Ling Duanya heard that Wang Haoren wanted to make a report again, she was naturally very excited. "Someone is laundering money." Wang Haoren began to narrate. "Who is it? Where is he?" Due to their good cooperation last time, Ling Duanya trusted Wang Haoren a lot. Therefore, she immediately had the intention to catch him. Wang Haoren said, "His name is Lin Feng. He's at First Love Cafe. He's sitting in booth number 52. Make sure that you're safe and keep him under control. I'll bring people over immediately." After that, the sound of Ling Duanya's hurried footsteps could be heard, as well as the sound of her calling for her colleagues. Obviously, they were about to make a move. Lin Feng, who was sitting in booth number 52, was still unaware of what was happening. He was using his phone to fix his hair, so that he could present his best image and state to meet Su Muyan. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the person that Lin Feng was waiting for was not Su Muyan, but Ling Duanya. The woman in professional attire in front of him was valiant and very beautiful. However, Lin Feng was not in the mood to admire her. Instead, he was stunned and confused. This was because Ling Duanya took out her ID to prove her professional identity. Then, she said sternly, "Mr. Lin Feng, we've received reliable information that a few of your online accounts have recently received some unknown wealth. We suspect that you're involved in illegal money laundering activities. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." Lin Feng explained anxiously, "You must have made a mistake. My money is clean." Ling Duanya asked, "Is that so? Tell me, where did the money come from? Did you earn it?" Lin Feng was speechless. He did not know how to answer. He could not say that the system gave it to him, could he? Ling Duanya saw Lin Feng's guilty look and felt that he was even more suspicious. She said, "Whether it's money laundering or not, we'll know once we investigate it." Then, she called her colleagues, "Ask Mr. Lin to come with us." Lin Feng had been taken away by Ling Duanya and the others. Wang Haoren, who had witnessed this scene from the second floor, leisurely finished his coffee and prepared to pay the bill and leave. But just as he stood up, he received a call from Xianxia. "The thing you asked me to do has been done," Xianxia said over the phone. "Is that so? What happened to those two?" Wang Haoren asked. "They've lost their minds. They've gone mad," Xianxia said. "Are you out of your mind?" Wang Haoren raised his voice. Xianxia heard Wang Haoren's reaction and thought that she had gone overboard. She hurriedly said, "I didn't expect that those two would have such poor mental fortitude. They couldn't take the shock." "Shock?" Wang Haoren heard this and could not help but feel even more curious. Xianxia said, "Our repair business usually starts from two aspects. One is the mental aspect, and the other is the physical aspect. The mental aspect is to pretend to be mysterious and scare people. The physical aspect is naturally physical pain. Most of the time, we use the first method because it leaves the least evidence. But we didn't expect that those two would be so scared that they'd go mad. Wang Haoren clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, "When your little brother did this, did he do a clean job?" Suoqiu Qinyu said, "Of course. Even if they investigated, they would only think that it was a supernatural incident. After all, those two had gone mad." Wang Haoren nodded slowly. In a way, this outcome was quite good. Because those two vampires would not disturb Song Jinyu anymore. Suoqiu Qinyu had handled this matter quite well. Of course, that was what Wang Haoren thought in his heart. But of course, he would not say that to Suoqiu Qinyu. Suoqiu Qinyu's current position was only Wang Haoren's subordinate. He knew a little about the art of controlling subordinates. Wang Haoren pretended to reprimand her. "How did you do it?" "I just want you to teach them a lesson." "What I mean is that you just need to teach them a lesson. Now your people have driven them crazy. Although you said that you didn't leave any evidence, if you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. Who knows if they will find out." Suoqiu Qinyu was stunned for a few seconds. Her big sister's temper flared up. And she could not help but angrily say, "You were the one who said that it would be fine as long as you didn't kill him. You would allow me to do as I pleased, yet now you're blaming me?" The sound of a slap on the table could be heard. "You didn't explain it clearly yourself. How can you blame me?" "Ah. Why are you blaming me? You don't want the antidote anymore?" Wang Haoren said lightly. Suoqiu Qinyu's anger was instantly extinguished. After a moment of silence, she dejectedly said, "Fine, it's my fault. I didn't handle things well. But you don't have to worry about this. Even if something really goes wrong, I'll take care of it. I won't implicate you. Yes. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll transfer 5 million to you later. Take it as a reward for your hard work." "Okay," Wang Haoren said. Okay. I'll send you the card number in a moment." Suoqiu Qinyu's voice no longer had the anger from before. Instead, it was filled with joy and excitement. Previously, Wang Haoren had given her a sum of money. However, she was a big spender and had spent all the money long ago. After that, Suoqiu Qinyu did not lower herself to ask Wang Haoren for money. Now, Wang Haoren offered to give her 5 million. Of course, Suoqiu Qinyu was happy. With this money, she could buy beautiful clothes and cosmetics. After hearing Suoqiu Qinyu's words, Wang Haoren smiled to himself and hung up the call. The so-called art of controlling people, to put it in a more formal way, was to use the carrot and the stick. In layman's terms, it was a slap and a carrot. Judging from Suoqiu Qinyu's reaction, this method was quite effective. Wang Haoren left First Love Cafe. As soon as he stepped out of the cafe, Qin Yunhan called him and asked him to watch a movie. It was said that there was a new romantic movie in the cinema. It had a good reputation and reviews. In particular, the male lead of the movie was a newcomer. However, his acting skills were extremely good. Some people said that the movie was supported by the male lead alone. Of course, this was a little exaggerated. However, it was enough to prove that the male lead of the movie was a very capable actor. Qin Yunhan had a strong desire to watch the movie. Wang Haoren accompanied her to watch the movie. However, when they were watching the movie, Wang Haoren was not in the mood to watch at all. He was just carelessly touching her. Qin Yunhan, on the other hand, was very immersed in the movie. She was moved to tears by the love between the male and female lead in the movie. After watching the movie, Wang Haoren quickly slipped away. However, as soon as he left Qin Yunhan's sight, Qiu Qianwei called again. She also wanted to watch the movie with Wang Haoren. Moreover, the movie that Qiu Qianwei wanted to watch was the one that Wang Haoren and Qin Yunhan had just watched. A bowl of water had to be equal. Since Wang Haoren had accompanied Qin Yunhan to watch the movie, he naturally did not reject Qiu Qianwei. When they finished watching the movie in the afternoon, it was already past 5 o'clock. Wang Haoren and Qiu Qianwei left the cinema and found a restaurant to have dinner. During dinner, Sumu Yan contacted Wang Haoren again. They were watching the same movie again. Wang Haoren had no choice but to say goodbye to Qiu Qianwei and went to watch the movie in the evening with Su Muyan. When they came out of the cinema again, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Haoren wanted to find a place to talk about life with Su Muyan. After all, he had not talked to Su Muyan through the whole night. However, because of the big brother and young Master Lin giving gifts last night, Su Muyan attracted a lot of attention. Su Muyan had specially sent a message in advance that she would be streaming the game at 8 o'clock. In order to avoid losing fans, Su Muyan had to go back and stream the game on time. If Wang Haoren insisted, Su Muyan would definitely stay. However, he had also given 10 million yuan yesterday. A large part of the reason was to support Su Muyan. He could not waste this money. Wang Haoren temporarily dismissed the idea of talking to Su Muyan about life. After all, Su Muyan was in his bowl. She could not run away. At 8 o'clock, Wang Haoren returned to the villa. Yang Jingwan had already gone home. She was not there. Wang Haoren was the only one in the villa. However, Qiu Qianwei lived very close. He only needed to make a phone call to summon her. However, before Wang Haoren could contact her, Tang Bingyun suddenly arrived at the villa. The first thing she said when she saw him was that she wanted to go to the movies with Wang Haoren. In one day, they had to watch the same movie in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Wang Haoren was about to vomit. He was not willing to watch the late-night movies no matter what. When Tang Bingyun saw this, she did not insist. Instead, she walked directly to the shower. Everywhere she walked, there were clothes that she had left behind. Tang Bingyun was a female CEO. She had a good sense of time. Today, she got off work earlier than usual. Of course, she could not waste the extra time. In the interrogation room, Lin Feng had been here for almost 8 hours. Other than when someone brought him food and water, he spent the rest of the time here alone. When he was first brought in, he was a little flustered, but now he was very calm. This was because he had secretly communicated with the system and knew that the virtual currency given by the system was safe and not illegal. Naturally, Lin Feng had nothing to fear. The door was suddenly pushed open. The valiant Ling Duanya walked in with a colleague with some documents in her hands. Ling Duanya sat down on the chair in front of Lin Feng's interrogation table and asked, "Where did you get the virtual currency on the novel website and the Douyin platform?" Lin Feng said calmly, "Of course, I topped it up myself." Ling Duanya pushed some of the documents in her hands onto the table in front of Lin Feng. "We've already investigated your background, occupation, and other information. You come from an ordinary family. Your parents are ordinary employees, and you're a salesperson in a company. The highest salary you've ever earned is only 5,000 yuan. This is enough to prove that under normal circumstances, you would never be able to have that kind of money." Lin Feng retorted, "Can't I win the lottery?" Ling Duanya said, "Don't worry, we have investigated all of this. You can't lie." Lin Feng said fearlessly, "Since you suspect that I have illegal money, show me the evidence." Ling Duanya was silent for a few seconds and said unwillingly, "We can't find the source of the 2 virtual currencies you topped up on the website. You have already spent them, so we can't trace it back. Also, the new 100 million virtual currency on the Douyin platform that has not been spent is the same. We can't find the source." Lin Feng smiled proudly. "If that's the case, shouldn't you let me go?" Ling Duanya nodded. "You can go. However, we have contacted the Douyin platform to temporarily freeze the 100 million virtual currency that has not been spent. We are waiting for a detailed investigation." Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard the first sentence. However, his face stiffened when he heard the next sentence. The virtual currency given by the Internet God of Tycoon's system had to be spent within 72 hours. If it was completed, the system would give more virtual currency as a reward. However, if he didn't complete it, the system would give him a severe punishment. Although Lin Feng was detained, he still had common sense. If there was no evidence, he wouldn't stay here for more than 48 hours. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't panic earlier. Ling Duanya said that it would take at least a month or 2 to wait for a detailed investigation. In other words, the 100 million virtual currency limit could not be spent within 72 hours. Ding! Virtual currency has been frozen. Host, please unfreeze it and spend the virtual currency to complete the mission. Ding. Virtual currency has been frozen. Host, please unfreeze it and spend the virtual currency to complete the mission. Ding. The system has detected the host's current connections and is unable to unfreeze the virtual currency within 72 hours. Ding. Mission failed. The host has been punished. Punishment will take effect in 3 seconds. Lin Feng received the system's notification and was so scared that his face turned pale. He shouted, "No, no. No. Please don't." In the villa. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes and caused the virtual currency of the main character, Lin Feng, to be frozen and unable to be spent in time. You have completed the system's mission and received 1000 villain points. Lin Feng's protagonist aura -50. Host's villain aura +50. Ding. The main character, Lin Feng, is unable to complete the system's mission. You have been punished by losing your little XX. Ding. Lin Feng has lost his protagonist status. Wang Haoren sat on the sofa and was about to take out his phone to use his Douyin when he suddenly received the system's notification. He felt disappointed at first, then he was amused. The reason why he was disappointed was because Lin Feng was too weak. He was defeated so quickly. In total, Wang Haoren only received 1000 villain points and 50 villain aura points for hammering Lin Feng. Of course, he felt bored. The reason why he was amused was because of the punishment for Lin Feng's mission failure. This internet god of tycoon system was too much of a scam. The mission failure actually caused the host to lose his little XX. Lin Feng could live the rest of his life without any desires. Wang Haoren was amused for a while before he calmed down. Then, he started to use Douyin. He uploaded a short video on Douyin. Most of it was about Sumu Yan. Obviously, after yesterday's gift incident, Sumu Yan had become one of the most popular streamers on the platform. Yesterday, when Sumu Yan went offline, Wang Haoren glanced at her. She had more than 9 million fans. Today, it had increased to 20 million. This increase was really too fast. At this moment, Sumu Yan was streaming. There were more than 150,000 viewers in the streaming room. This number of people was already at the top of the gaming livestream category on this platform. Sumu Yan's gift count on the leaderboard today was not bad, but it was far from yesterday's. Wang Haoren loaded up 100,000 and used it all, successfully taking first place on the leaderboard. Young Master Lin was already dead. Wang Haoren's big brother number 1 was firmly in first place, unshakable. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing Yiqiu to compromise and apologize to the villains. Received 1000 villain points, Yiqiu's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. Wang Haoren? Once again, he heard the system prompt message. After coming back to his senses, Wang Haoren took out his phone and prepared to contact his little brother Lu Ming. However, before he could make the call, Lu Ming had already called. "Boss, that Yiqiu paid 100 million and even apologized. But I'm really sorry for making you spend so much money." Lu Ming reported and continued, "Boss, tell me your account number. I'll transfer the 100 million compensation to you." Lu Ming did not dare to take this money. Because the top lawyers hired to sue Yiqiu were hired by Wang Haoren. During this period of time, the amount of legal fees spent had already far exceeded 100 million yuan. In total, Wang Haoren had lost quite a bit of money by receiving 100 million in compensation. Wang Haoren sent his account number to Lu Ming and then returned to the call interface. He said to Lu Ming, "It's just some money. It doesn't matter. Whoever bullied my brother, I'll make them pay." On the other end of the call, Lu Ming sobbed and said emotionally, "Once you call me boss, you'll be boss for life." "Boss, I want to follow you for life." Wang Haoren said, "Don't be so emotional." "Right, how's your hand?" Lu Ming said, "The splint has been removed. It's fine for light movements as long as you don't use too much force." "Does that mean I can go out and have fun?" Wang Haoren reminded him, "You haven't forgotten what I said before, right?" Lu Ming said, "I'll find 10 beauties for you, boss." Wang Haoren said, "Then what are you waiting for? hurry up and go out and have fun. Go and lure the main character out. Lu Ming accepted the order and said, okay, boss. I'll go find the beauties right away. After the chat with Lu Ming, Wang Haoren began to think about Yi Qiu's case. Yi Qiu was entangled in a lawsuit. He was not convinced at first, so he chose to find a team of lawyers to challenge him. Under the intense confrontation between the two teams of lawyers, this case could be dragged on indefinitely. The lawyer fees of the top team of lawyers were very high. Wang Haoren and Yi Qiu were both burning money. But Yi Qiu chose to compromise. Wang Haoren was able to guess the reason behind this. Because Yi Qiu felt that it was not worth the time and money. He did not want to waste any more time, so he chose to compensate and apologize. Then, with the resolution of this matter, Yi Qiu's main plot could continue. As expected, Yi Qiu would continue to recruit beautiful tenants. Wang Haoren certainly could not let the plot continue smoothly. As the protagonist of the killer Feng Donglu, Yi Qiu's house was a crucial part of the plot. If there was a problem with the house, could the plot continue smoothly? While Wang Haoren was thinking, Tang Bingyun returned to the living room. Why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and take a shower. Wang Haoren did not immediately get up from the sofa. Instead, he looked at Tang Bingyun and said, let me ask you something. Do you have any connections in the Project Quality Inspection Organization? Yes. Why do you suddenly ask this? Tang Bingyun was confused. Wang Haoren began to make up a story. Here's the thing. I passed by an old residential building in the Qingling campus today, and I was almost hit by a falling brick from the old wall. I went to the owner of that building to reason with him. But the owner did not apologize, and he framed me for using a stone to break his wall. Tang Bingyun heard this and her chest rose and fell violently. She was furious. How dare you? Tell me where the owner of that building is, and I will help you vent your anger by sending him to jail. Wang Haoren waved his hand and said, this kind of commoner, it is beneath my status to argue with him. I'm just worried that the residential buildings are too old and have serious security risks. This old building is adjacent to the Qingling campus. Many university students pass by there. To prevent the wall tiles from falling off again, I think we should do a safety check on the old building. If it is a dangerous building, it is best to order it to be demolished. Upon hearing that, Tang Bingyun gained a new understanding of Wang Haoren. When the two of them first met, Tang Bingyun felt that Wang Haoren was a kind, warm-hearted, and good boy when he opened the stone and bravely saved people. And now, Tang Bingyun had added the word love to these labels. He had almost been hit by a brick, but not only did he not take revenge, he even thought of removing this hidden danger to prevent others from getting hurt. Wasn't this great love? Tang Bingyun walked in front of Wang Haoren and touched his face gently with her hand. Her face was full of tenderness. Wang Haoren also returned a loving gaze and said, then this matter, Tang Bingyun said, leave it to me. I'll get the quality inspection agency to do a safety check on the old building. Wang Haoren nodded and added, I'll tell you about the old building where the brick fell off later. I think this building has the biggest problem, so it needs to be inspected in detail. It's best to be stricter. Even if you don't say it, I'll do it. Tang Bingyun replied and said seriously, hurry up and take a shower. I'm still worried. I'll take a closer look later to see if you were hurt by the brick. Wang Haoren looked at Tang Bingyun a few more times. A faint blush appeared on Tang Bingyun's serious face. She urged, hurry up. Wang Haoren replied, oh. Then he left Tang Bingyun's sight and went to the shower. Halfway through the shower, Wang Haoren's sharp hearing picked up an unusual sound. Wang Haoren used his X-ray vision and scanned around. He found that someone had sneaked into the villa's garden. Could it be Yi Qiu? This idea immediately popped up in Wang Haoren's mind. As an assassin, Yi Qiu's skills were beyond doubt. After being defeated, it was normal for him to come looking for trouble with Wang Haoren. In this regard, Wang Haoren could only mourn for Yi Qiu. With his current skills, Yi Qiu was just a piece of cake. He didn't want to kill Yi Qiu because he wanted to get more rewards. After all, the rewards for killing him in one go were too little. Take Lin Feng for example. This time, he only got 1,000 villain points and 50 aura points for it. However, if Yi Qiu didn't want to be an obedient lamb and came to seek death, Wang Haoren would certainly fulfill his wish. Huh? It was a woman. As the sneaking figure approached, Wang Haoren immediately felt that something was wrong. It was not Yi Qiu. It was Bu Fian. Wang Haoren wrapped a bath towel around himself and quietly left the villa. When Bu Fian passed by the garden and was about to open the window on the second floor and jump into the house, he grabbed her shoulder. Bu Fian was startled. She immediately drew her short sword to fight back, but a strange force came from her shoulder, making her unable to exert any strength. Why are you sneaking around? What do you want? While Bu Fian was panicking, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. She turned her head and saw Wang Haoren's face. She heaved a sigh of relief and was pleasantly surprised. I knew it. Other than Senior, who else could have such skills? Although Bu Fian knew that Wang Haoren was younger than her, in terms of martial arts cultivation, the stronger one was the priority. Besides, she still had an impression of Wang Haoren when she didn't know his identity. Therefore, she continued to call him Senior to show her respect to Wang Haoren. You haven't answered my question, Wang Haoren said. Bu Fian hesitated, but she didn't hide it and told him the truth. Little Chen contacted me and cried that she was bullied by you. She asked me to beat you up to vent my anger. But I'm no match for you. In order to prevent little Chen from being sad, I pretended to come over. Speaking of this, a trace of shyness appeared on her face. I originally planned to sneak a peek at you and leave, but I didn't expect to be discovered. While speaking, Bu Fian took a few more glances at Wang Haoren. With the help of the light from the villa, she also saw that Wang Haoren was only wearing a bath towel. His perfect eight-pack was reflected in a pair of bright and watery eyes. She was stunned. Senior's figure is actually so good, ding. Host has aroused the heart of the female lead, Bu Fian. Reward, 600 villain points. Ding. Host has aroused the heart of the female lead, Bu Fian. Reward, 600 villain points. After receiving the system notification, Wang Haoren's expression was solemn. He still maintained the cold attitude of a senior. Judging from Bu Fian's favorability of 50 and her tone, she shouldn't have any ill intentions. What she said should be true. Wang Haoren naturally wouldn't argue with her, but he still had some questions to ask Bu Fian. What's the identity of your second sister and eldest sister? Just now, Bu Fian inadvertently revealed a piece of information. Lin Chen asked Bu Fian to come over and beat up Wang Haoren to vent his anger. This time, Lin Chen asked Bu Fian for help. Wang Haoren was naturally fine. But what about the next time Lin Chen asked his eldest sister and second sister to come over? Wang Haoren was still a little wary of these two female leads who hadn't shown up yet. Because, from the 7th ranking, Qiu Qianwei, the higher the ranking, the more powerful the female leads were. Especially when it came to the third sister, Bian Suan, and the fourth sister, Bu Fian. The two of them already had extremely high martial arts strength. The eldest sister and second sister who hadn't shown up yet were definitely more powerful, especially the eldest sister. Bu Fian said, Senior, you must know about the Hidden Dragons and Young Phoenixes list, right? Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list? Hearing this extremely unfamiliar word, Wang Haoren was secretly stunned for a moment. But in order to maintain the image of an expert, he did not show any surprise on his face. Instead, he nodded calmly and said, Of course I know about the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list. And when I knew about it, you were probably nowhere to be found. Bu Fian did not doubt Wang Haoren's words. Instead, she nodded and said, Senior is right. Senior, you're right. However, I have a pretty good understanding of the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list. Really? Then let me test you. Wang Haoren took the opportunity to ask, why was the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list set up? It was set up by an intelligence organization in the martial arts world called by Xiaosheng. On the list are all outstanding martial arts geniuses under the age of 25. In order to show off, Bu Fian explained the origin of the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list in detail. After Wang Haoren heard this, he had a general understanding of the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list. Back to the topic, he said to Bu Fian, the question I asked you before, does it have anything to do with the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list? Bu Fian said, of course it does. My second sister, Luo Qingqian, is now 23 years old and has entered the realm of neutralizing strength master. She's ranked second on the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list. Neutralizing strength. Master? Another unfamiliar term. Wang Haoren did not know how to get more information, so he asked directly, "What's the realm of neutralizing strength, Master?" Bufian was surprised. "You don't know the different realms of martial arts?" "The martial arts I practice is quite strange, so there's no clear division of realms. So I didn't pay attention to the detailed division of realms in the martial arts world." Wang Haoren would of course not admit that he was ignorant, so he lied. Bufian was delighted and immediately explained, "The recognized realms of martial arts are divided into obvious strength, inward strength, and neutralizing strength. The so-called obvious strength is purely released by using the strength of the body. It trains the strength of the whole body and then concentrates all the strength to punch out, causing the air to explode. On the other hand, internal strength is to open up all the meridians in the body and cultivate inner breath, which is also true qi. Circulating your qi and combining it with your body's strength is called hidden force. As for transforming strength, it further regulates the internal organs, meridians, and strengthens the internal and external organs of the body, thereby accumulating more genuine qi. When one's Xianxia reaches a certain level, to the point where one's body is impervious to swords and spears, and is capable of injuring others within 100 steps, one would be considered a Huajin master. And when one's Xianxia continues to grow, reaching the point where one's Xianxia can take form within 100 steps, one will become a neutralizing Jing Grandmaster. After hearing Bufian's narration, Wang Haoren finally had a certain understanding of the martial cultivation realms. At the same time, he also understood that according to the classification of realms, the 50 years of true qi he possessed was actually equivalent to the neutralizing Grandmaster realm. And it was the kind that just happened to meet the standard. This was because before Wang Haoren had 50 years of true qi, it was impossible for him to be invulnerable and injure someone within 100 steps with true qi alone. In other words, 50 years of Zhen qi was the minimum requirement to become a Huajin master. At the same time, Wang Haoren also understood that the so-called 50 years of true qi was actually a quantity. The so-called 1 year of true qi was actually the amount of true qi a normal martial cultivator could cultivate in a year. However, different people were different. Some martial cultivators could cultivate several times more true qi in a year than ordinary martial cultivators. In other words, one could cultivate several years' worth of true qi in a year. And these people were collectively known as martial Dao geniuses. Bufian's second elder sister, Luo Qingqian, was such a martial Dao genius. "When did your second elder sister become a Huajin master?" Wang Haoren asked Bufian. Bufian replied, "My second elder sister started cultivating genuine qi when she was 12 years old. She became a Huajin master a year ago." After hearing Bufian's words, Wang Haoren immediately gathered the useful information. Previously, Bufian had said that her second elder sister, Luo Qingqian, was already 23 years old. A year ago, when Luo Qingqian was 22 years old, she was already a Huajin master. That meant that she had 50 years worth of true qi now. It could be easily seen that Luo Qingqian's cultivation speed was 5 times faster than ordinary martial cultivators. After cultivating 11 years worth of true qi, she had 55 years worth of true qi now. Seeing that Wang Haoren seemed to be thinking, Bufian continued, "If I'm not wrong, senior should have 50 years worth of true qi. However, your name isn't on the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list. But if you really want to be ranked, you'll definitely be ranked 4th. Bufian's eyes were still filled with admiration when she said that. Although he was ranked 4th, considering that Wang Haoren was not even 20 years old and already had 50 years worth of true qi, his potential was a little higher than the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list. After all, according to Bufian's knowledge, the top 3 on the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list all became Huajin masters after the age of 22. Only 4th. Hearing Bufian's words, Wang Haoren sighed softly. "After you cultivate for another 2 or 3 years, the first place on the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list will definitely be yours," Bufian said. Cultivate for another 2 or 3 years, Wang Haoren only smiled faintly and did not respond to Bufian's words. Instead, he asked another question. "What about your eldest sister?" Bufian shook her head blankly. "My eldest sister's identity is very mysterious. Other than my second sister, the other sisters don't know much about her." Hearing that, Wang Haoren felt a little regretful and changed the topic back to Luo Qingqian. Where's your second sister? I don't know. Bufian shook her head again blankly. After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and added. But Xiaoqin's birthday is coming soon. Second sister should be here to celebrate Xiaoqin's birthday. Wang Haoren nodded secretly and wanted to continue asking, but he heard Tang Bingyun calling for him in the villa. Perhaps she felt that Wang Haoren had stayed in the shower for too long and was a little worried. There's nothing else, you can go back. Wang Haoren ordered Bufian to leave. I want to ask you some questions about cultivation, is that okay? Bufian asked expectantly. Tang Bingyun's voice was blocked by several walls and became inaudible. Bufian's cultivation had not reached Wang Haoren's level, so she did not hear Tang Bingyun's voice in the villa and only thought that there were no outsiders in the villa. That was why she made this request. Another day, I will teach you when I have time, Wang Haoren said. If Tang Bingyun was not here, he would be very happy to help Bufian with this request. Unfortunately, Bufian came at the wrong time. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Bufian felt a little regretful and could only say, then you must remember to teach me when you have time. Sure. Wang Haoren nodded. Hearing this affirmative answer, Bufian's regret dissipated by more than half. Then she turned to leave, but she looked back 3 times with every step. At this time, Wang Haoren heard Tang Bingyun's voice calling him more frequently and louder. With Bufian's walking speed, he could probably hear Tang Bingyun's voice before he left the villa. Wang Haoren wanted to drive Bufian away quickly. But he soon came up with an idea. When Bufian took a few steps and looked back, Wang Haoren inadvertently tugged on her underwear. Bufian, who looked back, was stunned for a few seconds. She only felt that her pure heart had been shocked like never before. Because she saw a scene that she had never seen in her 22 years of life. Bufian stopped for a few seconds out of curiosity, and then turned back with a red face. Then, like a fairy, she jumped out of the wall of the villa in a few flashes and disappeared. She finally left. Wang Haoren returned to the shower room. At this time, Tang Bingyun came outside and knocked on the door. Wang Haoren responded. Tang Bingyun was relieved. Late at night. Tang Bingyun had fallen asleep. Wang Haoren was still awake. He communicated with the system and glanced at the villain points on the interface. Villain points, 49,700, before he knew it, he had almost 50,000 villain points. It was time to spend a lot. Wang Haoren spent 25,000 villain points and directly exchanged for 50 years worth of true qi. With the 50 years worth of true qi and his original 50 years worth of true qi, he now had 100 years worth of true qi. As his true qi doubled, Wang Haoren immediately felt a significant change in his body. Among them, the most obvious was his sense of hearing. Before, when he only had 50 years worth of true qi, he had to wait for Bufian to sneak into the villa to find out. But now, Wang Haoren could hear the sound of several mosquitoes flapping their wings about 100 meters away from the villa. As Bufian said before, Wang Haoren could reach her in an instant and condense her qi into shape. It could be seen that with 100 years worth of true qi, he was a master of neutralizing strength. After doing all this, Wang Haoren take a look to see if Su Muyan was still broadcasting. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Qiu Qianwei. I can't sleep. What should I do? Then I'll chat with you until you feel sleepy. It was already late, but Wang Haoren didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he felt even more energetic. This change was obviously brought about by the 100 years worth of true qi. After hearing Qiu Qianwei's words, Wang Haoren was naturally willing to chat with her. Qiu Qianwei, but I don't want to talk over the phone. Wang Haoren smiled knowingly. Then let's talk in person. Qiu Qianwei replied immediately, are you in the villa? I'll go find you. Wang Haoren, I'm a little hungry. Let's go out for supper first. He had already thought of the script. After supper, he didn't want to move anymore. He would go straight to the hotel. This way, he could avoid a collision with Tang Bingyun. Qiu Qianwei replied happily, okay, I'll see you later. Wang Haoren gave her a location and then quietly left the villa. He drove Tang Bingyun's McLaren P1. It was already late at night. It was unlikely that he would bump into Luyu. Moreover, the lights at night were not as bright as during the day. Even if he bumped into Luyu, Luyu might not be able to tell that it was the McLaren P1 of the peerless stock god. In the living room of the villa, Lin Chen held his little face and looked in the direction of the main door. He was waiting. Around him, his sixth sister, Ji Shuiyao, was reading a science magazine. His fifth sister, Lu Yu, was staring at the stock market fluctuation chart on her laptop. His third sister was studying ancient medical books. As for his seventh sister, she had just gone out. He didn't know what she was doing. Lin Chen was bored waiting. He wanted to find a sister to chat with, but no one answered him. How sad. After a while, there was movement at the main door. His fourth sister, Bu Fian, was back. Lin Chen was elated. He ran toward Bu Fian with his short legs. When he got closer, he lowered his voice and whispered, "How's it going? Fourth sister, how is it? Did you help me vent my anger?" "There's nothing I can't do. I've already helped you vent your anger." Bu Fian lied and said, "Let's forget about the grudge between you two. Don't mention it in the future." Lin Chen ignored the second half of her words and asked, "Fourth sister, how did you teach him a lesson? Tell me about it." Bu Fian's mind was still fluctuating. She didn't want to be seen through, so she immediately changed the topic. "I already said that I taught him a lesson. Why are you asking so much?" She looked at the time and said, "It's already late. You should go back to the dormitory." Lin Chen said, "Fourth sister, it's already so late. I'm not going back to the dormitory." As the number of guests in the villa increased, the 4 bedrooms were no longer enough. Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, Lu Yu, and Bian Suwen took one room. After Bu Fian came, she could only sleep with Qiu Qianwei. There were no extra rooms for Lin Chen to sleep in. "There aren't enough rooms. Where are you going to sleep?" Bu Fian didn't try to suppress her voice and just used her normal voice to talk. Ji Shuiyao, Lu Yu, and Bian Suwen heard it, but they didn't say anything. "That's easy. I'll sleep with one of you," Lin Chen said shamelessly. "I'm only used to sleeping with seventh sister, so you can sleep with them." Bu Fian pointed at the others in the hall. Seeing this, Lin Chen ran up to Ji Shuiyao with a grin. "Sixth sister from the Wisdom Society who is both beautiful and intelligent, can I?" "No." Without waiting for Lin Chen to finish, Ji Shuiyao sternly interrupted him. She didn't even take her eyes off the book. Lin Chen felt dejected and ran to Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu said, "I'm busy. Don't disturb me. I'm only used to sleeping alone." Lin Chen could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. He walked to Bian Suwen's side with his last hope. "Go away." Bian Suwen gestured for him to leave. Lin Chen was speechless. Bu Fian walked over and said, "You heard it. Let's go. I'll send you back to the dormitory." She didn't wait for Lin Chen's reply and grabbed him by the back of his neck and dragged him out. Lin Chen felt his feet leave the ground. He immediately started to struggle, shouting and screaming. He wanted to stay here and not leave. However, his short legs flailed in the air for a long time. His voice was hoarse. It was useless. Sixth sister Ji Shuiyao, fifth sister Lu Yu, and third sister Bian Suwen didn't even look at him. This scene caused Lin Chen to feel extremely uncomfortable. Ever since Wang Haoren appeared, the sisters had all changed. They were all leaning towards Wang Haoren, damn it. If it was Wang Haoren who wanted to stay here, would you agree? In his anger, Lin Chen could not help but ask loudly. Bian Suwen, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu raised their heads and looked at Lin Chen. But the 3 of them didn't say anything. However, Lin Chen felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He had said so much to them before, but they ignored him. Now that he casually mentioned Wang Haoren, they all reacted. In the hearts of the sisters, Wang Haoren seemed to be more important than him. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Lin Chen to lose his balance. Gained 800 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Lin Chen to lose his balance. Gained 800 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Lin Chen to lose his balance. Gained 800 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Late at night. Under the moonlight, on a small path, there was a figure dressed like an ancient lady walking. The lady's movements weren't fast. It was as if she was taking a stroll. But every step she took, she would be more than 10 steps away. It was as if she was teleporting. This scene looked a little strange, but it did not make people feel afraid. This lady was too beautiful. She had a perfect figure and an exquisite face. She was like a classical beauty that walked out of a painting. Even if it was a female ghost. She was so beautiful that it was enough to make people forget about their fear. The lady walked on the small path for a while. Not long later, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. There were a few leaves on the small path. Following the lady's hand gesture, the leaves floated into her hands. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. She pinched the leaves and threw them in the direction of the small path in the darkness. The friction between the leaves and the air brought out a piercing sound that hurt people's eardrums. Qing Qian, you don't have to be so ruthless. A man holding a folding fan walked out of the darkness. He looked at the lady with a greedy smile. This woman was Luo Qing Qian, who was ranked second among the 7 sisters. At the same time, he was also a genius warrior ranked second on the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list. Jiang Gaoxian, I'm not that familiar with you. You'd better call me by my full name. Luo Qing Qian looked at the man in front of her with disgust and said. Qing Qian, your words really hurt me. We've known each other for a few years. How can we not be close? Moreover, you should also understand my feelings, Jiang Gaoxian said with an affectionate expression. If you continue to be so disgusting, you might not be able to leave this place alive. The disgust in Luo Qingqian's eyes intensified as she warned. On the Hidden Dragons and Phoenixes list, I'm ranked first, and you're ranked second, Jiang Gaoxian reminded with a smile. That was 3 months ago. Luo Qingqian snorted coldly as a stream of vital energy flew out from her fingertip. Jiang Gaoxian waved his folding fan. Boom, the 2 streams of vital energy collided in midair near Luo Qingqian, causing a temporary vacuum to appear within the sphere at the center of the collision. Luo Qingqian, who witnessed the scene, narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiang Gaoxian with fear. From the previous exchange of blows, she could already tell that Jiang Gaoxian's vital energy was more vigorous than hers. Obviously, she had improved rapidly in the past 3 months, and Jiang Gaoxian had not lagged behind at all. You'd better not follow me. Otherwise, you won't be able to gain any advantage. Luo Qingqian warned again as she floated away. Although Jiang Gaoxian's vital energy was more vigorous, in a life-and-death battle, the small difference in vital energy was negligible. Luo Qingqian might not win, but she would not lose either. Seeing Luo Qingqian disappear from his sight, Jiang Gaoxian did not follow her. He had already received the news that Luo Qingqian would be staying in Clear Spirit Sect for a period of time. Jiang Gaoxian was not in a hurry. After making up his mind, Jiang Gaoxian lowered his head and looked at his long robe. Previously, in a martial arts sect that had little contact with the outside world, such a long robe was normal. However, now that he was in the city, it was obviously a little strange. It was night time and no one saw him, so it did not matter. However, in the day, it would be different. In order to avoid attracting attention, it was better to change it in time. In addition, he had to buy some expensive clothes in the city. However, he was in a hurry to leave and did not bring any money from the secular world. However, this was not a big problem. Jiang Gaoxian's figure flashed and soon disappeared from the path and came to a nearby road. At this moment, a cool sports car happened to drive over. Jiang Gaoxian stood in the middle of the road and stopped the sports car. The car window rolled down. Wang Haoren's head popped out and immediately sensed the vital energy fluctuation on Jiang Gaoxian's body. The intensity of this vital energy fluctuation was about 65 years. 65 years of vital energy was the strongest person Wang Haoren had met so far. Your car is not bad, I'll take it. Also, prepare 50 million for me, Jiang Gaoxian said in a commanding tone. Looking at this familiar scene, Wang Haoren could not help but laugh. Not long ago, when he was driving a Bugatti on the road, Xiao Wanwan had done something similar. At that time, he did not argue with Xiao Wanwan because she was the female lead. Wang Haoren did not immediately respond to Jiang Gaoxuan's words. Instead, he walked out of the driver's seat. Seeing this, Jiang Gaoxian thought that Wang Haoren was more tactful. He walked up to Wang Haoren. "It's your great honor to be able to work for me," Jiang Gaoxian said in a superior tone. However, before he could finish, a slap suddenly flew over and made an intimate contact with his face. Jiang Gaoxuan's face was deformed by the huge force. Then, his whole body was driven by this huge force and flew in a parabola in the air and plunged into a trash can on the side of the road. His nose was filled with a putrid smell. It was nauseating. But at this moment, Jiang Gaoxian did not care about this. He plunged straight into the trash can and did not dare to move at all. He was playing dead. From the force just now, Jiang Gaoxian could tell that he was definitely not that person's opponent. Also, even if he wanted to escape, he would not be able to. Playing dead was the best idea he could think of at the moment. On the road, Wang Haoren looked at the trash can without any movement. He did not think that the other party was dead. He knew the strength of his slap. With that guy's 65 years of true qi, it was impossible for him to be slapped to death by him. There were two possibilities. Either he had fainted or he was playing dead. But no matter which one it was, Wang Haoren did not plan to go over and drag the other party out. Because the trash can was too dirty. Wang Haoren was a bit of a clean freak. He was not even willing to go near the smelly trash can, let alone go over and look. Boom boom. The McLaren P1's engine roared and soon disappeared at the end of the road. McLaren's voice gradually faded away. About 5 minutes later, the trash can on the side of the road suddenly shook slightly, as if it was testing something. Not long after, the shaking gradually increased, and an inverted figure climbed out of the trash can. Jiang Gaoxuan's body was filthy, and there was a rancid smell coming from him. There were all kinds of filthy things on his head. He was battered and exhausted, no longer as arrogant as before. He shook off the filth on his head and looked toward the end of the road, his eyes filled with horror. Ever since Jiang Gaoxian started cultivating, no one of his peers could surpass him. He was only 24 years old, but he already had 65 years of true qi, which made him the undisputed top of the list of hidden dragons and phoenixes. But just now, he was sent flying by a boy less than 20 years old with a slap. To him, this was simply like a dream. It was very unreal. However, his swollen and deformed face, the intense pain that came from it, and the filthy aura on his body all told him that it was real. No wonder Dad said that there's always someone better than me in this world. He told me to keep a low profile and not be too arrogant. Jiang Gaoxian muttered to himself. He was the young master of a hidden sect with a strong background. Coupled with his outstanding talent in martial arts, it was natural for him to be arrogant. But his dad had warned him that there were many more powerful sects in this world, and there were also young geniuses more talented than Jiang Gaoxian. Jiang Gaoxian didn't take it seriously before, but now he had no choice but to believe it. The boy less than 20 years old just now was such a person. When they met just now, Jiang Gaoxian also felt an aura. That made him want to bow down to him. It was as if he had the urge to submit to the other party. But Jiang Gaoxian thought that the other party was just an ordinary person, so he suppressed this feeling. But now it seemed that this strange feeling was actually a warning. Jiang Gaoxian suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly slipped away when no one saw him. He only prayed that he wouldn't meet that boy again in the future. As for revenge, he didn't have that thought at all. Martial arts talent was important, but cultivation resources were equally important. For example, Jiang Gaoxian had been soaking in medicinal baths since he was young to strengthen his bones and skin. In addition, the elders of the sect had used their true qi to nourish his body, making it stronger. Judging from the strength of the boy's true qi when he attacked just now, he estimated that he was close to 100 years old. It was impossible to achieve this with just martial arts talent. Jiang Gaoxian was sure that there was a powerful force behind that young man. Furthermore, it was much stronger than his own sect. Luo Qingqian came to the villa late at night and rested for the night. At 9 o'clock the next morning, she gathered her sisters and Lin Chen. She wanted to have a good chat with them. But after chatting for a while, there was no sign of Qiu Qianwei. "Where's she?" Luo Qingqian asked everyone. Lu Qingqian's Luo's was the first time. Qingqian's of Qingqian. How would I know? "I haven't seen seventh sister since I came back last night," Bu Fian replied. Lu Yu said in surprise, "Fourth elder sister, before you came back, seventh younger sister had something to do and went out. It seems like she didn't come back for the entire night. Why did she go out in the middle of the night?" Luo Qingqian asked with concern. Bian Suwen, Ji Shuiyao, and Bu Fian were surprised to hear that. The three of them knew about the relationship between Qiu Qianwei and Wang Haoren. When they found out that Qiu Qianwei did not come back at night, they already had a guess. However, the three of them remained silent and pretended not to know anything. "Second elder sister, seventh elder sister must have gone out on a date." Lin Chen suddenly interrupted with a pained expression. "What did you say?" Luo Qingqian was surprised. Lu Yu explained, "Qingqian has a boyfriend. She went out in the middle of the night to meet her boyfriend." Luo Qingqian frowned subconsciously. She felt like a parent who found out that her child was in love and was afraid that her child would be taken advantage of. Luo Qingqian asked, "Who was Qingqian's boyfriend?" Lu Yu shook her head. "I don't know. I asked Qingqian many times but she refused to tell me." Luo Qingqian scolded, "What kind of sister are you? You don't even know who your sister's boyfriend is? What if she was cheated?" "I asked her many times but she refused to tell me. I can't do anything about it." Lu Yu mumbled. "Can't you check if she refuses to tell you? You don't act like a sister at all. If anything happens to Qingqian, I'll hold you responsible." Luo Qingqian said sternly. Lu Yu did not dare to talk back. Lin Chen could not help but snicker. Fifth sister Lu Yu had a strong aura but she was still lacking in front of second sister. Qingqian was indeed a sister. Second sister was mighty. Luo Qingqian looked at Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, and Ji Shuiyao when she saw that Lu Yu could not answer. "How about you guys? Do you know who Qingqian's boyfriend is?" Luo Qingqian asked the three of them. "We don't know." The three of them spoke in unison, replying with 3 words almost at the same time. Hearing that, Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, and Ji Shuiyao were all surprised. They looked at each other suspiciously. Luo Qingqian felt that the three of them were a little weird. She looked at them carefully and asked, "Do you guys know something?" Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, and Ji Shuiyao kept quiet and did not answer. Luo Qingqian was even more certain that the three of them knew something. "Say something. Why are you all mute?" Bian Suwen, the third sister, stood up and said, "Second sister, Qingqian is already 20 years old. She has her own judgment. We shouldn't interfere with what she wants to do. She's not a child." Bu Fian also added, "Third sister is right. Qingqian is so smart. She must have good taste. Her boyfriend must be outstanding. We shouldn't interfere." Lu Yu added, "It's just a relationship. There's nothing to be surprised about. When Qingqian and her boyfriend reach a certain stage, she will definitely bring him over to meet us." Ji Shuiyao added, "I think that as her elder sisters, we should be more open-minded. Let's not interfere with Qingqian's matters." Luo Qingqian's brows furrowed even tighter as she listened to her sister's conversation. She remembered clearly that her sisters used to be full of disdain and disgust when they talked about men. What was going on now? Why did they have a change of attitude? Luo Qingqian thought for a while and asked her sisters. "Tell me honestly, have you guys found boyfriends too?" Hearing Luo Qingqian's question, Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, Lu Yu, and Ji Shuiyao looked at each other and did not reply. Luo Qingqian looked around and finally fixed her eyes on Bian Suwen. "Third sister, you're the most senior here other than me. You should speak first." Bian Suwen hesitated and was unwilling to say it. However, in order to share Qiu Qianwei's anger, she said, "Yes, second sister. I do have a boyfriend." Lin Chen's lips quivered and he was anxious. Ding. Host caused Lin Chen to be mentally damaged. Received 1000 villain points, Lin Chen's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. Bu Fian and Lu Yu were shocked when they heard Bian Suwen's reply. As for the fact that Bian Su had a boyfriend, the two of them had only just found out. As for Ji Shui Yao, she had heard about it from eavesdropping and was not surprised. Luo Qingqian was only worried about Qiu Qianqian, but now she had another person to worry about. Who is your boyfriend? What is his identity? Luo Qingqian asked. Bian Suwen shook her head and did not reply. Luo Qingqian looked at Bu Fian and asked, "Fourth sister, what about you? Do you have a boyfriend?" No, I don't have a boyfriend." Bu Fian immediately shook her head. Luo Qingqian heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed her frown. Bu Fian suddenly added, "However, I actually have someone I like." Originally, she was too embarrassed to say such things out loud. However, she knew that Qiu Qianwei and Bian Suwen had a boyfriend and girlfriend. Hence, she wanted to join in the fun. Anyway, it was not her turn to be embarrassed. Luo Qingqian's brows, which had just relaxed, were knitted tightly again. Bian Suwen, Lu Yu, and Ji Shui Yao were surprised and curious about Bu Fian's reply. As for Lin Chen, his face was filled with sadness. Ding! Host caused Lin Chen to be mentally damaged. Received 600 villain points, Lin Chen's protagonist aura -30, host's villain aura +30. Fifth sister, what about you? Luo Qingqian looked at Lu Yu and asked. I'm in a relationship too. Lu Yu wasn't shy and directly said it. After all, someone had taken the lead and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Then the other party. Luo Qingqian wanted to continue asking. Lu Yu understood what her second sister wanted to ask. Without waiting for her to finish, she replied, "Second sister, I still don't know who he is. I want to tell you, but I can't." What do you mean? Luo Qingqian was confused. Have you heard of online dating? Lu Yu asked. Luo Qingqian's breathing quickened as she turned her gaze towards Ji Shui Yao with her last glimmer of hope. Sixth sister, you're the most rational. You won't be deceived by men. You don't have a boyfriend, right? Ji Shui Yao was ashamed. Third sister, I've disappointed you. Although I don't have a boyfriend, I have someone I like, and this person also has other women, and not just one, but two. But I won't change my mind. Furthermore, I've already decided that I only want him for the rest of my life. Hearing these straightforward words, Luo Qingqian felt her head getting heavy. Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, and Lu Yu were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths and looked at Ji Shui Yao in a daze. They didn't think that this rigid and strict sister would actually have such a rebellious idea in her heart. As for Lin Chen, he was about to cry. Ding! Host caused Lin Chen to lose his balance. Received 1000 villain points, Lin Chen's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. Luo Qingqian looked at Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, Lu Yu, and Ji Shui Yao again. She said in a trembling voice, all of you have fallen. Each of you is worse than the other. Bian Suwen and the rest didn't care about their second sister's scolding. At this moment, there was the sound of the door opening and closing. Qiu Qianwei, who was glowing, walked into the hall with light steps. Why is everyone here? Qiu Qianwei was stunned when she saw everyone in the hall. Then, she looked at Luo Qingqian and said in surprise, "Second sister, when did you come?" After saying that, she ran towards Luo Qingqian and gave her a big hug. Luo Qingqian revealed a warm smile, but this smile did not last long. It disappeared very quickly and was replaced by a look of disappointment. Seventh sister, you didn't come back for the whole night. Did you go to see your boyfriend? Luo Qingqian asked directly. Qiu Qianwei's joy lessened and she felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Yes, why? Qiu Qianwei nodded and admitted. How can a girl not come back for the whole night? Luo Qingqian reprimanded her and then thought of something bad. She asked, where did you go with your boyfriend? What did you do? We went to have supper and then, we chatted until dawn. Yes, that's it. That's right. Qiu Qianwei stuttered as she explained. When she said this, not only did her sisters believe her, even Qiu Qianwei was embarrassed. Lying was really not her strong suit. Seventh sister, follow me to the room. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingqian walked towards a bedroom. Qiu Qianwei paused but still followed her. After about 5 minutes, the door opened and Luo Qingqian brought Qiu Qianwei out. At this moment, Luo Qingqian's last bit of hope had disappeared. Qiu Qianwei lowered her head and blushed. She didn't say a word. She felt like she had done something bad and was found out by her parents. Sixth sister, follow me. Luo Qingqian said to Ji Shuiyao again. The two of them walked into the bedroom again. 5 minutes later, Ji Shuiyao came out and took Lu Yu's place, followed by Bufian and Bian Suwen. Lin Chen was curious. He wanted to know what Luo Qingqian and the other sisters were doing in the bedroom, but he couldn't go near them. Hence, he couldn't find out what was going on. Everyone gathered in the hall again. Luo Qingqian said, Seventh sister, tell me who your boyfriend is. Qiu Qianwei saw that her second sister seemed to be up to no good and was afraid that her beloved would be hurt. Hence, she pursed her lips and shook her head. Bian Suwen, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao, who knew the inside story, naturally wouldn't say anything. But Lin Chen said, Second sister, I have a boyfriend. I actually have a guess about seventh sister's boyfriend, and it's most likely this person. Who is it? Luo Qingqian's eyes lit up. Shut up. Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, Ji Shuiyao and Qiu Qianwei stared at Lin Chen and said in unison. Lu Yu was shocked to see this. From Bian Suwen, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao's reaction, they obviously knew who seventh sister's boyfriend was. She was the only one who didn't know. Lin Chen didn't listen to the sisters' protests and walked towards Luo Qingqian. Bian Suwen and Bu Fian wanted to use force to stop Lin Chen, but after taking half a step, their acupuncture points were sealed by Luo Qingqian and they couldn't move at all. Lin Chen whispered something to Luo Qingqian and said in a normal voice, Second sister, in order to prevent the sisters from leaking information, you'd better be prepared when you go to look for him. Luo Qingqian nodded and kept Bian Suwen and the rest's mobile phones. She said, Before I come back, all of you stay here. Then, Luo Qingqian walked towards the door and was prepared to seal the exit of the villa. Lin Chen left the villa immediately. This was because he felt that third sister Bian Suwen, fourth sister Bu Fian, sixth sister Ji Shuiyao and seventh sister Qiu Qianwei were looking at him angrily. They seemed to want to beat him up. Inside a classroom, Wang Haoran, who was in class, received several system reward notifications from Lin Chen. His villain's halo had also broken through the 5,000 mark. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to the host. Your villain's halo has broken through the 5,000 mark. Calculating the reward, please wait for a moment. Wang Haoran looked indifferent. He did not look forward to it. Previously, when his villain's halo broke through the 4,000 mark, he also received a reward, social relationship bond card. After using this bond card on the female lead, it would create a bond among the 10 social relationship bonds. Unfortunately, Wang Haoran drew the ex-girlfriend bond option and was cheated. When he first met Bian Suwen, he was treated with disdain. Although he had won Bian Suwen's heart in the end, the process hadn't been very pleasant for him. After such a bad experience, Wang Haoran naturally wouldn't have too much expectation for the reward of 5,000 points. Just as these thoughts flashed through Wang Haoran's mind, the system sent another notification. Ding! Reward calculation successful. The host has received a love at first sight card. Wang Haoran's eyes lit up. Because from the description, this card seemed to be quite good. However, before he received the exact information, he did not show too much joy. Wang Haoran quickly went to the system's inventory to check. Soon, he found the Love at First Sight card. Love at First Sight card, worth 30,000 villain points, can be used on any female character, including the female lead. The success rate is 100%. After successful use, it will create the effect of love at first sight. The female character's affinity with the host will increase to 50, adoration. Note 1, must be used before meeting the female character. Note 2, only effective on female leads with heroine's halo below 3,000. No wonder it was worth 30,000 villain points. It was excellent. After Wang Haoren read the introduction, his heart was filled with joy. After he calmed down a little, he began to think about who to use. From the looks of it, Lin Chen's eldest sister and second sister were the best candidates. However, there was only one love at first sight, so he could only choose one of them. After giving it some thought, Wang Haoren contacted the system and chose to use it on Lin Chen's elder sister. Wang Haoren already had 100 years of true qi and was not weaker than Luo Qingqian at all. However, Lin Chen's elder sister's ability was still a mystery. It was best to use it on her. Ding! The female lead's female lead halo has exceeded 3,000 points. The Love at First Sight card has failed. Please select a new target to use. Wang Haoren couldn't help but be surprised. At his peak, Lin Chen's main character halo didn't even exceed 3,000. Normally, as the female lead, Lin Chen's elder sister shouldn't have a higher female lead halo than Lin Chen. However, the system notification could not be faked. That could only mean that Lin Chen's eldest sister was much more frightening than he had imagined. Use the Love at First Sight card on the female lead, Luo Qingqian. Wang Haoren could only make this choice. Ding! The Love at First Sight card has been successfully used. The effect of Love at First Sight will be triggered when the female lead, Luo Qingqian, meets the host for the first time. After receiving the system notification, Wang Haoren was slightly relieved. Although he didn't have Lin Chen's elder sister directly, his second sister, Luo Qingqian, was not bad. At least she could save a lot of energy and time. Ding ling ling. The bell for the end of class suddenly rang. The teacher on the podium packed up and left the classroom. The rest of the students were slightly excited as they flocked to the classroom. There was only one lesson in the morning. Now that the lesson was over, they had time to go and have fun. Come here. Wang Haoren shouted to Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered and walked over eagerly. Have you found any pretty girls? Wang Haoren asked. Whenever I have time, I will wander around the school. However, other than a few well-known school beauties, I haven't seen any pretty girls. Lu Ming replied. Do you still need to look for pretty girls in the school? Can't I look for them myself? Wang Haoren reprimanded him and then said, Go outside and wander around. Walk around outside the school more. If you see a girl as beautiful as our school belle, go over and ask for her contact information. Do you understand? Boss, it's okay to do this in school. However, if I go outside, I'm afraid I'll be beaten up. Lu Ming said fearfully. If someone bullies you, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, just go and ask for their contact details. Wang Haoren comforted him. Lu Ming heard this and the worry in his heart dissipated. He immediately said, Okay, boss. Since I have time now, I'll go outside and wander around. Go. Ahead. Wang Haoren gestured for him to leave immediately. After Lu Ming left, Wang Haoren left the classroom slowly. Hey, Wang Haoren, wait a minute. Mu Zhaozhao's voice came from behind. Wang Haoren looked back and saw Mu Zhaozhao and Wenjing walking towards him. Do you have time? Can you do me a favor? Mu Zhaozhao asked. What favor? Wang Haoren did not immediately agree or reject. Instead, he asked. Mu Zhaozhao explained, Jingjing and I just joined the Gu Feng Club, and everyone unanimously recommended us to take promotional photos for the Gu Feng Club. However, the boys in the Gu Feng Club are too boring. They look so out of place in ancient costumes. I don't want to take photos with those boys, so I want to ask for your help. When? Wang Haoren asked. I can do it now, Mu Zhaozhao said. Is that so? No problem. Wang Haoren agreed without hesitation. Anyway, he had no other appointments and was free. Then let's go. Mu Zhaozhao was excited and led the way in front. Wenjing was also very happy. If it was with other boys, she would definitely not be willing. However, if it was Wang Haoren, she would definitely be very happy. Not long after, Wang Haoren and the other two came to a fitting room in the Gu Feng Club on campus. In the fitting room, there were many shelves with many ancient costumes on them. Wang Haoren, Mu Zhaozhao, and Wenjing began to choose clothes. After choosing the clothes, someone took them to disinfect with ultraviolet light and other equipment. While waiting for the clothes to be disinfected, several good-looking girls in the Gu Feng Club began to do makeup for Wang Haoren and the others. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing were girls. Even if they were born beautiful, in order to be more photogenic, they still needed some makeup. It was more complicated. Wang Haoren's condition was too good. His appearance was off the charts and there was no blemish on his face. Therefore, he did not need to apply any makeup. The only thing he needed was an elegant ancient style of long hair. The Gu Feng Club had ready-made props. After a while, Wang Haoren was done. The disinfected clothes were delivered. Wang Haoren casually took one and went to the fitting room to change. When a man dressed in ancient clothing appeared in front of everyone, everyone stopped what they were doing. Their gazes seemed to be attracted by a huge force as they all looked at Wang Haoren. There was a poem that said, "The stranger is like jade, the gentleman is unparalleled." At this moment, Wang Haoren was like the person who walked out of the second half of the poem. An elegant gentleman, unparalleled in the world, ding. The host has touched the heart of the female lead, Mu Zhaozhao. Obtained 200 villain points. Ding. The host has touched the heart of the female lead, Mu Zhaozhao. Obtained 400 villain points. Ding. The host has touched the heart of the female lead, Mu Zhaozhao. Obtained 600 villain points. At the poison sex encampment. Jiang Gaoxian sat in a chair in the living room, waiting. He wore a mask to cover his swollen face. After leaving in a sorry state yesterday, Jiang Gaoxian had run into people from the poison sect. After following them, he'd learned of the poison sect's encampment in Clear Spirit City. This morning, he'd come to pay them a visit. Naturally, it was to deal with Luo Qingqian. Although his true qi was more vigorous than Luo Qingqian's, he didn't have the ability to capture her in a normal fight. At most, both of them would be injured. Of course, Jiang Gaoxian didn't want to see that result. The poison sect's poison was famous among the hidden sections. If he used poison, he'd have a chance to take Luo Qingqian down. Thus, Jiang Gaoxian came to the poison sect's encampment in full force. A lackey invited him into the living room and sent a message to his superiors. Jiang Gaoxian waited for about 10 minutes in the living room before someone arrived. It was an enchanting woman in a black dress. Jiang Gaoxian had seen this woman a few times before. She was the poison sect's holy maiden, Xiao Wanwan. However, Xiao Wanwan was beautiful, but Jiang Gaoxian didn't have any thoughts about her. First, his target was Luo Qingqian. Secondly, even if you take advantage of a woman who plays with poison, do you dare to do so? Why is it only the poison sect's holy maiden here? Don't you even have an elder in your encampment? Jiang Gaoxuan's tone was displeased. There were two reasons. First, the poison sect had made him wait for 10 minutes. That was too long. Second, the poison sect hadn't even offered him a cup of tea. Was this how they treated their guests? Although he didn't dare drink the poison sect's tea, he still had to put on an act to show respect. As the holy maiden and an elder in the poison sect, I've already given you enough face by coming to see you, Xiao Wanwan replied coolly. Actually, Fifth Elder had gone back to the poison sect's headquarters to send a message. Xiao Wanwan had the highest status in the encampment right now. Only she could come to see Jiang Gaoxian. Of course, Xiao Wanwan wasn't foolish enough to say that out loud. So what if you're the poison sect's holy maiden? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want to die? Jiang Gaoxian was very displeased. In terms of sect strength, Jiang Gaoxian felt that he was much stronger than the poison sect, so he naturally didn't hold back in his words. Xiao Wanwan sneered when she heard Jiang Gaoxuan's words. You can try. Forget about me, even if you touch anyone from the poison sect, you won't be able to return alive. Xiao Wanwan's fearless reaction was somewhat out of Jiang Gaoxuan's expectations. Jiang Gaoxian thought for a few seconds before a thought struck him. Is it true that the poison sect's ancestor is still alive? You're quite well informed. Xiao Wanwan smiled faintly. Jiang Gaoxian scrutinized Xiao Wanwan's expression and didn't realize she was bluffing. She really had something to rely on. It seemed that the recent rumors in the hidden Jianghu were true. Thinking of this, Jiang Gaoxian sucked in a breath of cold air. The poison sect's ancestor. That was a person who struck fear in the martial cultivation world 100 years ago. Who would have thought he was still alive? Hee, I was just joking. Please don't take offense, Your Highness Holy Maiden, Jiang Gaoxian said with a chuckle. The poison sect was backed by the poison sect's ancestor. It wasn't something Jiang Gaoxian could bully as he pleased. Moreover, Jiang Gaoxian hadn't come here to cause trouble for the poison sect. He had come here to ask them for a favor. There was no need for him to become enemies with the poison sect. Xiao Wanwan didn't find Jiang Gaoxian's change in attitude strange. After all, her ancestor was too powerful. It would be strange if Jiang Gaoxian didn't fear him. You don't visit a temple without a cause. Why have you come? Speak directly, Xiao Wanwan said directly, not wanting to waste time with Jiang Gaoxian. Holy Maiden is truly smart. You immediately saw through this one's intentions, Jiang Gaoxian praised before revealing his intentions. I want to ask you for a poison. What is it for? Against whom? What is your reward? Xiao Wanwan asked 3 questions in a row. Jiang Gaoxian was very strong and ranked first on the Hidden Dragons and Phoenixes list. Someone who could make him use poison to deal with them clearly wasn't simple. The poison sect's poisons were famous in the Hidden Jianghu. If something happened, the poison sect would definitely be blamed. Xiao Wanwan naturally wouldn't foolishly cause trouble for the poison sect. Of course, if there was enough reward, it was completely negotiable. There was a woman who stole something from me and refused to give it back to me. I tried to reason with her many times, but she still refused to give it back. So I could only use some extreme methods to subdue her and take it back. Jiang Gaoxian said vaguely. You still haven't told me who this woman is, Xiao Wanwan reminded him when she saw that he hadn't answered completely. Luo Qingqian. Jiang Gaoxian hesitated before answering truthfully. There weren't many women who could cause trouble for him, so he couldn't fool Xiao Wanwan with lies. Xiao Wanwan wasn't unfamiliar with the name Luo Qingqian. She was the genius martial artist ranked second on the Hidden Dragons and Phoenixes list. Her background wasn't simple either. Provoking such a person for no reason was simply asking for trouble. A high-grade movement technique and a high-grade sword technique. Sensing the emotions in Xiao Wanwan's expression, Jiang Gaoxian took the initiative to offer his reward. Xiao Wanwan's eyes brightened. High-grade martial arts were the most precious treasures of first-rate sects, so Jiang Gaoxian's reward was very generous. Luo Qingqian wasn't to be trifled with, but if there was a reward, it was entirely possible. In any case, she had the ancestors' support and didn't need to fear Luo Qingqian's background. Plus, the mastermind was Jiang Gaoxian, so there was even less to fear. However, in order to maximize her benefits, Xiao Wanwan said, other than the reward you mentioned, I also want 10 types of rare herbs, 500 gene of each. With that, she called for a subordinate to find a pen and paper and wrote down the names of the herbs, then handed it to Jiang Gaoxian for him to see. Jiang Gaoxian's sect was located in an excellent geographical location that was suitable for growing rare herbs. The 10 types of rare herbs Xiao Wanwan wrote down were essential for making poison. When the poison sect's people went to purchase them, they had to spend a huge amount of money every time. Jiang Gaoxian had a favor to ask of the poison sect, so Xiao Wanwan naturally had to take the opportunity to extort a sum of money. Jiang Gaoxian took the paper with the herbs written on it and hesitated for a few seconds. Deal. Xiao Wanwan was secretly delighted to see Jiang Gaoxian agree so readily. When she asked for 500 gene of rare herbs, she was actually asking for an exorbitant price. She was prepared to haggle and finally negotiated for 500 gene. Unexpectedly, Jiang Gaoxian agreed directly. Xiao Wanwan immediately wrote down the contract and had Jiang Gaoxian place his fingerprint. After the deal was done, Xiao Wanwan asked, "What type of poison do you want?" "I want a poison that makes women unable to control themselves and take the initiative after being poisoned." Jiang Gaoxian's face was sinister. Xiao Wanwan understood and felt a sense of disgust towards Jiang Gaoxian. However, this didn't affect the deal. Xiao Wanwan loved to do bad things, especially dealing with beautiful female martial artists of the righteous path. Moreover, she had already reached an agreement with Jiang Gaoxian, so she naturally couldn't go back on her word. She tossed a small bottle to him. "For you." Jiang Gaoxian reached out and caught it thoughtfully. There was no need to doubt the effects of the poison sect's medicine. However, Luo Qingqian wasn't simple. It wasn't easy to poison her. To be safe, Jiang Gaoxian said, I heard that your poison sex methods are incomparably strange. I wonder if you can help me? Well, you'll need to pay me extra, Xiao Wanwan said. Not far from the building of the Department of Finance, there was a small path with all kinds of flowers and plants. The people of the Ancient Style Club on campus were busy there. There was nothing modern on the path and the scenery was very beautiful. It was very suitable for taking pictures. The photography team and the props team were preparing for the shoot. Wang Haoren was dressed in an ancient costume and looked like a gentleman in a chaotic world. He was waiting with Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing, who were also dressed in ancient costumes. Not long after, everything was ready and they started to take the first set of photos. Soon after the first set of photos were taken, Wang Haoren and the others went to the temporary changing room in the finance building to change their clothes and get ready for the second set of photos. Wang Haoren changed his clothes very quickly and soon came out of the finance building. He was ready to walk to the shooting location a few hundred meters away. The moment he walked out of the finance building, he bumped into a beautiful woman in an ancient costume. Wang Haoren was stunned. The stranger was like jade and the gentleman was unparalleled. The first half of the poem referred to the woman who was beautiful and the second half was the gentleman who was unparalleled. Wang Haoren was the gentleman who was unparalleled in the poem and the woman in front of him was the stranger was like jade. Compared to Wang Haoren, who was stunned by her beauty, the emotions of the beautiful woman in front of him fluctuated even more intensely. There is actually such a good-looking man in this world. He is like an immortal who has come down to earth. The beautiful woman's heart was in turmoil and her eyes were completely attracted to Wang Haoren. She could not look away at all. Wang Haoren and the beautiful woman looked at each other. In the few seconds that they were looking at each other, that devastatingly beautiful woman could clearly feel her heart beating rapidly. It was the feeling of being moved. Ding, the love at first sight card has been triggered. The female lead Luo Qingqian's affinity with the host has increased to 50, adoration, ding. The host has influenced the plot and has received 6,000 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist aura minus 300. The host's villain aura plus 300. Wang Haoren was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He had thought that this beautiful woman in ancient clothing was also a member of the ancient Feng Shui society. She did not expect it to be Lin Chen's second sister, Luo Qingqian. Wang Haoren had only used the love at first sight card for 1 or 2 hours. Originally, he thought that it would take a long time before he could meet Luo Qingqian. He did not expect to meet her so soon. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Sorry, I almost bumped into you just now. Are you okay? Wang Haoren and Luo Qingqian looked at each other for a while and then broke the silence. As she said that, Luo Qingqian realized that she had lost her composure. She looked shy and quickly shifted her gaze away from Wang Haoren's face. I almost bumped into you just now. I should be the one apologizing. Luo Qingqian smiled and replied to Wang Haoren. Are you from the ancient Feng Shui society? Wang Haoren pretended that he did not know Luo Qingqian's identity and found a topic to talk about. Ancient Feng Shui society? Luo Qingqian was stunned when she heard this term. She then nodded and smiled, yes, I am. Her identity was special and it was not convenient for her to say it out loud. In order to get closer to Wang Haoren, she could not help but tell this lie. That's such a coincidence. Me too. Wang Haoren smiled and did not expose her. He only said, but why haven't I seen you before? Are you new? Yes, I just joined. It's normal that you don't know me. Luo Qingqian said. At this moment, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing walked out from another exit of the financial building. Mu Zhaozhao saw that Wang Haoren seemed to be chatting with a woman in ancient clothes. She waved her hand and shouted, let's go. It's time to take photos. Coming. Wang Haoren replied to Mu Zhaozhao and then looked at Luo Qingqian. I have something to do. I'll make a move first. With that, Wang Haoren turned around and was ready to leave. Since Luo Qingqian's affinity was already at 50, he was not afraid that she would run away. But when he turned around, Wang Haoren communicated with the system and used the charm halo on Luo Qingqian. It was still the same saying, the earlier it was used, the sooner it would cool down. After using the charm halo, Luo Qingqian's affinity for Wang Haoren also increased to 60, adoration. Besides that, he also received 1,000 villain points and 50 halo points. This reward was much more than what he got from the other female leads. The reason was naturally because Luo Qingqian's female lead halo was very high. Wang Haoren was a little curious about what kind of reward he would get when he gained the affinity of the mysterious elder sister who had over 3,000 female lead halo. Wait a minute. Luo Qingqian stopped him anxiously. Is there anything else? Wang Haoren turned around and asked. Luo Qingqian suppressed her shyness and said, I was here just now and am not familiar with this place. Can you be my guide and introduce this place to me? Hearing this, Wang Haoren immediately came to his senses. He knew Luo Qingqian and was naturally not afraid that he would not be able to find Luo Qingqian in the future. But Luo Qingqian did not know him. Therefore, when Luo Qingqian saw that he was about to leave, she could not remain calm. Sure, but I am a little busy now. Wang Haoren was not very enthusiastic. Previously, he was tricked by the social relationship card. When he first met Bian Suan, he was given the cold shoulder. Now that he had obtained the love at first sight card, when he first met Luo Qingqian, she fell in love with him at first sight. Wang Haoren really wanted to try the feeling of being pursued by the female lead. Naturally, he had to be reserved. It's okay, I can wait for you. Luo Qingqian quickly replied. Wang Haoren nodded slightly and walked towards the shooting location. Luo Qingqian saw Wang Haoren's indifferent expression and was afraid that he was just brushing her off. So, she kept a distance and followed him. She originally came to the finance building to find trouble with Qiu Qianwei's boyfriend. She heard from Lin Chen that the man was called Wang Haoren. But she temporarily put this matter to the back of her mind. Luo Qingqian was very patient. She waited for almost an hour before the photos were taken. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go. Wang Haoren had ignored Luo Qingqian for quite a while. Therefore, after he was done, he did not waste any time to change his clothes and went straight to Luo Qingqian. I didn't wait for long, it's okay. Luo Qingqian smiled nonchalantly. Both of them were wearing ancient clothes and walked around the campus, attracting the attention of all the passers-by. Wang Haoren did not want to be surrounded by people. So, he brought Luo Qingqian to a beautiful and secluded lotus pond in the Qingling campus. Sit here for a while. Wang Haoren said. Luo Qingqian smiled and nodded obediently. Then, she and Wang Haoren sat on the rock beside the lotus pond. After the two of them sat down, they were silent for a while. Wang Haoren had already decided to experience the feeling of being pursued by the female lead. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to start a conversation. Luo Qingqian was reserved and wanted to wait for the guy to take the initiative. But when she peeked at him, she realized that he was staring at the lotus pond. How can the lotus pond be more beautiful than me? Luo Qingqian secretly felt jealous for a while. Finally, she could not hold it in and said, Oh yes, I'm Luo Qingqian. What's your name? Wang. Wang Haoren was about to answer, but he sensed an unusual creature approaching and suddenly stopped. He looked elsewhere. It was a butterfly. It looked ordinary, but Wang Haoren smelled a drug from the butterfly. This drug was recorded in the supreme poison scripture. It was a special poison that even fairies would not be able to resist. Moreover, it was only effective on women. Just as Wang Haoren was thinking, the butterfly flapped its wings and flew towards Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian did not sense any danger. When the butterfly flew over, she smiled and stretched out her slender fingers to let the butterfly land on her fingertips. Look, this butterfly is so beautiful. Luo Qingqian smiled at Wang Haoren and said. Her real intention was not to let Wang Haoren look at the butterfly, but to let Wang Haoren turn around and look at her. Upon hearing that, Wang Haoren indeed looked over. And as Luo Qingqian wished, he was looking at her. However, Wang Haoren had a strange look on his face. He was still considering if he should chase the butterfly away, but Luo Qingqian reached out to touch it. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there anything on my face? Luo Qingqian naturally did not know what Wang Haoren was thinking. When she saw Wang Haoren staring at her without blinking, she was secretly delighted and said shyly. But just as she finished speaking, Luo Qingqian finally realized something. Her face changed and she immediately used her true qi to shake off the butterfly on her fingertips. However, it was too late. At the fingertips where the butterfly landed, there was a faint crimson aura that spread rapidly along her snow-white wrist and arm to the rest of her body. Luo Qingqian's face changed when she saw the crimson aura spreading under her fair skin. She quickly sealed a few acupuncture points on her body and used her true qi to seal the crimson aura. However, Luo Qingqian realized that the effect was not great. It could only slow down the speed of the poison. In a hurry, Luo Qingqian could not determine what kind of poison it was. She only felt that the blood in her body was flowing faster and her heart was beating faster. However, what Luo Qingqian wanted to do now was not to find out what kind of poison it was. She wanted to not implicate the people around her. The poisonous butterfly was obviously controlled by someone. In other words, there was an enemy who wanted to deal with her secretly. To prevent Wang Haoren from getting hurt, Luo Qingqian immediately decided to leave this place. I suddenly have something to do and have to leave. See you again if fate allows. After Luo Qingqian finished her sentence, she did not wait for Wang Haoren's response and appeared more than 10 meters away in a flash. Immediately after, the beautiful figure in Wang Haoren's field of vision kept shrinking and finally disappeared from his field of vision. Wang Haoren got up from the rock slowly and walked in the direction where Luo Qingqian left. Luo Qingqian was poisoned and there should be an enemy watching her secretly. Now that she was in danger, he had to follow her. Not long after, Wang Haoren saw Luo Qingqian again. However, he kept a distance from her so that she would not notice him and was ready to take action. In front, as Luo Qingqian used her true qi to escape from the place where Wang Haoren was, the poison in her body was acting up faster. Luo Qingqian slowed down and finally stopped. It was a mountain and there were trees and grass all around. It was a good place to hide. Luo Qingqian planned to hide here and try to get rid of the poison in her body. Wang Haoren noticed the movement in front of him and stopped 100 meters away from Luo Qingqian. This was a mountain near the Qingling campus and belonged to the Qingling campus. In the future plan of the Qingling campus, this place was to be flattened and a teaching block was built. However, this plan was still in the initial stage and the mountain still retained its original look. There were no small paths in the mountains, and there were no traces of human activity in the surroundings. This place was very quiet and was a good place to detoxify. Luo Qingqian really knew how to pick a place. However, Luo Qingqian did not have the antidote and probably did not have the ability to detoxify the poison. Wang Haoren was not in a hurry to reveal himself. Instead, he sensed the movements around him. Soon, he sensed that someone was approaching Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian's enemy was here. Wang Haoren activated his X-ray vision and looked in the direction of the movement through the forest. Oh no, this poison is. On the other hand, Luo Qingqian was hiding in the grass. She tried to use her vital energy to force out the poison but found that it was useless. Moreover, as the poison took effect, Luo Qingqian had a strange feeling and immediately identified what kind of poison she was poisoned with. At this moment, footsteps could be heard nearby. Under Luo Qingqian's shocked gaze, a man holding a fan and wearing a mask appeared in her vision. Jiang Gaoxian, it's you. Although he was wearing a mask, Luo Qingqian could still recognize him from his eyes and figure. You didn't expect us to meet again so soon, right? Jiang Gaoxian asked with a smile. You despicable and shameless man, how dare you use such underhanded means? Luo Qingqian gritted her teeth and cursed. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. No, this means and poison does not belong to your sect. This is, the means of the poison sect. After knowing this judgment, Luo Qingqian was even more furious. She shouted to the people around her. Stop hiding, come out. It's been a long time since we last met. Fairy, you are still so beautiful. Xiao Wanwan appeared from behind a big tree and came to Luo Qingqian. She smiled maliciously. Xiao Wanwan, it's you. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Luo Qingqian and Xiao Wanwan had a grudge against each other and meeting under such circumstances made her even angrier. The angrier you are, the faster the poison will take effect, Xiao Wanwan reminded her gloatingly. Luo Qingqian also noticed this strange situation. However, the more she wanted to calm her anger, the more she could not. Instead, she became more agitated. With this emotion, Luo Qingqian could clearly feel that she was about to lose her rationality. Jiang Gaoxian saw this and could not wait to kill her. Luo Qingqian was naturally unwilling to give in. While she was still rational, she opened her mouth and wanted to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Jiang Gaoxian saw the scene and was shocked. However, he could not stop her at that moment. Luo Qingqian, where are you? Someone called out to her from nearby. Luo Qingqian's act of committing suicide froze instantly. Soon, a look of horror appeared on her face. Jiang Gaoxian saw the change in Luo Qingqian and guessed, someone is looking for you. You seem to care a lot about this person, right? Don't hurt innocent people. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Luo Qingqian warned. Haha, I can promise you, but you have to promise me one thing. Jiang Gaoxian laughed. He really could not stop Luo Qingqian from committing suicide. However, now that he had something on Luo Qingqian, he naturally had to make use of it to get what he wanted. Luo Qingqian, where are you? The shout was heard again and it was closer. Obviously, this was an ordinary person. He was very slow and seemed to be unable to find his direction. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wanwan's face turned suspicious. Luo Qingqian is here. Jiang Gaoxian helped to respond and wanted to urge the other party to come over quickly. As long as he could control this man who made Luo Qingqian nervous, he could make Luo Qingqian submit. Luo Qingqian used all her strength to suppress the poison. She could only watch helplessly and could not stop the person who shouted from coming over. A few minutes later, a handsome man with long hair in an ancient costume parted the dense grass and appeared in front of everyone. Some parts of his clothes were torn by the branches and grass. However, his face was fine and it did not affect his handsomeness at all. When Jiang Gaoxian saw this, he immediately wanted to capture the person and force Luo Qingqian to submit. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, Jiang Gaoxian's pupils constricted and he felt as if he was struck by lightning. His outfit was very different from when he saw him last night. However, that face left a deep impression on Jiang Gaoxian. Besides that, Jiang Gaoxian could clearly feel the oppression coming from the other party. It was a kind of oppression that made him want to submit to him. Jiang Gaoxian circulated the Zhen Qi in his body and fled at the maximum speed he could reach. He didn't even look back. Run. Jiang Gaoxian's mind was filled with this thought and nothing else. After Jiang Gaoxian ran away, Xiao Wanwan was also terrified. When she heard the voice just now, she found it familiar. It sounded like the patriarch's voice. Now that she saw his face, she was finally sure. From the way the patriarch called Luo Qingqian, he seemed to be concerned. And Luo Qingqian was obviously concerned about the patriarch too. From this, Xiao Wanwan immediately guessed something. The patriarch was indeed the role model of the evil path. He specialized in dealing with the beautiful ladies of the good path. Like Bian Suwen and Luo Qingqian. Xiao Wanwan had extorted a lot of rewards from Jiang Gaoxian. She was originally smug and wanted to win the patriarch's praise when she met him in the future. Who would have thought that she would accidentally ruin the patriarch's plans? Xiao Wanwan panicked, but in this situation, she naturally could not apologize to the patriarch and expose the patriarch's identity. She could only run first. Xiao Wanwan panicked and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Just like that, Jiang Gaoxian and Xiao Wanwan hurriedly ran away one after the other. Wang Haoran looked in the direction that the two of them left. At an angle that Luo Qingqian could not see, he smiled playfully. He was secretly waiting for Luo Qingqian's enemy to appear. He originally planned to use his explosive strength to be a hero saving the beauty. But when he saw that it was Jiang Gaoxian and Xiao Wanwan, he immediately dismissed the idea. These two people could be scared away without even needing to do anything. So, he restrained his true qi and pretended to be an ordinary person. Because to chase Jiang Gaoxian away, he had to show that his true qi cultivation was far beyond 65 years. In that case, Luo Qingqian would definitely ask him to use his true qi to help her detoxify. Although the poison in Luo Qingqian's body was powerful and could not be detoxified, with the help of Wang Haoren's true qi, it was definitely possible. Using true qi to detoxify the female lead and then gain her gratitude was the main character's way of doing things. He was not the main character. Of course, he would not learn this way of doing things. On the opposite side, Luo Qingqian witnessed the strange scene of Jiang Gaoxian and Xiao Wanwan escaping one after another. She was stunned for a long time before she regained her senses and looked at Wang Haoren in confusion. Wang Haoren pretended to be shocked and asked Luo Qingqian first, "Who are those two people? How can he run so fast? He's like a martial arts master in a martial arts drama." These words made Luo Qingqian a little confused. At the same time, she sensed that there was any genuine qi fluctuation in Wang Haoren's body. Originally, she thought that Jiang Gaoxian and Xiao Wanwan were scared away because of Wang Haoren. But now, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. But why did Jiang Gaoxian and Xiao Wanwan run away for no reason? Luo Qingqian could not figure it out and did not continue thinking about it because she sensed that she was on the verge of losing control. You come over here. Come to my side." Luo Qingqian looked at Wang Haoren, who was a few meters away, with her watery eyes. "What's wrong?" Wang Haoren stood still, pretending to be ignorant. "Come here, I'll tell you." Luo Qingqian revealed a charming smile. Under normal circumstances, she would never have said or done such a thing. This? Wang Haoren still stood in the same spot. However, at this moment, a gust of true qi suddenly wrapped around him and lifted his feet off the ground. He floated forward uncontrollably. "Young master, I'm sorry." A beautiful face was magnified in Wang Haoren's vision. At the same time, he heard Luo Qingqian's apologetic and shy voice. Night fell. In a villa, Bian Suwen and Qiu Qianwei were very anxious. Second sister Luo Qingqian left in the morning. It was already night time, but she was not back yet. Qiu Qianwei and the rest were worried that second sister Luo Qingqian would do something to hurt Wang Haoren in a fit of anger. For example, breaking his legs? Or using a whip to hit him, or torturing him in other worse and crueler ways. These thoughts were not exaggerated. They were completely traceable. Their parents were not around, and so was their eldest sister. Second sister Luo Qingqian was equivalent to a parent. It was inevitable that she would do something impulsive. Especially since second sister's martial strength was terrifyingly high. It would be a piece of cake for her to deal with Wang Haoren. Compared to Bian Suwen and Qiu Qianwei, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao were less worried. Firstly, the two of them were not like Bian Suwen and Qiu Qianwei. They had a good impression of a certain someone. Secondly, the two of them had seen Wang Haoren fight before. They knew that Wang Haoren also had extremely high martial strength. Even so, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao were still anxious. This was because the two of them felt that although Wang Haoren was powerful, he was still lacking compared to second sister. If second sister really wanted to teach Wang Haoren a lesson, Wang Haoren would definitely be the one to be beaten up. As for Lu Yu, she was also worried. However, her mentality was different from the other sisters. She was the mistress who was worried about her disciple. If something really happened to Wang Haoren, as the mistress, how was she going to answer to his master? The five of them had different mentalities, but they were all worried. They spent a long time together. Finally, there was a commotion outside the door. Qiu Qianwei and the rest looked over. However, to their disappointment, it was not second sister Luo Qingqian, but Lin Chen. Lin Chen was carrying a lot of packed food in his hands. It seemed like he was here to deliver food to everyone. After Luo Qingqian left in the morning, Lin Chen left too. However, he did not go far and stayed near the villa. However, after waiting for so long, second sister did not return. Thus, he could not help but deliver food to his sisters. After all, his sisters had already gone hungry for 2 meals. Third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, seventh sister, it's time to eat. Lin Chen smiled cutely and walked into the living room with the food. Qiu Qianwei and the rest were not in the mood to eat. They just narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a chill down his spine and could not help but shrink his neck. Xiao Chen, I really couldn't tell that you have the potential to be a gossipy woman. You like to complain so much. Qiu Qianwei changed her usual elegant tone and gritted her teeth. Seventh sister, how can you blame me? Second sister forced me to. I had no choice. Lin Chen pretended to be innocent. Really? Did second sister strangle you and force you to say it? Qiu Qianwei questioned. Lin Chen was speechless. Bian Suwen didn't say anything. She just went to the kitchen silently. When she came out of the kitchen, she had a broom in her hand. She walked straight to Lin Chen. When Lin Chen saw that, he quickly retreated. His face was filled with panic as he shouted, "Fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, help!" Bu Fian, Lu Yu, and Ji Shuiyao pretended not to hear him and stood by the side. At that moment, Bian Suwen was already in front of Lin Chen with the broom. Lin Chen immediately ran in the living room to avoid being hit. However, although Bian Suwen's true energy was sealed, she was an adult with a pair of long legs. Lin Chen was only an 8-year-old child with 2 short legs. How could he outrun her? Soon, Bian Suwen caught up with Lin Chen. His exposed arm was hit by the broom. Hiss! Lin Chen gasped in pain. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he was shocked to see a red mark on his arm that was hit. This made him speechless. His body was special. He would not be injured when he was hit. Even when a knife was used to cut his neck, he would be fine. He would only feel pain. Even his sisters did not know about this. What was going on? It was fine that he was hit by the broom, but why was he injured? Lin Chen looked at the red mark on his arm caused by the broom and fell into deep thought. However, before he could continue thinking, another broom hit him. Lin Chen screamed in pain and his train of thought was disrupted. Bian Suwen took the broom and hit him more than 10 times before she calmed down a little. At this moment, Qiu Qianwei walked over again. Lin Chen was hit more than 10 times and he cried in pain. These 2 older sisters were really a little ruthless. They had used a lot of strength. Lin Chen cried and begged for mercy. However, Qiu Qianwei did not intend to stop and wanted to hit him a few more times. But just as she raised her hand, there was a commotion outside the door. Qiu Qianwei stopped and looked towards the door. Only to see second sister Luo Qingqian stumbling in, looking as though her soul had left her body. Second sister, what did you do to him? Qiu Qianwei questioned her angrily. Bian Suwen followed and stood beside seventh sister. She looked at second sister Luo Qingqian unhappily. Luo Qingqian's expression was complicated and her eyes were filled with shame. When they parted ways, she asked him again what his name was and what his identity was. He said that his name was Wang Haoran and he was a freshman in Qingling University's finance department. After Luo Qingqian heard this, she then understood that this person was seventh sister's boyfriend. When she heard this news, she was first stunned and then she felt guilty. She felt guilty towards Qiu Qianwei and towards Wang Haoran. Because in this matter, Luo Qingqian felt that Wang Haoran was the victim. After all, she used force. Seventh sister, I'm sorry. Luo Qingqian apologized to Qiu Qianwei under such guilt. After saying that, Luo Qingqian couldn't face Qiu Qianwei anymore. She returned the mobile phones to her sisters and stumbled towards one of the bedrooms without saying a word. He locked the door from the inside. Qiu Qianwei could feel the apology in second sister Luo Qingqian's words. But no matter how wild her imagination was, she could not guess the truth. But from Luo Qingqian's expression and tone, he instantly guessed that his second sister, Luo Qingqian, might have been too harsh on Wang Haoran when she was teaching him a lesson, causing immeasurable damage to him. For example, cutting him off directly. Thinking of this, Qiu Qianwei quickly dialed Wang Haoran's number. Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, Lu Yu, and Ji Shuiyao gathered around nervously and waited for Wang Haoran to pick up the call. Wei, what's the matter? Wang Haoran's excited voice came from the phone. Qiu Qianwei and her sisters heaved a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Although Wang Haoran sounded fine, Qiu Qianwei was still worried. I'm fine. I'm fine, Wang Haoran replied. Qiu Qianwei was confused and asked, my second sister went to look for you. Did you see her? Wang Haoran was silent for a few seconds before replying, I saw her. Did my second sister do anything to you? Qiu Qianwei asked nervously. Your second sister is quite friendly. She just chatted with me for a while and then left, Wang Haoran replied. Qiu Qianwei was confused. If it was just a friendly chat with Wang Haoran, then why did second elder sister look so absent-minded? She even weirdly apologized to Wang Haoran. Where are you? I'll come and see you. Qiu Qianwei was worried. I'm not feeling well. Let's go tomorrow. Wang Haoran rejected immediately. It was fine for Qiu Qianwei to come and see him. He was just worried that Qiu Qianwei would not leave. From morning till night, even someone with 100 years of true qi could not take it. He needed to rest. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Qiu Qianwei asked with concern. My waist is a little sore. Wang Haoran replied casually. Why? Qiu Qianwei asked. Oh, I was dragged to the Gufeng Club by my classmates. I was busy from morning till night. My waist is sore. Wang Haoran explained. Let me come and see you. I'm a doctor. I can treat you. Bian Suwen raised her voice and said to the other side of the phone. Hearing Bian Suwen's voice, Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Bian Suwen was beside him. Wei Wei, is there anyone else beside you? Wang Haoran could not help but ask. My third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister are here. Qiu Qianwei replied. Wang Haoran felt a headache. Obviously, the matter between him and Qiu Qianwei had been exposed. However, this matter was still within an acceptable range. After all, only Qiu Qianwei and her sisters knew about it. Third sister, it's too late. Isn't it inconvenient? Wang Haoran kept a distance from Bian Suwen as he spoke. You're my seventh sister's boyfriend. You can be considered as my brother-in-law. You don't have to be so polite. Bian Suwen said. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a night's rest. It's fine. Wang Haoran declined politely. He was also worried that Bian Suwen would not leave after coming. After all, he was not in his best condition. Moreover, he had not talked to Bian Suwen through the night. If Bian Suwen really came and did not leave, she might be disappointed if he did not perform well due to his normal condition. Moreover, Wang Haoran also planned to take advantage of the night to do something else. All right then. Rest early. Bian Suwen said. Good night, Haoran. Qiu Qianwei said sweetly. Good night, Wei Wei. Wang Haoran replied and was about to hang up. Aren't you going to say something to us? Bian Suwen was a little jealous. She also wanted to get a warm reply from Wang Haoran. However, she felt that it was inappropriate and changed her words. Third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister. Good night. Wang Haoran said helplessly and hung up the call. He checked his new gains. Although he was a little tired and became a victim, he still gained a lot. His villain points had been increased by 10,000. His halo points increased by 500, as for Lin Chen, because his villain points decreased by 500, his protagonist aura dropped by 1,000. He lost his immortality aura. Without this unreasonable halo, Lin Chen truly became a weak 8-year-old main character. As long as Wang Haoran was willing, he could use the most direct method to kill him. However, Wang Haoran did not plan to do that. Although Lin Chen's protagonist aura dropped by 1,000, he could still take advantage of him. It would be a waste to kill him directly. Moreover, Lin Chen's mysterious big sister had not shown her face. She was still an unstable factor. If Lin Chen's big sister knew that something happened to him and came to Wang Haoran, it might cause trouble. After all, this mysterious big sister was a female protagonist with more than 3,000 halo points. She was definitely very strong. Wang Haoran put away his thoughts and went to a place in the night. During the day, because he did not want to expose his strength, he did not attack Jiang Gaoxian. Now, it was time to settle the score. How could it be you? You, how did you find me? In a luxurious hotel, Jiang Gaoxian stared in horror at Wang Haoran, who had suddenly appeared in his room. You don't need to know that. Let's settle our accounts first. Wang Haoran sat down on a chair in the room. He didn't respond to Jiang Gaoshuan's question. Jiang Gaoshuan's whereabouts had naturally been provided by the poison sect. However, Wang Haoren wouldn't casually reveal his connection to the poison sect. What do you want? Jiang Gaoxian was pale, but he didn't dare run. He knew that at this distance, there was no way he could escape alive. You stole my car on the way, and then you attacked the woman I took a fancy to. What do you think I should do to you? Wang Haoren said coldly. Jiang Gaoxian was intimidated by Wang Haoren's strength and aura. He fell to his knees in fright, begging, "Spare me, spare me. I was blind to not recognize MT Tai. I beg you, let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll follow your lead in the future and do whatever you want." Wang Haoren sat upright in his chair, tapping his fingers on the coffee table beside him. He didn't immediately respond. Killing Jiang Gaoxian was a piece of cake for him. However, sparing his life would give him more value. Jiang Gaoxian, the top of the Hidden Dragons and Young Phoenixes list, had a deep background and was arrogant and despotic. He was a proper villain slapped in the face by the protagonist. Keeping Jiang Gaoxian alive could draw out the protagonist. This was similar to Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhihong. But Jiang Gaoxian was much more powerful than those three. The protagonist he could draw out would be even more powerful. In other words, Wang Haoren could gain more villain points by beating these protagonists. Eat this. Wang Haoren tossed a pill in front of Jiang Gaoxian. In order to survive, Jiang Gaoxian didn't hesitate. He swallowed the pill, then dared to ask, "What is this?" "If you work for me obediently in the future, I'll give you the antidote every month," Wang Haoren said without further explanation. When Jiang Gaoxian heard this, how could he not understand that this was a poison used to control people? However, being able to keep his life was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. In order to show his loyalty, he immediately said, "My lord, this subordinate is willing to listen to your orders. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." In Jiang Gaoshuan's opinion, the person in front of him must be a young master of a great force. It was not too disgraceful to work for such an honorable person. Moreover, he had gained a huge backer because of this. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Seeing that Jiang Gaoxian was so obedient, Wang Haoren nodded in satisfaction. But in order to be more assured, he threw another pill to Jiang Gaoxian. Jiang Gaoxian swallowed it without hesitation. "My lord, what is this?" "A medicine that can allow you to focus on training," Wang Haoren said meaningfully. "Thank you for your reward, my lord." Jiang Gaoxian did not think much and immediately kowtowed. Wang Haoren looked at the back of Jiang Gaoshuan's head and smiled secretly. After taking the second pill, Jiang Gaoxian would lose his manhood. The intention was naturally to cut off Jiang Gaoshuan's thoughts of Luo Qingqian. However, Wang Haoren did not lie to Jiang Gaoxian. For martial artists, beauty was like a wolf or a tiger. Not to mention touching, it was best not to even think about it. Only then could one focus on martial arts. Wang Haoren told Jiang Gaoxian that it was a medicine that could allow one to focus on training. Was he wrong? Of course not. Wang Haoren returned to the villa and rested alone for a night. The next day, he went to class as usual. Before class, Lu Ming walked into the classroom with a bruised nose and swollen face and complained to Wang Haoren, Boss, I was beaten up." Wang Haoren could not help but be happy and immediately asked, "What happened?" "Yesterday, I was looking for beauties outside the school. My luck was very good and I met one," Lu Ming reported. "After that, I ran forward to ask for her phone number, but the beauty did not give it to me. I kept following her. Who knew that a man would suddenly appear and beat me up? Boss, look, my face is almost swollen." After listening to Lu Ming's story, Wang Haoren was secretly even happier. Lu Ming's encounter was obviously because he met the female lead. Then, the male lead came out to save the damsel in distress and beat Lu Ming, the little villain, up. Well done, he attracted the male lead so quickly. "Who beat you up? Do you know him? Do you know how to find him?" Wang Haoren asked. "Yes, he is an actor called Xianxia. He is the male lead of the movie Love of a Lifetime that is currently showing in the cinema," Lu Ming said. Love of a Lifetime? Wang Haoren was not unfamiliar with the name of this movie. A few days ago, he accompanied Qin Yunhan, Su Muyan, and Xiao Qianwei to watch this movie. Wang Haoren naturally had an impression of the male lead in the movie, Xianxia. Xianxia was an actor with good acting skills and good looks. He did not expect that he was actually the male lead. What about the beauty you asked for the phone number? Do you know who it is? Wang Haoren asked again. I don't know this, but she is very beautiful. I secretly took a photo. Lu Ming took out his phone and opened the photo album to show Wang Haoren. The woman in the photo has good looks and figure. She can score 95 points. She should be the female lead. Wang Haoren took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Lu Ming. Leave Xianxia to me. Go to the hospital and take a look. Get some medicine and quickly heal the wounds on your face. Lu Ming was very excited. He could not help but say, thank you, boss. When I recover, I will go out and find a beauty for you. Okay. Wang Haoren saw Lu Ming's high awareness and nodded with gratification. Not long after, the class started. However, Wang Haoren was not in the mood to listen to the class. He took out his phone and searched for news about Xianxia on the internet. Xianxia was a popular actor at the moment. There must be a lot of news about him on the internet. Wang Haoren searched for a while and soon got some useful information. Xianxia accepted a movie and was currently shooting in Qingling. One of the investors of this movie was Wang's Pictures. Wang's Pictures was a company under Wang's group. After class, Wang Haoren went to a quiet place and called Wang Xiang. My dear son, you have no money to spend, right? I will ask someone to transfer 10 million to your account later. Wang Xiang's generous voice came from the other side of the phone. Up to you. Wang Haoren replied casually. Did our family's film company invest in a movie recently? The news on the internet was both true and false. Wang Haoren had to confirm it. Yes, the company invested a lot of money and even hired a popular actor called Shen. Wang Xiang suddenly paused as he couldn't recall who it was. Xianxia? Wang Haoren continued. Yes, that's him. That's great. I know that the movie is shooting in Qingling. I haven't seen the movie yet, so I want to go and check it out. There should be a lot of beautiful girls in your university. Why do you want to find a beautiful actress? Wang Xiang felt that he had seen through his son's thoughts. Wang Haoren was speechless. He was too lazy to explain. He simply said, I am tired of the girls in the university. Can't I? Okay, my dear son, you can do whatever you want. Wang Xiang smiled dotingly. I will talk to the movie crew. You can go when you are free. If you like any actress, just tell me. I will make sure you get what you want. In the morning, the weather was clear. Yi Qiu took out the small advertisements for renting and pasted them on the walls and telephone poles near Qingling University. The requirements for renting were the same as before. He wanted single beauties. After pasting 100 small advertisements, Yi Qiu happily patted the dirt off his hands. Now, all he had to do was wait for the renters. After he was done, Yi Qiu walked towards the old residence nearby. As he passed by the residential building, he saw a group of people in work attire, measuring something in front of an old building. Li Bo, what are they doing? Yi Qiu asked a neighbor he knew. They're from the Engineering Quality Inspection Agency. They're here to check the quality of our old building. If they say it's dangerous, it needs to be demolished, Li Bo replied to Yi Qiu. Hearing that, Yi Qiu stopped and watched for a while. After the inspection agency's staff finished inspecting the old building, they quickly gave him the results. Passed. Seeing that, Yi Qiu didn't think much of it and went straight home. The old building in front of him was much older than his own building. If this building was qualified, then his building would be even more qualified. In the afternoon, the inspection agency came to inspect Yi Qiu's building. Yi Qiu calmly ate his watermelon as he watched the inspection agency's staff work. Not long after, the results came out. His building's inspection result was, dangerous building, failed. Are you kidding me? How can my building be dangerous? Yi Qiu stopped eating his watermelon and became anxious. He questioned the inspection agency's staff. Mr. Yi, we're an authoritative engineering inspection agency. We'll definitely be responsible for our own inspection results, one of the inspection agency's staff replied to Yiqiu and said seriously. Please move out of this old building as soon as possible and cooperate with the demolition work. As for the subsidy, you can rest assured. It's definitely enough for you to build a new building after you demolish it. Yiqiu was very depressed. His small advertisement had just been posted, and his building was about to be demolished. How was he going to attract beautiful tenants? Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes and destroyed the main character Yiqiu's renting plan. Received 900 villain points, Yiqiu's protagonist aura -45, host's villain aura +45. After class, Wang Haoren received a notification from the system. He immediately understood that Tang Bingyun's arrangement had worked. Yiqiu's old house was going to be demolished. Wang Haoren went to have a meal and then went back to the villa to take a bath. By the time he was done, night had already fallen. Wang Haoren found out from Wang Xiang that Shenixing's crew would be filming a night scene today. He was going to visit Ben. But at this moment, Bufian sneaked into the villa's courtyard. Wang Haoren quietly came up behind Bufian and asked coldly, "What are you doing here again?" Bufian was startled, but she quickly reacted and turned around with a smile. "Of course I'm here to ask you about cultivation. That's what we agreed on before." Wang Haoren said, "I have something to do now. You can go and look for your second sister. I heard from Weiwei that she's very powerful." At the mention of Luo Qingqian, Bufian looked sad. "My second sister has been locking herself in her room since she came back last night. It has been almost 24 hours and she ignored us when we called her. She didn't even eat." Wang Haoren was surprised for a moment and then felt that it was normal. Wang Haoren could roughly guess Luo Qingqian's state of mind. Firstly, she found it hard to accept the fact. Secondly, she felt very guilty about letting down her seventh sister, Qiu Qianwei. Locking herself in her room was a way for her to adjust herself. Once she adjusted herself, she would naturally be fine. If Wang Haoren called to comfort her, it could shorten the time she needed to adjust herself. However, Wang Haoren didn't plan to do that. He had already decided to be the one being pursued by Luo Qingqian. He wouldn't take the initiative to pursue Luo Qingqian. Moreover, Luo Qingqian used force in this matter and Wang Haoren was the victim. He was still waiting for Luo Qingqian to adjust her state of mind and apologize to him. If she didn't apologize, he would definitely ignore her in the future. Seeing that Wang Haoren didn't respond for a long time, Bufian said in a pleading tone. "Is your matter urgent? If you're not in a hurry, please spend some time to give me some pointers." "Okay." Wang Haoren reluctantly agreed and made up some nonsense that even he didn't understand. Bufian was confused and wanted Wang Haoren to explain it in detail. Of course, Wang Haoren wouldn't tell her and let her figure it out herself. Bufian was helpless and prepared to go back to comprehend. "Wait a minute." Wang Haoren suddenly thought of something and stopped Bufian, who was about to leave. "What's wrong?" Bufian turned back happily. "You didn't tell anyone that I know martial arts, right?" Wang Haoren asked. "No." Bufian shook her head. Wang Haoren nodded. Luo Qingqian only thought that he was an ordinary person and it would be troublesome if Bufian revealed it. "Very good. Don't tell anyone that I know martial arts." Wang Haoren reminded again. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Bufian nodded solemnly and said again. "Then can I come to you at night?" Wang Haoren looked at Bufian strangely. Bufian realized that she had said something wrong and immediately explained, I want to ask for your guidance." "Okay, but don't come over like a thief. It's better to call and inform me." Wang Haoren said. "No problem." Bufian said happily. "By the way, are you busy recently?" Wang Haoren suddenly asked. Bufian thought that Wang Haoren wanted to ask her out and immediately replied, "No, I'm busy." She looked at him expectantly and said, "No, I'm not busy." Wang Haoren said, "That's good. Help me follow a person and observe his movements. Then report to me every day." Bufian was a top assassin who was good at tracking and spying. She was a good coolie. She was the best person to keep an eye on Yiqiu. Because Yiqiu's mansion was gone, he would definitely make his next move. In order to take advantage of Yi Qiu, she had to know his movements. Follow someone? Bufian was a little disappointed. Sensing Bufian's mood, Wang Haoren hurriedly said, I won't let you work for nothing. When you're free, I'll treat you to a meal or go somewhere. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Bufian didn't lack money. Or rather, she wasn't interested in money. After all, she only took 1 yuan for each mission. Wang Haoren knew what Bufian was thinking, but he didn't say it out loud. In order to make Bufian work harder, Wang Haoren said this. You have to treat me to 3 meals and take me out 3 times. Bufian bargained. Okay. Wang Haoren agreed. Then it's a deal. Bufian was overjoyed. After the negotiation, Wang Haoren immediately provided Yi Qiu's information. I'll go to Yi Qiu's place to check. Bufian's body swayed and left the villa. Wang Haoren went to the garage and drove the flashy McLaren P1 to Xianxia's crew. Wang Haoren drove to the set and parked his car before climbing out of the driver's seat of the McLaren. Hello, you must be young Master Wang? A slightly plump middle-aged man jogged over with a flattering smile on his face as he asked Wang Haoren respectfully. Wang Haoren sized up this unfamiliar middle-aged man and asked in surprise, You know me? The middle-aged man chuckled. Director Wang already gave me a heads up and said you'd come by tonight. I've been waiting here since it got dark. But I've never seen you before, young Master Wang. But I just saw a McLaren drive by, and then I saw a handsome young master with a noble aura like you walking by. Who else could it be other than you, young Master Wang? Wang Haoren smiled faintly. This fatty was quite good at bootlicking. He asked, What do you do? I'm the assistant director of the set, the middle-aged man replied hastily. Wang Haoren nodded. An assistant director was a decent position and should be useful in some way. The assistant director bent at the waist and gestured for him to enter. Young Master Wang, I'll bring you into the set and give you a good introduction of the filming process. Wang Haoren nodded. The assistant director quickly led the way and brought Wang Haoren into the set. This was a commercial plaza. Currently, the set had already booked the place for filming some scenes related to the movie. The people coming and going around were not customers, but some extras and crew members of the film crew. En route, Wang Haoren thought of something and took out his phone to show the assistant director a photo he'd gotten from Lu Ming. Does your set have someone like this? The assistant director took a closer look and immediately recognized her. I know this person. She's called Xianxia, a minor extras. Wang Haoren silently nodded. Lu Ming had been beaten up because he'd asked for Xianxia's number. Looking at Wang Haoren's pondering expression, the assistant director's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Wang, are you interested in this minor actor? Wang Haoren didn't answer, but asked, Do you know anything about this Xianxia? The assistant director said, This Xianxia doesn't know any better. Otherwise, with her qualifications, how could she only be a minor character? Wang Haoren understood and immediately asked, How do you know all this? Did you look for her in private? The assistant director smiled awkwardly. Young Master Wang's insight is really amazing. Wang Haoren asked, What were the results? The assistant director replied honestly, In the end, I didn't get any advantage at all. I even got slapped for nothing. Wang Haoren felt that he had already guessed most of it. Is it that popular actor, Xianxia, backing her up? The assistant director replied, That's not it. It was the director who stepped in. Director? Then this director should have a good relationship with Xianxia. According to past experiences, this director should be someone from Xianxia's camp. The assistant director shook his head. No, it's the exact opposite. The director and Xianxia's relationship is very bad. They often get into arguments. This answer was beyond Wang Haoren's expectations. What kind of person is your director? The assistant director was both sour and jealous. He's very young and handsome. He's already qualified to be the male lead. He's only 21 years old, but his family has 3 generations of directors. He has both background and power. Wang Haoren fell into deep thought. The assistant director's role was clearly that of a small villain. That director had protected Xianxia and taught the assistant director a lesson. He should be a righteous character. But if that was the case, how could he have conflicts with the main character, Xianxia? And he was handsome too. Even though Wang Haoran had read all sorts of web novels in his past life, he still didn't understand because this was a blind spot in his knowledge. But one thing was for sure, this Li Yunqi was definitely the female lead. As they spoke, the assistant director had already brought Wang Haoran to a shop selling bags in the shopping mall. Young Master Wang, the actors are still putting on their makeup. It'll take a while before work starts, so we'll shoot here. I'll go hurry them up, you can sit here for a bit, the assistant director said as he brought over a soft stool with a back and placed it by Wang Haoran's side. Go on, Wang Haoran sat down and waved a hand. The assistant director nodded with a smile and left, but hurried to the rest area for the extras. Although Wang Film Company hadn't been established for long, it was backed by tens of billions of Wang Group. If they could curry favor with the young master of Wang Group, they could achieve meteoric success. Thus, the assistant director took matters into his own hands and came up with an idea. His gaze swept across the crowd, and very soon, he saw a beautiful figure that stood out like a crane among chickens. Li Yunqi, come here for a bit, the assistant director beckoned. A figure unwillingly walked out from the crowd and stopped 3 meters away from the assistant director. Come a bit closer, the assistant director said unhappily. I'm standing right here. If you have something to say, just say it. If we're too close, I'm afraid your breath will stink, Li Yunqi didn't give him any face. The extras around them couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? The assistant director lost all face and gave an angry snort to stop the laughter of the extras. Then he suppressed his anger and said to Li Yunqi, the young master of Wang Film Company, young Master Wang, wants to see you. Come with me, the assistant director wanted to say it quietly, but Li Yunqi didn't want to get close. What young master of Wang Film Company? Tell him to scram. I, Li Yunqi, won't yield to anyone. Li Yunqi straightened her neck and replied sternly. The assistant director raged, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Young Master Wang's family has tens of billions of assets. He's even more handsome than the top male celebrities in the entertainment circle. Who knows how many women dream of winning his favor? Now that he's interested in you, it means he thinks highly of you. You actually dare to slander him? Don't you want to make a living? I don't care if he has tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of assets. I'm not going, Li Yunqi spat disdainfully. You don't regret it, the assistant director gave an angry snort before storming off in a huff. After leaving the extras, the assistant director came to Wang Haoran's side and told him everything that had happened with Li Yunqi. After hearing this, Wang Haoran immediately frowned and blamed the assistant director for acting on his own initiative. He then asked, what's Li Yunqi's family background like? The assistant director immediately replied, they come from the countryside. Their background couldn't be more ordinary. Wang Haoran continued to ask, then does Li Yunqi's attitude only target a few people, or is it the same for everyone? The assistant director replied, it's the same for everyone. She never gives anyone face. Even the director and Xianxia are the same. Hearing this, Wang Haoran fell into deep thought again. He felt that the female lead, Li Yunqi, was an iron-headed person if you put it nicely. But if you put it bluntly, there was something wrong with her head. It was one thing to scold the assistant director, but she even slandered the investor in front of everyone. If the investor pulled out, how were they supposed to continue filming? Wouldn't that be harming the entire cast? Moreover, with Li Yunqi's personality, she wouldn't give anyone face. She wouldn't be likable in front of the main character, right? As the main character, how could he stand facing a female lead who didn't give him any face at all? Wang Haoran searched through all the thousands of novels he'd read in his mind, but couldn't find a suitable female lead for Li Yunqi. Before Wang Haoran could think any further, he heard a clamor from the cast and crew. They were about to start work. Wang Haoran rose from his stool to avoid entering the scene. The assistant director moved his stool to a good angle and invited Wang Haoran to sit down. Wang Haoran swept his gaze over the crowd and quickly spotted Li Yunqi's figure. But before he could take a closer look, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of Wang Haoran. The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Wang Haoran sighed and asked the assistant director in a low voice, who is this guy? Who is this? He's too handsome. Is he a new actor? The assistant director said, what actor? This is young Master Wang, the young master of the Wang Film Company. The young master of the Wang Film Company. The beautiful woman rejoiced and looked at Wang Haoren with even more fervor. She drew closer to Wang Haoren and introduced herself in a sweet voice. Hello, young Master Wang. I'm a contracted artist of the Wang Film Company. I'm also the female lead of this movie, Yu Fei. Wang Haoren sized her up. The woman in front of him had a score of 90, enough to be the female lead. But judging from her fawning and flattering attitude, she definitely wasn't the female lead. Wang Haoren smiled faintly at Yu Fei and said, why are you here, where's the male lead? He didn't see Xianxia, so he asked out of curiosity. Yu Fei said in a sweet voice, there's no male lead for this scene. He's still doing his makeup over there, but he should be here soon. Wang Haoren nodded. He wasn't in a rush and was about to ask Yu Fei a few more questions when he suddenly sensed something and looked in the other direction. Li Yunqi was standing about 10 meters away, looking at him with a disdainful gaze. Then, under his astonished gaze, he walked towards him. You're young Master Wang? Li Yunqi asked with a hint of ridicule. Wang Haoren frowned. Yes, what's the matter? Li Yunqi gave a snort and said, putting on an act. I know you have feelings for me, but you should give up. I hate rich second-generation heirs like you the moment I see them. I'll never like you. Wang Haoren was stunned. F***ck, is there something wrong with this female lead's brain? What a lunatic, seeing her speak rudely, Yu Fei shouted, Li Yunqi, you're really impudent. Watch your tone and apologize quickly. The assistant director grew angry as well. Li Yunqi, do you not want to work in this industry anymore? You actually dared to talk back to young Master Wang. Li Yunqi didn't mind. She put her hands on her hips and fearlessly met Wang Haoren's gaze. Young Master Wang, is it? I'm not afraid of you. Wang Haoren might have seen his share of storms, but he was still stunned by Li Yunqi's maneuvers. Isn't this female lead too weird? What an idiot. What's wrong, what's wrong? Following this urgent voice, a tall, handsome young man walked over. Around the man's neck hung a work tag with his name and position on it. Director, Gunanfeng Yunqi. Another voice called out as another man ran over to stand on the other side of Li Yunqi, his expression anxious and concerned. Wang Haoren had seen this face on the internet before. It was Xianxia. He was also a handsome man with a good figure and good looks. Gunanfeng and Xianxia were like a pair of protectors as they stood by Li Yunqi's side to protect her. But when Gunanfeng and Xianxia's eyes met, they were filled with sparks and lightning. Their confrontation was brief, because they had to work together to protect Li Yunqi. Yu Fei and the assistant director stood on either side of Wang Haoren as well, the former shouting. Li Yunqi, hurry up and apologize to young Master Wang, or else I'll make it so you can't even play a minor role. Xianxia defended her. Yu Fei, you're just a new actress. What big words. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand in the circle? I'll protect Yunqi today. Let's see what you can do to her. The assistant director supported Yu Fei and said, Xianxia, you're just a new actor. You only got popular because you were lucky. Don't be complacent. It's not that there aren't others who rise up quickly in this circle, but once the limelight passes, they quickly die down. Director Gunanfeng laughed coldly. If he doesn't have the right, then what about me? I'm going to protect Yunqi today. If you dare to touch her, I'll make it so you can't even be an assistant director. The assistant director's face stiffened as he brought up Wang Haoren. I don't have the right, but do you know who this is by my side? This is the young master of the Wang family pictures, young Master Wang. He's the investor of this movie. So what if you're the director? Once young Master Wang withdraws his investment, let's see how you'll film this movie. Hearing this, Gunanfeng and Xianxia's expressions turned sluggish. They both felt that this was a thorny problem. Whether it was the director or the actor, they all had to look at the investor's face. After finding out Wang Haoren's identity, Gunanfeng and Xianxia lost their confidence. As for Li Yunqi, she was still as stubborn and fearless as ever. Li Yunqi walked closer to Wang Haoren and said word by word, so what if you're an investor, I'm not afraid of you. Even if I die, I won't apologize to you, humph. Yufei pointed at her and gritted her teeth. Rebel, rebel. Li Yunqi, you're finished. The assistant director didn't want to fall behind and added, Li Yunqi, you can go home tomorrow and farm. The two sides went back and forth, and Wang Haoren couldn't get a word in for a long time. At this time, the voices of the two sides finally stopped. However, just as Wang Haoren opened his mouth, he did not make a sound. I'd like to see who dares to touch my Yunqi today, a very pretentious voice spoke up. Just then, a man in a thin windbreaker walked over with a domineering air. When Yufei and the assistant director saw him, they both lost their voices. Liu Beige. Wang Haoren's eyebrows twitched. Another one had come. It was getting more and more lively. Li Yunqi saw him and stomped her feet. She looked at Liu Beige and argued, don't speak nonsense. I'm not yours. Liu Beige revealed a doting smile. That was something that would happen sooner or later. Then he looked at her with his cold, domineering gaze. Gu Nanfeng and Xianxia were both unhappy when they saw the newcomer. When Wang Haoren saw this scene one after another, he already understood in his heart. But to be sure, he immediately connected to the system and checked Li Yunqi's stats. Female lead, Li Yunqi, combat strength, 28, charm, 188, main character aura, 1666, skills, handsome killer aura. Note, if a handsome character stares at Li Yunqi for 3 minutes, this aura will take effect and turn the handsome character into a bootlicker. Iron head aura. Note, fearless. Not afraid of any villain, even if a knife is held to the neck. When Li Yunqi's status panel appeared in Wang Haoren's mind, he finally confirmed his suspicions. This strange and abnormal Li Yunqi really was the main character of a female novel. But this abnormality was only seen from the perspective of a male novel. If it was a female novel, it would make sense. Before this, Wang Haoren had always been prejudiced by first impressions. All the main characters he'd met before were male characters. When he found out that Lu Ming had been beaten up, he naturally assumed that Xianxia, the hero who saved the damsel in distress, was the main character. That was because the hero saving the damsel in distress scenario was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. When he saw Li Yunqi's strange actions, he only thought that her brain wasn't normal and didn't connect the dots to the female novel. But when a few handsome characters popped up, he realized something was wrong. Wang Haoren looked up at Li Yunqi and really wanted to ridicule her. He was the villain of a male novel, so how did he end up playing the role of a female novel's villain? Was it because he'd ordered Lu Ming to do this? Was he indirectly involved? Truthfully speaking, he didn't want to be involved in a female novel's plot, because the female novel had plenty of handsome men and very few beautiful female characters. The male novel was much more fun. The female leads were each prettier than the next, each with their own charm. Of course, the most important thing was that these female leads had the awareness to share with their sisters, unlike the female novel's protagonists who liked to hog everything for themselves. Why don't I stop wasting time with them and withdraw from the plot? Go back and find Xiao Qianwei, Qin Yunhan, or someone else to talk about life and ideals, this thought popped into Wang Haoren's mind. And yet, ding, the total amount of time the host has spent looking at the main character Li Yunqi exceeds 3 minutes. Handsome killer aura will take effect in 1 minute, turning host into a bootlicker. Ding, the host's current resistance aura level is too low. Unable to resist the effects of handsome killer aura. Does the host wish to spend 8,000 villain points to upgrade your resistance aura? 2 system notifications popped up one after the other. Wang Haoren was annoyed. Of course he'd seen Li Yunqi's handsome guy killer halo, but because he was immune to Lin Chen's intelligence-lowering halo, he'd exchanged for a resistance halo. Originally, he thought that with this halo of resistance, he wouldn't have to worry about Li Yunqi's handsome killer halo. This was also why he had no qualms about looking at Li Yunqi. Unexpectedly, her current halo of resistance wasn't enough to ward off Li Yunqi's handsome guy killer halo. Ding! The handsome killer aura will take effect in 50 seconds. Would the host like to spend 8,000 villain points to increase the current level of the resistance aura? Ding! The handsome killer aura will take effect in 40 seconds. Would the host like to spend 8,000 villain points to increase the current level of the resistance aura? While Wang Haoren was deep in thought, 2 more system messages popped up. If he didn't upgrade his resistance aura, he would have to become a bootlicker. Did he have a choice? F***ck. He angrily spent 8,000 villain points to upgrade his resistance aura. In his skill status window, the basic resistance aura had become an intermediate resistance aura. Ding. Host has successfully upgraded resistance aura. You're immune to the negative effects of the handsome guy killer halo. Wang Haoran exhaled in relief. He was determined to get into the habit of keeping enough villain points in the future. Luckily, he had enough villain points this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to upgrade his resistance aura and turn into a bootlicker, because he'd lost 8,000 villain points for no reason. Wang Haoran dispelled any thoughts of quitting the female plot. No matter what, he had to earn back these villain points from Xianxia and the rest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to swallow this insult. His gaze shifted from Xianxia to Yufei by his side. Who's that man in the windbreaker? Yufei lowered her head and whispered in Wang Haoran's ear, he's the boss of Tianyu Entertainment. He started from scratch with a company worth over 10 billion yuan. At the same time, he's another investor in our movie. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes. So he's a tyrannical CEO, a character that's almost worn out in female novels. While Wang Haoran's thoughts were running through his head, Liu Beige had already finished asking Xianxia about Wang Haoran's identity. Suddenly, he said, your Wang group might have deep pockets, but your Wang family pictures is just starting out. They don't have much power in the circle yet. Why don't you give me some face? Hearing this, Yufei and the assistant director both secretly curled their lips. Young Master Wang was a rich young master. How could he be dismissed with a single sentence? Opposite them, Gunanfeng and Xianxing's expressions were grave. They both felt that things weren't so simple. However, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, Wang Haoran suddenly smiled in a friendly manner. Actually, this is just a misunderstanding. Moreover, I'm a man, so I won't bicker with a woman. Ding. Host doesn't play by the rules and affects the plot. Gained 800 villain points. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Haoran immediately received a system notification. As expected, although female and male storylines differed greatly, the villains' plots were still traceable. He did the opposite, and as expected, he obtained a villain point. He'd earned back 800 points, but still needed 7,200 points. On Xianxi's side, Liu Beige, Xianxing, and Gunanfeng all revealed looks of astonishment. On Wang Haoran's side, Yufei and the assistant director were stunned as well. It was obvious that they'd been stunned by Wang Haoran's actions. After staring blankly for a few seconds, Liu Beige recovered and praised him. Wang Xiang has a pretty good son. His tone was like that of an elder commenting on a junior. The meaning behind his words was that Wang Haoran wasn't a rich second generation who cheated his father. Wang Haoran silently chuckled. Just then, he'd earned villain points by doing the opposite. Now that he'd gotten them, it was time to deal with them. His thoughts turned before he told the assistant director, go pour 5 cups of warm tea. The assistant director nodded and left for a minute or two. When he returned, he carried a tray with 5 cups of tea. Wang Haoran casually picked up one of the cups and gestured to the assistant director to deliver it to Liu Beige and the rest. Our Wang Family Pictures is an investor in this movie. One of you is the director, one is the male lead, and the other is an investor. Everyone should want this movie to be filmed well. Drink this cup of tea and this matter will be considered over. So speaking, Wang Haoran drained the tea first. Liu Beige saw that Wang Haoran's attitude was good, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He took a cup of tea from the assistant director's tray and drank it. Seeing this, Xianxing and Gunanfeng did the same. Wang Haoran smiled. His smile was meaningful. Ding, host caused the supporting male lead, Liu Beige, to lose his masculine abilities. Gained 1,500 villain points. Ding, host caused the supporting male lead, Gunanfeng, to lose his masculine abilities. Gained 1,500 villain points. Ding, host caused the supporting male lead, Xianxing, to lose his masculine abilities. Gained 1,500 villain points. Wang Haoran had used this method against the Soldier King, Yang. It was one of the most effective ways to deal with male characters. Wang Haoran took advantage of the fact that he was serving tea to add a bit of spice into the mix and successfully pocketed 4,500 villain points. More than half of the 8,000 points needed to upgrade his resistance aura had been recovered. Wang Haoren secretly rejoiced before he noticed the description of Liu Bei's trio in the notification, supporting male characters. He originally thought that Liu Bei, the tyrannical chairman, was the male lead but never expected him to be a supporting male character as well. But on second thought, Wang Haoren suddenly understood. The female series was different from the male series. The supporting male characters' roles were basically equivalent to the female lead in the male series. Most of the time, the male lead in the female series was very erratic. There might not even be a male lead in the first half of the story, but as the plot progressed, one of the supporting male characters would eventually become the male lead. As for which supporting male character would become, that depended on which bootlicker was the best. The one who made Li Yunqi feel the most comfortable would become the male lead in the later parts of the story. Liu Bei, Gu Nanfeng, and Xianxia still had no idea what had happened to their bodies. On one side, there was still a cup of tea left on the assistant director's plate. It was for Li Yunqi. But the poison in the tea was only effective against men. Nothing would happen to Li Yunqi if she drank it. This extra cup of tea was only a side effect. But Li Yunqi didn't move at all, showing no inclination to drink the tea. Xianxia coaxed, "Yunqi, since this young master Wang has said so, you should drink this cup of tea too." Gu Nanfeng added, "Drink it, give this young master Wang some face." Hearing this, Li Yunqi expressionlessly picked up the last cup of tea from the assistant director's plate. With a twist of her wrist, she poured the tea onto the floor. Thud. Then her hand loosened and the cup fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Li Yunqi raised her chin and looked straight at Wang Haoren. "Stop dreaming. Don't think you can trick me just because you're pretending to be nice to me. I've seen plenty of people like you. I advise you to give up on me. I won't like a rich second-generation heir like you." Wang Haoren was stunned. What was going on in this female series head's brain? The situation had already calmed down, but she was still jumping around like this? She even insisted that he had feelings for her. Silently ridiculed herself. But on second thought, perhaps it was because of her handsome's killer aura and iron head aura. Of all the handsome guys she'd met with her were bootlickers. In Li Yunqi's heart, there was a stereotype that all handsome men had ideas about her and revolved around her. Head with iron's head aura. And her iron head aura made Li Yunqi fearless. She could diss anyone she wanted, diss the heavens, diss the earth, or even the air. Wang Haoren was still lost in thought when the assistant director on the side saw Li Yunqi's vile attitude. He immediately jumped up to protect his master and pointed at her angrily. "You really don't want face when it's given. Young Master Wang is magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones. He only let you drink a cup of tea, but you're still so impudent." Li Yunqi stuck up her nose and said, "What magnanimous? He clearly has feelings for me, so he's pretending to be a good person to win my favor." Seeing her so narcissistic, Yu Fei couldn't help but say, "You think you're all that just because you're beautiful? With young Master Wang's qualities, he can find any woman he wants. Does he have to have feelings for you?" Li Yunqi glanced at Wang Haoren and said, "You don't have any feelings for me, do you? Do you dare swear? Just say that if you have feelings for me, you'll be struck by lightning." Wang Haoren gave a cold laugh. He was too lazy to talk to this guy with an abnormal brain, so he naturally wouldn't reply. Seeing this, Li Yunqi was even more convinced that Wang Haoren was interested in her and felt even more pleased with herself. Liu Bei, Gu Nanfeng, and Xianxia didn't think that Li Yunqi's perception was wrong. In their eyes, any man would like a woman like Li Yunqi. Of course, the three of them didn't want Li Yunqi to keep making a fuss. Director Gu Nanfeng was the first to react and clapped his hands, shouting to the people around him, "It's getting late. Let's get to work, let's get to work." The cast and crew busied themselves and quickly got to work on the shoot. Wang Haoren took out his phone and sent Xiao Wanwan a message. Li Yunqi's attitude of climbing all over him was something that any normal man wouldn't be able to tolerate, much less a villain like him. If he didn't teach her a lesson, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for a few nights. As for the way to teach her a lesson, brush up her favorability and turn her around, impossible. Judging from Li Yunqi's attitude, even if he brushed up on her until the end of the main storyline, he still wouldn't reach 50 favorability. Moreover, brushing up on Li Yunqi's favorability was no different from being a bootlicker. It was too stifling. Wang Haoren wouldn't do such a thing unless there were 100 holes in his head. It was better to deal with Li Yunqi the same way he dealt with the male lead. However, he didn't have any suitable poisons on him to deal with Li Yunqi. After writing the message, Wang Haoren sent it to Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan replied instantly. Wang Haoren finished reading the message and waited. About 20 minutes later, Xiao Wanwan sent another message. Wang Haoren left everyone's line of sight and went to a quiet, secluded corridor in the shopping mall to see Xiao Wanwan. As soon as she saw him, the pale-faced Xiao Wanwan knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "Old ancestor, have mercy. I didn't know Jiang Gaoxian was dealing with a woman related to you. That's why I almost ruined your plans. I beg the old ancestor to spare this subordinate's life." Wang Haoren reached out and grabbed Xiao Wanwan's arm to help her up. "You didn't know about this, so I don't blame you." Xiao Wanwan couldn't compare to Jiang Gaoxian. She was the female lead, so of course she had to be treated differently. Although Xiao Wanwan had almost ruined his plans, she'd still helped him indirectly. Wang Haoren wouldn't blame her. He even wanted to give her a thumbs up. But there was one thing that Wang Haoren couldn't help but grumble to himself. Xiao Wanwan's poison on Luo Qingqian was really too strong. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by pills and his 100 years' worth of true qi. Otherwise, he'd be paralyzed for days. Xiao Wanwan trembled in disbelief. "Old ancestor, are you speaking the truth? You really won't punish me? Why would I lie to you? I already said I don't blame you. Why would I punish you?" In order to make Xiao Wanwan believe him, Wang Haoren spoke in a very gentle tone. Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but be stunned. She had made 2 mistakes. The first time, she wanted to block the road and steal the old ancestor's car. The second time, she almost helped Jiang Gaoxian to harm Luo Qingqian. She heard from the elders in the sect that the old ancestor was a cold-blooded and ruthless person. If someone in the sect made a mistake, he would definitely punish them severely. But he was so lenient to her and spoke in a gentle tone. Also, the old ancestor was so handsome. Xiao Wanwan stared at the handsome and charming face of the man in front of her, and 2 faint blushes appeared on her pretty face. Ding, the female lead Xiao Wanwan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 40, very friendly, ding, the host has influenced the plot and gained 700 villain points. Ancestor, since you're not punishing me, then why did you summon me? After confirming that the ancestor wouldn't blame her, Xiao Wanwan calmed herself down and asked. "Did you bring the things I told you to bring?" Wang Haoren asked. "Of course I did." Xiao Wanwan nodded fiercely, then took out a small medicine pouch about 2 fingers wide and respectfully handed it over. Wang Haoren accepted it. "There's nothing else. You can go back." "Yes, ancestor. This subordinate will take her leave." Xiao Wanwan bowed and said respectfully. When she straightened her body, she discovered that the ancestor was nowhere to be seen. "The ancestor was only half a meter away from me, but I didn't even sense him leaving." Xiao Wanwan was shocked and worshipped the ancestor even more. After Wang Haoren left Xiao Wanwan's field of vision, he quickly returned to the set. The crew was in the middle of filming. Director Gu Nanfeng and lead actor Xianxia were busy, while Liu Beige had received a call from the company. He'd been on the phone for more than 10 minutes, but it still hadn't stopped. The extras, Li Yunqi, had very few scenes. After going on stage for a while, her work for the day was over. Liu Beige, Gu Nanfeng, and Xianxia were all busy, so they didn't have time to pay attention to her. Li Yunqi felt a little bored without any handsome guys around her, so she went back to the rest area for the extras. Currently, the other extras had gone to watch the filming, so it was very quiet here. Li Yunqi was happy with the peace and quiet. She took out her phone and scrolled through Douyin until she felt sleepy. She leaned against the chair and fell asleep. Sometime later, Li Yunqi woke up in a daze. Li Yunqi took out her phone to check the time and realized she'd only slept for 20 minutes. But she only felt a little groggy, as if she'd slept for a long time. Besides that, she felt uncomfortable all over, but she couldn't pinpoint where. She didn't think much of it, but stood up from the chair and headed back to the filming area. After getting used to handsome men circling around her, Xianxia felt a little unaccustomed after a moment of peace and quiet. When she arrived at the filming location, Xianxia was disappointed to see Gunanfeng and Shenixing still busy with filming. Liu Beige was still on the phone. He had probably been on the phone for almost half an hour. That was really long. However, when she thought about how Liu Beige was the CEO of a billion-dollar corporation, he had to manage a lot of things. It was normal for him to be busy. They could only wait for a while. However, at this moment, another handsome guy from the crew walked past her. Xianxia said to the man's back, "Are you purposely showing off in front of me so I'll notice you?" Wang Haoren stopped and turned around. "There's only one road here. I'm just passing by." "You're thinking too much. I'm not interested in you at all." As if she'd seen through everything, Xianxia said, loosening the reins in order to grasp them better. "You think I can't see through such petty tricks?" After complaining for a while, he continued. "Give up. Playing hard to get won't work on me. If you really want to pursue me, then do it openly." "Chase?" "Just then, you might as well have said to lick me." Wang Haoren silently muttered to himself before smiling coldly. "Aren't you being too confident in yourself? Do you think you're very beautiful?" Xianxia raised her face and said narcissistically, "Look at my eyes, mouth, nose, and face shape. Aren't they beautiful?" Wang Haoren sneered, "I only recognize beauties without makeup. I think all women with makeup are ugly." Xianxia wasn't convinced. "I'm still very good-looking without makeup." Wang Haoren curled his lips into a smile. "You don't believe me? Then open your eyes wide and take a good look." Xianxia was very confident in her looks. Even without makeup, she was still very good-looking. After seeing Wang Haoren's expression, she couldn't help but want to prove herself. She left for a while before returning with a bottle of makeup remover and a soft cotton towel. Then she removed her makeup on the spot. A few dozen seconds later, Xianxia finished and raised her face again to look at Wang Haoren. "Look, don't I look beautiful?" Wang Haoren's expression was strange. "If you're considered beautiful like this, then there's no ugly woman in the world." Xianxia said unhappily, "I think you either have a problem with your sense of beauty, or you're just lying through your teeth." After that, she spoke to the people around them. "Hey, do you guys think I'm an ugly woman?" Hearing this, a few extras looked over with frightened expressions. You're Xianxia?" One of the extras who knew Xianxia couldn't help asking. "That's right. Can't you tell?" Xianxia creased her brows doubtfully. There wasn't much difference between her makeup and her bare face. The extras weren't sure at first, but Xianxia's voice confirmed her suspicions. She blurted out subconsciously. Why are you so ugly without makeup?" Xianxia said unhappily, "Little Zhen, even if you're jealous of me, you can't speak nonsense. It's a waste that I've known you for so long." The female side character Xianxia called Little Zhen had a solemn expression as she spoke to Xianxia. "You should hurry up and put on your makeup." Xianxia felt uncomfortable with these words. "Little Zhen, what do you mean? How am I ugly without makeup?" Little Zhen didn't know how to answer, so she simply stayed silent. Xianxia felt indignant and asked the extras around her, "Tell me, am I ugly?" "Ugly?" a dozen extras said in unison. You're all blind." Xianxia said indignantly. "Heavens, don't you look in the mirror before you put on makeup? Don't you know how ugly you are?" "That's right. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault for scaring people." Ah, the legendary sorcery of makeup. I've seen it for myself today. Really, I almost vomited up my dinner. None of them wanted to talk about it, but Xianxia's outburst made them angry as well. One after another, they began to discuss Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care if one or two people said the same thing, but there was a problem with so many people talking about her. Perhaps it was because she didn't remove her makeup properly, but her face was now dirty. Xianxia quickly figured out the reason and saw Little Zhen carrying her bag. She asked, "Did you bring a makeup mirror?" Little Zhen nodded and took out a mirror from her bag for Xianxia. Xianxia took the mirror and looked at herself. Ah, even she was frightened by herself. In the mirror, her eyes were listless, her lips were cracked, her face was covered in freckles, and her skin was rough. Was that her? No, that's impossible. It had to be dirt. Li Yunqi used her hands to wipe at her face, but didn't manage to rub off any of it. Ah! Li Yunqi lost control of her emotions and screamed, her voice reaching the skies. Following the sound of her voice, the the 3 flower protectors immediately dropped what they were doing and madly rushed over with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Cece, don't be afraid, I'm here. Who dares to bully Yunqi? Yunqi, Lu Gij is here to protect you. 3 voices called out one after another. Lu Beige, Gu Nanfeng, and Shenixing sprinted towards the source of the sound. But by now, the screams had stopped. The 3 of them quickly scanned their surroundings and grew confused. Where's Yunqi? They clearly heard Yunqi's cries just then. Little Zhen, I clearly heard Yunqi scream just then. Where did she go? Did she get kidnapped by bad people? Shenixing recognized Li Yunqi's side character friend and saw that she seemed to be here the entire time. He assumed she knew what was going on and immediately asked. Lu Beige and Gu Nanfeng looked over, their faces tense as they waited for Little Zhen's reply. Isn't Yunqi right by your side? Little Zhen pointed at Li Yunqi in the middle of the trio. Lu Beige, Gu Nanfeng, and Shenixing glanced at each other before turning back. Shenixing urged, don't keep laughing. Hurry and tell us, where did Yunqi go? Little Zhen said, I'm not joking. Look carefully, she's Yunqi. Can't you guys recognize her? Lu Beige and the rest creased their brows as they resisted the discomfort. They looked again at the ugly woman with a face full of spots and poor skin. Though her skin was different, her facial features were a bit similar to Li Yunqi's. Lu Beige couldn't believe it. You're Yunqi? Lu Gij, Li Yunqi replied in a complicated tone. This was the name Lu Beige had always wanted to hear. But hearing it under these circumstances made his heart feel uncomfortable as goosebumps rose all over his body. No, that's impossible. You definitely aren't Yunqi. How could Yunqi be so ugly? Though her voice sounded familiar, Lu Beige still refused to believe it. This is Yunqi, ah. She looks like without her makeup, Little Zhen explained from the side. Shenixing said, I've known Yunqi for a while now. Though I've never seen her without makeup, I'm certain she can't be this ugly without it. That's right. Yunqi might not be as beautiful without makeup, but she definitely can't be this ugly, Gu Nanfeng agreed with Shenixing for once. Because director Gu Nanfeng and the male lead Shenixing had quit, filming stopped as well. Yu Fei and the assistant director ran over to watch. The former happened to overhear Gu Nanfeng and Shenixing's conversation. Yu Fei couldn't help but walk out from the crowd to stand in front of the woman suspected to be Li Yunqi. She looked at her like she was looking at a rare animal, examining her from all angles. Once he was done examining her, it was as if he hit her while she was down. So this is Li Yunqi, there's no mistake about it. It turns out that there's such a big difference between her before and after makeup. She's like a completely different person. Yu Fei, get out of my way. Li Yunqi was already annoyed by Yu Fei's scrutiny, so she couldn't help but retort after hearing her words. What's wrong? You won't let me talk about your ugliness? Yu Fei's face was full of disdain as she reached out a finger to lift Li Yunqi's chin. Li Yunqi loathed this gesture and tilted her head. Yu Fei's fingers didn't manage to touch her chin, but they managed to touch her hair. A lock of fine black hair floated down from Li Yunqi's head. Yu Fei's eyes lit up as she continued to hit Li Yunqi while she was down. You're even wearing a wig, let me see. So speaking, she reached out to grab at Li Yunqi's hair. Yu Fei easily plucked out a large chunk of hair. Li Yunqi only felt that a large part of her head was a little cold. He reached out his hand and touched his scalp. Ah! The high decibel sound pierced the eardrums of the people around them. Lu Beige, Gu Nanfeng, and Shenixing's faces were pale white as if they'd been struck by lightning. This was the scream, that's right, it was Li Yunqi, the woman they'd been longing for. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes and caused the female lead Li Yunqi's looks to crumble. Gained 2,000 villain points. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes and caused the supporting male lead Lu Beige to suffer a huge psychological blow. Gained 1,000 villain points. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes and caused the supporting male lead Gunanfeng to suffer a huge psychological blow. Gained 1000 villain points. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes and caused the supporting male lead Xianxia to suffer a huge psychological blow. Gained 1000 villain points. Wang Haoran secretly rejoiced. Another 5000 villain points had arrived in his account. Combined with the rewards he'd earned from Li Yunqi's group, he'd earned back all of the 8,000 points he'd spent on leveling up resistance. He reined in his emotions and continued to watch the show. He was planning to hit her while she was down, but Yufei had done it for him instead. He was more than happy to be idle. On the stage, Yufei grabbed Li Yunqi's wig and gave a start before she rejoiced at the unexpected good news. As it turned out, Li Yunqi was not only ugly without makeup, but bald as well. She usually wore a wig. This discovery gave her a shock. Yufei really wanted to know what other secrets Li Yunqi had besides this. Li Yunqi, I really have to hand it to you. You really hid yourself deeply. You pretended to be an ugly beauty for so long before revealing yourself now. Yufei circled around Li Yunqi, her eyes wide as she continued to size her up. The three flower protectors had suffered the greatest psychological blow of their lives and were all stupefied. Naturally, none of them stopped Yufei. Yufei's eyes were sharp enough to notice something unusual about Li Yunqi's body. Your waist looks a little strange. She circled behind Li Yunqi and reached out a hand when she wasn't paying attention. The 3 layers of swimming rings around Li Yunqi's waist were revealed. Yufei rejoiced as if she'd won the lottery. Haha, I wouldn't have known if I didn't see it. Now that I saw it, I got a fright. I thought it was your little waist, but it turns out it's a bucket waist with rings. You. I'll fight you to the death. Li Yunqi let go of her clothes, flustered and exasperated as she clawed at Yufei's face. The assistant director was quick to react and rushed over to grab Li Yunqi's hands. Yufei was the female lead and had many important scenes. If her face was scratched, then the filming progress would be slowed down immensely. After almost getting scratched, Yufei felt a lingering fear before she grew angry. While the assistant director was holding Li Yunqi's hands, she took the chance to lift her clothes again. Previously, they had only caught a glimpse of a few layers of swimming rings. This time, after a long time, they had also discovered something new. On Li Yunqi's lower abdomen was a healed scar about half a foot long. Yufei was a woman and immediately guessed the cause. She pointed at the scar and said, Li Yunqi, don't tell me you accidentally cut yourself while chopping vegetables or left a scar from an appendectomy? What nonsense are you spouting? What scar? I don't have one on my body, Li Yunqi retorted. You're still anxious, aren't you? Yufei laughed mockingly before looking pitifully at Lu Beige, Gunanfeng, and Xianxia. She sighed. A woman who's already given birth to a child and is so ugly still treats her like a treasure. I really have to hand it to you. Hearing this, Lu Beige, Gunanfeng, and Xianxia's faces paled even more. Their hearts felt like they were being crushed by a boulder weighing hundreds of kilograms. Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm so pure that I've never given birth to a child, Li Yunqi argued loudly. However, weak words were far less convincing than evidence. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes, causing female lead Li Yunqi's looks and character to crumble. She's lost her handsome killer aura. Ding, host greatly influenced the plot and gained 3,000 villain points. Li Yunqi's protagonist aura minus 150. Host's villain aura plus 150. Seeing Lu Beige and the rest's disappointed expressions, Li Yunqi panicked. She turned to Lu Beige and said, Big brother Lu, you have to believe me. Shut up, you're not allowed to call me that in the future. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Lu Beige drew a clear line. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes, causing supporting male lead Lu Beige to break free of his bootlicker attitude. Ding, host influenced the plot and gained 800 villain points. Li Yunqi's gaze turned pitifully towards Gunanfeng. Big brother Nanfeng, don't you know what kind of person I am? Gunanfeng said clearly, I've been in contact with this circle since I was young, but this is the first time I've misjudged someone. Li Yunqi, we're not that close, so don't call me that. Moreover, I'm the director. You're just a minor character, so pay attention to your status. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes, causing supporting male lead Gunanfeng to break free of his bootlicker attitude. Ding, host influenced the plot and gained 800 villain points. Li Yunqi held on to her last hope as she looked to the other side. Big brother Yixing, he too a. Shen Yixing didn't care about his image as he spat. He'd known Li Yunqi the longest and thought he understood her the most. He thought she was the best woman in the world. As it turned out, this was all a facade she'd created. Now that his dreams were shattered, he was awake. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes, causing supporting male lead Shen Yixing to break free of his bootlicker attitude. Ding, host influenced the plot and gained 800 villain points. You minor character, who told you to jump in front of me and talk back to young Master Wang? Are you going to jump or not? Are you going to jump or not? Yu Fei said as she slapped Li Yunqi. Li Yunqi was beaten to tears. In the past, she was pretty and beautiful. No matter how big of a mess she made, there would always be handsome guys standing up to help her. Now that she had inexplicably turned ugly, who would stand up for her? If he continued to be stubborn, he would only be beaten even more miserably. Big sis Yu Fei, I was wrong. I beg you to stop hitting me, Li Yunqi begged for mercy. Ding, host manipulated from behind the scenes, causing female lead Li Yunqi to lose her iron-headed halo. Gained 1600 villain points, Li Yunqi's protagonist halo -80, host's villain halo +80. Ding, female lead Li Yunqi's mental state has exploded. Her halo has dispersed, she has lost her status as lead character. That's it, Wang Haoren's interest waned. Although he had already earned back the 8,000 villain points needed to upgrade the resistance aura, he still wanted to earn more if he could. Unfortunately, Li Yunqi was already cold. Wang Haoren turned to look at Liu Beige and the others. Li Yunqi had lost her status as the main character, but Liu Beige and the rest were still the supporting male characters. If there were other female protagonists, these three would most likely be pulled into the story of other female characters. But these were all matters for the future. Wang Haoren didn't want to bother with them now. In any case, they had no male abilities, so he'd let them off for now. Once they joined the other female characters, he'd take their wool. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Haoren stretched lazily and prepared to leave. Yu Fei's eyes were sharp enough to see Wang Haoren's movements. She immediately gave up on slapping Li Yunqi and jogged after him. Young Master Wang, are you preparing to leave? I'll send you off. Yu Fei followed Wang Haoren out of the set until Wang Haoren reached the McLaren P1. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the McLaren. She had some eyesight and naturally recognized it as a McLaren P1, a $10 million supercar. She quickly asked, Young Master Wang, are you going straight back to rest, or are you going somewhere else? What do you want to say? Wang Haoren saw that Yu Fei had worked so hard to teach Li Yunqi a lesson, so he said a few more words to her. I saw that this car was so dazzling, so I wanted to sit in it, Yu Fei said, embarrassed. You're busy with filming, right? Let's do it another day, Wang Haoren said mildly. Hearing this, Yu Fei understood that young Master Wang was rejecting her in disguise. But she wasn't disappointed. After all, someone like young Master Wang didn't lack women. She didn't indulge in wild fantasies to catch his eye, so she didn't expect much. Naturally, she wasn't disappointed. All right then, young Master Wang. Goodbye, I'll be going back to film now, Yu Fei could only say. Wang Haoren nodded and prepared to climb into the driver's seat. But after some thought, he suddenly asked Yu Fei, what's your phone number? Yu Fei was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. She thought that things had taken a turn for the better and immediately exchanged numbers with Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren said, there should be many beautiful women in your social circle. If you meet someone prettier than you, remember to give me a call. Yu Fei gave a start before understanding why young Master Wang wanted to exchange numbers with her. She was slightly disappointed, but quickly regained her spirits. It was a blessing to be able to work for young Master Wang. If she did his bidding well, she'd be able to get more resources from Wang Family Pictures. Yu Fei nodded solemnly. All right, young Master Wang. If I see someone, I'll definitely tell you. Remember, it has to be someone prettier than you, Wang Haoren emphasized again. Yu Fei could score 90 points, so anyone prettier than her could be considered a female lead. As a female villain, Yufei had a high chance of attracting the female lead's hatred. Whether it was a female lead or a female lead, Wang Haoren was interested. Yes, young Master Wang, I'll remember. I'll definitely recommend someone prettier than me to you. Yufei nodded awkwardly in response to Wang Haoren's words. After they were done talking, Wang Haoren ended his conversation with Yufei and drove back to the villa in the night. My luck has been terrible recently. I've turned into a crate 3 times in a row just by playing a game. In the rental house, Xiaoyu was live-streaming a mobile game when he suddenly complained angrily. His live-streaming account was called Noob. At that moment, there were less than 3 viewers in the live-streaming room. After he turned into a crate 3 times in a row, they quickly disappeared. This made him disheartened. He had just graduated from university and was an office worker. Recently, his luck had been terrible. Not only was he dumped by his girlfriend, but he also lost his job. He was so poor that he couldn't even pay his rent. Xiaoyi couldn't find a suitable job at the moment, so he registered as a live streamer. He wanted to earn some money by live streaming games to pay his rent. However, he didn't expect live streaming to be so difficult. It had been a few days, and the maximum number of viewers didn't exceed 30. The money he earned wasn't even enough to cover his electricity bills. Ding. Detected that the host has met the requirements. Game live streaming system is being activated. Game live streaming system is being bound. Please wait. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoya's mind. Buzz. As soon as he used his fingerprint to open the door of the villa, Wang Haoren felt his phone vibrate. It was a transfer message. He received 20 million yuan in his account. Wang Haoren was surprised. He was curious about who had transferred the money. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, he received a call from Qin Yunhan. Dear, is the money in your account? Qin Yunhan asked. It's you, Wang Haoren understood, but he was a little surprised. Why did you transfer 20 million yuan to me? Ding, the host made Qin Yunhan jealous, gained 300 villain points. Humph, you're still talking about it. You secretly gave Su Mayan 11 million as a gift, right? Qin Yunhan said sourly. How do you know? Hearing Qin Yunhan's jealous voice, Wang Haoren asked subconsciously. However, as soon as he asked this question, Wang Haoren immediately felt that his question was a little silly. Qin Yunhan's voice was a little aggrieved. Su Muyan is almost riding on my face to show off. How can I not know? This also confirmed Wang Haoren's guess. Sure enough, it was Su Muyan who revealed it. But thinking about it, this was normal. Su Muyan and Qin Yunhan were jealous of each other for a long time. Wang Haoren gave Su Muyan a gift of 11 million yuan. How could Su Muyan not be proud? It would be strange if she didn't run to Qin Yunhan to show off. Isn't she a streamer? I went to support her. I was going to give her a little bit, but who knew that someone would compete with me for first place? I got on top and gave her 11 million yuan. Wang Haoren wanted to comfort Qin Yunhan, so he explained. Qin Yunhan said, Dear, it's fine. I'm not blaming you. I just can't stand Su Muyan showing off in front of me. Wang Haoren understood and asked, Then the 20 million is, yes, you go and give it to me. Qin Yunhan cheered up and took over the conversation. You're a gumshoe streamer? Wang Haoren was surprised. Qin Yunhan said, Not a gumshoe streamer. Su Mayan is better at playing games than me. I can't beat her in pesticide, so I definitely can't compete with her for popularity in pesticide. That's why I'm streaming a mobile game. Wang Haoren nodded slowly. Both Gumshoe and Gumshoe were very popular. Qin Yunhan was very smart. Then go and livestream. Send me the link and I'll give you a gift, Wang Haoren said. Okay, I'll start right away. Qin Yunhan responded and hung up. Not long after, Wang Haoren received the link to Qin Yunhan's livestream. Qin Yunhan was also livestreaming on the Douyin platform. This guy really liked to compete with Su Muyan. He even chose the same platform. However, this made Wang Haoren a little worried. That was because he saw that Su Muyan was also livestreaming. If he gave Qin Yunhan so many gifts, she would definitely know if the whole platform announced it. Should he change his ID? This idea popped up in Wang Haoren's mind. However, after thinking about it, it was useless. No matter what ID he changed, Qin Yunhan would run to Sumu Yan to show off. Sumu Yan would find out sooner or later that he gave Qin Yunhan gifts. I'll just use the account Big Brother number 1. I don't have to register a new account. Wang Haoran was too lazy to bother. After Qin Yunhan started her livestream, she started matching accounts. Her livestream account ID was the same as the Gumshoe account ID. It was called Here Comes the Missy. Soon, Qin Yunhan's first game began. She parachuted, landed, and collected items. Wang Haoran watched for a few minutes. His eyes hurt from Qin Yunhan's operation. He thought that Qin Yunhan was as talented as Sumu Yan. Who knew that Qin Yunhan was so bad that it made one's hair stand on end? However, being good was one thing. The strange thing was that Qin Yunhan's livestream had more than 5,000 viewers in just a few minutes. Following Qin Yunhan's successive noob operations, the livestream was filled with happy comments. Wang Haoran was stunned. He then clicked on Qin Yunhan's homepage to take a look. On the homepage, there were short videos of Qin Yunhan's daily life in university and videos of her noob operations. The likes and comments were extremely high. As for Qin Yunhan, she had 8 million followers. This made Wang Haoran a little confused. However, after watching Qin Yunhan's livestream for a while, he understood. Although Qin Yunhan was a noob, the audience was really happy to watch. Moreover, she was good-looking and had a nice voice. Moreover, she had an advantage that Sumu Yan did not have. She was very good at talking. Other than being more open in front of acquaintances, Sumu Yan was very reserved at other times. She did not speak much during her livestream. Moreover, almost all of her words were related to the game. However, Qin Yunhan was different. After her livestream, she basically did not stop talking. However, her words were pleasant and amusing. Especially when she entered the game and was matched with unknown netizens, she would chat with them. When she met young ladies, Qin Yunhan even flirted with them. In short, the effect of Qin Yunhan's livestream was really outstanding. Sumu Yan was a streamer with good looks and technical skills. Qin Yunhan was a streamer with good looks and fun. The two of them had different approaches, but each of their live streams had its own highlights. Qin Yunhan's first game ended just like that with all kinds of noobs and without killing anyone and turning them into crates. Because Qin Yunhan had turned into a crate, the happy comments in the livestream immediately multiplied. However, Qin Yunhan's gaming experience was really not that good. She was going to call for help. Among her friends, there were many popular streamers who were skilled in mobile games. Qin Yunhan's account had not been registered for long. In such a short period of time, she had gained 8 million fans. Half of them were attracted by Qin Yunhan's own abilities. The other half was because Qin Yunhan had bought popularity from other streamers in order to compete with Sumu Yan. As for how she bought it, it was very simple. She went to the streamers' livestream rooms to buy gifts. She asked them to play games with her and then promoted herself. In total, Qin Yunhan had bought close to 50 million gifts. It would be easy to earn back this money through livestreams. However, Qin Yunhan was the only daughter of Qing Ling Real Estate's big boss, Qin Kai. She was rich and did not care at all. The only thing she wanted was to surpass Sumu Yan's popularity. Qin Yunhan sent a message to her friends. Soon, she received many replies from skilled streamers who wanted to team up with her. However, Qin Yunhan did not reply immediately. Instead, she sent a message to Wang Haoran. "Honey, come play with me." "I don't know how to play." Wang Haoran replied. "It's okay. With the guru's help, we can win easily. I haven't played games with you before. Can you just agree to it?" Qin Yunhan typed and said coquettishly. "This? Okay." Wang Haoran agreed. Wang Haoran went to download the game and registered an account. His ID was still Big Brother number 1. After registering, Wang Haoran did not match Qin Yunhan immediately. He did not know how to play the game. He did not want to be scolded by the audience when he played with Qin Yunhan. Therefore, he reloaded his account on the live streaming platform and gave Qin Yunhan 10 million yuan as a gift. This way, the audience would think that Qin Yunhan was playing with the boss, and the skills of the boss were not important. As more and more Supreme Salute cannons were sent out, an announcement was made on the entire platform. Big Brother number 1 has sent out 100 Supreme Salute cannons in the live streaming channel of the arrival of the Missy. Go and watch. Big Brother number 1 has sent out 100 Supreme Salute cannons in the live streaming channel of the arrival of the Missy. Go and watch. When the announcement was broadcasted, the number of viewers in the live streaming channel of the arrival of the Missy increased exponentially. In a female dormitory in Qingling University, Sumu Yan held a mobile phone in her hand as she streamed the game. There was another mobile phone on the table in front of her. The mobile phone on the table showed her own live streaming channel. It was convenient for her to know the situation in her live streaming channel as soon as possible. If there was a lag in the live streaming channel, she would know immediately and solve it as soon as possible. Other than that, she would look at the bullet screen and interact with her friends occasionally. However, at this moment, Sumu Yan glanced at the live streaming channel and saw a site-wide announcement. The nickname Big Brother number 1 left a deep impression on her. Didn't her boyfriend have this ID? A few days ago, her boyfriend used this account to send her 11 million yuan. Was it just the same ID? That was obviously impossible. This was because the 100 Supreme Salute cannons were sent out at the same time. Other than her boyfriend, there could not be a second person. After figuring this out, Sumu Yan felt a little jealous. Who was the arrival of the Missy? Why did her boyfriend send her so many gifts? Humph. With this mentality in mind, Sumu Yan clicked on the bulletin banner of the entire station. Immediately, it was linked to a live broadcast room. Soon, she heard Qin Yunhan's voice. She immediately understood. At the same time, she pouted even harder. Ding. The host has caused the female lead, Sumu Yan, to become jealous. Reward, 200 villain points. Ding. The host has caused the female lead, Sumu Yan, to become jealous. Reward, 300 villain points. Ding. The host has caused the female lead, Sumu Yan, to become jealous. Reward, 400 villain points. Wang Haoren wasn't surprised by the sudden system notification. He had seen Sumu Yan's livestream just now. If he used the account of Big Brother on the leaderboard to send gifts to Qin Yunhan, Sumu Yan would definitely find out. However, Wang Haoren did it on purpose. Because he already knew that Sumu Yan was the king of jealousy, this operation would definitely earn him villain points. As for the problem of Sumu Yan being jealous, it wasn't a problem. He just had to make a phone call later and casually coax her. Let's have a separate microphone, it's more convenient. The voice number is. Qin Yunhan sent a message. She wanted to chat with Wang Haoren while live streaming. Wang Haoren logged into a voice software application and entered the voice message sent by Qin Yunhan. Qin Yunhan got 2 phones for the livestream. One phone was used to livestream, and the other phone was used to connect with Wang Haoren. In fact, using the same phone, this operation could also be done. However, Qin Yunhan and Sumu Yan competed. In order to get more popularity, she said that she was a single lady in daily life. Qin Yunhan chose to use 2 devices to prevent the livestream audience from hearing her sweet talk with Wang Haoren during the livestream. Dear, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Qin Yunhan turned off the livestream at the last minute and said to Wang Haoren. Yes. Okay, I've added you as a friend in the game. Accept it, and I'll add you into the team. Okay. Wang Haoren operated it for a while and quickly joined a 4-person team. In the team, there was Wang Haoren, Qin Yunhan, and 2 other skilled streamers. Hello, Big Brother number 1. Hello, Big Brother number 1. The 2 skilled streamers greeted Wang Haoren in the game's chat channel. They were both on the Douyin platform. One of the streamers was called PUBG First Shot and was around 25 years old. The other streamer was called Yuan and was a skilled, young girl. Just now, the entire platform had announced that Big Brother number 1 was giving gifts to young lady arrives. Of course, PUBG First Shot and Yuan had seen it. This was a real Big Brother. They had to suck up to him. If the Big Brother was happy, he might come to their livestream to give gifts. Hello. Wang Haoren typed in response to the 2 streamers. When the four of them were together, the noob team leader Qin Yunhan began to click on the team matching button. Soon, they were matched to the game. They entered the game interface of waiting to jump. Qin Yunhan explained the basic operations of the PUBG game to Wang Haoran. During this time, the two streamers, PUBG First Shot and Yuan, frequently corrected Qin Yunhan's mistakes. When Wang Haoran saw this, he simply asked Qin Yunhan to shut up for a while and let the other two streamers explain it to him. After listening, Wang Haoran had a basic understanding of the game. It was time to jump. The game started very quickly, but it also ended very quickly. The accounts of PUBG First Shot and Yuan had very high scores. Most of the people they met in the match were very good at the game. Although the two of them were skilled streamers, they had brought along a noob young lady arrives and a big brother who had just come into contact with the game. They really could not bring him along. "I'd better leave," Wang Haoran said in the team voice chat. "Don't. Big brother. I said I'd bring you to PUBG. We've only played one round. Don't leave." Qin Yunhan spoke in the team voice chat. Naturally, she did not dare to casually address Wang Haoran as dear. "With your skills, are you sure you can bring me to PUBG?" Wang Haoran could not help but complain. "I'm just practicing hard. Let's play for a while more." Although Qin Yunhan was a noob, she quite liked this game. She liked to play this game with her boyfriend even more. No matter what, she was not willing to let Wang Haoran leave just like that. After thinking about it, Wang Haoran decided to be patient and play another round. Hence, he said, "How about this? If the two of us are together, the guru won't be able to carry us. Why don't you call a few more people and we'll just play separately?" "Oh, okay then." Qin Yunhan agreed. Although they might not be able to play a round separately, even if they were not in the same game as Wang Haoran, she could still chat with Wang Haoran happily. Qin Yunhan's friends were all famous streamers. After listening to Wang Haoran's suggestion, she immediately went to call for more people. She called another 3 skilled streamers. Now, there were 7 people. There was still one less. However, among Qin Yunhan's friends, many streamers were in the game. She could not call for anyone at the moment. Qin Yunhan could not be bothered to wait any longer, so she said, "Jedi, Yuan, and Little Six, form a team with Big Brother number 1. I'll form a team with the other 2 streamers." The others had no objections, so they formed a team according to Qin Yunhan's suggestion. The 2 team leaders clicked the matching button at the same time. "I've used up a month's worth of luck, let's get matched." Qin Yunhan prayed in her microphone with Wang Haoran while the matching process was underway. "I've been matched." Wang Haoran looked at the changes in the interface and replied. "Me too." Qin Yunhan was overjoyed as she replied. Since they had been matched at the same time, there was a high chance that they would be assigned to the same game. Qin Yunhan was looking forward to it. At the same time, she inadvertently glanced at a passerby player in her team that she had just been matched with. In the rental house. "I'm so lucky, they're all streamers." Xiaoyi looked at the teammates that he had been matched with and could not help but be ecstatic. His game streaming system could only gather popularity through game streaming and increase his popularity. Then, he could use his popularity points to draw a lottery or directly exchange for various incredible abilities. As soon as the system was bound, it gave him a newbie gift pack. This newbie gift pack could allow Xiaoyi to raise his skills and understanding of one of the games on the market to the level of a peak professional player. Xiaoyi was more familiar with PUBG, so he directly chose to raise his skill level in PUBG games. Now that his skills and understanding were in place, the next step was to gather popularity through live streaming. For normal live streaming, even if it was a technical streamer, it would take time and luck to become popular. Xiaoyi felt that this was too slow, so he thought of matching with popular streamers to show off his skills and attract their popularity. Therefore, he went to the live streaming rooms of popular PUBG game streamers on various platforms to check. When he saw that the streamers had been matched, he immediately matched with them. Just now, he went to a live streaming room with more than 100,000 viewers called Here Comes the Missy and saw that the streamer had a 3-person team and was missing 1 person. Xiaoyi immediately matched with them, and as expected, he was matched with Here Comes the Missy team. "Little noob. Oh my god, your ID makes me very worried, Qin Yunhan couldn't help but say in the team voice chat when she saw the ID of the passerby that she was matched with. Hello, big sister. Xiaoyi also turned on the voice chat and greeted her excitedly. He had just gone to the main page of Young Mistresses Here and saw her daily post. This big Missy arrives was a first-year university student, and her looks were off the charts. Xiaoyi was inexplicably excited. Hey, little noob, did you buy an account? Qin Yunhan was afraid that this random teammate was even worse than her, so she asked a few more questions. That's right, I just bought this account. I've only been playing this game for less than 3 days. Xiaoyi planned to play the pig to eat the tiger, so he pretended to be a new player to tease this beautiful lady. It's over. We're going to fail again. Qin Yunhan wailed. Xiaoyi smiled but said nothing. The more the lady thought that he was a noob now, the more shocked she would be when he showed off his skills later, and then worship him. Xiaoyi had already seen the noob video of Young Mistresses Here and knew that she wasn't a technical streamer. Once the lady saw his godly skills, she would definitely want him to carry her. With the lady's popularity, she could just casually help him advertise and he would gain a lot of popularity. Then, he would be able to get popularity points and enter the lucky draw. Qin Yunhan didn't know what this random teammate was thinking. When she heard that he was a newbie, she was depressed for a moment, but she couldn't be bothered with this noob anymore. While waiting to board the plane, she looked for Wang Haoren's in-game character. Not long after, Qin Yunhan found him. She was really matched with Wang Haoren. Qin Yunhan was overjoyed. When they were parachuting, Qin Yunhan spoke to Wang Haoren through her personal microphone. Where do you jump? I'll jump with you. Jump to the school. Don't hit me when you see me. I don't know how to play, Wang Haoren said. Of course. Even if you're an enemy in the game, I can still bear to hit you, Qin Yunhan said sweetly. The plane flew over the school, and several figures landed. Wang Haoren's team had 3 streamers. They were playing games with their big brother, so they naturally jumped with him. In Qin Yunhan's team, 2 of the streamers followed Qin Yunhan's lead. They were following her without a doubt. As for the noob, he wanted to perform in front of Young Mistresses Here, so he naturally jumped with her. There weren't many people jumping to the school. There were only 2 teams, Wang Haoren and Qin Yunhan's teams. It's very safe here. Don't worry and search for resources, Qin Yunhan said to Wang Haoren through her microphone. Got it. Wang Haoren responded. After landing, he began to search the house, but there was nothing useful. However, Wang Haoren didn't want to come out empty-handed, so he casually picked up the pan and came out of the house. After Qin Yunhan landed, she wasn't in a hurry to search the house. Instead, she ran towards Wang Haoren. Hello, what did you find? Qin Yunhan asked with a smile when she saw Wang Haoren coming out of the house. It's just a frying pan. It's useless. Wang Haoren controlled his character and waved the frying pan. The pan is useful. It can knock people out, Qin Yunhan said. How many knocks would it take to knock people out with a pan? Wang Haoren only felt that the pan's power was very weak. About 2 or 3 knocks. Qin Yunhan pretended to know and replied casually. Is that so? Even if Wang Haoren didn't know how to play this game, he felt that Qin Yunhan's words were not credible. After thinking for a while, he walked closer to Qin Yunhan. He controlled the game character and waved the pan. Come, let me try knocking a few times. No way, don't knock me. Qin Yunhan stepped back. Try it. Don't go. Wang Haoren approached her and waved the pan. Ah, help. Qin Yunhan turned around and ran. Don't run, stop. Wang Haoren waved the pan and chased after her. Ah, domestic violence, domestic violence. Qin Yunhan cried out in a delicate voice. The 2 of them chased and ran while talking and flirting with each other. Just as the 2 of them were running, Xiaoyi, who was searching for resources in the house, saw this scene. Miss is in danger. It's time for me to show off. When Xiaoyi searched the house, he found a gun. He broke the glass and aimed at the bad guy who was chasing after Mississippi Bayou. A headshot. Perfect, Xiaoyi proudly put away his gun. He ran over there and was ready to loot the pan in the box. The pan was also useful for an expert. If it was hung on the body, there was a chance that it could block bullets from the back. This was a good item. Teammate Little Noob eliminated number 1 Big Brother with 98k. Qin Yunhan, who was playing happily with Wang Haoren, saw the notification in the game. The bright smile on her face instantly froze. Qin Yunhan turned around and saw that Wang Haoren's character in the game had turned into a crate. At this moment, Xiao Yi, who was looting the crate, ran over. He picked up the pan and said excitedly in the team voice chat, "Miss, you don't have to thank me. We're teammates. This is what I should do. I thank your whole family." Qin Yunhan almost exploded in anger. She complained, "Are you crazy? The person who was chasing me is my friend. We know each other. We were just playing around. Why did you kill him?" Miss, why didn't you say so earlier?" I didn't know." The smile on Xiaoya's face froze as he said awkwardly. Qin Yunhan retorted, "You said that you're a noob. I reckon that you wouldn't be able to hit anyone even if you had a gun. Why didn't I think that you could turn my friend into a crate in an instant? Why did I tell you so much in advance?" "Miss, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Xiaoyi continued to apologize. He originally wanted to show off his skills in front of Miss, but he didn't expect to make a fool of himself. Now that he had angered Miss, of course, he had to apologize quickly. Otherwise, if Miss got angry, she wouldn't take it seriously and wouldn't advertise for him. However, as soon as Xiaoyi finished apologizing, here comes the young mistress had already left the game. Qin Yunhan wanted to play with Wang Haoren. Since Wang Haoren had turned into a crate, she had no interest in playing anymore. Naturally, she had to leave the game. As for the other 2 streamer teammates with Qin Yunhan, when they saw that Qin Yunhan had left, they also left. Xiaoyi was disappointed when he saw that his teammates had all left. It wasn't easy for him to be matched with 3 streamer teammates. Now, because of his blind comments, they had all left. In the villa. When Wang Haoren saw that he had turned into a crate, his first reaction was that he was a little happy. He didn't know how to play this game, so his gaming experience was terrible. If it weren't for Qin Yunhan's strong request, he wouldn't have played at all. Now that he had played 2 rounds with Qin Yunhan, it was time to leave. However, just as this thought popped up in his head, a system notification popped up. Ding! The host passively destroyed the main character Xiaoya's opportunity to show off in the game. The host has received 600 villain points. This news made Wang Haoren a little confused. He didn't do anything just now. He just fooled around with Qin Yunhan for a while and became a box. Now that he had become a box, how could he ruin this main character Xiaoya's chance to show off? Who is this Xiaoyi? Was it the noob who had eliminated him? Wang Haoren had some doubts in his mind. Dear, it's all my fault for being matched with such a stupid teammate. I'm sorry. Are you still playing? Before Wang Haoren could think about it, Qin Yunhan's voice came from the microphone. Yes. Wang Haoren was in high spirits. Of course, he wasn't interested in the game, and he wasn't interested in the main character. Are you serious? Qin Yunhan thought that Wang Haoren wouldn't play anymore. After all, his gaming experience was so bad. After hearing his answer, she obviously didn't believe it. Playing the game isn't the main reason. The main reason is to be with you. If you're happy, then I'm happy. Of course, Wang Haoren wouldn't mention Xiaoya's matter. Thus, he habitually said some sweet words and gave a brief explanation. Ding! The host has touched the female lead Qin Yunhan's heart. The host has received 500 villain points. Dear, you're so good. Mwah. Qin Yunhan's sweet voice sounded. Let's do it like last round. We'll continue matching. Wang Haoren said. NN. Qin Yunhan replied. The 2 sides started matching at the same time and were successfully matched again. Qin Yunhan's team of 3 was also matched with a random teammate. And this random teammate was the noob from before. Big sister, what a coincidence. We're matched together again. Xiaoyi opened the team voice chat and said excitedly. In the previous round, Qin Yunhan and the others instantly quit the game, so Xiaoyi naturally quit as well. After finishing the game, Xiaoyi stared at Qin Yunhan's live broadcast. When she saw that she had started matching, she quickly clicked on the match button. Her luck was very good. She was matched again. Xiaoyi was very happy. After getting the system, her luck became better. This time, she had to grab the opportunity no matter what. Remember, don't do anything to our friend's team. Qin Yunhan warned her seriously. I didn't know before, but I understand now. Everything will be decided by Big Sister. When I find something good later, I'll give it all to you. Xiaoyi quickly tried to please her. Qin Yunhan saw that the noob had a good attitude, so she didn't continue to pursue the matter. Wang Haoren knew that Qin Yunhan's team was matched with the noob again and was secretly happy. This noob might be the main character, Xiaoyi. But to be completely sure, they still needed to observe for a while. The second round of the game began. Because they had greeted each other this time, the teammates of the two teams bumped into each other and maintained a friendly relationship. The game continued to progress, and soon, it was the end of the game. In the game, only Wang Haoren and Qin Yunhan's teams were left. Wang Haoren was well protected by the three godly streamers. He lasted until the end, but the process was a little bumpy. He couldn't remember how many times he was knocked down and pulled up. In the game, the word that was shouted the most was "Help the Emperor." It was just like how the Emperor called for the guards when he was attacked in the movies. When they heard Wang Haoren's "Help the Emperor," the three godly streamers quickly rushed over to pull him up. For the three godly streamers, this game wasn't called Chicken Dinner, but Protect the Big Brother. Qin Yunhan's situation was basically the same. She was often pulled up by her teammates. Wang Haoren's team was miserable, but at least they picked up 3 kills in the game. Qin Yunhan was a noob. She didn't even have an assist, let alone a kill. She didn't kill anyone. However, Qin Yunhan was still having a lot of fun. After all, Wang Haoren and she survived until the end of the game. Teammate Noob knocked down rank 1 Big Brother with 98k. As a gunshot was heard, Qin Yunhan immediately saw the game notification. Qin Yunhan's beautiful mood was instantly destroyed. She said, "Noob, are you crazy? I told you before the game started, don't attack that team." Xiaoyi said matter-of-factly, "Miss, there are only 2 teams left. Are we still going to be friendly? Of course, we'll attack them." As the game progressed, Xiaoyi and her teammates chatted. She already understood that the rank 1 Big Brother was a rich person who was protected by the 3 godly streamers. When Xiaoyi found out about this, he felt an inexplicable sense of disgust toward this rank 1 Big Brother. However, when she remembered that she had told them not to attack, she forcefully suppressed this impulse. Now that the game was about to end, there were only 2 teams left. Moreover, he happened to see the rank 1 Big Brother appear. If he didn't attack now, when would he, on the other side? "Help the Emperor, help the Emperor." Wang Haoren saw that he had been knocked down again. He immediately called out to his teammates out of habit. The 3 godly streamers ran out from their cover and swarmed over to pull him up. Seeing that the 3 of them were exposed, Wang Haoren spoke to Qin Yunhan through the voice chat. "Tell Noob not to attack first. Tell him that I want to fight him one-on-one in the final circle." While Wang Haoren was in the game, he was being protected by his 3 god-tier teammates while paying attention to the noob's performance. From Qin Yunhan, Wang Haoren learned that the noob was extremely skilled in the game. At the end of the game, the noob had eliminated 28 players all by himself. Compared to the 5 skilled streamers in the game, he was much better. He was almost at the pinnacle of professional gaming. Based on this information, Wang Haoren was certain that the noob was the main character. His genre was definitely related to gaming and live streaming. However, he did not know which genre it was for the time being. However, there was one thing that Wang Haoren was certain of. Stopping the noob from winning the game was the right thing to do. Roger that. Qin Yunhan replied to Wang Haoren's message through the mic. She then opened the voice chat and said, "Previously, we said that our teams were on friendly terms. Noob, you suddenly ambushed us. What kind of skill is that? My friend said that he wants to fight you one-on-one in the final circle. You want to fight me one-on-one?" "Sure," Xiaoyi replied and put away his gun. He looked mockingly at the first-place player that he had defeated on the game screen. He wants to fight me one-on-one? He's overestimating himself. Without any enemy attacks, Wang Haoren was successfully revived by his 3 teammates. He ate health packs and drank energy drinks to slowly recover to his peak condition. The last circle was coming. The 2 teams started to race against the blue circle as they prepared to enter the final circle. While Wang Haoren was running against the blue circle, he communicated with the system and searched for something in the system shop. God-tier competitive game talent, costs 7,000 villain points. After using this talent, the host can instantly improve his skills and understanding of any competitive game to the pinnacle of professional gaming. This is it. After Wang Haoren read the introduction, he immediately spent 7,000 villain points to exchange for this ability. At the same time, he had also become a world-class pinnacle expert from a noob in a PUBG game. The final circle soon arrived. After Wang Haoren's skill level improved, he no longer needed the protection of his teammates. He immediately occupied an excellent sniper position in the final circle. Xianxia's skill level was not bad either. After the 2 teams fought for a while, all 3 of Wang Haoren's god-tier streamer teammates were eliminated by Xiaoyi. Similarly, 2 of Xiaoyi's streamer teammates were eliminated by Wang Haoren. As for the reason why the noob Qin Yunhan was still alive, of course, it was because Wang Haoren did not hit her. Moreover, Wang Haoren also felt that there was no need to hit her. Although she was on the other side, she was on the other hand, she was naturally, he did not have to worry. The battlefield was practically a peak battle between Wang Haoren and Xiaoyi. The players as his teammates and the spectators were stunned to the game. No one would have thought that the number 1 bro, who had been shouting "help me," would have such a high level of skill. He was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. My dear, you were actually pretending to be noob. I didn't know you were so good. Qin Yunhan said in surprise and joy. Of course, your boyfriend is the best. Wang Haoren replied in a proud tone. However, he did not dare to relax as he operated the game and stared at the game screen. The noob on the other side did not dare to relax either. After fighting with the number 1 bro for a while, Xiaoyi also understood that his opponent's skill level was the same as his. It was hard to say who would win in the end. It would depend on luck and performance. However, Xiaoyi did not expect that Wang Haoren had an advantage that he did not have. Report your location to me, Wang Haoren said to Qin Yunhan in the mic. His opponent was also a noob. Since their skill level was similar, he could only act shamelessly. 9 o'clock under the red pine tree. Qin Yunhan was Xiaoyi's teammate. Of course, she could see Xiaoyi's location. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, she immediately reported it. Since their skill level was the same, Wang Haoren had obtained his opponent's detailed location. The situation was completely in his favor. Wang Haoren quietly moved to a place where he could hit Xiaoyi. Bayubiabubiu. Xiaoyi took a few shots and his health decreased a lot. However, he reacted quickly and quickly changed his position. He was not knocked down. After being attacked, Xiaoyi heard the gunshots and obtained Wang Haoren's location. With his current position, it was very disadvantageous for him to fight with Wang Haoren. Xiaoyi immediately changed his position and went to another bunker. He used health packs and energy drinks to recover his health. Bayou. Xiaoyi took another hit. Damn it, why does he seem to know my location? After taking consecutive hits for no reason, Xiaoyi realized that something was wrong. However, this time, Xiaoyi did not have time to dodge and was directly eliminated by a headshot. Ding. The host has eliminated the main character Xiaoyi in the game and successfully reduced his popularity. Obtained 1,200 villain points. Xiaoyi's main character aura -60. The host's villain aura +60. As expected, there are benefits to stopping this Xiaoyi from winning the game. Wang Haoren thought to himself after receiving the system notification. Darling, you've eliminated little noob. Awesome. Qin Yunhan cheered in the voice chat through the microphone. It's just a basic operation. Wang Haoren smiled as he replied. There's still me. Hurry up and eliminate me. That way, you'll get chicken dinner. Qin Yunhan directly gave up resisting. What nonsense are you saying? Even if we're in the game, I can't bear to hit you. Once I come out, you can just kill me and get chicken dinner. It was a habit now. Wang Haoren could use sweet words easily. Ding. The host has flirted with the female lead Qin Yunhan's heart. Obtained 300 villain points. Ding. The host has flirted with the female lead Qin Yunhan's heart. Obtained 300 villain points. Ding. The host has flirted with the female lead Qin Yunhan's heart. Obtained 300 villain points. Dear, I can't bear to hit you. Qin Yunhan was moved. She directly ran into the blue circle and was poisoned to death. There was only one person left. The game was over. Wang Haoren successfully got chicken dinner. Damn it, why did I let him get chicken dinner? In the rented house, Xiaoyi was very unhappy. He irritably lit a cigarette and started smoking. He stared at Qin Yunhan's live broadcast and was ready to match at any time. Dear, do you still want to play? Do you still want to play? Qin Yunhan asked happily. It's rare to play games with you. Of course, I want to play with you for a while. Wang Haoren said. Okay. Qin Yunhan was overjoyed and continued to match. The third round of the game soon began. Wang Haoren was matched with Qin Yunhan again. Moreover, Qin Yunhan's three-person team was matched with a noob again. The protagonist's halo is really unreasonable. How can he be matched with the female lead in the same team? Wang Haoren couldn't help but complain. However, when he thought about it, his villain's halo was also quite amazing. Every time, he would be matched with the protagonist and the female lead's team. This time, I must take advantage of this opportunity and get chicken dinner with the little sister. I must not let the big brother number one win. Xiaoyi was extremely focused. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, was relaxed. Xiaoyi's gaming skills were so high. He must have guessed that someone had reported his points. If he wanted to use the same method to beat him a second time, it wouldn't be as easy as before. This time, he intended to use a more relaxed method to eliminate Xiaoyi. Did you pick up a frag grenade? After playing for a while, Wang Haoren asked Qin Yunhan through the microphone. I'm already so rich in the first few minutes. I'll definitely get chicken dinner this round. Xiaoyi had only searched one or two houses. He had basically gathered all sorts of equipment and supplies. He couldn't be any richer. He had superb skills and was almost godly in the first few minutes of the game. This was simply a dream start. He would definitely get chicken dinner this round. Xiaoyi was full of confidence. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. He didn't care about the average player in this round. The only one he needed to pay attention to was the big bro on the leaderboard who was also very skilled. I saw him jump to this area just now. I'll find him first and get rid of him. Then, I'll have a 90% chance of winning this round. Xiaoyi secretly made up his mind. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw the big bro on the leaderboard through the glass in his field of vision. Then, he walked into a room. The corner of Xiaoyi's mouth curled up. He already saw the big bro on the leaderboard as a crate. This was because he had already searched through the room just now. He had already taken all the good stuff inside. Now, the room was filled with useless equipment that didn't even have any lethality. With that thought, Xiaoyi hid by the window. He opened his scope and aimed at the only exit of the house that the big bro on the leaderboard had entered. He only needed to wait for the big bro on the leaderboard to come out and turn him into a crate. Little noob, why are you so rich? Little Missy's voice sounded in the team voice chat. In Xiaoyi's field of vision, he also saw the big bro on the leaderboard walk into the room. I'll give you some good stuff first. Xiaoyi stared closely at the exit of the house in the distance as he gave some good stuff to little Missy. He wanted to make little Missy happy. Soon, Qin Yunhan, who was empty-handed, was armed to the teeth. Thank you. Qin Yunhan said with a smile. When she realized that Xiaoyi didn't give her the most important thing, she immediately said, I don't have any grenades. Give me a grenade. Is one enough? Xiaoyi didn't take the initiative to give her a grenade. Because he felt that little Missy's skills were too poor. She couldn't even shoot accurately, let alone throw a grenade. However, since little big sister had spoken, he naturally had to give it to her. Of course, Xiaoyi didn't intend to give too much, and that was why he spoke in this way. A grenade is enough. Qin Yunhan's delicate face revealed a sly smile. However, Xiaoyi naturally couldn't see the expression on her face since they were separated by an internet connection. When Xiaoyi heard Qin Yunhan say that she only wanted one grenade, he immediately handed it over. How do you use this? Qin Yunhan asked. It's very simple. Let me teach you. Xiaoyi knew that her little sister was a noob, so she patiently taught her how to use the grenade. After he finished teaching, he asked, understood? Like this, then like this, then like this, then like this, then like this? Qin Yunhan manipulated it on the spot. A grenade fell at Xiaoyi's feet. Xiaoyi was stunned on the spot. The house was very small, and it was too late to run. Boom, the grenade exploded, and little rookie and young lady arrives instantly turned into boxes. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the main character Xiaoyi to be eliminated in the game, reducing his popularity. The host received 1200 villain points, Xiaoyi's main character aura -60, the host's villain aura +60. Well done. Wang Haoren received the system notification and immediately praised Qin Yunhan through the mic. Haha, of course. Qin Yunhan giggled as she replied. The others didn't know about this conversation. Little sister, why did you throw a grenade into the house? After being stunned for a while, Xiaoyi asked gloomily. It was hard to defend against teammates, he never thought that he would be eliminated in such a way. I clearly threw it out the window, but it actually missed. Ah. Qin Yunhan was clearly flustered and exasperated. Hearing this, Xiaoyi didn't dare to continue complaining. He had already seen his little sister's maneuvering. She didn't even know how to use a grenade. Throwing a grenade in the wrong direction was a very normal thing. Although he was killed by his little sister's grenade, his little sister was so pretty, so what could he do? So he directly forgave her. Xiaoyi even comforted her, little sister, it's fine. Just throw it properly next time. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Aya, so annoying. Qin Yunhan pretended to continue complaining. Xiaoyi heard this and wanted to continue comforting her, but he saw someone walk into the house to loot the box. It was the big brother number 1. When the big brother number 1 entered the house, his hands were empty, and he was wearing a singlet and underwear. But 10 seconds later, he was wearing a full set of godly equipment. Xiaoyi watched with wide eyes and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These things were originally all his. But now, they were all for someone else. Ding, the host caused the main character Xiaoyi to lose his mental balance. Received 900 villain points. There's an extra reward? After happily looting the box, Wang Haoren received another reward. Xiaoyi and Qin Yunhan entered the spectator mode. In such a short period of time, Wang Haoren, who had obtained the godly equipment, naturally killed everyone. In the end, with a terrifying number of 39 kills, he led 3 godly streamer teammates to win another chicken dinner. As Xiaoyi watched the game, he kept praying that the big brother number 1 would be eliminated. Seeing the big brother number 1 team win the chicken dinner after the game ended, he felt a bit depressed. Ding, the host caused the main character Xiaoyi to lose his mental balance. Received 500 points. Not long after, the 4th game began. With the effects of the main character's halo, the female lead's halo, and the villain's halo, Wang Haoren, Qin Yunhan, and Xiaoyi were all matched into the same game. The villain Wang Haoren's team was against the main character Xiaoyi and the female lead, spy, Qin Yunhan's team. Xiaoyi pulled himself together and faced this game. Parachuting, landing, and entering the house to search for things. Everything was done smoothly in one go. This time, Xiaoyi was very lucky again, he couldn't help but sigh. After obtaining the system, his luck was really amazing. Not only was he matched with the female streamer in every game, but the start of the game was also very smooth. Godly equipment again, some comments floated in Xiaoyi's livestream. The streamer's luck is quite good. Is he cheating? It's another dreamy start. Streamer, it's another godly start. You won't get the chicken dinner this time. You might as well kill yourself. Xiaoyi was matched with the streamer's team for a few games in a row. All kinds of tricks were seen by Qin Yunhan and the other streamers' viewers. When the viewers saw that the newbie's skills were so good, they suspected that he was a streamer. Some people searched for newbie on the platform and found his livestream. At this moment, there were already more than 500 viewers in the noob's channel. This was about 500 viewers, and it was after the number had been reduced. The previous round was in the final circle. When he battled with Big Brother on the leaderboard, the number of viewers had exceeded 2,000. The viewers who came to Xiaoya's channel were all looking forward to his chicken dinner. However, Xiaoya disappointed them. The viewers put themselves in Xiaoya's perspective in the game and naturally felt aggrieved. Many of them ran away. In the next round, Xiaoya started with a godly outfit, and the viewers were looking forward to it again. They hoped that he would win the chicken dinner. However, the cute little streamer threw a grenade and turned him into a crate. Many more people ran away. Now, there were only 500 viewers left. And this number was slowly decreasing. It's a dreamy opening again. Will it be the same plot again? Let's get out of here. When some viewers saw this similar scene, they did not want to watch anymore and ran back to the other streamers' channels. Brothers, don't go. If I don't win the chicken dinner this time, I'll livestream myself eating sh*t. Seeing that the number of viewers was decreasing, Xiaoya wanted to persuade them to stay, so he made a bold statement. As soon as he finished speaking, the streamer in the team ran over again. At the same time, the streamer's voice rang out in the team chat. Noob, you're so fat again. Hearing this voice, a few comments appeared in Xiaoya's channel. Streamer, I have a bad feeling about this. Streamer, run. Don't get blown up again. These comments were obviously meant to mock him. When Xiaoya saw this, he could not help but smile and immediately replied to the comments. Brothers, don't worry. I don't have any grenades on me this time. After saying this, Xiaoya also had the intention to mock them and laughed out loud. Streamer, Missy has a grenade on her. As Xiaoya laughed, he caught a glimpse of a bullet screen in his livestream room. At the same time, a grenade rolled to his feet. Xiaoya's smile disappeared instantly. Boom, the grenade exploded. 2 crates appeared. One was for Noob, and the other was for Missy arrives. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Xiaoya to be eliminated in the game and reducing his popularity. The host received 1200 villain points, Xiaoya's protagonist aura -60, host's villain aura +60. Well done. Wang Haoran was delighted and praised Qin Yunhan again. Haha, I was lucky this time. I picked up the grenade as soon as I landed, Qin Yunhan said with a smile. Xiaoya looked at the decreasing popularity of his livestream and felt extremely depressed. He said in the team voice chat, it's just an accident, Missy, why did you throw a grenade again? It was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose, Qin Yunhan explained. Xiaoya naturally didn't believe these words. Missy is Xiaoya xiao xiao xiaoyi xiao, xiao 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 xiao. She might have done it for the effect of the live broadcast, or she might have been instructed by Big Brother number 1. But no matter what, such a beautiful girl, do you have the heart to scold her? Xiao, it's okay, Missy, Xiaoya said magnanimously. Will Noob continue to be matched later? Qin Yunhan continued to ask under Wang Haoran's instructions. Xiaoya was no longer in the mood to play PUBG. If he continued to play, these situations would occur. If he didn't get matched with the streamer, then there was no point in playing. Even if he showed off his skills, he wouldn't gain much popularity. If he got matched with the streamer and was in the same team, he wouldn't be able to show off his skills if he got bombed by her. Hand grenades. The remaining situation was that he was in the same game as the streamer, but opposite her. In this situation, it wouldn't be easy for him to show off. He didn't have the heart to hit the streamer, and he was afraid of angering the streamer and causing her to stop playing with him in the future. However, Xiaoya didn't want to miss the opportunity to play with the streamer. After thinking for a while, he said, Missy, I'm not playing PUBG today. I'm going to play Pesticide. Do you want to come? I don't play Pesticide, Qin Yunhan said, curling her lips. She had played it before, but after being tortured by Su Muyan, she was a little traumatized and didn't want to play anymore. Moreover, she wasn't in the mood to play with Noob. She only asked Noob this because her boyfriend asked her to. Okay then. Bye-bye, Missy. Let's play together next time, Xiaoyi said. Okay, I'll bomb you next time, Qin Yunhan said casually. Pfft. Xiaoyi just happened to take a sip of water from the cup on the table. When he heard the streamer's words, he spat out the water in his mouth onto the keyboard. How much does this streamer hate me? Bombing me twice isn't enough, and she wants to bomb me again? What did Noob say? Do you still want to play? Wang Haoran asked Qin Yunhan in the voice chat. He said he doesn't want to play anymore, Qin Yunhan replied. So he doesn't want to play anymore. Wang Haoran was still a little unsatisfied. It was quite boring to just play the game, but it was still very interesting to be able to earn villain points while playing the game. Unfortunately, Noob didn't want to play anymore. Qin Yunhan paused for a moment, then suddenly added, oh right, Noob seems to mean that he doesn't want to play PUBG for now. He wants to play King of Glory. King of Glory? Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat. Su Muyan was the female lead, and she was currently a big streamer in King of Glory. If Noob wanted to play King of Glory, would he be matched with Su Muyan? This thought popped up in Wang Haoran's mind. He immediately quit the PUBG game. Then, he went to the 3 streamers who played with him and bought some gifts. It was to repay them for saving his life. I suddenly have something to do, I have to go now, Wang Haoran said to Qin Yunhan in the voice chat. Once she heard that Wang Haoran had something to do, Qin Yunhan naturally didn't dare to force him to stay, so she quickly said, okay, go do your thing, we'll play another day. Wang Haoran hung up the voice chat, took out his phone, opened the Douyin platform, and found Su Muyan's live streaming room. Su Muyan's live streaming room was in the stage of banning and choosing heroes before the game. Wang Haoran saw a familiar ID noob among the teammates that Su Muyan was matched with. Miss on the first comment, I'm a noob, I don't know how to play, please help me, noob sent a text message. The same ID, the familiar style, and the familiar tone. Wang Haoran was 100% sure that this was the noob who was bombed to the point of questioning life in the PUBG game just now. Sure enough, the protagonist's halo was really unreasonable. As soon as he played King of Glory, he was directly matched with the female lead, Su Muyan's team. However, this was exactly what Wang Haoran wanted. Noob was in the PUBG game. If he couldn't get the PUBG, how could he win in King of Glory? The ID of the lady on the first floor was Mu Ran, which was Su Muyan's account. Mu was Su Muyan's Mu, and Ran was Wang Haoran's Ran. Wang Haoran knew the origin of this ID the moment he saw it. He had to admit that Su Muyan was quite considerate. Even the name she chose in the game was because she thought of him. Su Muyan did not reply to her teammate Little Noob when she saw the text message. She was not Qin Yunhan, who was reserved in front of strangers and did not talk much. Unless it was related to the situation in the game, she wouldn't usually respond. Big sister is ignoring me, Xiaoyi was slightly disappointed, but his excitement did not diminish. Although he did not get as much popularity as he expected when he was playing PUBG, he still got some. This popularity was just enough for him to raise the standard of King's Glory to the top of the world. He kept getting frustrated in PUBG. Naturally, Xiaoyi wanted to change to a more popular game to adjust his mentality. He followed the old rules and went to the big streamer's live stream. On the Douyin platform, the most popular player in the King's Glory category was this beautiful lady named Mu Ran. Xiaoyi immediately stared at Mu Ran's live stream. However, this Mu Ran was different from the arrival of the young lady who was eye-catching in the game. Mu Ran's gaming skills were very good, and her level was almost 100 stars in King's Glory. Xiaoyi's own King's Glory account was very low level, so he went online and bought a King's Glory account. He then used a name-changing card and changed it to the ID Little Noob. After doing all this, Xiaoyi happened to see Miss Mu Ran being matched, so he immediately followed suit. Just like that, she successfully matched up with Miss Mu Ran in the same team. She even pretended to eat and greeted her. Unfortunately, Miss Mu Ran ignored him. Xiaoyi did not mind. He thought to himself, Miss Mu Ran would definitely be stunned by him after he showed off his pinnacle gaming skills, and she would shout awesome for him. Soon, both sides in the game had chosen their heroes. Entering the scene of King's Canyon. Su Muyan's opponent was a mid laner, Shang Wanwaner. Controlling the game character, he went out. Buzz buzz. Su Mayan's cell phone, which she usually uses, vibrates. She usually doesn't pick up her phone when she's doing a live broadcast, but when she saw the caller ID, she immediately picked it up with a smile. Why aren't you watching Yunhan's livestream? Why are you suddenly calling me? Although she was secretly happy, Su Muyan did not show it in her tone. Instead, she said with jealousy. Of course it's because I miss you. I especially called to chat with you. Wang Haoren knew that Su Muyan was still jealous because he went to Qin Yunhan to buy gifts, so he coaxed her. I'm busy with my livestream, Su Muyan harumphed. Alright then, I'm hanging up. I won't disturb you anymore, Wang Haoren said. No. I'm just kidding. Livestream is important, but you're more important. I can call you while I'm livestreaming, Su Muyan said hurriedly. She used a mobile phone for her livestream and another for her daily life, so it didn't affect anything. Now that she had turned off her livestream, no one in the livestream could hear her. She could talk to Wang Haoren about anything. Didn't I tell you a while ago that I'll practice Challenger and then play with you? I think I know how to play it. Let's team up and play. After seeing that Su Muyan had been coaxed, Wang Haoren gradually got to the point. Okay, then I'll finish this game in seconds and come out to team up with you. Su Muyan was afraid that her boyfriend would lose interest in the game if he waited too long. Don't. That will reduce your credibility. Moreover, you're live streaming. If you suddenly quit, it will affect your popularity. You should go easy on her and lose this game as soon as possible. Wang Haoren wasn't sure if Su Muyan would instantly quit the game, so he stopped her. That's good too, Su Muyan replied happily. As they spoke, the game started. The minions from both sides met in the middle lane. Su Muyan's character randomly killed some minions and then ran to the blue monster. Give this blue to me. Su Muyan typed a message and said to Luna, who was in the jungler position. The player who was controlling Luna was Noob. When he saw this message, he was in a difficult position. He typed a message, Miss, Luna is a hero jungler. She can't play without blue. Why don't you give this blue to me? Su Muyan, didn't you say that you're a noob? Why did you choose Luna, who is so difficult to control? What's the point of giving you the blue? When he saw this message, Xiaoyu was speechless. He regretted pretending to be a noob at the beginning of the game. The girl was playing as Shangwanwaner, who was also very suitable for bringing blue. It was normal for her to think that he was a noob and ask for blue. However, Luna couldn't get the first blue. She was too slow in killing monsters. She was basically useless in the later stages. Xiaoyu could only change his words. Miss, I was just joking. Actually, I know how to play. My Luna is super good. Su Muyan, okay, I'll give you the blue. Thank you, miss. Xiaoyu replied happily and quickly killed the blue monster. He had already wasted some time chatting with the girl. He needed to get the blue as soon as possible so that he could lead the girl to victory. However, something happened that made Xiaoyu dumbfounded. Shangwanwaner used a skill to kill him and stole his blue. Xiaoyu was depressed. Miss, didn't you say that you would give it to me? My hand slipped. Su Muyan replied simply and went to the middle lane to fight. Of course, Xiaoyu didn't think that this girl, who was super skilled, would steal the blue monster. She clearly didn't believe him, so she took the opportunity to steal the blue monster. Xiaoyu pushed the blame to her in advance. Miss, if you gave me the blue, I would have won easily. Now that I don't have it, I can't get up. Don't blame me. Su Muyan didn't reply. The other three opponents couldn't hold it in anymore. Jiao Luo, you noob. You keep talking nonsense when you're choosing. One moment you're pretending to be noob, the next moment you're pretending to be the best. Idiot. Dazzle, noob, do you think you're worthy of blue? It's a pity that I can't use blue. Otherwise, I would steal it. Zhang Fei, I really want to pick up a big knife and follow the net line to chop you up. You didn't even know how to play support. UF** King chose Luna. What the F***CK? Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes and caused the protagonist Yi Chou's mentality to be damaged. Received 500 villain points. Xiaoyu felt very sullen after being scolded by his three teammates. However, he didn't argue with them. Instead, he focused on killing monsters. He wanted to prove himself with his strength. The blue monster area was cleared very quickly. Xiaoyi controlled the game character Luna and prepared to get the red monster. However, when he ran to the place where the red monster spawned, the red monster was gone. Xiaoyi was depressed. His mana was stolen right from the start and Luna, who had no mana, was very slow. By the time he finished clearing the monsters in the blue zone, he had already spent a lot of time. In this kind of high-ranking branch, stealing was a normal thing to do. He took so long to get to the red monsters. If he could still see the red monsters, it would mean that the opponent was a noob. It was normal if there were no red monsters. If the monsters were gone, he would definitely be scolded by his teammates. Luna wasn't level 4 yet and could only stand there for a while. Thinking about it, Xiaoyi ran to the bushes in the middle lane and prepared to take advantage of the situation. "Miss, it's all up to you." Xiaoyi sent a message to encourage Shangguan, who had started with mana. With her skill, she would definitely be able to suppress the enemy's mid-lane. Shangguan was level 4 and could fly and kill the enemy's mid-lane hero. Xiaoyi wanted to take advantage of an assist to increase his experience and level. Of course, it would be even better if he could steal a kill. Just as Xiaoyi had this thought, Shangguan attacked and was about to fly. Xiaoyi quickly controlled Luna to walk out of the bushes and prepare to attack. However, to Xiaoyi's disappointment, Shangguan's skill was broken and her ultimate attack failed. She even entered the enemy tower. Shangguan gave away her first kill and even her mana. Angela, who was being suppressed, was about to give up on healing, so she didn't even use her skill. Seeing that Shangguan had made a mistake, Luna rushed over. She was overjoyed. She threw a triple kill at Luna's face and finished it off. Angela in the middle lane got a double kill. A mistake. Su Mayan typed 2 words, which could be considered an explanation to her teammates. What could Xiaoyi say? Blame this miss? Call her a noob? Of course not. Soon, Shangguan and Luna finished their countdown. They both ran towards the area where the mana was. "Miss, give me the mana, please." Xiaoyi didn't want to give up healing, so he begged. Shangguan didn't reply. She fought with Luna and successfully stole the mana. Wanner's magic damage wasn't low. Luna, who hadn't reached level 4, couldn't win. Xiaoyi was helpless. However, Xiaoyi was comforted by the fact that Wanner, who had taken her mana, was heading towards the archer and support team on the other side. The opposing archer didn't have much HP, and the support didn't have much MP. This was definitely going to be a wave of Wanner's rhythm. If Little Missy performed normally, she would definitely be able to kill both of them. However, the double kill that Xiaoyi was looking forward to did not come. Instead, Wanner started the countdown again. Why didn't he fly up again? Got stuck. Wanner, who was counting down, sent a text message. Xiaoyi was speechless. He could only take advantage of Wanner's countdown to control Luna to snatch some soldiers from the middle lane. However, before the soldiers could hit a few people, the people on the other side came out from the bushes and directly sent Luna into the spring. Luna, who had crashed and hadn't even reached level 4, was completely an ATM. No matter how good Xiaoyi's gaming skills were, there was nothing he could do. Wanner had broken her own rhythm twice and sent her mana twice. Luna also collapsed. Of these 2 heroes, one was a mage in the middle lane, and the other was a jungler. Both of them brought up the tempo and were very important. Now that everything had collapsed, the situation was naturally very bad. However, Wanner was still trying her best to find a rhythm. She wanted to kill the person opposite her. Now, she was ready to take off again. This time, Wanner didn't break her skills and successfully took off without using her ultimate move. However, her small skills and ultimate moves were all used up, and she was lonely. She even flew into the crowd of people on the other side. Without a doubt, Wanner started the countdown again and returned to the spring to take a bath. "Miss, you're acting on purpose, right?" Xiaoyi felt that this miss was not normal, so he started to question her. "I'm acting? You're saying the opposite. You're such a noob. Aren't you acting on purpose by choosing Luna?" Su Muyan typed a text message and sent it out. When this message came out, the other 3 teammates who were holding back their anger felt the same way. They couldn't help but send messages to support Su Muyan. Jiao Luo, little rookie, you still have the nerve to say that. With a noob like you, Wanner can't win no matter how good she is. Dazzle, little rookie, if you have the guts, tell me your address. I'm going to break your neck. I'm going through a tribulation with 99 stars. If I win, I'll get 100 stars. It's all your fault. Zhang Fei, little rookie, if you don't know how to play, then play support. Why did you have to steal my Luna? F***CKU. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes and caused the protagonist Xiaoya's mentality to be damaged. Obtained 700 villain points. Xiaoyu was scolded by his teammates again. He was flustered, but he couldn't refute anything. He only regretted that at the start of the game, he shouldn't have pretended to be noob and said that he didn't know how to play. In the end, Wanner didn't trust him and stole his blue. The situation was bad, and there was internal strife in the team. He didn't have the mood to play anymore. This round of the game ended with a surrender. The little rookie lost the game and was reported by 4 teammates. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes and caused the protagonist Xiaoyu to lose the game. Obtained 1,200 villain points. Xiaoya's protagonist aura -60. Host's villain aura +60. Not bad, not bad. Your acting is not bad. Wang Haoran was watching the livestream while he was on the phone with Su Muyan. Naturally, he knew the process of the game. Let's team up, Su Muyan said with a smile. Wang Haoran nodded. While Su Muyan was playing, he went to buy a high-ranking challenger account and downloaded the game. After logging into the game with the account, Wang Haoran added Su Muyan as a friend. The two of them formed a team. 10 seconds later, they were matched with a teammate. Why is it this little rookie again? Su Muyan saw a familiar ID among the teammates she was matched with. She immediately felt a bit unlucky. Wang Haoran was already used to this. Big sister, what a coincidence. We're matched with each other again, Xiaoyu said excitedly. His depression from losing the game last time was swept away. Su Muyan couldn't be bothered with him. Xiaoyu continued, Big sister, I actually know how to play. That was just an accident. Believe me, we'll definitely win this time. Su Muyan still ignored him. However, when it was time to choose a hero, she snatched Luna so that the little rookie wouldn't continue to use Luna or other junglers. Big sister, you know how to play Luna too? Then I'll choose the archer, Xiao. Yi said to himself and chose Luban number 7. Wang Haoran thought about it and chose a support, Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei is protecting me this time. We'll definitely win. Xiaoyu sent a message. Wang Haoran smiled strangely and didn't reply. The game soon began. Luban and Zhang Fei walked down the lane. In the first 2 minutes, Luban's last hit was very successful. Zhang Fei's shield protection was also very timely and suppressed the opponent. Zhang Fei, not bad. The shield is very accurate, Xiaoyu praised in the voice chat. The opponent's condition isn't good. Find a chance to kill him, Wang Haoran replied this time. Su Muyan had already acted as an actor in the previous game. This time, it was his turn. Sure, I'll show a flaw and lure the opponent. You can give me a shield according to the situation. When Xiaoyu saw the message, he immediately controlled the game character Luban, commonly known as Little Luden, to fiercely suppress the opponent's position, wanting to take the opportunity to kill the opponent. Little Luden was famous for his mocking face. The opponent was forced to move, so he was very unconvinced, so he went forward to fight. Little Luden stood up and played, not afraid of the opponent at all. And in the end, he gave away the first drop of blood. Zhang Fei, why didn't you give me a shield? Xiaoyi, who was counting down, said gloomily. He felt that Zhang Fei was very reliable, so he stood with the opponent. In the situation just now, as long as Zhang Fei jumped over and gave him a shield protection, the opponent would be dead. The internet is not good. It's lagging for a while, Wang Haoran replied with a text message. Xiaoyi couldn't say anything else. After taking a bath in the spring water, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and hurried out to the army line. My internet isn't lagging anymore. Continue to fight with him. I'll definitely give you a shield. Wang Haoren sent another text message. Okay. Xiaoyi also wanted to win back the disadvantage of giving away the first drop of blood, so he immediately replied. After communicating with his teammate, Zhang Fei, Xiaoyi controlled little Luden to move very arrogantly and boldly start to fill in the gaps. The hero on the other side, who had just sent little Luden back to the spring water, would be crazily attacked by little Luden the moment he came forward a little. Little Luden relied on the support and protection to move very fiercely. Not only did he not let the other party finish him off, he even wanted to directly push the other party out of the experience zone. On the other side, Kai was annoyed and a little annoyed. He could not help but want to come over and fight. However, when his HP reached a certain level, he suddenly calmed down and retreated. When little Luden saw this, he knew that the other party knew how to play. It was not a simple matter to kill the other party. He still needed to show flaws. Seduce the other party. As this thought appeared, little Luden deliberately made a mistake. He pointed at the people under the tower, attracted the tower's hatred, and was hit by the tower. Little Luden's HP dropped quite a bit. He was already in a state where he could be killed by Kai with a single slash. However, even so, little Luden's movements were still very jumpy. He was using his life to seduce the other party. As the hero who had died the most times in the King's Canyon, little Luden's mocking face could be imagined how much hatred it would attract. And a little Luden that could be killed with a single slash attracted enough hatred to make people lose their minds for a short period of time. As expected, Kai could not help but move. He flashed over and was about to kill little Luden with a single slash. However, this was all within Xiaoya's expectations. Little Luden also flashed and distanced himself. He even used a second skill to push the other party away. Kai activated his skill and rushed over without a care for his life. He wanted to swap with little Luden. Give me the shield, he's dead. Xiaoyi shouted in the voice chat. However, Zhang Fei was clearly at a distance where he could give the shield, but he was stunned on the spot. He waved his saber. Little Luden returned to the spring water. Zhang Fei's shield came and jumped over to send Blood Kai back to the spring water. At the same time, Kai sent a message. Little Luden on the other side, I'll cut off your dog head with one slash. Kai, who was on the other side, had been crazily riding on little Luden's face and had long been holding his breath. At this moment, he had successfully chopped little Luden down, and he was in a very good mood. On the other side, following little Luden's death, a few teammates questioned him with their souls. His teammate Xiao said, Little Luden, you're giving away 2 HP, aren't you too noob? His teammate, Old Master, said, he really lives up to his name. He's really a rookie. His teammate Luna said, don't count on this little brat. He doesn't know how to play at all. He chose Luna in the last round and tricked me with all his might. Ding. The host has successfully put on a show, causing the main character Yi Qiu's mental state to be damaged. Reward, 500 villain points. Xiaoyi felt very gloomy after being criticized by his teammates. He typed, Zhang Fei, why didn't you use your shield in time? Xiaoyi typed. Zhang Fei said, just a little. Xiaoyi was speechless. He wondered if he had met another actor. Judging from Zhang Fei's timing of giving the shield 1 or 2 points at the start of the game, it was obvious that he knew how to play. The first time he was stuck, the shield did not appear in time. That made sense. But the second time, it got stuck at the crucial moment. That would be a problem. Moreover, more importantly, once his little Luden died, Zhang Fei was no longer stuck. He even picked up the opponent's head. However, these were only Xiaoya's guesses. There was no evidence, so he did not say it out loud. Little Luden finished the countdown and returned to the game. This time, Xiaoyi was no longer arrogant. He obediently replenished his troops and developed. He could tell that his teammates were unreliable. He still had to rely on himself. As long as he developed well and had equipment, he would be able to easily kill the other party. However, Xiaoyi soon encountered a problem. Little Luden said, Zhang Fei, why are you stealing my troops? You're a noob marksman. Are you worthy of replenishing your troops? I'm not going to support you, Wang Haoren sent a message. Little Luden said, Zhang Fei, you're pretending to be me on purpose. Xiaoyi could tell that Zhang Fei was an actor. The first 2 times he said that he was stuck, he was just pretending. When Su Muyan saw that her boyfriend was being scolded, she quickly supported him. Little rookie, have you forgotten how you tricked me? You're so noob that no support is willing to protect you. How dare you talk about others? Su Muyan played Luna, and her stats were very good. She killed several people in a row. Of course, her other teammates did not doubt her words and immediately sent a message. Old master, noob little Luden, you're really noob and talkative. Xiao Qiao, little rookie, you're the player who bought the account, right? I hope you die half of your account book. Believe me, I'm not a noob. My skills are very good. I can win this round. Xiaoyi was also live streaming. He did not want to fight with others and wanted to use his strength to prove himself. Although the other party was full of high-star players, Xiaoyi believed that his skill level was much higher than the other parties. Even if the economy was not good now, the support could not protect him. However, Xiaoyi felt that with his flashy positioning, the chances of winning this game were still very high. After Xiaoyi said this, the people in the team did not respond. Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although Zhang Fei snatched the knife, his little Luden was not to be trifled with. The 2 of them had a 50% chance of winning. Little Luden could still earn a lot of money. If this continued, when little Luden developed, he would definitely be able to show off. Unfortunately, Wang Haoren would not give him the chance to do so even though he had a good plan. Let's throw in this round. Little rookie is too much of a scammer. If we continue to play, we'll lose. Wang Haoren used a private voice chat to tell Su Muyan. Su Muyan was live streaming. If she continued to act, it would affect Su Muyan's popularity. As for Xiaoyi, even without the protection of Zhang Fei, he would still have room to shine when he had some equipment. Wang Haoren would not give Xiaoyi the chance to perform. Okay. Su Muyan was afraid that her boyfriend would be bullied, so she naturally agreed obediently. She directly sent a team message. Little rookie is too much of a scammer. I don't want to play anymore. Let's throw in. After saying that, she directly surrendered. Wang Haoren voted in agreement. When the other 2 teammates saw that Luna, who had the best stats, did not want to play anymore, they immediately lost interest and chose to agree. At the same time, they also scolded little rookie again. Xiaoyi was focused on snatching the knife from Zhang Fei and was preparing to show off later. However, when he saw that his 4 teammates had agreed to surrender, his expression froze. There were already 4 votes for surrendering. Even if he voted against it, it would be useless. Once the voting time was over, the game's outcome would be determined. Xiaoyi's base exploded. He lost again. In the live stream, more than half of the new viewers who came to watch King of Glory immediately ran away. Xiaoyi felt very aggrieved. Ding. Host manipulated behind the scenes and caused the protagonist, Xiaoyi, to lose the game. Obtained 1,200 villain points. Xiaoyi's protagonist aura -60. Host's villain aura +60. Wang Haoren happily accepted the reward and then formed a team with Su Muyan. He was matched with the little rookie again. But this time, he was not a teammate with the little rookie, but an enemy. Wang Haoren was surprised for a moment, but then he felt that this was normal. He was a villain. Teaming up with the female lead, Su Muyan, was actually a contradictory combination. Xiaoyi could be matched with him because of Su Muyan's female lead halo. It was also possible that he could be matched with the opposite team because of Wang Haoren's villain halo. Miss Mu ran, we are matched together again, but this time we are enemies. But don't worry, I will be merciful. Still in the selection stage, Xiaoyi began to jump again and sent a text message in the public chat channel. Su Muyan was too lazy to pay attention to him, so naturally she would not respond. Seeing this, the little rookie sent another message. Zhang Fei, this time we are enemies. You can't play me now, right? These words were obviously directed at Wang Haoren. After Wang Haoren saw it, he chuckled. The little rookie was too naive. If he was not on the side, no one would play him. The little rookie was full of confidence in this game and chose my Shiranui, who had a lot of room for maneuvering. Wang Haoran silently chose the Prince of Lanling. Entering the King's Canyon screen, Wang Haoran immediately sent a private message to the little rookie's 4 teammates. If there were no actors, couldn't he hire them? In this game, as long as there was money, there was no actor that couldn't be hired. If they didn't act, it could only mean that the acting fee was not enough. And in dealing with the protagonist, Wang Haoran didn't mind spending more money. The little rookie was full of longing, operating the game character my Shiranui to the middle line, thinking of killing everyone. As a result, his 4 teammates almost made him doubt his life. The little rookie's teammates gave him all kinds of kills, mana, and red at the beginning of the game. About 6 minutes into the game, the little rookie saw a Prince of Lanling with 6 godly equipment. The little rookie was dumbfounded. My Shiranui was very good at showing off, but in front of Prince of Lanling with 6 godly equipment in the early stage, she was killed in seconds. The little rookie was stared at. Prince of Lanling was infinitely super godly, and his my Shiranui was infinitely super godly. In this sullen state, the game was over. Inside the rented house, Xiaoyu was he was so angry that the screen. Eating chickens hiss. Playing S. It's too hard. SSSS. S plus SSSSs. 60-foot SSSS, ding. The host has caused the protagonist Jiqiu's mentality to be damaged. Obtained 800 villain points. Rewards. To then, he teamed up with Sumayan. But this time, he was not matched with the little rookie. Without the little rookie, Wang Haoran was very bored and ended the game as soon as possible. How long have you been practicing? How are you so good? Sumu Yan said to Wang Haoran in surprise in the voice chat. This game is too simple. Don't you just need to have hands? I've been playing for a few days. If I can't even be this good, then I'm too useless, Wang Haoran said. Sumu Yan didn't know how to respond for a moment. She thought that she was already very talented in games, but it turned out that Wang Haoran was several levels better than her. The more I interact with you, the more I find you incredible. You can do magic, play the piano so well, and you're so talented in games. You always bring me all kinds of surprises. Sumu Yan sighed. I have something even better. You haven't seen it yet. Wang Haoran inexplicably smiled. What's even better? Tell me, I want to know. Sumu Yan happily asked. I won't tell you. Anyway, you'll see it sooner or later. You just need to be mentally prepared in advance. Wang Haoran smirked. Sumu Yan felt that something was wrong. She felt that something was wrong, so she tentatively asked, Qin Yunhan has already seen it, right? I've already seen it. Wang Haoran openly said. He didn't hide it. Hearing this answer, Sumu Yan finally understood why Wang Haoran had such a strange smile. It was just as she guessed, Qin Yunhan, this shameless guy, actually beat her to it, ding, the host made Sumu Yan jealous. Reward, 500 villain points. Ding, the host made Sumu Yan jealous. Reward, 500 villain points. Ding, the host made Sumu Yan jealous. Reward, 500 villain points. I'm going to continue the broadcast. I can't talk to you anymore. Sumu Yan was jealous. If you don't want to talk, then I'll hang up. Wang Haoran said. Wait a minute. Sumu Yan suddenly said. What's wrong? That. I'm actually mentally prepared. You, do as you see fit. Half of what she said was because she wanted to compete with Qin Yunhan, and the other half was driven by her heart. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have said this. After saying that, Sumayan felt too ashamed to show her face, so she directly hung up the call. Ding, the host successfully instigated the female lead, Sumu Yan, to give a hint. Reward, 1,000 villain points. There's still a reward? Wang Haoran was stunned for a while, and then began to feel conflicted. In this way, should they act according to Sumayan's wishes, or should they not act according to her wishes? After thinking for a while, Wang Haoran couldn't make up his mind, so he put it aside for now. I should investigate the main character, Xiaoyi. From their interactions in the game, Wang Haoran could tell that this Xiaoyi was a streamer and gamer type of main character. Wang Haoran used Xiaoyi's game ID, Little Noob, to search for her on all the streaming platforms. Soon, he found Little Noob's streaming room on the Douyin platform. The streaming room had just closed not long ago, so he could see the time and duration of Little Noob's last stream. Wang Haoran made some calculations based on the data and was immediately certain that this live stream belonged to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi registered as a streamer, so there would definitely be traces of her on the internet. Wang Haoran used his top-notch hacking skills to hack into the platform's database and found Xiaoyi's information. This information included Xiaoyi's identity, photo, and current address. After he obtained all of this, finding Xiaoyi couldn't be any easier. This was because Xiaoyi's current residence was also in Qingling, which wasn't too far from the university. Wang Haoran took advantage of the night to set off and prepared to make a trip there. However, he couldn't help but complain to himself. The internet god, Lin Feng, was in Qingling, and the main character of the game and stream, Xiaoyi, was also in Qingling. Does this mean that any random main character I met on the internet is living in Qingling? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? However, after thinking about it, Wang Haoran felt that this explanation made sense. The reason for this was that there were too many female leads in Qingling. As the main character, it was normal for Xiaoyi to be attracted. The law of dogs and meat buns was definitely not just for show. Less than an hour later, Wang Haoran saw Xiaoyi near a residential building with his X-ray vision. Then, he checked it with the system. Soon, he found out that Xiaoyi had a game livestream system. The game's livestream system was to gather popularity through livestreams and generate popularity points to draw prizes or exchange for items. However, Xiaoyi's protagonist aura was less than 1,000 points, so his luck was limited. In other words, although he had the system was very limited. The items that he could draw prizes and exchange for were basically related to the game. Xiaoyi, the protagonist, was far inferior to the prodigy protagonist, Lin Chen. Back then, Lin Chen's protagonist aura was close to 3,000 points. Xiaoyi, the protagonist, was not a threat. To Wang Haoran, he was a sheep that could be harvested to his heart's content. However, Wang Haoran did not have so much time to stay in the game every day to find an actor to play Xiaoyi and obtain villain points and other rewards. He could only get someone to be his coolie. His new follower, Xianxia, was still in Qingling and had nothing better to do. Wang Haoran planned to hand this matter over to Xianxia. Of course, Wang Haoran did not want Xianxia to play games with Xiaoyi and find an actor to play Xiaoyi. Xianxia was a powerful villain, so he could not do that. Or rather, he was not suitable for it. The key to dealing with Xiaoyi was to stop him from attracting popularity through livestreams. In order to do that, he did not have to find an actor to play him. There were too many ways to stop him from gaining popularity through livestreams. For example, when Xiaoyi was live streaming, the game had just started when the internet was suddenly cut off. For example, when Xiaoyi was playing the game, he saw a ghost face outside the window. Xianxia had the strength of a master of neutralizing strength. It was easy for him to do that. After making up his mind, Wang Haoran went to find Xianxia and assigned him this task. After doing all this, it was already past 1 in the morning. Wang Haoran was still energetic. This was the benefit of 100 years of true qi. He only needed an hour of 24 hours a day to be fully energized. It was only 1 in the morning. It was too early to rest. As the saying goes, life is about exercise. After returning to the villa, he called Qiu Qianwei, who was closest to him. In an antique room, the incomparably handsome Yan Yuntian sat cross-legged on a praying mat with his eyes closed. There was an invisible air current swirling around his body. As time passed, the invisible airflow became more and more solid. After an unknown period of time, Yan Yuntian's tightly shut eyes sprang open. His eyes shone brightly. After a long time, it slowly receded. Ha 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 ha, Yan Yuntian suddenly burst into laughter, venting the emotions that had been accumulating for a long time. After painstakingly cultivating for so long, he had finally reached this level. There was a knock on the door. He restrained his laughter, but the smile on his face did not diminish. Come in. Two beautiful women pushed open the door and entered. One was as beautiful as the autumn moon, while the other was as radiant as the morning sun. They were Yan Yuntian's maids. The former was called Yuning and the latter was called Xianxia. Congratulations, young master, for successfully entering the realm of evolved Jing master. Yuning and Xianxia congratulated at the same time. Yuning continued, young master, you're not even 20 years old, but you've already entered the realm of evolved Jing master. This kind of cultivation talent can be said to be the best among the younger generation. Even Jiang Gaoxian, who is on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list, has to stand aside. Yun Xian also said, it's not just cultivation talent. Although Jiang Gaoxuan's true qi cultivation is higher now, but he's definitely not a match for our young master. Yan Yuntian's martial arts was very special. Although his true qi cultivation was only 50 years ago, his actual combat power was comparable to a 70 to 80-year-old true qi cultivator. Jiang Gaoxian was of course not a match for him. Young master, do you want to find Jiang Gaoxian and take the first place of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list? For you, this is an easy thing to do. Yuning smiled. This kind of false reputation, I don't care, what I want is. Yan Yuntian said and suddenly stopped, looking at the beautiful Yuning and Yun Xian in front of him. Yuning and Yun Xian understood what he meant and lowered their heads. Now is not the time, you don't have to be nervous. Yan Yuntian smiled evilly. His martial arts was very special. Before he reached the level of transforming strength master, he couldn't get close to beautiful women. He couldn't even think about it to avoid messing up his cultivation. But when he reached the level of transforming strength master, he didn't have to worry about anything. And when he reached this level, his cultivation would become much easier, and he would even be very happy. Because in the future, he didn't have to cultivate anymore. He could use the method of yin and yang to quickly increase his cultivation. Yan Yuntian was born noble. Since he was young, he had a dream, and that was to take all the beauties in the world and become the most outstanding person in history. Before, because his cultivation wasn't there, he had been in seclusion to cultivate. Now that the restriction was lifted, it was time to realize this ambition. However, Yuning and Yun Xian were just maids. Yan Yuntian planned to let the two of them stay behind. Because in Yan Yuntian's heart, there was already a vague shadow. He hoped that she would be the first. Thinking of this, Yan Yuntian suddenly asked, the thing I asked you to investigate, did you find it? Many years ago, Yan Yuntian saw her. At that time, she was only 12 years old. However, even at such a young age, she had already grown into a beautiful and enchanting woman. One could imagine how beautiful the future would be. Yan Yuntian was cultivating at that time, but her shadow was left in his heart. After many years of arduous cultivation, this shadow had become his obsession. She was the daughter of Yan Yuntian's second aunt and a secular man. Her surname was Qin Yunhan. In terms of identity, she was Yan Yuntian's cousin. But Yan Yuntian had always been rebellious and liked to do as he pleased. Just like how he cultivated the carefree mastery, he was free and unfettered, and could do whatever he wanted. In his eyes, the secular world's rules were nothing. Yuning said, young master, I found it. Your beloved cousin is now studying at a high school in the secular world called Qingling University. And? Yan Yuntian didn't get the information he wanted and frowned. Yuning continued, young master, don't be anxious. I haven't finished yet. Your cousin's social circle is very clean. She doesn't even have any male friends. Yan Yuntian was very concerned about her, so he asked more. Is that true? I heard that in the secular world, it is very casual to talk about boyfriend and girlfriend. Yuning said with a very certain tone, young master, you can rest assured that it is absolutely true. I have inquired about it. Your cousin has never had a boyfriend since she was young. That's the best. Yan Yuntian was relieved, but after thinking about it, he still said, Yuning, can you accompany me? Yes. Yuning understood. She had the ability to see at a glance whether a woman was a blank piece of paper. Yan Yuntian's meaning was obviously to let her identify whether Qin Yunhan was a blank piece of paper or not. Young master, don't worry. The truth will be as you expect. Yu Xian said. N. Yan Yuntian's eyes flashed with expectation and excitement. He was an eccentric and self-centered person. He couldn't tolerate any flaws in the things he liked. For example, he had a pot of flowers before, and it was touched by an outsider. Yan Yuntian suddenly became anxious and crazy. Because he felt that outsiders couldn't even look at his flowers, let alone touch them. Once touched or looked at, the flowers would be dirty. Flowers were like this, let alone people. However, Yuning had inquired so clearly that there would be no problem. I'm so happy today, do you have time after class? I want you to chat with me. During the afternoon break, Wang Haoren received a call from Qin Yunhan. On the phone, Qin Yunhan's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy and elation. What's so happy about? Did you win the competition with Mu Yan? Wang Haoren guessed. I'm much happier than winning the competition with her. Qin Yunhan didn't sound sour when she mentioned Su Mu Yan. It seems that this joy is enough for her to temporarily give up the competition with Su Mu Yan. Wang Haoren thought it was strange, so he asked, so secretive, what's so happy about? I won't tell you for now. But let me give you a hint, it's related to another close relative of mine. Qin Yunhan divulged a bit of information. Wang Haoren looked pensive. Qin Yunhan's other close relative, wasn't it her mother? In the previous plot of the protagonist Xiao Ifeng, Wang Haoren met a person called Fengrong. Fengrong came from a martial arts sect, and at that time, she was Qin Yunhan's mother's younger sister. However, Fengrong came to Qin Ling because of the sect's internal strife, and she wanted to kidnap Qin Yunhan and take her back to threaten Qin Yunhan's mother. Calculating the time, it's been several months since then. Perhaps the internal strife has come to an end. It seems that Qin Yunhan's happiness is related to this. However, the female lead suddenly got in touch with a close relative she hadn't seen for a long time. This might have triggered the plot. It can't be that Qin Yunhan's mother wants to take her daughter back to the martial arts sect, and let her leave Qin Ling and him in different parts of the world, right? Thinking of this, Wang Haoren's mind immediately came up with this idea. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. He was not the main character. Why would he encounter a situation where his girlfriend was taken away and his girlfriend's mother ridiculed him in passing? In a fit of anger, he said that life was full of ups and downs and that she shouldn't bully him for being poor. This kind of cliché plot. Moreover, although Qin Yunhan's mother was from a martial arts sect and might be very powerful, Wang Haoren was also very strong. Furthermore, he had tens of thousands of villain points and could increase his true qi by 100 or 200 years at any time. Let's meet at the Lotus Pond on campus later, Wang Haoren said to Qin Yunhan as he put away his complicated thoughts. Qin Yunhan was happy because of something related to her family. She didn't think that she was looking for her for that kind of thing. She really just wanted to chat and share her joy with her. Naturally, Wang Haoren would not arrange to meet at a villa or a hotel. Moreover, it wasn't dark yet. It was a little too early. Okay, see you later. Qin Yunhan responded happily. After hanging up the phone, Wang Haoren continued to attend the last class of the afternoon. He came to the Lotus Pond on campus and sat on the rock beside the pond for a minute or two. Someone was spying in the dark. And that person was Luo Qingqian, who hadn't shown up for a few days. Wang Haoren planned to pretend to be an ordinary person and naturally wouldn't go over to find out. Instead, he pretended that he didn't know anything. After a while, Luo Qingqian quietly came to Wang Haoren's side and sat down on the rock. It's you? Wang Haoren pretended to be surprised. Luo Qingqian was shy and timid. She was secretly happy and couldn't help but ask, why did you suddenly think of this place? Was it because you were thinking about what happened a few days ago? Over the past few days, she had already adjusted her emotions. However, she still couldn't face Wang Haoren for the time being. But when he went out to relieve his boredom, he came here for some reason. She accidentally saw Wang Haoren. This was the place where Luo Qingqian was poisoned by Xiao Wanwan. When Luo Qingqian saw Wang Haoren here, she naturally thought that he was thinking about what happened a few days ago. Since you left without saying goodbye that day, why did you come back now? Wang Haoren's tone had a tinge of displeasure. That day, after Luo Qingqian was detoxified, she couldn't face it and left directly. She left Wang Haoren behind. This feeling, how should he put it, Wang Haoren felt that it was very strange. At this moment, he couldn't help but take this opportunity to complain. I'm sorry, of course, I'm very confused, so I left. Luo Qingqian apologized. Then why are you looking for me now? Wang Haoren asked. That matter, I had no choice. Luo Qingqian said helplessly. Okay, this matter is over. I understand, I don't blame you now, you can leave. Wang Haoren ordered her to leave. Qin Yunhan asked him to meet here. If there was a collision later, it would be troublesome. Don't you have anything to say to me? Luo Qingqian's eyes revealed a tinge of sadness and she couldn't help but ask. Let's talk about it another day. I want to be alone, you can leave first. Wang Haoren wanted to talk to Luo Qingqian about this matter another time. However, when Luo Qingqian heard this, it had a different feeling. Luo Qingqian only felt sad and helpless. Then, she adjusted her state of mind and said with anticipation, If you don't miss me, why are you here? Don't be so cold to me, okay? I'm here because I have an appointment with someone, not because I miss what happened that day. If I really miss what happened that day, I'll go to the place where the incident happened. Wang Haoren really wanted to answer this, but he felt that it was a little inappropriate. Luo Qingqian's current favorability was only 60. The reason why she spoke humbly was because she felt guilty. It was okay to give her a cold shoulder for a while, but if it was too much, she might be angry and leave. After all, she was the female lead and she also wanted to save face. He had to give her a way out. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren changed his mind and immediately acted. Sigh, I hate myself so much. Why can't I forget you? Hearing this, Luo Qingqian's sadness turned to joy. Actually, I feel the same. She came here because she couldn't let go of this matter. Wang Haoren was as happy as Luo Qingqian, but then he felt guilty and blamed himself. Sigh, but how can I face Wei Wei? Luo Qingqian took the initiative to take over the matter and said, It's my fault. Let me explain to her, you don't have to worry. Wang Haoren was secretly happy. She was indeed the female lead in Sister Goddess's harem. Her awareness was too high. Okay then. Wang Haoren nodded helplessly and thought of asking Luo Qingqian to leave. So he urged her. Then you should go and find Wei Wei now. Qin Yunhan should be here soon. If Luo Qingqian didn't leave, she would definitely bump into her. There's no hurry. It's the same if I tell Wei Wei later. Luo Qingqian didn't have any intention of leaving. After she finished speaking in a gentle tone, she leaned on a shoulder and smiled. She obviously wanted to spend more time alone with Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren's hearing was amazing. He had already found out that someone was coming from afar. He used his X-ray vision. Who else could it be other than Qin Yunhan? Luo Qingqian's cultivation was weaker, so she hadn't found out yet. Wang Haoren was very anxious, but he couldn't chase her away directly. As he thought of this, he decided to go all out and mess around with her. Someone is coming. Luo Qingqian reminded him. Then what? Wang Haoren asked. Let's hide first. Luo Qingqian panicked. She was a little rude and was embarrassed to meet strangers. Wang Haoren was happy to see that his plan worked. He turned off his phone secretly. Qin Yunhan didn't see anyone when she arrived. She called and found that the phone was turned off. So she waited patiently in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Wang Haoren and Luo Qingqian hid behind a huge tree by the side of the lotus pond as they waited. Maybe it's a girl who is meeting her boyfriend. She won't leave for a while. Let's leave secretly. Luo Qingqian was ready to change to another place. Wang Haoren didn't respond immediately. Because someone else was coming. There were two people, a young man and a young woman. And they weren't ordinary people. Both of them had strong true qi cultivation. This was especially true for the man. Although his vital energy was only 50 years old, Wang Haoren could keenly sense that his vital energy was even more vigorous than Jiang Gaoxuan's 65 years old vital energy. And the man was younger than Jiang Gaoxian. He wasn't even 20 years old. Although the man was dressed in modern clothes, he had long hair. As he walked, His hands were crossed behind his back. The woman was a few steps behind the man. She lowered her head and followed. The combination of the two gave the impression of a handsome young master and a beautiful maid. Although Jiang Gaoxian was pretentious, at least he wouldn't bring a maid with him. This man was more pretentious than Jiang Gaoxian. Wang Haoren couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was unhappy. Hey, wait a minute. Someone is coming. Luo Qingqian finally sensed it and reminded Wang Haoren. Soon, the young man and woman came to the lotus pond and appeared in Luo Qingqian's vision. It's him. Luo Qingqian saw the young man from afar and was shocked. Who is this? Wang Haoren asked as his heart shuddered. Hearing Wang Haoren's question, Luo Qingqian tilted her head slightly and shook her head. It's better if you don't know these things. It won't do you any good if you know too much. Wang Haoren was instantly unhappy and said, Why can't I say it? Are you looking down on me because I'm an ordinary person? Of course not. Although you don't practice martial arts, I don't mean to look down on you. Luo Qingqian saw that her lover seemed to be angry and hurriedly explained. Then, she replied to Wang Haoren's previous question. This person is called Yan Yuntian. He comes from a secluded martial arts sect called Fengxi Mountain. His father is the head of a financial group with hundreds of billions of assets in the secular world. His mother is the current leader of Fengxi Mountain. Wang Haoren was shocked. This background sounds so impressive. It's even more impressive than mine. He contacted the system and checked on Yan Yuntian. Protagonist, Yan Yuntian, Combat Power, Realm 3662, Neutralizing Master, Charm, 318, Protagonist Aura, 5263, Skill, Golden Finger Unlimited Push Aura. Note, after seducing the female protagonist by force, the female protagonist will forgive you and increase her favorability to the maximum. Fatal Damage Rebound Aura. Note 1, when receiving fatal damage, there is an 80% chance of immunity and the damage will be reflected back to the opponent. Note 2, when the protagonist aura points are lower than 2000, this aura will be ineffective. Damn, he's AF * King protagonist. After Wang Haoren saw Yan Yuntian's information, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He saw that Yan Yuntian was so pretentious and had such a strong background. He thought that he was a supervillain, but it turned out that he was a protagonist. Moreover, that aura was so unreasonable that it was the most ridiculous protagonist that Wang Haoren had ever encountered. The unlimited push aura allowed Yan Yuntian to transform into a bulldozer and push down whoever he wanted. He could use force to push them down and there were no side effects. After that, he could also increase the favorability of the female protagonist to the maximum. Seeing this halo, Wang Haoren immediately had the urge to kill Yan Yuntian on the spot. He possessed 100 years' worth of true qi and was a neutralizing grandmaster. His combat power was close to 5,000, which was much higher than Yan Yuntian's. However, when Wang Haoren saw the fatal damage recoil aura, he immediately flinched. There was an 80% chance of nullifying and rebounding fatal damage. In other words, if he were to kill Yan Yuntian, there was an 80% chance that he would kill himself. There was only a 20% chance that he could kill Yan Yuntian. Was this even a bet? Of course not. *CK, Wang Haoren had met so many protagonists, but he had never hated them as much as he did now. While Wang Haoren was thinking, Yan Yuntian and the maid arrived at the small pavilion by the lotus pond and met Qin Yunhan face to face. When Qin Yunhan saw the two unfamiliar people, she was surprised. She thought that they were a couple here for a date, so she prepared to leave and wait for Wang Haoren somewhere else by the lotus pond. Little sister Yunhan, don't you recognize me? Just as Qin Yunhan was about to leave, Yan Yuntian smiled and said. You are. Qin Yunhan was surprised. She looked at the person in front of her, but she could not remember where she had seen him before. Many years ago, we met. According to seniority, I am your cousin, Yan Yuntian explained. Qin Yunhan was stunned. Some vague memories from long ago appeared in her mind. Then, she was pleasantly surprised. Didn't my mother say that she was coming to look for me? Why are you here? Where is she? Second aunt has some matters to attend to, so she won't be here for a few days. So, I came to see you in advance and inform you. Yan Yuntian said. Is that so? Qin Yunhan was slightly disappointed, but she immediately cheered up. Then I will tell my father and ask him to take good care of you. Since you are here, you must have fun in Qingling for a while. That's what I plan to do. Yan Yuntian smiled and nodded. Then, he said, then I will have to trouble little sister Yunhan to be my guide during this time. This? I'm afraid I can't do that. I have classes. Qin Yunhan declined politely. There will be a time when you have a holiday. Yan Yuntian smiled. Of course, Qin Yunhan did not want to agree. During her holidays, she had to spend time with her boyfriend. How could she have time to be a guide? But on the surface, she said, I have to study too. I don't go out much. I'm afraid I can't be your guide. Can't you accompany me for a while? Yan Yuntian asked. Qin Yunhan looked at the girl beside her. Don't you have this sister to accompany you? I won't disturb the two of you. You misunderstood. This is not my girlfriend. She is just my maid. Yan Yuntian smiled and immediately explained. So this sister is a maid. Qin Yunhan was surprised for a moment, but then she felt relieved. Because her mother lived in a different world. It was normal for her cousin to have a maid. So, can you be my guide now? Yan Yuntian continued the topic. I still can't. I have to spend time with my boyfriend during the holidays. Qin Yunhan had no choice but to say so. Little sister Yunhan, you really know how to joke. I know you don't have a boyfriend. You don't even have any male friends. How could you have a boyfriend? Yan Yuntian seemed to have seen through everything. Qin Yunhan was stunned when she heard this. Am I right? The smile on Yan Yuntian's face was even more intense. Oh, if you don't believe me, then forget it. After being stunned, Qin Yunhan also smiled. Yan Yuntian didn't give up. He wanted Qin Yunhan to be his guide. But when he was about to say something, Yuning spoke first. Young master, since the cousin is not willing to be a guide, then forget it. Yan Yuntian frowned. Yuning knew what he was thinking. She came here for Qin Yunhan. Why would she stop him? Could it be, he suddenly had a bad feeling? Tell me, I want to know. Yan Yuntian clenched his teeth and said something inexplicable to Yuning. Yuning planned to tell Yan Yuntian privately, but Yan Yuntian's expression showed that he wanted to know now. She didn't dare to disobey, so she whispered something in Yan Yuntian's ear. After Yan Yuntian heard it, his handsome face showed a ferocious look. Ding, the host indirectly caused the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged, gained 1000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -50, host villain aura +50. Ding, the host indirectly caused the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged, gained 2000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -100, host villain aura +100. Ding, the host indirectly caused the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged, gained 3000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -150, host villain aura +150. Wang Haoren received a large wave of rewards. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed a strange smile. Although he was far away from Yan Yuntian, he could read his lips with his X-ray vision. Wang Haoren knew what the person said over there. Even the maid whispered to Yan Yuntian. The general meaning of the whisper was that Qin Yunhan was no longer a virgin. After Yan Yuntian heard it, his whole face twisted. Obviously, he had thoughts about Qin Yunhan, and his obsession was very deep. Wang Haoren saw Yan Yuntian's ferocious look in his eyes, and inexplicably felt very good. In the distance, Qin Yunhan didn't know what the maid said to Yan Yuntian, but she saw the terrible look on Yan Yuntian's face after hearing it. She was so scared that she took a few steps back. The ferocious look on Yan Yuntian's face came and went quickly. Or to be more precise, he restrained it very quickly. Since you have something to do, then I won't force you. Yan Yuntian changed his words. Okay, then I'll find another guide for you? Qin Yunhan asked politely. No need. Yan Yuntian's expression was cold. The way he looked at Qin Yunhan also became a little colder. Although his obsession with Qin Yunhan was very deep, after knowing that she was not a pure white paper, his thoughts faded a lot. Because, in Yan Yuntian's view, things or people that had been owned by others have become worthless. How could he care about it? Qin Yunhan saw that Yan Yuntian was very strange and didn't want to continue talking with him. Bye. Qin Yunhan also said lightly, and then left Yan Yuntian's sight. She was ready to change to another place and continue to wait for Wang Haoren. Yuning, is this how you do things? Yan Yuntian's face was covered with frost, and he questioned. Young master, I don't know why it is like this. Maybe it's the cousin's boyfriend, and this happened recently. Yuning trembled. Go investigate. I want to know who it is, Yan Yuntian said coldly. Although he gave up the idea of dating Qin Yunhan, he couldn't take it lying down. He would never let go of the person who took the lead. Wang Haoren recognized Yan Yuntian's words from afar. He had an impulse to jump out and kill Yan Yuntian. But in the end, he was still forced to retreat by the fatal damage recoil halo. An 80% chance was simply too high. If he were to kill Yan Yuntian, there was a high possibility that he would be courting death. Yes, young master. Yuning nodded and quietly walked in the direction of Qin Yunhan. Yan Yuntian stood in place for a while, then suddenly slapped the pavilion's pillar with his palm. With a sway of his body, he appeared a few dozen feet away. His figure continued to shrink until it finally disappeared from sight. Crack, crack, as for the pillar that had just been hit by his palm, dense cracks began to slowly spread out. With a loud bang, the entire pavilion collapsed, causing a cloud of dust to rise. This Yan Yuntian is much stronger than Jiang Gaoxian. Luo Qingqian, who was hiding behind the tree, saw the scene and couldn't help but blurt out. Her eyes were filled with fear. Stronger than Jiang Gaoxian naturally meant that he was stronger than her. Thinking of this, Luo Qingqian's eyes became more worried. After Jiang Gaoxian disappeared that day, she didn't know if he was hiding in the dark, plotting something to harm her. Luo Qingqian was naturally very worried. And now, there was an even stronger Yan Yuntian. She hoped that there wouldn't be any conflict with him. Otherwise, it would be even worse. Putting away her thoughts, Luo Qingqian said to Wang Haoren beside her, let's find another place where no one will disturb us and then we can talk. I suddenly remembered that I still have homework to do. I need to go back and do it. Wang Haoren wanted to, but now he was anxious about another matter. Is homework more important than me? Luo Qingqian frowned and said jealously. Wang Haoren comforted her, if two people love each other for a long time, they won't be together all the time. There will be many opportunities to get along in the future. Also, I hope that you can go back as soon as possible and explain to Wei Wei. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. Okay, then I will go back and find Wei Wei. Luo Qingqian felt that it made sense, so she agreed and left in a hurry. Wang Haoren heaved a sigh of relief and then went in the direction that Qin Yunhan left. After leaving the lotus pond, Qin Yunhan came to the campus path with maple trees on both sides. It was September and the maple leaves were gradually turning red. The scenery on this maple leaf path was very pleasant. Qin Yunhan sat on the bench on the path and used her mobile phone to contact Wang Haoren. And in a place where Qin Yunhan didn't notice, Yan Yuntian's maid was watching her every move. But in a place where both of them couldn't see, Wang Haoren used his X-ray vision to see all of this in his eyes. Wang Haoren first turned on his mobile phone and then sent a message to Qin Yunhan, asking her to go to the seafood restaurant outside the school for dinner. Qin Yunhan received the message and immediately got up and prepared to go outside the school. The maid followed Qin Yunhan from afar. Wang Haoren arrived at a path that everyone had to take to leave the academy in advance. When he turned the corner, he bumped into the maidservant, who was passing by. You. The maid was unhappy and was about to reprimand him, but after seeing a handsome face, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her heart started to beat rapidly. Sorry, Wang Haoren said apologetically, and at the same time secretly communicated with the system and issued a command. Ding, the host successfully used the charm aura on the supporting female Li Juning, raising Yuning's favorability to the maximum value. Wang Haoren immediately received a system prompt and was secretly happy. The instigation was a success. Yuning's eyes that were originally stunned by Wang Haoren also became intoxicated and obsessed. After a long time, Yuning realized that she lost her composure and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I almost bumped into you. It doesn't matter. Wang Haoren smiled, and then said, you are called Yuning, right? You, how do you know? Yuning was surprised. I have actually seen you a long time ago, but you don't know me. Wang Haoren said, and, I also know Yan Yuntian. You shouldn't be a person of the hidden world, right? Yuning was surprised. Because she didn't perceive any true energy fluctuations from Wang Haoren's body. Aware of Yuning's thoughts, Wang Haoren gently grabbed Yuning's hand. Yuning was shocked. Because, she felt a surge of true energy like the mountains and rivers of the sea. The strength of his true energy was much stronger than Yan Yuntian's. Who are you? Yuning was shocked. The person in front of her was younger than Yan Yuntian, but he had such a strong true energy cultivation. He was the strongest martial arts genius she had met in these years. Who I am is not important. What is important is that I came for you. Wang Haoren said in a bewitching tone. Yuning's eyes widened in disbelief, and her heart was set off stormy waves. Her mind was haunted by a thought, that is, I am willing to do anything for the person in front of me. Even if he wants me to die, I will have no regrets. How can I be qualified to be favored by you? Yuning didn't dare to look straight into Wang Haoren's eyes. She lowered her head and said shyly. So, are you willing to be my woman in the future? Wang Haoren was too lazy to be long-winded and went straight to the point. Of course I am willing. Yuning blurted out, from now on, I will listen to whatever you ask me to do. Very good. Wang Haoren nodded with a smile, and then asked about some specific information about Yan Yuntian. From this, Wang Haoren learned that Yan Yuntian was practicing a type of martial art called Mastery Unfettered Skill. To practice this martial art, before reaching the level of Little Grandmaster, one needed to practice hard and maintain a virgin body. But once one reached the level of Little Grandmaster, one would no longer have any scruples. Even increasing one's cultivation level would become very easy and happy. To sum it up, one would become stronger as long as they were XX. When Wang Haoren learned this information, he had the urge to curse on the spot. This Yan Yuntian turned out to be a domineering evil prince, the protagonist of the story, with his unlimited aura and the supreme freedom art. It was simply a perfect combination. As long as the female protagonist couldn't beat Yan Yuntian, she could be taken in by him. But the only thing that comforted Wang Haoren was that Yuning said that Yan Yuntian had just reached the level of Little Grandmaster, and his first target was Qin Yunhan. Of course, Qin Yunhan was no longer the target. Yan Yuntian, the bulldozer, didn't have time to move. Secretly give this to Yan Yuntian. Wang Haoren handed a pill to Yuning. The protagonist Yang Wuxian, Jiang Gaoxian, Liu Beige, Gu Nanfeng, and Shen Yixing had all eaten this before. Wang Haoren always carried this essential item with him to deal with the protagonist. It was convenient for him to use it at any time. But Yan Yuntian's cultivation level was not low. It would be troublesome for him to make a move. It was much easier to let Yuning do it. This was one of the reasons why Wang Haoren came to stop Yuning. What medicine is this? Yuning asked curiously. I'm doing this for your safety. Wang Haoren did not hide it and whispered to Yuning, after taking this medicine, Yan Yuntian will lose his ability in that area. I will do this well. After Yuning listened, she was surprised at first, and then nodded solemnly. She knew that Yan Yuntian had feelings for her. Right now, her mind was filled with Wang Haoren, so naturally, she would not allow Yan Yuntian to touch her. Wang Haoren nodded, then asked, You've been Yan Yuntian's maid for so long, have you? Yuning quickly explained, Of course not. Before he had become a Huajing master, he had never even thought of such a thing. Yun Xian and I didn't even have our fingers touched by him. In order to prevent Yan Yuntian from failing in his cultivation, he even made us talk through the door. In daily life, it was the male servants who took care of him. That would be wonderful. Wang Haoren smiled secretly. The protagonist was virtuous and had misophobia. As a villain, he also had it, but he did not like to wear broken shoes. Yuning was quite beautiful, with an average score of 92 points. Compared to the standard of the female protagonist, she was just a little bit worse. The Yun Xian you're talking about is. Wang Haoren mentioned a name that Yuning just said. She's the same as me, also a maid, but she's in Fengxi Mountain, so she didn't follow. Yuning replied. Wang Haoran nodded secretly. When he saw Xian, the cooldown time of the charm aura would be over. At that time, Xian would also rebel. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. You seem to be following someone, why is that? Wang Haoran asked another question. Yuning's purpose of following Qin Yunhan, of course, he knew, but he wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, so he asked more. It's like this. Yuning said it in full detail. This Yan Yuntian is too bad. She found a boyfriend, but it's none of his business. He actually wants to harm her. Wang Haoran complained. His background is deep, his cultivation is high, his personality is overbearing, and he's very self-centered. Why would he care about these things? Qin Yunhan's boyfriend, he will definitely not let it go easily. Yuning sighed. Wang Haoran suddenly fell into deep thought. If Yuning did not give him an explanation, Yan Yuntian would definitely not give up easily. At present, if it was not necessary, he did not intend to confront Yan Yuntian directly. Then, in this way, he needed a scapegoat. But who would be the scapegoat? After thinking for a while, Wang Haoran's eyes lit up, and whispered in Yuning's ear, you go and reply to Yan Yuntian like this, at night. Yuning returned to a simple-style big house. This big house was bought in advance by Yan Yuntian, so that when Yan Yuntian came to Qinling to find Qin Yunhan in the future, he would have a comfortable place to stay. At this time, Yan Yuntian was sitting in the courtyard. Yuning tried to suppress the nervousness in her heart, brought a cup of tea, and handed it to Yan Yuntian. The tea leaves were brought from Fengxi Mountain, and Yan Yuntian liked it very much. Yan Yuntian took the cup, took a sip of the hot tea, and asked aloud, did you find out? Found out. Yuning solemnly replied. Who is it? Yan Yuntian asked. It's a person called Lin Chen, about 8 years old. Yuning said. 8 years old? Yan Yuntian was stunned for a moment, and then felt that it was a bit ridiculous, an 8-year-old child? Young master, although this Lin Chen is only 8 years old, but he is not simple. He won the championship of the professional race, and in just a few days, with a small amount of money, he earned 100 million from the stock market. Yuning said, and took out all the information about Lin Chen, as well as the proof of his achievements. Yan Yuntian took the information and carefully read it, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. Although this Lin Chen was 8 years old, he was really not simple, and was better than many adults. It was not impossible to capture Qin Yunhan's heart. But this Lin Chen is only 8 years old, how? Yan Yuntian still had a trace of doubt. Young master, 8 years old is a bit young, but that kind of thing, there are still many ways. Yuning guided his thoughts. Yan Yuntian nodded in agreement. Young master, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Do you need me to do anything? Yuning asked tentatively. No need. Yan Yuntian shook his head, drank the tea, and quickly left the big house, his figure blending into the night. Ding, the host destroyed the protagonist Yan Yuntian's manhood ability, gained 3,000 villain points, Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura minus 150, the host's villain aura plus 150. Ding, Yan Yuntian lost his manhood ability, the unlimited push aura is ineffective. Ding, the host greatly affected the direction of the plot, gained 3,000 villain points. The action is quite fast. Wang Haoran, who was eating seafood with Qin Yunhan in the restaurant, could not help but smile. What are you laughing at? Qin Yunhan saw the strange smile on Wang Haoran's face and couldn't help but be surprised. I'm happy to eat seafood with you. Wang Haoran of course wouldn't tell her the real reason, but he found a reason to fool her. I'm happy too. Qin Yunhan heard and her beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a strong sense of joy. After eating, I won't go back to the dormitory. After saying that, she gave Wang Haoran a look that said you know what I mean. Wang Haoran understood and nodded with a smile in response to Qin Yunhan. His heart was once again immersed in the joy of receiving the news. There were too many female protagonists in Qingling. Yan Yuntian, the main character, was a big hidden danger here. But now, this hidden danger didn't exist anymore. Yan Yuntian didn't have the ability of a man now. Even if he saw the female protagonist, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, Yan Yuntian's mastery carefree skill couldn't be improved anymore. he would stop at neutral strength master. Wang Haoran could kill Yan Yuntian at this level. Of course, if Yan Yuntian didn't have the fatal damage rebounding halo. To get rid of Yan Yuntian, the main character, he had to reduce his protagonist aura to below 2000. Then, the fatal damage rebounding halo would lose its effect. To do this, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. But, it was only a matter of time. Previously, Lin Chen had the undying and imperishable halo. But now? If his protagonist aura was reduced to below 1000, he wouldn't be a threat. Wang Haoran and Qin Yunhan finished eating the seafood and prepared to take her to the villa to talk about life and dreams. On the way. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the main character Lin Chen to be killed by the main character Yan Yuntian. Reward, 3000 villain points. The sudden news caused Wang Haoran to be stunned. Lin Chen was dead. Wang Haoran wanted to find a scapegoat, so he suddenly thought of using Lin Chen as the scapegoat. So, he let Jining spread false news. However, Wang Haoran did not have much hope for this. After all, Lin Chen was only 8 years old. Even if Yan Yuntian believed him, Lin Chen could still explain himself when he attacked Lin Chen. After all, he really had nothing to do with Qin Yunhan. But now, he was dead. Could it be that Yan Yuntian was so tyrannical that he didn't even give Lin Chen a chance to explain himself? It seemed that other than this situation, there was no other possibility. This result was out of Wang Haoran's expectations. He originally wanted to slowly take advantage of Lin Chen. Now, the sheep were all gone. There was a lot of damage and distortion. However, from another point of view, this result was still very acceptable. Lin Chen still had a powerful elder sister who had yet to show herself. Yan Yuntian killing Lin Chen was equivalent to offending this mysterious big sister. If this big sister were to appear, she would definitely be able to sow discord and create a huge problem for Yan Yuntian. Apart from that, Wang Haoran had also tested out a new way to deal with the protagonist, provoking the protagonists to fight against each other. Sit back and reap the benefits. It was a pity that there was no protagonist who was on par with Yan Yuntian. For example, Yi Qiu, Xiao Yi, and Fang Heng, they were just sheep. Wang Haoran wanted to keep them to produce sheep. Naturally, he wouldn't let them die. Why did you suddenly stop? Qin Yunhan saw Wang Haoran standing there in a daze and couldn't help but ask curiously. I suddenly remembered something. I need to do something. You go to the villa first. I will come back later. Wang Haoran said. Okay, I will live broadcast my chicken dinner while waiting for you to come back. Qin Yunhan nodded obediently. Wang Haoran first sent Qin Yunhan to the villa and then went out. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Yan Yuntian returned to the big house. On his face, there was still a trace of cruelty and coldness. After Yuning saw it, she couldn't help but feel a faint sense of fear. She asked tentatively. Young master, is the matter resolved? Yes. Yan Yuntian nodded. There was still some depression in his eyes that could not be erased. Although he killed Qin Yunhan's boyfriend, the obsession in his heart still remained. This was a pity for him. However, what had happened could not be undone. In that case, he could only do some happy things and forget about the unhappiness. Thinking like this, Yan Yuntian's eyes fell on Yuning. Under the light, Yuning stood quietly, making people feel a rush of excitement. I am in a bad mood. You accompany me. Yan Yuntian said. Hearing this, Yuning's body trembled, and a strong sense of resistance rose from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, there was a deep disgust for Yan Yuntian. Her heart was already filled with another person. Even if she killed herself, she would keep her innocence. She would never let Yan Yuntian succeed. Yuning knew that with her true qi cultivation, it was absolutely impossible to persuade Yan Yuntian. Therefore, in her heart, she was ready to die. But at this moment, Yan Yuntian's covetous eyes gradually turned into surprise. Because he noticed that there was a lack of feeling in a certain aspect. Yuning was so beautiful, and he was indeed moved, but it was just a move. It was reasonable to say that it should not be just a move. There should be movement in other places. I don't need you to accompany me. I want to be alone. Yan Yuntian suddenly changed his words. Yuning heard the words, and her face showed joy, but she quickly restrained it. Yan Yuntian's attention was on other things, so he did not notice the change in Yuning's expression. He just turned silently and went to his bedroom. He didn't know what to do. Yuning breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her room. However, as soon as she stepped into the room, she saw a figure that made her happy. Yuning asked, "Why are you here?" "Of course, I am here to see you." Wang Haoren coaxed her. With a simple sentence, Yuning was a little dizzy. Just now, Yan Yuntian had thoughts about me. Fortunately, he suddenly changed his mind. Yuning was scared and couldn't help but say to Wang Haoren, "Nothing will happen." Wang Haoren smiled. Just now, the conversation between Yan Yuntian and Yuning, he actually saw it. "Did the medicine you gave him work so fast?" "Yan Yuntian is really useless." Yuning felt a little embarrassed, so she euphemistically said, "Of course." Wang Haoren smiled strangely and nodded. Because he saw with his X-ray vision that Yan Yuntian was studying himself in the room and found his own problems. Soon, he became crazy and began to vent his anger in the room. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged, gained 1000 villain points. Yan Yuntian protagonist aura -50, host villain aura +50. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged, gained 2000 villain points. Yan Yuntian protagonist aura -100, host villain aura +100. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged, gained 3000 villain points. Yan Yuntian protagonist aura -150, host villain aura +150. After being happy for a while, Wang Haoren inquired about the business. "You have been in Fengxi Mountain for so long, you should know the people around Yan Yuntian very well." "Around him, is there that kind of particularly beautiful and outstanding young woman?" There were many women in Fengxi Mountain, and there was likely to be a female protagonist, so Wang Haoren asked. "In our Fengxi Mountain, there is a hidden beauty." Yuning's eyes showed admiration and envy as she responded. The number one beauty of the hidden Jianghu. Hearing this title, Wang Haoren's heart was stirred, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. He asked, "Tell me in detail about this number one beauty." Seeing Wang Haoren's surprised reaction, Yuning was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Your cultivation is so high, you must be a big shot in the hidden Jianghu. Why don't you even know the number one beauty of the hidden Jianghu?" Wang Haoren was stunned. Of course, he didn't know, but he wouldn't say it out loud. After thinking about it, he said, "In the hidden Jianghu, I only paid attention to you. How could I pay attention to other women, and how could I pay attention to this number one beauty of the hidden Jianghu? With your words, even if I die immediately, I will die without regrets." Yuning was happy and touched when she heard it. After a long time, she finally calmed down a little and replied to Wang Haoren, "She's Feng Xuanzu, 20 years old. She was originally the daughter of the sect master of another hidden sect, but for some unknown reason, her sect was completely annihilated overnight, and she was the only one who survived. A few years ago, she joined the Fengxi Mountain and was recognized as his sister by the current master of the Fengxi Mountain. In the hidden Jianghu, I don't know how many men want to marry Feng Xuanzu." Wang Haoren listened, nodded slowly, and sighed casually, "The number one beauty of the hidden Jianghu, any man who marries her will probably feel proud." "This is only part of the reason," Yuning said. "Oh, is there any other benefit to marrying Feng Xuanzu?" Wang Haoren was surprised. Of course. Feng Xuanzu is the daughter of the sect master of a once glorious sect. Although the sect is no longer there, many cultivation resources of the sect have been preserved. For example, there are all kinds of heavenly treasures that are beneficial to cultivation, as well as all kinds of wonderful cultivation methods and martial arts. Yuning explained. Whoever marries Feng Xuanzu, in addition to the beauty, can also obtain these precious cultivation resources. Wang Haoren was slightly puzzled. Did Feng Xuanzu not hand over these resources when she joined the Phoenix Creek Mountain? Yuning shook her head. Fengxi Mountain didn't make any such request, but Feng Xuanzu was grateful for the protection of Fengxi. mountain, so she took the initiative to take out some. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to improve the overall strength of Xianxia Mountain by a lot. Most of the cultivation resources are still with Feng Xuanzu. After listening to Yuning, Wang Haoran could completely understand the attraction of Feng Xuanzu. If Feng Xuanzu were to be placed in the secular world, she would be the most beautiful and wealthy woman in the world. If anyone could capture Feng Xuanzu's heart, it could be said that they would gain both wealth and beauty, instantly reaching the pinnacle of life. Yuning added, however, Feng Xuanzu's vision is too high. She looks down on the so-called young talents in the secluded Jianghu. Even Jiang Gaoxian, the top of the hidden dragon and phoenix list, is far from her eyes. Wang Haoran did not find this strange at all. Who the hell was Jiang Gaoxian? He was just a villain with a mocking face. How could a top female lead like Feng Xuanzu take a fancy to him? Wang Haoran suddenly thought of something and said, "You just said that Feng Xuanzu is the sister of Xianxia Mountain's mountain master. Then, isn't she Yan Yuntian's aunt?" Although Feng Xuanzu is 20 years old, in terms of seniority, she is indeed Yan Yuntian's aunt, Yuning said. How is this a main character? This is simply a beast, Wang Haoran secretly cursed. This Feng Xuanzu was obviously the female lead in Yan Yuntian's storyline. Since she was the female lead, with Yan Yuntian's bulldozer character, he would definitely have thoughts about his aunt Feng Xuanzu. If this was not a beast, then what was? By the way, Feng Xuanzu should be coming to Qingling in the next few days to visit her second sister, Fingyun's daughter. Perhaps you will be able to meet her then, Yuning reported again. Fingyun's daughter, is Qin Yunhan? Wang Haoran heard the name Fengyun and his heart skipped a beat. He muttered to himself. This was because he had heard the name of Qin Yunhan's mother from Fengrong, who wanted to kidnap Qin Yunhan. Yes, it's Qin Yunhan. Yuning nodded in response and continued. Feng Xuanzu visiting Qin Yunhan is only one of the reasons. The other reason is that she will help Qin Yunhan check if she has the talent for cultivation. If she does, she will bring Qin Yunhan back to Fengyun at Xianxia Mountain directly. Then, there will be no need for Fengyun to come to Qingling. Hearing this, Wang Haoran's expression suddenly became strange. Qin Yunhan was the female lead and had the background of a martial arts sect. Without waiting for the test, Wang Haoran was sure that Qin Yunhan most likely had the talent for cultivation, and it was very strong. Because he had seen this too many times. In that case, after Feng Xuanzu was done with the test, wouldn't she bring Qin Yunhan back to Xianxia Mountain? Qin Yunhan would definitely not agree. Then, he would jump out to stop her and roar, 30 years, what a joke. He was the villain, and this line had nothing to do with him. But with Yuning's loyalty, she would never spread false information. If this plot was not his, then who was the protagonist? Wang Haoran pondered for a moment. If he did not interfere and affect the plot, Yan Yuntian would definitely come out to stop her. But now, the plot had changed. Yan Yuntian had no interest in Qin Yunhan, so he would not interfere. In other words, Qin Yunhan's trouble was still on his head. What should he do? Let Feng Xuanzu fake it and say that Qin Yunhan did not have the talent for martial arts? Why should he do that? Because he was handsome. Make Feng Xuanzu dizzy? Make her lie, that was obviously impossible. Feng Xuanzu was the #1 beauty in the hidden world, and she also had the cultivation resources left behind by a huge sect. There were many handsome guys pursuing her. It was nonsense to want to win over Feng Xuanzu with just a face. Using 30,000 villain points to exchange for a love at first sight card, Wang Haoran had this thought in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It was too extravagant to spend 30,000 villain points to solve this problem. And the 30,000 villain points that he spent might not be able to be earned back from Feng Xuanzu. Moreover, Yan Yuntian's initial protagonist aura was more than 5,000. Feng Xuanzu was the female lead in his storyline, and the female lead aura might be more than 3,000. If he exchanged for the love at first sight card and found that he could not use it, then he would be dumbfounded. Could it be that he could only use force? Wang Haoran thought of another plan. But to be honest, it was very simple to use force to send Feng Xuanzu away. However, the impact would be too great, and it would cause trouble in the future. After Feng Xuanzu was sent away, she would definitely go to Xianxia Mountain to get reinforcements. At that time, wave after wave of people would come, and it would be very annoying. After asking Yu Ning some questions, Wang Haoren continued to stay for more than an hour before leaving and preparing to return to the villa. When he arrived at the villa area, Bufian came out from the shadows and reported, Yi Qiu also bought a villa nearby and posted an advertisement online for rent. Wang Haoren smiled. This Yi Qiu was really persistent when it came to finding beautiful tenants. That old building was about to be demolished and he couldn't wait to build a new one, so he directly bought a villa for rent. Well done, Wang Haoren praised, then said, help me do one more thing. What is it? Bufian asked. Will you set it on fire? Wang Haoren smiled mysteriously. Back at the villa. Qin Yunhan was streaming a PUBG game. Oh, you're back. I won't play then. Seeing that Wang Haoren was back, Qin Yunhan was no longer in the mood to stream and wanted to stop. Wang Haoren stopped her and then asked, did you get matched with a noob when you streamed the game? No. Qin Yunhan shook her head. Then continue streaming the game, Wang Haoren said. He ordered Jiang Gaoxian to secretly sabotage Xiaoye's stream, but he didn't receive the reward for sabotaging Xiaoye's stream. Obviously, Xiaoye was busy with other things and wasn't streaming. Of course, Wang Haoren hoped that Qin Yunhan would continue her livestream. That way, Xiaoye could follow her livestream and gain popularity. But I don't want to stream anymore. I want to chat with you. Qin Yunhan gave him a look. Wang Haoren understood and sat down next to Qin Yunhan. You can stream your game. It won't affect me. Huh? Qin Yunhan was stunned. She looked at Wang Haoren strangely and then turned off the live broadcast. Anyway, she was a noob streamer and did not have any gaming skills to speak of. Even if she turned off the live broadcast, no one would be able to tell from her gaming skills that she was distracted by other things. Qin Yunhan struggled to finish the first round of chicken dinner, and then began to regroup. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes and destroyed the main character Xiaoye's live broadcast environment. The reward is 800 villain points, Xiaoye's main character aura -40, the host's villain aura +40. Wang Haoren was secretly amused. It seemed like Xiaoye started streaming again after seeing that Qin Yunhan was matched. However, it was obviously ruined by Jiang Gaoxian. He just didn't know if Jiang Gaoxian was trying to break Xiaoye's net, or if he was pretending to be a ghost to scare Xiaoye, or something else. As for which kind, Wang Haoren didn't care. This was because his attention was completely focused on Qin Yunhan. Late at night, Qin Yunhan, who had fallen asleep due to exhaustion, was like a block of ice all over her body. Traces of frost appeared on her lips and eyelashes. Wang Haoren was surprised and hurriedly used his true qi to help her get rid of this inexplicable frost. However, he found that it didn't work at all. Even when Wang Haoren touched Qin Yunhan's skin, he was attacked by this bone-piercing chill and shivered. This kind of chill was difficult to resist even with his 100-year true qi. Wang Haoren suddenly became anxious. He wanted to ask the little fairy doctor, Bian Suwen, who was in the villa a few hundred meters away, to come over and take a look at Qin Yunhan. However, before Wang Haoren could inform her, Qin Yunhan was fine again and returned to normal. Qin Yunhan's even breathing could be heard from her deep sleep, as if nothing had happened. Wang Haoren's expression suddenly became strange. This was because he smelled a kind of cliché. Qin Yunhan's symptoms seemed like an illness, but most likely she had a special cultivation physique. Now, Wang Haoren could be completely sure that Qin Yunhan had the cultivation aptitude. Moreover, this cultivation aptitude was very unusual. It was enough to make Feng Xuanzu even more desperate to bring Qin Yunhan to Fengxi Mountain for her to cultivate. At this moment, there was a burst of fire in the distance outside the window. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the new house bought by Yi Qiu to be burned and affecting the plot. Gained 900 villain points, Yi Qiu's protagonist aura -45, and the host's villain aura +45. Ding, congratulations to the host's villain aura for exceeding 7,000 points. The system is calculating the reward, please wait a moment. The first message was completely within Wang Haoren's expectations. The second piece of news, however, gave him a pleasant surprise. He had previously received the reward of 4,000 and 5,000 villain points, but when it exceeded 6,000 points, he didn't receive any reward. Wang Haoren thought that there would be no reward for increasing the villain aura. But now it seemed that it wasn't that there was no reward, but that the requirement to receive the reward had increased. Previously, it was an increase of 1,000 villain points to receive a reward, but now it was an increase of 2,000. And as the villain aura increased, the value would get higher and higher. After Wang Haoren sorted out all this, he looked forward to the new reward. The first time was the social relationship bond card, the second time was the love at first sight card. What would it be this time? Ding, the reward of exceeding 7,000 villain points has been successfully calculated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the social relationship bond setting card. Just as Wang Haoren was filled with anticipation, the system sent a notification. He quickly opened his backpack to check the introduction. Social relationship bond setting card, worth 50,000 villain points. The host can set any social bond with a female protagonist. The bonds that can be set are father and daughter, mother and son, sister and brother, master and disciple, ex-girlfriend, lost husband and wife. After the bond is set, it will be triggered after a certain period of time. Seeing the first two bonds, Wang Haoren's eyes almost popped out. Yuning said that Feng Xuanzu was only in her 20s. Father and daughter, mother and son, this is too ridiculous, isn't it? Wang Haoren was very curious about what would happen if he chose one of these two relationships. However, he was merely curious. He definitely wouldn't be so stupid as to choose one of these two relationships to verify. After scanning through these bonds, Wang Haoren directly chose to set them as lost husband and wife. Ding, the host has chosen to set the bond of lost husband and wife with the female protagonist, Feng Xuanzu. The bond will take effect after 2,400 hours. The host can choose to wait or use the villain points to accelerate the bond's trigger time. 2,400 hours was equivalent to 100 days. It would be too late by then. Wang Haoren was not willing to wait so long, so he directly ordered, use the villain points to accelerate and increase the time to the minimum. Ding, the host has chosen to use 10,000 villain points to accelerate the bond. The bond will be triggered after 24 hours. Wang Haoren's heart ached. 10,000 villain points, gone just like that, but on second thought, he soon got over it. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura was very high, the rewards for beating him were also very high. It wouldn't take long for him to earn back these 10,000 villain points. Moreover, Feng Xuanzu, the female protagonist, was very important. With the bond of lost husband and wife with Feng Xuanzu, it would be much easier to deal with Yan Yuntian. The next day, Qin Yunhan woke up without any abnormalities and went to class as usual. After class in the evening, Qin Yunhan was about to call Mu Xiaoxiao for dinner. However, just as she was about to make a call, she saw a beautiful stranger walking towards her. This woman was dressed in modern clothes, but she had the temperament of a classical beauty. Her every frown and smile gave off a feeling that all living things would fall for her. Even though Qin Yunhan was a woman, she still felt a little moved. When Qin Yunhan saw the woman walking straight towards her with a smile, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you looking for me? You and Sister Yun are really alike. Both of you are so beautiful." The woman smiled gently. "Who are you?" Qin Yunhan was very alert. She knew that her mother was Feng Yun. The Sister Yun mentioned by the woman in front of her must be referring to her mother. However, after the incident with Fengrong, she didn't dare to casually claim kinship. "My name is Feng Xuanzu. Although I'm not much older than you, you should call me auntie," the woman said in a mature tone. "You'd better show me the evidence first before you claim kinship." Qin Yunhan was very careful. Feng Xuanzu knew about the incident with Fengrong, so she could understand Qin Yunhan's mentality. After thinking for a while, she said, "I met your father before I came." Qin Yunhan took out her phone and called Qin Kai. After a minute or two, she hung up the phone and the vigilance in her eyes disappeared. "Hello, auntie. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Please don't treat me as an outsider." After Qin Yunhan confirmed Feng Xuanzu's identity, she became enthusiastic and went forward to grab Feng Xuanzu's hand with a smile. "It's okay." Feng Xuanzu shook her head and smiled. Qin Yunhan invited Feng Xuanzu for a meal. During the meal, she asked a lot of questions about her mother. However, Qin Yunhan still had many questions. However, the meal time was far from enough for her to ask questions. "Auntie, you don't have a place to stay yet, do you? Let's find a place to stay first and then continue to chat," Qin Yunhan said excitedly. "All right." Feng Xuanzu naturally did not object. Qin Yunhan took Feng Xuanzu to a nearby hotel to stay. As soon as they arrived at the room, Qin Yunhan wanted to ask Feng Xuanzu another question. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Qin Yunhan found it strange. The weather was relatively hot, and there was no air conditioning in the room. Why was it so cold? "Yunhan, what's wrong with you?" Feng Xuanzu saw that she was a little abnormal, so she immediately asked. "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel very cold." Qin Yunhan hugged her arms to ward off the cold, but it was useless. She couldn't help but shiver all over. Feng Xuanzu immediately frowned. She went forward to grab her wrist and immediately checked it. "Auntie, I am so cold." In just a short period of time, Qin Yunhan's chill intensified. Frost even appeared on her eyelashes. Feng Xuanzu was shocked. She hastily hugged her, trying to alleviate the chill. However, the moment she touched her, the chill caused Feng Xuanzu to let go of her hand involuntarily. Feng Xuanzu turned pale with fright. Thoughts ran through her mind, and she immediately thought of something. She was pleasantly surprised and flustered. Cold, so cold. The chill on Qin Yunhan's body intensified. Feng Xuanzu saw this and could only feel anxious. There was nothing she could do. However, Qin Yunhan's chill quickly subsided, and she gradually returned to normal. Feng Xuanzu pressed on Qin Yunhan's wrist again, as if she was checking something. "Auntie, what's wrong with me? Did I get some incurable disease?" Qin Yunhan asked in a panic. "Silly, of course not." After Feng Xuanzu was done checking, she also confirmed something. She said excitedly, "I've read in an ancient book that you have a rare martial cultivation physique called the Ice Spirit Physique. As long as you cultivate a suitable cultivation method, you can become a top-notch martial arts expert in the future." "I can become a martial arts expert." Qin Yunhan was immediately overjoyed. Her first thought was to protect the person she loved. Her second thought was to show off to Su Muyan. "Auntie, teach me quickly. Teach me quickly. I want to become a top-notch martial arts expert immediately," Qin Yunhan urged naively. "Yunhan, even if you have such a rare cultivation physique, you still need time to cultivate properly. You can't achieve it overnight." Seeing how easily Qin Yunhan said it, Feng Xuanzu could not help but give her a blow. "If that's the case, how long do I have to cultivate?" Qin Yunhan's joy was slightly reduced as she asked. "Go back to Fingxi Mountain and cultivate for 3 years. In these 3 years, you must concentrate and work hard. You may have to suffer a lot. Only then can you gain a lot," Feng Xuanzu said. "Then forget it." Qin Yunhan immediately lost interest. She had never suffered since she was young. Moreover, she had to be separated from her beloved for 3 years and go to Fingxi Mountain to cultivate. Qin Yunhan was not willing to do such a thing. It was better to stay in school, attend classes, play games, and accompany her boyfriend. It was much more comfortable. "Yunhan, you have such a rare cultivation physique. If you don't cultivate, it will be a pity," Feng Xuanzu hurriedly advised. "Auntie, everyone has their own ambitions." Qin Yunhan smiled. Feng Xuanzu said, "To tell you the truth, Fingxi Mountain has just stabilized. Sister Yun can't leave for the time being. I came to see you with the intention of making a trip on behalf of Sister Yun. Other than that, the most important thing is to see if you are suitable for cultivation. If you are, I will bring you back to Fingxi Mountain directly. This is what Sister Yun told me before she came. So Mom might not have come to see me." Qin Yunhan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "I will bring you back to Fingxi Mountain. It will be the same," Feng Xuanzu comforted. "But I don't want to leave Qingling." Qin Yunhan was in a difficult position. "You have been separated from Sister Yun for so long. Don't you want to see her?" "Of course I do, but..." Qin Yunhan suddenly stopped and did not continue. Feng Xuanzu guessed Qin Yunhan's thoughts and said, "You can't let go of your father?" You don't have to worry about that. Your father has already said that he will make a trip. Qin Yunhan was in a dilemma and felt irritated. Anyway, I don't want to leave here. Let's wait for Mom to come. Anyway, we have been separated for so long. A little while is not a big deal. Feng Xuanzu was sensitive. She could tell that something was wrong with Qin Yunhan and asked, other than your father, who else is worth your concern? Auntie, you are also a woman. You know. Qin Yunhan said vaguely. Because a certain someone had told her not to mention anything about them being together. Without a certain someone's permission, of course, she would not talk about it. However, Feng Xuanzu kept asking, so Qin Yunhan could only vaguely reveal some information. But after Feng Xuanzu heard it, she frowned. Late at night, Wang Haoren, who was about to go to sleep, received a call from Luo Qingqian asking him out for a meeting. Wang Haoren got dressed and went out. He was very energetic and it didn't matter if he slept less. Since Luo Qingqian was so interested, he had to accompany her. Luo Qingqian arranged to meet him at a lake not far from the Qingling campus. Wang Haoren was familiar with this place. Previously, in order to coax Su Mayan, he had even jumped into the lake once. Filled with excitement, Wang Haoren hurried to the lakeside. He didn't realize that Luo Qingqian was so wild to meet him at such a place. But thinking about it, it was quite exciting. However, after meeting him, Wang Haoren was dumbfounded. Besides Luo Qingqian, Lin Chen was also at the lake. Of course, it was Lin Chen who was lying on the ground beside the lake. Luo Qingqian rushed into Wang Haoren's arms and cried when she saw him. Wang Haoren comforted her and asked about it. He then found out that Luo Qingqian and her sisters had split up to look for Lin Chen after knowing that he was missing. Luo Qingqian was the first to find him. But by the time she found him, Lin Chen was already dead. She was devastated and didn't dare to inform the other sisters immediately. She informed Wang Haoren first. Qingqian, my condolences. Wang Haoren comforted Luo Qingqian as he hugged her and looked at Lin Chen who was lying on the ground. That Yan Yuntian, I will send him to meet you sooner or later. As for your 7 sisters, I will reluctantly take care of him. So, rest in peace. Wang Haoren said in his heart. At this moment, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Qin Yunhan asking him where he was. It was late at night and none of them were sleeping. Wang Haoren complained secretly. He wanted to ask Qin Yunhan to rest and not come out to meet him. But on second thought, he sent her a message to ask her to come out. And the location of the meeting was this lake. However, Wang Haoren didn't call her over for a date. He wanted Qin Yunhan to cry for Lin Chen. Of course, they had to go all the way. He asked Yuning to spread false news that Qin Yunhan's boyfriend was Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also killed because of this. No matter what, Yan Yuntian had to take the blame for this. In order to let Lin Chen's mysterious elder sister's anger burn on Yan Yuntian's head. In the future, Qin Yunhan needed to appear in front of Luo Qingqian and her sisters to let them believe that Qin Yunhan was Lin Chen's girlfriend. By the time Lin Chen's eldest sister arrived, Qin Yunhan would be able to testify against Yan Yuntian. After replying to Qin Yunhan's message, Wang Haoren waited. Luo Qingqian continued to cry in her lover's arms for a long time. Her mood gradually calmed down. Although she was still sad, she was much better than before. Do you need me to inform Wei Wei and the rest? Wang Haoren saw that Luo Qingqian was still emotionally unstable, so he wanted to help her. Hearing this, Luo Qingqian nodded at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren took out his phone and made a call to inform them. Then, he fell into a state of waiting. But Qiu Qianwei and the rest went to look for Lin Chen a little far, so they couldn't come over for the time being. But not long after, someone appeared by the lake. However, it wasn't Qiu Qianwei and the rest, but a beautiful young lady. Wang Haoren only took one look and his soul was almost taken away. But after all, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He had seen countless people and had been through hundreds of battles. So, he woke up quickly. The lady glanced around and her gaze landed on Wang Haoren. We just exchanged messages. Wang Haoren then realized something and questioned sternly, why do you have Qin Yunhan's phone? Who are you? The lady was naturally Feng Xuanzu. After Qin Yunhan fell asleep, she took Qin Yunhan's phone to check and found Wang Haoren, who was in close contact with Qin Yunhan. So, she sent a message to Wang Haoren and asked him to come out for a meeting. Feng Xuanzu said coldly, "You don't have to care about that. Come with me, I have something to tell you." Wang Haoren, who knew the trick well, had already guessed what Feng Xuanzu wanted to say to him. It was nothing more than asking him to leave Qin Yunhan and not affect Qin Yunhan's future. If Luo Qingqian wasn't here, Wang Haoren would definitely teach Feng Xuanzu a lesson. But with Luo Qingqian here, it was better to keep a low profile and continue to pretend to be an ordinary person. "I'm a little busy. I'm afraid it's not convenient. Let's talk another day," Wang Haoren replied to Feng Xuanzu. "I don't have that much time. Come with me now." Feng Xuanzu's tone turned cold. Wang Haoren smiled and shook his head. "You don't want to? I'm afraid it's not up to you." As soon as she said that, Feng Xuanzu, who was a few feet away, swayed her body and arrived in front of Wang Haoren. Under the moonlight, a jade-like hand grabbed Wang Haoren's shoulder and tried to take him away by force. However, just as the jade-like hand was about to touch Wang Haoren, Luo Qingqian struck out with her palm. The two palms collided and there was an explosion in the air. This exchange of blows seemed to be on par with each other. The owners of the two palms let out a soft gasp of surprise. The two of them didn't seem to have expected the other party to be so powerful. "Luo Qingqian, it's you." Feng Xuanzu's attention was all on Wang Haoren. In addition, the moonlight was dim and she didn't have the confidence to size up the woman beside him. Now that she took a closer look, she recognized her. "Feng Xuanzu, what a surprise to see you here." Luo Qingqian was also sure who the other party was. She immediately sneered. "Why? The number one beauty of the hidden pugilistic world who looks down on all men in the world has the idea of snatching a man? Don't talk nonsense. Unless I'm blind, why would I fall for such an ordinary man?" Feng Xuanzu immediately retorted. However, when Luo Qingqian heard that, she was instantly annoyed. Wasn't Feng Xuanzu's words scolding him for being blind? How preposterous. "Feng Xuanzu, haven't you always wanted to defeat me and jump from the third to the second place on the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix list? Today, I'll satisfy your wish and let you understand the gap between us," Luo Qingqian said angrily. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Feng Xuanzu didn't back down. "Harmony breeds wealth. Let's talk things out." Wang Haoren walked between the two of them to mediate the fight. "Get lost. You have no right to speak here." Feng Xuanzu threw a cold glance at Wang Haoren. When Luo Qingqian saw her lover being humiliated, she was even more furious. She immediately channeled all her true qi and slammed her palm towards Feng Xuanzu's chest. However, before she could touch Feng Xuanzu held her head and cried out in pain. Luo Qingqian wasn't a villain who would take advantage of others. She was shocked when she saw that. Her palm stopped in midair and didn't hit Feng Xuanzu's chest. The sudden change in the scene stunned Wang Haoren, who was watching the show. Because the scene felt like Feng Xuanzu was trying to take advantage of Luo Qingqian. However, such a possibility was almost non-existent. "Husband, leave quickly, leave quickly, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Leave quickly." Feng Xuanzu squatted on the ground and held her head. She looked like she was in pain. She seemed to be recalling something as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. When he saw that, Wang Haoren's shocked expression gradually turned into a strange smile. With Feng Xuanzu's condition, it was obvious that she had suddenly recalled some painful memories. Judging from her painful cries, it must have something to do with her husband. When Wang Haoren saw this, how could he not guess what was going on? Calculating the time, it had been exactly 24 hours since he used the social relationship bond card. It was time for it to be triggered. Feng Xuanzu's abnormality was clearly related to this. Luo Qingqian looked at Feng Xuanzu blankly for a while, then turned to ask Wang Haoren, What happened to her?" Wang Haoren spread his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. "How would I know? If Luo Qingqian was not present, he would definitely have a touching reunion scene with Feng Xuanzu. However, since Luo Qingqian was here, he might as well forget about it." Luo Qingqian was more magnanimous to her sisters, but not to Feng Xuanzu. Moreover, Feng Xuanzu had directly leaped ahead of them and became his wife. It was unknown what Luo Qingqian would do. Of course, Wang Haoren would not be foolish enough to add such trouble to himself. Husband, husband. Feng Xuanzu lay on her side on the ground. Her tear-filled eyes reflected Wang Haoren's silhouette in the distance. She extended her hand toward Wang Haoren. However, her head hurt terribly. Her arm slipped and she fell to the ground. She fainted immediately. Ding. Lost couple bond is in effect. The female lead Feng Xuanzu's affinity with the host has increased to 90, till death do us part. Ding. The host has greatly affected the direction of the plot. Obtained 4,000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -200. The host's villain aura +200. Luo Qingqian saw Feng Xuanzu's abnormal reaction. She did not think that the husband Feng Xuanzu mentioned had anything to do with Wang Haoren. Firstly, Feng Xuanzu was in the secluded world. Everyone knew that she was unmarried. Now that Feng Xuanzu was behaving so abnormally, her words were suspicious. Secondly, even if it was the truth. With Feng Xuanzu's status and reputation in the secluded world, how could she possibly have a secular husband like Wang Haoren? Before long, Bian Suwen and the others arrived. When they saw Lin Chen's cold body, they cried sadly for a while. Then, Bian Suwen checked the cause of Lin Chen's death. She quickly found out that Lin Chen was killed by a palm strike. His internal organs were all shattered. To be able to do this, one must have an extraordinary true qi cultivation base. According to Bian Suwen's estimation, the culprit's Xin qi cultivation was definitely above 50 years. Wang Haoren listened from the side and secretly nodded. As expected of the little fairy doctor, she really had some skills. Her judgment was indeed not far from the truth. However, Bian Suwen and the others had no clue who the culprit was. Since the time was not right, Wang Haoren did not intend to say much for the time being. He merely guided everyone's train of thought. That was, some powerful expert from the hidden Jiang who had come to Qingling recently. Luo Qingqian was deep in thought after hearing that. Wang Haoren then suggested to call someone from the police station to record it. Luo Qingqian and the rest did not object. Although Lin Chen died in the hands of an expert from the hidden Jianghu, this was the secular world. They still had to follow the rules. After going through the procedures, they could settle Lin Chen's funeral. After Lin Chen was transferred away by the relevant personnel, it was already the latter half of the night. Luo Qingqian and the rest were ready to return to the villa. When they were leaving, Luo Qingqian thought for a while and brought Feng Xuanzu along. She did not have any grudges with Feng Xuanzu. Now that it was the latter half of the night and Feng Xuanzu had fainted here for no reason, it would be bad if she met someone bad. Feng Xuanzu was brought back to Lu Yu's villa and placed in a bedroom. Bian Suwen checked on her and realized that she did not have any obvious symptoms. She then asked Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian told her about Feng Xuanzu's abnormality before she fainted. Bian Suwen quickly deduced that Feng Xuanzu must have recalled some painful memories and fainted due to extreme emotions. It was not a big deal. Not long after Bian Suwen said that, Feng Xuanzu woke up with a groan. After scanning the unfamiliar environment, Feng Xuanzu immediately became alert. Don't worry. If they wanted to harm you, they wouldn't have let you wake up, Luo Qingqian said coldly. Hearing that, Feng Xuanzu's tensed body gradually relaxed. She glanced at the people in the room and finally fixed her gaze on Wang Haoren. At that moment, her emotions were all restrained and she looked calm on the surface. I'd like to talk to you. Is that okay? Feng Xuanzu had said similar words to Wang Haoren before. However, the tone was completely different. Previously, she was bossing him around. Now, she was as gentle as water. What do you want to talk to him about? Just say it here, Luo Qingqian said unhappily. That's right. If you want to say it here. Qiu Qianwei stood out and held on to Wang Haoren's hand. She looked at Feng Xuanzu cautiously as if she was afraid that Wang Haoren would be snatched away by her. You. What's your relationship with him? Feng Xuanzu asked in shock. I'm his girlfriend. Since all the sisters knew about it, Qiu Qianwei naturally didn't have to hide it from them. She directly declared her sovereignty to Feng Xuanzu. That was because Feng Xuanzu was simply too beautiful. She was as beautiful as a fairy in the legends. Seeing that Qiu Qianwei said it out loud, Wang Haoren complained in his heart. Great, what should he do now? Hearing Qiu Qianwei's words, Feng Xuanzu's pale face turned even paler. However, she still took a deep breath and said to Wang Haoren again, I have some questions for you. I don't mean any harm. Can I take up a few minutes of your time? Wang Haoren nodded in agreement. Seeing that, Luo Qingqian and the others had to leave temporarily. After the door was closed, only Wang Haoren and Feng Xuanzu were left. You don't recognize me? Feng Xuanzu asked sadly. Of course, I recognize you. I'm your husband, and you're my wife. I've been looking for you all these years. Wang Haoren wanted to say that he and Feng Xuanzu had a touching scene of a husband and wife meeting. Then, he wanted to feel how warm and soft the embrace of the most beautiful woman in the hidden world was. However, the sisters outside the door were eavesdropping. After sighing to himself, Wang Haoren asked blankly, have we met before? You really don't remember me? Feng Xuanzu's face turned even paler. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, which made one's heart ache. I'm sorry, I really don't know you. I've never seen you before, Wang Haoren said seriously. He was telling the truth. He had indeed never seen Feng Xuanzu before. In fact, he didn't even have any memories of Feng Xuanzu. After the bond took effect, it was only Feng Xuanzu who had the relevant memories. No, you definitely know me. Think about it carefully, Feng Xuanzu said helplessly like a weak child. Hearing that, Wang Haoren pretended to think. Then, he covered his head with a painful expression. He looked exactly the same as Feng Xuanzu before. When Feng Xuanzu saw Wang Haoren in such a state, she panicked for a moment before she was overjoyed. Luo Qingqian and the rest heard the commotion and were worried about Wang Haoren. They pushed the door open and entered. Qiu Qianwei rushed in and held Wang Haoren. She asked in shock, what's wrong with you? Bian Suwen also rushed forward to check on Wang Haoren. However, at this moment, the painful expression on Wang Haoren's face gradually disappeared and he returned to normal. I'm fine, Wang Haoren replied to Qiu Qianwei and the rest. The sisters heaved a sigh of relief. Did you remember something? Feng Xuanzu asked with anticipation in her eyes. Wang Haoren shook his head. I have a blank memory. I want to recall it, but my head hurts when I think about it. Of course, he was just putting on an act. Qiu Qianwei and the rest were here, so it wasn't convenient for him to acknowledge Feng Xuanzu. It would be even more inappropriate if he denied having anything to do with Feng Xuanzu. Therefore, he had an idea and came up with this idea. Hearing that, Feng Xuanzu was overjoyed. She was sure that her husband had lost a part of his memory like her. Now that she remembered it, her husband didn't. But no matter what, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, Feng Xuanzu didn't want to see her husband in such pain, so she said in a gentle voice, don't think about it on purpose. Let nature take its course. There will be a time when you remember it. Wang Haoren nodded at her. The sisters at the side were suspicious. Luo Qingqian couldn't help but ask Feng Xuanzu, you used to know Haoren and he was the husband you were talking about. Is that true? Feng Xuanzu didn't want to tell the truth so as to not trigger her husband's memory and make him suffer again. Therefore, she replied seriously, Luo Qingqian, I'm innocent. Why would I marry someone else? Don't slander me. Although she couldn't wait to acknowledge her husband, she still wanted to do it in a gentler way. That was because when he recalled that memory, he felt as if his head was about to split open. Feng Xuanzu's heart ached for her husband, so she naturally didn't want him to continue suffering. You shouted at yourself, how can you blame me? Luo Qingqian pouted. Earlier, my head hurt terribly. That's why I said some nonsense. I don't even remember what I shouted, Feng Xuanzu said. Are you all right now? Since you're fine, let's go. There are just enough bedrooms for us sisters to stay together, but there's no place for you to stay. Luo Qingqian directly ordered her to leave. Thank you for saving me earlier. See you again. Feng Xuanzu naturally wouldn't be thick-skinned and stay behind. She got up from the bed and prepared to leave. However, before he left, he took a few more glances at Wang Haoren. Back in the hotel room, Qin Yunhan slept soundly and did not notice that Feng Xuanzu had left. When she woke up the next day, Feng Xuanzu did not mention anything about bringing Qin Yunhan back to Fengxi Mountain. Although, this was her mission for this trip. But now, she wanted to stay in Qingling and wait for her husband to recover his memory and reunite with her. Yunhan, what's your relationship with Wang Haoren? Not long after she woke up, Feng Xuanzu couldn't help but ask. When she was in Lu Yu's villa, she heard Qiu Qianwei say that her husband was her boyfriend. And Qin Yunhan was so close to Wang Haoren. Her husband was too fickle, wasn't he? Damn it. He was a married man. Feng Xuanzu was annoyed, but thinking that her husband had forgotten everything, she only blamed him in her heart. Auntie, did you peek at my phone? Qin Yunhan asked suspiciously. I'm just concerned about you. Feng Xuanzu did not deny it. The elders of our families know each other. Wang Haoren and I have known each other for a long time. We are high school classmates and now we are studying in the same university. We are very good friends. Qin Yunhan felt that her auntie's behavior was weird, so she did not admit her relationship with Wang Haoren. Feng Xuanzu nodded slightly. She thought for a while and added, do you know that he has a girlfriend? Yes. Qin Yunhan answered, but she was puzzled. How did her auntie know about Su Muyan? Feng Xuanzu thought that Qin Yunhan was referring to Qiu Qianwei and couldn't help but feel relieved. Since you know, you should keep a distance from Wang Haoren. Don't cross the boundary of friends. Feng Xuanzu reminded. She didn't know how to face Qiu Qianwei after reuniting with her husband. Naturally, she didn't want anyone to get involved. Moreover, this person was her niece in terms of seniority. If she really got involved, wouldn't it be a mess? I know what I'm doing. Qin Yunhan responded to Feng Xuanzu. Okay, you go to class. I have to meet someone today. Feng Xuanzu got up from the bed. Dozens of minutes later, Feng Xuanzu appeared outside a big house. Miss Xuanzu, you are here. Yuning came out to receive her and led Feng Xuanzu into the big house respectfully. Where did Yuntian go? Feng Xuanzu asked. He locked himself in the house for a few days and didn't go out. I don't know what happened. Yuning knew the reason, but she pretended to be puzzled. Take me to see him. Feng Xuanzu said. Yuning nodded and led the way. Not long after, the two of them appeared. Outside a simple and elegant bedroom. Yuntian, it's me. Feng Xuanzu knocked on the door and called out a few times. Yan Yuntian took a long time to respond. After a while, he walked out of the bedroom. She saw that Yan Yuntian looked haggard. His eye bags were slightly gray and he was in low spirits. Feng Xuanzu was surprised. Logically speaking, the essence, qi, and spirit of martial cultivation were very vigorous. Such a situation shouldn't happen. What happened to you? Feng Xuanzu asked curiously. Because of the troubles in my cultivation, I haven't slept for a few days. It's just a small matter. Yan Yuntian felt bitter in his heart, but he pretended to be carefree. And what he said was not wrong. After he lost his ability in that aspect, his cultivation would indeed stagnate. Because after he became a master of neutralizing energy, he needed the fusion of yin and yang to cultivate. But now that he was sick, he naturally couldn't continue cultivating. Don't be impatient. Take it slow. Feng Xuanzu comforted him. But as she spoke, she thought of her own troubles and couldn't help but sigh. Yan Yuntian nodded solemnly. Although there was a problem, perhaps it could be cured. Then, he noticed the worry between Feng Xuanzu's brows. He asked, Aunt, do you have any troubles too? I am a human, not a god. Of course I have troubles. Feng Xuanzu sighed. What is it that made Aunt so troubled? Yan Yuntian asked curiously. Feng Xuanzu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Aunt, you don't treat me as an outsider, right? Yan Yuntian looked at Yuning beside him. Yuning understood and immediately said, I'll go make 2 cups of tea. Soon, she left. Feng Xuanzu hesitated for a moment and didn't hide it anymore. You should know that when my sect was destroyed, I lost part of my memory. Just last night, I suddenly remembered. What did you remember? Yan Yintian asked. I'm already married and have a husband. I even saw him last night. It's just that he doesn't remember me. Feng Xuanzu told him about her troubles. However, as soon as these words came out, Yan Yintian frowned as if he was struck by lightning. It was as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. Received 2000 villain points, Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -100, host villain aura +100. Wang Haoren? In a simple house. Fang Xian got up, tidied herself up, and prepared to go to work. Just as she was about to go out, she was stopped by her brother, Fang Heng. Sister, I don't have any money. Give me money to refuel. Fang Heng stretched out his hand. Can't you just sell that Lamborghini Ferrari? Why do you need to refuel it every 2 or 3 days? It's too expensive. Fang Xian said with some displeasure. This car has a lot of horsepower and consumes more fuel than ordinary cars. Fang Heng explained, then said, it's just a little bit of fuel money. It doesn't matter. Give me the money quickly. I still want to go out and play. Hearing this, Fang Xian was even more displeased. She scolded, you're not young anymore. Can't you find something to do every day? Don't always go out and play. How am I not doing anything? Didn't I buy so many valuable antiques? Fang Heng retorted. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Fang Xian got angry when he mentioned it. However, she was in a hurry to go to work and didn't have time to continue scolding Fang Heng. I'm going to work. If you have anything to say, say it later. After saying that, she wanted to pass by Fang Heng and go out. Fang Heng stopped her and said, Sister, give me the money first. I don't want much. Just 1 million. Do you think your sister is a rich woman? You want to give me 10 million. And do you need so much money to refuel? Fang Xian said anxiously. Aren't you a rich woman? The 1 billion I got from selling antiques is all with you. I asked for more in one go so that I don't have to look for you all the time. Fang Heng said matter-of-factly. Fang Xian rubbed her forehead. She felt a headache coming on. The antiques that her younger brother had bought were all fake. They were all collected by Wang Haoren as a trust. Wang Haoren transferred the money from selling the antiques to her, but she transferred it to Wang Haoren. However, Fang Xian didn't know how to explain this matter. She could only reply to Fang Heng. You can't touch the money from selling the antiques. Keep it. For your future wife. You don't need so much money to marry a wife. Fang Heng rolled his eyes and urged, Sis, stop fooling around. Give me the money. I still have to go to the class reunion. If I don't have any money on me, how would I look like? Fang Xian said helplessly, I'll transfer you 50,000. Her original salary was about 30,000 yuan. Naturally, after following Wang Haoren, her monthly salary had increased to 100,000 yuan. 50,000 was still within his means. As she spoke, she took out her phone and transferred the money to Fang Heng. Immediately, a handsome face appeared in his mind. Calculating the time, it had been a long time since he last looked for her. It had been so long, perhaps she had forgotten about him, Fang Xian sighed inwardly. However, this was normal. When she was with him, she was clumsy and didn't know how to please him. She was even worse than that little girl named Wen Jing. 50,000 is too little. It's not enough, Fang Heng said unhappily. Just 50,000. I don't have anything more. Fang Xian was infuriated when her thoughts were interrupted. Sis, are you kidding? I have more than 1 billion yuan with you. How can you only take out 1 million yuan? Fang Heng was losing his patience. He pretended to be rich in the group chat and said that he wanted to treat dozens of classmates to a meal at a big hotel. If it wasn't at least 100,000 yuan, he wouldn't be able to pay the bill. That money. I gave that money to my boyfriend to do business. Fang Xian didn't want to tell the truth, so she found a random reason to fool Fang Heng. Sis, when did you find a boyfriend? Fang Heng was shocked and asked subconsciously. Do I have to inform you when I find a boyfriend? Fang Xian asked. Sis, you just said that you gave the money to your boyfriend to do business. More than 1 billion yuan, you gave it all to him? Fang Heng realized another serious problem and asked in shock. Yes. Fang Xian nodded. More than 1 billion yuan for your boyfriend to do business. Are you crazy? Fang Heng stomped his foot. He will return the money in the future. Don't worry. Fang Xian wanted to calm Fang Heng down. How can I not worry? I earned that money. You didn't even ask and directly lent more than 1 billion yuan to your boyfriend. Do you still see me as your brother? You don't deserve to be my sister. Fang Heng said angrily. You don't deserve to be my brother. Fang Xian was also angry. She pointed at the big car outside. You drive this car every day and wander around outside. I didn't even say anything about you. Do you know how this car came about? Of course I earned it. Fang Heng replied. You earned it? Fang Xian sneered. She wanted to say that his sister betrayed herself in exchange for it. But when the words reached her mouth, she was too embarrassed to say them. She swallowed them back down. She directly walked past Fang Heng and walked out without looking back. She completely ignored Fang Heng's shouts behind her. Not long after, Fang Xian left Fang Heng's field of vision. Fang Heng stomped his feet in anger. His sister was too stupid. She actually lent her own money to her boyfriend to do business. Ding, the host caused damage to the protagonist Fang Heng's mentality. Received 300 villain points. Fang Heng's protagonist aura -15. Host's villain aura +15. Ding, Fang Heng's protagonist aura is lower than 50. The golden finger is ineffective. Wang Haoran, who was in class, suddenly received a system notification. It had been a long time since he last saw the protagonist, Fang Heng. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he last saw him. If it wasn't for the sudden wave of rewards, he would have almost forgotten about this protagonist. However, the rewards that Fang Heng provided, Wang Haoran didn't care about them anymore. It was too little. I have a batch of antiques to sell to you. Do you have time? Just as Wang Haoran was thinking about Fang Heng, he suddenly received a message from Fang Heng. Around 6 in the evening. Wang Haoran immediately replied. Fang Heng's golden finger was ineffective. He wouldn't be able to harvest anything in the future. This should be the last harvest. He just didn't know how many antiques Fang Heng had collected after not seeing him for so long. Okay, I'll drive over to pick you up to see my batch of antiques. But I have to remind you to prepare more money. Fang Heng sent a message. Don't worry. Money is not a problem. Wang Haoran replied again. In the evening, Fang Heng drove his Lamborghini to the gate of Qingling University, attracting many envious gazes. Fang Heng was so proud that his nose was almost in the sky. Wang Haoran had just arrived. Seeing this scene, he laughed in his heart. This should be the last time Fang Heng showed off. You're here. Get in the car. Fang Heng greeted him. Wang Haoran got into the passenger's seat and followed Fang Heng to the house. Fang Heng's antiques were stored in the basement of the old house. When Wang Haoran arrived at the basement, he saw a lot of bottles and jars, as well as some wrapped paintings and other objects. So many? Wang Haoran was surprised. What's wrong? You can't afford so many? Fang Heng sneered. No, I want all of them. Wang Haoran smiled meaningfully. I've asked someone to estimate the price. It's worth a little more than 2 billion yuan in total. But since you're a regular customer, I'll give you 2 billion yuan instead, Fang Heng said, emphasizing his words. But this time, you can't transfer the money to my sister. You have to transfer it directly to me. No problem. But let me make a call first, Wang Haoran said. You're looking for someone to inspect the goods? Then hurry up. I still have things to do. Fang Heng urged. He had a dinner with his classmates in the evening. He wanted to sell these antiques to Wang Haoran as soon as possible and show off at the class reunion. After Wang Haoran hung up the phone, he waited with Fang Heng. About 20 minutes later, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. Sister, aren't you supposed to get off work at night? Why are you back at this time? Fang Heng asked in surprise. Fang Xian's expression was complicated. She didn't know how to respond. I asked her to come, Wang Haoran said. Didn't you ask her to inspect the goods? Why did you ask my sister to come? Fang Heng was puzzled. Wang Haoran looked at Fang Xian and said, this time, your brother asked for 2 billion. He said that the money can't be transferred to you, but to him. When Fang Xian heard this, she immediately understood why Wang Haoran called her back. She looked at Fang Heng and said, silly brother, do you really think that you can appraise treasures just because you read some books? You're too naive. Wang Haoran asked you to do it. Sister, so you don't believe me? I really know how to appraise treasures, Fang Heng said seriously. Really? Then why don't you appraise it for me? Fang Xian said. Fang Heng smiled confidently. He was ready to show off. He glanced at the antiques in the room, picked a porcelain vase that was closest to him, and reached out to touch it. He had already inspected these antiques, but there were too many of them. He couldn't remember the exact age of each one. However, it didn't matter. He just touched it with his finger, and relevant information about the antique would appear in his mind. However, to Fang Heng's surprise, nothing happened in his mind when his hand touched the porcelain vase. Fang Heng was surprised. Fang Xian didn't find it strange that her brother didn't say anything. She urged, tell me. What dynasty is it from? How is the craftsmanship? Tell me. Wait a minute. Fang Heng changed to another antique and was ready to test it. There was still no information in his mind. He then tried another antique. After trying a dozen antiques in a row, there was still no reaction. Cold sweat broke out on Fang Heng's forehead. Why did his golden finger suddenly stop moving? Enough, stop pretending. Fang Xian couldn't take it anymore and stopped him. Sister, I really know how to appraise treasures, but it might be because I didn't rest well last night, so I'm not in the best condition. I'll prove it to you tomorrow, Fang Heng insisted. Idiot, the first person who bought your antique for 5 million was Wang Haoran's client. After that, the client became Wang Haoran himself, Fang Xian explained again. Fang Heng glanced at Wang Haoran beside him and curled his lips as he said, why did he become a shill for no reason? Why did he give me so much money? Because. Fang Xian blushed and was embarrassed to say it out loud. Because I'm your sister's boyfriend, Wang Haoran continued. Fang Xian was stunned and looked at Wang Haoran in disbelief. Ding. Female lead Fang Xian's favorability towards the host has increased by 15 points. Current favorability is 70, undying affection, ding. Host has influenced the plot. Reward, 1,500 villain points. You're my sister's boyfriend? That's impossible. Fang Heng refused to accept this fact. Little Heng, he's my boyfriend. We've been together for a few months, Fang Xian said. Hearing his sister's words, Fang Heng had to believe it even if he didn't want to. However, what Fang Heng cared about the most now wasn't that his sister had a boyfriend, but that all the antiques he bought were now with Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran giving money to his sister was just a pretense. Those antiques were all taken by Wang Haoran for free. Fang Heng said anxiously, Wang Haoran, I'm going to sue you for cheating me of my antiques. How can you call the junk you bought from the street antiques antiques? Don't joke around. After I took them, I threw them directly into the trash can. Wang Haoran laughed. That's impossible. I've appraised them. They're all real. Fang Heng said. How did you appraise them? Wang Haoran asked. I can't tell you that. Anyway, I can identify the authenticity of antiques. While speaking, Fang Heng pointed to the antiques on the ground. These are all real antiques. They're worth more than 2 billion. Then find an expert to come over and see if these antiques are real, Wang Haoran said. I'll go even if you don't ask. Fang Heng snorted. Then, he asked Wang Haoran and his sister to leave the basement where the antiques were stored. Then, he locked the door tightly to prevent them from being stolen. You have to hurry. It's getting dark. Wang Haoran patted Fang Heng's shoulder. You don't have to be so nosy. Go back to where you came from. Fang Heng shook his shoulder and shook off Wang Haoran's hand. Then, he reached out and scratched his shoulder. For some reason, he felt a little itchy on his shoulder, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. After Fang Heng left, Fang Xian looked at Wang Haoren and said gratefully, "Just now, thank you for not telling the truth. You saved my dignity." "I'm telling the truth." Wang Haoren smiled. Perhaps it was because he had said too many sweet words and it had become a habit. Subconsciously, he opened his mouth and said it. You really think of me as your girlfriend?" Fang Xian was flattered. "You don't want to?" "Of course I want to. I just don't think I'm qualified." Fang Xian felt inferior. "If I say you are, then you are." Thank you." "I told you, don't say thank you. My parents are visiting relatives. Little Hung won't be back for a while." Fang Xian said unexpectedly. "I've never been to your house before. Take me to see it." Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. Okay. Fang Xian lowered her head and answered. Ding. Host has captured female lead Fang Xian. Received 1000 villain points. Fang Xian female lead aura -50. Fang Heng protagonist aura -50. Host villain aura +100. Ding. Fang Heng protagonist aura has dropped to 0. Host status has been lost. Wang Haoren received 2 system notifications. He was secretly happy, but then he felt a little strange. He clearly remembered that Fang Xian only received so many rewards the first time. After that, it was halved. Why did it inexplicably increase again? While he was confused, Wang Haoren communicated with the system. He immediately spent some villain points and checked Fang Xian's information. Female lead, Fang Xian, combat strength, 19, charm, 192, female lead aura, 919, rising, skill, talent inactive. After seeing Fang Xian's stats, Wang Haoren was surprised. He didn't check Fang Xian's stats before. He only checked Fang Heng's. Fang Heng's initial protagonist aura didn't even reach 400. Fang Xian's female lead aura seemed a little ridiculous. It was more than twice as much as Fang Heng's. And this was after interacting with him many times. Also, rising was easy to understand. It obviously meant that Fang Xian's female lead aura was rising. And in the last skill, talent, column, it showed that it was inactive. This was Wang Haoren's first time seeing this. Wang Haoren remembered that Fang Xian said it last time, but he wanted to confirm it, so he asked again, "You and Fang Heng aren't biological siblings, right?" "Yes, I'm an adopted daughter. I was picked up by my adoptive parents," Fang Xian said as she took off the half-moon jade around her neck. "This was on me when my adoptive parents picked me up. It should be related to my background." Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes. Her background was a mystery, she was wearing a keepsake, and the female lead aura was rising. This was full of tricks. It seemed that Fang Xian's real background wasn't simple. What? Little Heng went to the women's bathhouse to cause trouble? Just as Wang Haoren was lost in his thoughts, Fang Xian received a phone call. After listening to the person on the phone, she could not help but cry out in surprise. Okay, I'll be right there." Fang Xian listened for a while, then hurriedly responded. She hung up the phone and hurriedly put on her clothes. Wang Haoren had heard most of what Fang Xian said on the phone. He was not surprised by this. Instead, he secretly laughed. With a serious expression, he said, "I'll go with you." Okay. Fang Xian nodded. The two of them went out together and went to the bathhouse in the neighborhood. "Little Xian, this brother of yours is really outrageous. I'm already 40 years old, but he gave me a few $100s and said that he would take me home. What a beast. I'm already a few decades old, and I'm already a grandmother. If word gets out that I was taken advantage of by a 20-year-old boy, how am I going to live? This Fang Heng looks like a decent person, but it turns out that he's this kind of person." When Fang Xian arrived at the bathhouse, the aunties in the neighborhood all ran over to complain. I'm sorry. Fang Xian apologized one by one, then asked where Fang Heng was. The aunties moved aside, only to see Fang Heng lying on the ground, already unconscious. After Fang Xian asked, she found out that Fang Heng had been slapped unconscious by a big, round auntie. Half of Fang Heng's face was swollen. Regarding this, Fang Xian did not have the slightest bit of temper. These aunties all lived in this old neighborhood, and they all knew Fang Heng. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as a slap. After the slap, they would probably have to call the police to arrest Fang Heng. Fang Xian immediately called the hospital. Not long after, an ambulance came and dragged Fang Heng away. Wang Haoren looked at the Lamborghini Dainyu and took Fang Xian to the hospital. After Fang Heng arrived at the hospital, he woke up half an hour later and said with a blank face, "I'm sorry." He asked with confusion, "Why am I here?" "You have the nerve to ask. Have you forgotten what you did?" Fang Xian was so angry that she slapped Fang Heng's head. Fang Heng felt the pain and could not help but complain, "I went to the antique market to buy antiques. I didn't do anything bad. Why did you hit me? Are you confused? You clearly went to the bathhouse in the neighborhood?" Fang Xian asked. "Sister, what are you talking about? I clearly went to the antique market and bought some valuable antiques. But after we agreed on the price, the other party went back on their word. How could this happen?" Fang Heng angrily slapped his thigh. "You did something wrong, but you still don't want to admit it?" Fang Xian's face was cold. She opened the video on her phone and threw it to Fang Heng. "Open your eyes and see for yourself." Fang Heng was puzzled. He took the phone and saw a wretched man chasing after an auntie in the bathhouse. At first, the wretched man was far away, and his face could not be seen clearly. But as the video played, the wretched man walked towards the cameraman. The wretched man's face immediately became clear. Isn't this me?" Fang Heng was stunned. "You still know it's you?" Fang Xian was angry. She reached out and knocked his head again. "Auntie Lu sent this to me. If I didn't see this video, I wouldn't believe that you would do such a disgraceful thing. You've embarrassed our family. Who knows what people will say about Dad and Mom? When they come back, they'll definitely beat you up." Fang Heng said in disbelief, "I clearly remember that I went to the antique market to buy some antiques. How did I end up in the bathhouse?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" Fang Xian snorted. While they were talking, a doctor came in with a checkup report. "Who's the family member?" "I am," Fang Xian replied. She quickly asked, "Is my brother okay?" "Physically, he's fine. But mentally, there's something wrong with him. According to your description, we've examined him again. Our preliminary diagnosis is that he may be suffering from a rare mental illness," the doctor said solemnly. "Are you kidding me? How can I be mentally ill?" Fang Heng felt like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The doctor ignored Fang Heng. In order to confirm his condition, he asked Fang Xian, "Does your brother have any abnormal behavior in his daily life?" Hearing the doctor's words, Fang Xian thought for a moment. Then, she thought of something and said, "My younger brother didn't study much and isn't very smart. He only read a few appraisal books and claimed that he knew how to appraise. Furthermore, he felt that he had found an antique worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. Isn't this abnormal behavior?" "Of course it is." The doctor nodded. "Sister, I really know how to appraise. Why don't you believe me?" Fang Heng insisted. "Look, he's acting up again," Wang Haoren suddenly interjected. Fang Heng felt dizzy for a moment. He felt like he was seeing double. After a few seconds, he returned to normal. He pointed at a figure and said, "Wang Haoren, shut up. You cheated me of more than 1 billion worth of antiques. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Why are you pointing at me?" "I'm your sister." Fang Xian frowned. "Wang Haoren, do you think there's something wrong with my eyes? Pay me back or I'll sue you." Fang Heng said angrily. Fang Xian's frown deepened. For a moment, she couldn't even speak. "His condition seems to be much more serious than I thought." The doctor pondered for a moment and said to Fang Xian, "I suggest that your brother be transferred to a professional mental hospital for treatment." Fang Xian nodded. She also wanted Fang Heng to receive the best treatment. Wang Haoren asked for help from his family's connections. Fang Xian was extremely grateful. "I don't want to go to a mental hospital. I don't want to go." Fang Heng became agitated and wanted to run away. A few paramedics came in, held him down, and gave him a sedative. Fang Heng quickly fell into a deep sleep. It was easy to get things done with connections. After 2 to 3 hours, Fang Heng was successfully transferred to the best mental hospital. After everything was done, Fang Xian only felt a little tired. It's okay. Your brother will definitely recover. Wang Haoren comforted her. He knew the dosage of the drug very well. Fang Heng would return to normal in 3 to 5 years. By then, he would naturally be fine. Fortunately, I have your help. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Fang Xian looked at him with a pair of watery eyes. Wang Haoren smiled. Then, he thought of something and said, Fang Heng went to the female bathhouse in the neighborhood. You've lost a lot of face. If you continue to live in your house, you'll definitely be criticized by the neighbors. I suggest you move to another place. After a pause, he added, of course, you don't have to worry about the house at all. Leave it to me. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Fang Xian shook her head and refused. That won't do. You've already helped me too much. I can't accept any more help from you. Wang Haoren insisted. Your house is simple and remote. My heart aches when I see you living in such a place. Listen to me, let's move to another house. It'll be more convenient for us to meet in the future. Fang Xian's background was definitely not simple. Of course, it was necessary to establish a good relationship with her in advance. Wang Haoren was naturally more attentive. After hearing the first part, Fang Xian still refused. However, when she heard Wang Haoren say that it would be more convenient for them to meet, she was immediately moved. I want to work for your mother's company for the rest of my life. Fang Xian felt that she was not capable and did not know how to repay him, so she said this. Don't be silly. Maybe when you're successful in the future, you won't be my mother's secretary anymore. Wang Haoren said meaningfully. I know what I'm capable of. Fang Xian laughed, then said with a red face, and even if I'm successful, I'll still be your woman. A woman who's willing to do anything for you. Wang Haoren was very pleased. He looked at the time. It's getting late. I'll send you back first. Fang Xian arrived at the door. She wanted to ask Wang Haoren to stay, but when she saw the lights in the house, she knew that her parents were back. She had to give up on the idea. Wang Haoren rolled down the window and said to Fang Xian, who was standing outside the car, it's not easy to get a taxi here. I'll drive this big bull back. I'll get someone to send it to you tomorrow. Fang Xian shook her head. No need. You can drive this car away. You don't have to send it back. That's not good. Wang Haoren refused. It was bought with your money. What's not good about it? Besides, we don't know when little Heng will recover from his illness. If we leave the car for too long, it might break down, Fang Xian said. All right then. Wang Haoren reluctantly agreed. Then, he thought of a more important matter and said, that's right. By the way, I'll get someone to move the fake antiques that your brother put in the basement tomorrow. Let's see how much they can be sold at the market. I'll transfer the money to you then. Fang Xian said, just get someone to move it away, but don't pay me. Wang Haoren nodded. I'll be leaving then. Wait. Fang Xian stopped him. Is there anything else? Wang Haoren asked. Fang Xian didn't reply. She took a few small steps forward and bent down to give him a light kiss. Then, she turned around and ran home with a red face. Wang Haoren touched the lingering softness on his face and smiled. He stepped on the gas pedal and the car sped out. The car was a top-notch model. It was almost 10 million yuan. It was quite exciting to drive. Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhihong finished their supper outside and were about to return to the dormitory. Halfway back, Wei Zhihong realized that he had left his phone behind, so he went back to the supper place alone to get it. After getting his phone, Wei Zhihong was about to return to the dormitory, but when he passed by the campus path illuminated by the street lights, he saw a tall girl with long hair in front of him. Just looking at the girl's back made Wei Zhihong feel a little hot. So, he kept a distance and quietly followed her. Soon, the girl walked to a corner and disappeared from Wei Zhihong's sight for a moment. Wei Zhiheng quickened his pace and hurriedly chased after her. But when he turned the corner, a small fist went straight for his eye. After taking a solid punch, Wei Zhiheng's eye became a panda's eye. Wei Zhiheng felt pain and was suddenly annoyed, but after seeing the girl in front of him, his anger disappeared instantly. He knew this girl. She was a sophomore in the finance department and the only campus belle, Ren Jiaojiao. "Hey, why are you following me?" Ren Jiaojiao rolled up her sleeves and said fiercely to Wei Zhiheng. Old man?" Hearing the other party's self-address, Wei Zhiheng was stunned. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you following me?" Ren Jiaojiao repeated. "I'm not following you. It's just on the way." Wei Zhiheng quibbled for a while, then threatened, "Senior, you're going too far. You hit half of my eye for no reason. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, this matter won't be over." "Then what explanation do you want?" Ren Jiaojiao sneered. "This is easy," Wei Zhiheng smiled wretchedly and said, "Senior, if you become my girlfriend, I'll let this matter go." "Be your girlfriend?" Ren Jiaojiao laughed strangely. "What's wrong? You agree, right?" Wei Zhiheng looked excited. "It's not impossible for me to agree, but you have to fulfill a request. If you can do it, then I'll agree." Ren Jiaojiao smiled strangely. "No matter what the request is, I'll agree. Even if I can't do it, there's still my boss. My boss can definitely do it." Wei Zhiheng hurriedly said. "Your boss?" Ren Jiaojiao was surprised. "My boss is Wang Haoren, the young master of the Wang group. He's also the campus belle of our freshman year. You must have heard of him, right?" Wei Zhiheng said proudly. Ren Jiaojiao secretly curled her lips. "Wang Haoren. This name sounds very annoying." "Back to the topic," she said, "you have to do this yourself. No one can help you." "What is it?" "Stand still and let me hit you. If you can still stand without falling after being hit, then I'll agree to your request." "That's too easy. Come on. Are you ready?" "Okay." "Ah." Before Wei Zhiheng could finish his words, he had already screamed and fell to the ground and curled up like a shrimp. His little brother had suffered a heavy blow. "See, you're down. Then I can only say goodbye." Ren Jiaojiao retracted her leg, laughed a few times, and walked away. She returned to the female dormitory building and walked to her own room. However, every time Ren Jiaojiao passed by a dormitory, she would deliberately take a look. When she saw a beautiful girl, her eyes could not help but light up, and there was even a trace of saliva at the corner of her mouth. "What are you looking at?" Just as Ren Jiaojiao stopped at the door of a female dormitory, a sweet female voice suddenly came from the side. She turned around and immediately saw a baby-faced girl with a foul figure. Ren Jiaojiao was very excited. The girl in front of her was the type of girl she dreamed of. After a few more glances, she suddenly remembered something and said in surprise, "You're the freshman campus belle, Mu Zhaozhao, right? I saw your photo on the campus forum. You're Ren Jiaojiao, a sophomore in the finance department, right?" Mu Zhaozhao also recognized her. Hearing that, Ren Jiaojiao was stunned for a few seconds before she replied, "Yes, yes. I'm Ren Jiaojiao, Ren Jiaojiao." After hearing the answer, Mu Zhaozhao was also completely sure of the other party's identity. She had a good impression of her and asked kindly, "Senior, what were you looking at in our dormitory just now? Are you looking for someone?" "I'm not looking for someone." Ren Jiaojiao shook her head and thought for a few seconds. Then, she said, "I saw that there are only 3 beds in your dormitory. Are there only 3 people living here?" "Yes, there are only 3 people." Mu Zhaozhao nodded. "It's too wasteful to have an empty bed. Can I move in?" Ren Jiaojiao asked expectantly. "Senior, don't you have a dormitory?" Mu Zhaozhao wondered. "Of course, I have one. But when it rains, the ceiling of my bed leaks and often dirties my quilt," Ren Jiaojiao explained. "Is that so?" "That's so annoying," Mu Zhaozhao said. "Isn't it?" Ren Jiaojiao complained and said, "So, I saw that there was an empty bed in your dormitory, so I wanted to ask if you could let me move in. I don't have any objections, but I'm not the only one in this dormitory." I need to ask the other roommates. Wait a minute. With that, Mu Xiaoxiao walked into the dormitory and told the other two roommates about the situation. The two roommates did not object when they heard that it was the sophomore campus belle. It's okay. My roommate said it's no problem. Mu Xiaoxiao came out of the dormitory and responded to Ren Jiaojiao. That's great. I'll move the things, Ren Jiaojiao said excitedly. We put a lot of things on the empty bed. It's not easy to clean it up in a short time. How about we move it tomorrow? Mu Xiaoxiao was too lazy to clean it up at night, and she didn't have time for the time being. This was because Qin Yunhan had invited her to play a game. Okay then. Ren Jiaojiao didn't want to force it, so as not to ruin Mu Xiaoxiao's impression of her. Jiaoxiao, what are you doing? I've already formed the team. We're just waiting for you. A woman's urging voice came from afar. Sister Yunhan, I'll be done in a minute. As she spoke, Mu Xiaoxiao quickly took out her phone. Is that the other campus belle, Qin Yunhan? Ren Jiaojiao asked Mu Xiaoxiao in surprise when she saw a beautiful face appear at the door of the dormitory not far away. Yes, we are best friends, Mu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Can you not make a fuss? In the room next to Qin Yunhan's, a beautiful girl came out and said to Qin Yunhan. I'm going to make a fuss. It's none of your business. Qin Yunhan retorted. Is that Sumayan? Ren Jiaojiao took a closer look and cried out in surprise. Yes. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Ren Jiaojiao's face lit up with joy when she heard that. Then, her excitement turned into excitement. Good heavens, the 3 campus belle of our freshman year are all on this floor. After I move into Mu Xiaoxiao's dormitory tomorrow, I'll have to go visit her, the first class in the morning. As soon as Wang Haoren walked into the classroom, he saw Wei Zhihong, who had half a panda eye. He walked up excitedly and asked, Did you hit someone? Fourth brother, did someone hit you? Who hit you? Hurry up and tell me. Wei Zhihong was a little villain with a mocking face. Now that he was suddenly hit, it was very likely that it was the protagonist who did it. The protagonist's appearance was equivalent to gaining villain points and aura points. Of course, Wang Haoren was excited. No, I fell down by myself. Wei Zhihong smiled awkwardly. Wang Haoren scolded, What nonsense are you talking about? How can you fall like this? Hurry up and tell me the truth. Did you fail to flirt with a beauty and get beaten up by a hero who saved you? I wasn't beaten up by a man, it was by Ren Jiaojiao. Not only was my eyes hit, my brother was hit too. It still hurts. Wei Zhihong saw that he couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the truth. Ren Jiaojiao? Wang Haoren was surprised. She's a sophomore in the finance department. Wei Zhihong explained. Old 4, you're so useless. You were beaten up by a woman. Lu Hua came over and said disdainfully. I heard that Ren Jiaojiao is a very gentle girl. How can she be so violent? Lu Ming also expressed his opinion. It's just a rumor. How is she gentle? She's very violent. Don't be fooled by her thin arms and legs. She's very strong. Wei Zhihong complained. Then what are you going to do? Aren't you going to get back at her? Lu Hua urged. I must get back at her. Wei Zhihong gritted his teeth and said to his friend in a low voice, I'm going to buy some drugs online. I'll knock Ren Jiaojiao out and teach her a lesson. I'll avenge my brother. Old 4, I'll help you get back at her. Leave it to me. Wang Haoren patted Wei Zhihong's shoulder. Ren Jiaojiao was the sophomore campus belle. He heard that she was also very beautiful. Now, she was targeted by the little villain Wei Zhihong. Presumably, this Ren Jiaojiao was most likely the female lead. To deal with the female lead, it was better to have a professional villain. Wang Haoren, of course, didn't hesitate and directly took on this matter. Boss, then I'll have to trouble you. Wei Zhihong heard Wang Haoren say so. He didn't dare to oppose and could only say with a bitter face. It's no trouble, no trouble. Wang Haoren shook his head. Hey, Wang Haoren, what are you guys talking about? Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared from behind. We're talking about Ren Jiaojiao. Wang Haoren didn't say anything, but Lu Ming immediately said without thinking. Wang Haoren couldn't help but glare at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was so scared that he shrank his neck. He said to Mu Zhaozhao, "Let's talk about studying." Mu Zhaozhao said, "Oh. Look, Ren Jiaojiao." Lu Hua pointed at a figure passing by outside the classroom window and said noisily. Wang Haoren turned his head to look and saw a tall, curvy, and charming girl. If they were to give a score, this girl's overall score was 95, which was very suitable for the female lead. Ren Jiaojiao was just passing by and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone retracted their gaze. Mu Zhaozhao saw Wang Haoren's gaze outside the window and couldn't help but say, "You're staring straight at her. Do you want to know Ren Jiaojiao?" "Why would I want to know her?" Wang Haoren pursed his lips in a sanctimonious manner. He paused for a while and said doubtfully, "From what you said, you seem to know her. Ren Jiaojiao is moving into my dormitory today. She'll be my roommate from now on." Mu Zhaozhao replied. "Is that so? Do you need me to help you tidy up your dormitory?" Wang Haoren was slightly enthusiastic. "Are you helping me or helping Ren Jiaojiao?" Mu Zhaozhao felt a little strange. "I don't know her." "Of course, I'm helping you," Wang Haoren explained, then said indifferently, "But if you don't want to, then forget it." "Yes, there are a lot of things on that empty bed. It's too troublesome for me to clean it up alone. Come and help me." Although she doubted Wang Haoren's intentions, Mu Zhaozhao thought that she could have more opportunities to get along with Wang Haoren. Naturally, she agreed. Noon. Wang Haoren avoided the dormitory manager and slipped into the dormitory. Ren Jiaojiao and Mu Zhaozhao had made an appointment and were already preparing to move things over. Wang Haoren was helping Mu Zhaozhao pack up when he saw Ren Jiaojiao. "Looking at me. Why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Ren Jiaojiao was very uncomfortable being stared at by Wang Haoren and said to him. "Then why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" Wang Haoren asked back. "When did I look at you?" Ren Jiaojiao retorted. "If you didn't look at me, how would you know that I was looking at you?" Wang Haoren said. You. Ren Jiaojiao was annoyed. She immediately clenched her fist and looked like she was going to hit someone. "It's just a small matter. Do you have to quarrel?" "Don't quarrel," Mu Zhaozhao persuaded. "For Zhaozhao's sake, I won't argue with you. I'm warning you, don't look at me with lecherous eyes. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Ren Jiaojiao felt uncomfortable being stared at by Wang Haoren, so she deliberately said this. After saying that, he walked out of the dormitory casually and continued to move things. "This senior is like a tomboy." Mu Zhaozhao sighed and asked Wang Haoren, "Do you like this type?" "Don't joke around." Wang Haoren immediately shook his head. To be honest, if Ren Jiaojiao wasn't the female lead, he wouldn't have bothered. The reason why he came to see Ren Jiaojiao was to see if there was any trace of the new protagonist. For example, the person who helped Ren Jiaojiao move things. But to Wang Haoren's surprise, Ren Jiaojiao did it alone and didn't ask other boys for help. Tomboy is also not bad. Do you really not like this type? Mu Zhaozhao was somewhat unconvinced and asked again. Of course not. If I were to like her, I'd rather like a big, lowly like you. Wang Haoren almost slipped up and quickly took back a word. Mu Zhaozhao was delighted to hear that, but on the surface, she threatened, "What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll report you to Sister Yunhan." How am I spouting nonsense? It's very big. Wang Haoren could not help but glance at Mu Zhaozhao's body. Then, do you like Sister Yunhan more, or do you like me more? Seeing that there was no one around, Mu Zhaozhao blushed and boldly asked. Wang Haoren remained silent. Because he saw the main character coming over. "Zhaozhao, what are you doing? Let's eat together." "Hey, you're here too." Qin Yunhan walked into the dormitory and said to Mu Zhaozhao, but suddenly saw Wang Haoren and was surprised. "I'm helping Mu Zhaozhao pack things." "Then let's go eat together after you're done," Qin Yunhan invited. "Okay." Wang Haoren nodded. "Hey, Zhaozhao, why is your face so red?" Qin Yunhan noticed Mu Zhaozhao's face. "Really?" Mu Zhaozhao was stunned. She touched her face and found that it was a little hot. She smiled foolishly and said, "Haha, the weather is a little hot." While they were talking, Ren Jiaojiao carried things over and said, "I heard you say that you're going to eat from afar. Let's go together." "Who are you?" Qin Yunhan glanced at her. "My name is Ren Jiaojiao." "Oh, the sophomore campus belle, right?" Qin Yunhan suddenly realized. "Hello, hello. I'll also live on this floor in the future. Please take care of me." Ren Jiaojiao looked enthusiastic. "Oh." Qin Yunhan smiled perfunctorily. After moving things, Wang Haoren and others went to the school cafeteria to eat together. After ordering, Ren Jiaojiao asked them what drinks they wanted to drink. After getting a response, she immediately went to run errands. When she came back, Ren Jiaojiao brought 4 bottles of drinks. Wang Haoren, Qin Yunhan, Mu Zhaozhao, and Ren Jiaojiao each had a bottle. Wang Haoren opened the bottle cap and was about to take a sip, but when the mouth of the bottle reached his mouth, he stopped drinking. There was something in the drink. Although it was not poison, it was a little dirty. Qin Yunhan and Mu Zhaozhao drank their drinks one after another. Wang Haoren did not stop them because there was nothing in their drinks. Ren Jiaojiao was only targeting him. "Why aren't you drinking?" Ren Jiaojiao saw that Wang Haoren did not drink, so she asked. "I'm not thirsty. I'll drink later." Wang Haoren twisted the bottle cap and put it on the table. After Ren Jiaojiao saw it, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she hid it very well. The dishes were soon served, and they began to eat. Ren Jiaojiao was careless. When she ate, she did not look like a girl at all. After eating, she drank a bottle of drink in one gulp and burped, completely ignoring the image of a beautiful woman. Qin Yunhan and Mu Zhaozhao saw it and looked at each other. They could not help but laugh. They felt that Ren Jiaojiao was a tomboy and could not help but have a good impression of her. Wang Haoren watched from the side and frowned. To be honest, he had seen many female protagonists, and his expectations were quite high. He was not interested in a tomboy like Ren Jiaojiao. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to find the main character through Ren Jiaojiao, he would not be bothered with Ren Jiaojiao. After dinner, Ren Jiaojiao wanted to go to the toilet, so she asked Qin Yunhan and Mu Zhaozhao if they wanted to go with her. The two of them did not drink as many drinks as Ren Jiaojiao, so they did not feel anything, so they shook their heads and refused. Ren Jiaojiao could only go alone. Wang Haoren, Qin Yunhan, and Mu Zhaozhao waited outside the toilet. While waiting, Wang Haoren felt a little bored, so he used his X-ray vision to take a look. He found a shocking scene. This Ren Jiaojiao was actually standing, but soon, she suffered the consequences of her own actions and had to squat down. Wang Haoren had a strange expression on his face. Even if she was a tomboy, wasn't this a little too much? After a while, Ren Jiaojiao came out. Wang Haoren subconsciously moved away from her. The reason was very simple. It was because Ren Jiaojiao had eaten the bitter fruit of standing. Although it was not so easy to smell, it was still uncomfortable. The weather is so hot. "Let's go to the swimming pool together," Ren Jiaojiao said to the two girls. "That's a good idea," Mu Zhaozhao agreed. "Then let's go." Qin Yunhan also had no objections. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Ren Jiaojiao shouted excitedly. There was even a trace of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Wang Haoren frowned. Ren Jiaojiao was obviously a girl. Why did she look like a wretched man? A wretched man. Wang Haoren was shocked by this thought. At the same time, the doubts that lingered in his heart suddenly showed signs of being solved. He had a preconceived notion that Ren Jiaojiao was a campus belle type of female protagonist. Therefore, he was too lazy to waste his villain points to investigate her. He thought that as long as he kept an eye on her, he would be able to wait for the main character to appear. When the time came, he would investigate the main character directly. However, there was actually another possibility. That was, this Ren Jiaojiao was the main character. The main character of the male genre. As this thought came to mind, Wang Haoren did not hesitate to use his villain points and immediately checked. Main character, Ren Jiaojiao, combat strength, 122, charm, 189, main character aura, 100-1, skill, Goldfinger transformation system main plot mission, become best friends with 10 super beauties. You can transform back into a man. After you transform back into a man, your 10 best friends' favorability will instantly be increased to the maximum. Note, current mission progress, 25% to become best friends with Mu Xiaoxiao. 11% to become best friends with Qin Yunhan. Sure enough, she was a main character with a transformation style. After learning Ren Jiaojiao's information, Wang Haoren was completely sure of his guess. This Ren Jiaojiao's behavior were not the careless behavior of a girl, but the behavior of a rough man. It was just that she had a beautiful appearance, so she didn't look so annoying. The so-called transformation style was a man's soul transmigrating into a woman's body. As for the main plot, it was different. And this Ren Jiaojiao's main plot made Wang Haoren gnash his teeth. Fortunately, he discovered it early. If he discovered it a little later and let Ren Jiaojiao gather 10 girlfriends, then things would be serious. She could directly transform back into a man and maximize the favorability of her 10 girlfriends. We are going to swim, but you don't have a share, so you don't have to follow. After some thoughts flashed through Wang Haoren's mind, Ren Jiaojiao's voice also came. After saying that, Ren Jiaojiao wanted to pull Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao's hands and go to the swimming pool with the two of them. However, Wang Haoren was one step ahead. He directly secretly released a stream of true energy and hit Ren Jiaojiao's ankle. Ren Jiaojiao immediately fell to the ground in pain. What happened to you? Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao were surprised. I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Ren Jiaojiao said while holding her ankle. It seems that we can't go to the swimming pool. Wang Haoren said gloatingly. Ren Jiaojiao glared at him and turned to Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao. Come and help me. I want to go to the infirmary. Let me do it. Wang Haoren said. You want to take advantage of me? I don't want you to help me. Ren Jiaojiao refused. Wang Haoren sneered and said to Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao seriously, you two, don't help her. Why should they listen to you? That's hilarious, Ren Jiaojiao scoffed and urged. Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao. Hurry up, come and help me. As she spoke, she was already imagining things. Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao each held her arm. Then, her arm accidentally touched the front of the two of them, and she tried to take advantage of them. With her identity as a woman, they definitely wouldn't notice anything and would shout hooligans. However, just as Ren Jiaojiao finished her thoughts, she saw that Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao had not moved. What's going on? You guys really listened to him? Ren Jiaojiao asked in surprise. He's so handsome. His girlfriend must be much prettier than you. Why would he need to take advantage of you? He has good intentions, and you're giving him the cold shoulder. You really don't know what's good for you. Qin Yunhan spoke up for her boyfriend. When she pointed at Ren Jiaojiao, she didn't forget to praise herself. That's right. Wang Haoren has good intentions. How can you say that about him? Mu Xiaoxiao naturally stood on Wang Haoren's side and said. Seeing this, Ren Jiaojiao realized that Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao seemed to think highly of Wang Haoren. Although she hated Wang Haoren, after weighing the pros and cons, she still changed her tone and said to Wang Haoren, I was sorry. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Come and help me up. I don't want to help you now. Wang Haoren smiled faintly. Ren Jiaojiao was annoyed that she was fooled. However, because Qin Yunhan and Mu Xiaoxiao were present, she didn't dare to flare up. At this time, she saw two girls from her class passing by and called out to them. The two girls helped Ren Jiaojiao to the infirmary. Do you want to see her? Mu Xiaoxiao asked Wang Haoren for his opinion. Go ahead. Wang Haoren replied. The three of them followed to see her. After the school doctor checked her, she said that Ren Jiaojiao had sprained her ankle. Hence, she opened a bottle of wine. The two girls from her class helped Ren Jiaojiao back to the dormitory. You're holding the wine. It's inconvenient to help her. Let me help you. Wang Haoren said to one of the girls. Thank you. After seeing such a handsome face, the girl almost fainted. She immediately handed over the bottle of wine. You're welcome. Wang Haoren took the bottle and followed behind Ren Jiaojiao and the rest. While no one was looking, he opened the bottle of wine and added a few things inside. Not long ago, Xiao Wanwan had followed orders to get some medicine. Wang Haoren had picked a few to deal with Li Yunqi, but kept a few on his person in case he needed them. Now was the perfect time to use them. This was to pay back Ren Jiaojiao for putting something in his drink. Before, Wang Haoren thought that Ren Jiaojiao was the female lead, so he could be magnanimous and not argue with her. But after finding out that she was a wretched man with a pretty girl's skin, he wouldn't be so polite. The two girls helped Ren Jiaojiao to Mu Zhaozhao's room. Ren Jiaojiao's foot hurt terribly, so she didn't go to class in the afternoon. After wiping the wine off herself, she lay on the bed to rest. She slept all the way until evening. When she woke up, Ren Jiaojiao discovered that her foot didn't hurt anymore and rejoiced. When it was time to eat, Ren Jiaojiao prepared to call Mu Zhaozhao to eat, but Mu Zhaozhao didn't come back. Ren Jiaojiao still didn't have Mu Zhaozhao's number, so she couldn't contact her. She decided to eat alone. She put on her shoes and walked out of the room to the corridor. When the girls passing by saw Ren Jiaojiao, they all froze and stopped in their tracks. "What are you looking at me for? What are you looking at me for? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Ren Jiaojiao made a mistake and quickly corrected herself. She ignored them and went downstairs. But as she walked, people kept giving her strange looks as if they were looking at a prehistoric animal. Ren Jiaojiao doubtfully stroked her chin, but before she could think, she felt that the beard on her chin was prickly. Her first reaction wasn't to find it strange, but after a few seconds, she came to a realization. She was a woman now, so how could she have a beard? Ren Jiaojiao took out her phone and used the selfie camera to look at herself. Her face was still a girl's face, but there were some things that girls didn't have, such as a beard, an Adam's apple, and so on. In a panic, she continued to check where she was. Soon, she found that her skin had become rough, her arms thicker, and her waist rounder. She even had legs and hair that only men had. She looked like a monster. The people around her secretly took out their phones to take pictures and videos and posted them on the campus forum. Ren Jiaojiao was furious. She roared at the crowd, then covered her face and ran back to the dormitory. In this short period of time, the campus forum exploded. Although Ren Jiaojiao had a beard and an Adam's apple, her face was still recognizable as Ren Jiaojiao. A delicate campus belle suddenly became like this. Naturally, it became news. When Wang Haoren saw this in the campus forum, he immediately asked Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhiheng to spread rumors that Ren Jiaojiao had contracted a strange infectious disease. Girls would also become like this once they came into contact with it. This rumor sounded ridiculous, but it still made the girls panic. In the middle of the night, in the dormitory building where Ren Jiaojiao was staying, almost all the girls were outside. They didn't dare to enter the building. When the school learned about this, they immediately called for the people from the hospital to take Ren Jiaojiao out in protective clothing. Some news media also rushed over when they heard the news. The scene of Ren Jiaojiao being taken away was immediately recorded and posted on the media. The speed of information spreading on the internet was very fast. The news that a campus belle in Qingling City had contracted a strange disease almost spread across the internet. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Ren Jiaojiao's social death. Unable to make friends, the host gained 1800 villain points. Ding, Ren Jiaojiao's main plot collapsed, losing the protagonist's identity. That's it, after a busy day, he only got 1800 villain points. Wang Haoren was a little disappointed, but soon relieved. Ren Jiaojiao was a very special protagonist, and it was not suitable to leave her alone. Because she was a woman in a group of women, it was too easy to take advantage of the female protagonist, and must be solved quickly. Ren Jiaojiao was now socially dead, and without the protagonist's identity, she would immediately be kicked out of the girls' dormitory. Not to mention becoming friends with the female protagonist, even if ordinary women saw her, they would avoid her as if she was the plague. She was no longer a threat at all. It was late at night, Wang Haoren stretched and was also ready to rest. But he received a call from Yuning. "Young master, I overheard a big secret." After the phone was connected, Yuning reported in a serious voice. "Oh, what is the secret?" Wang Haoran couldn't help but cheer up, sitting up on the bed and asked quickly. This secret was not easy to get. I heard it at great risk. Fortunately, it was not discovered. Otherwise, I don't know what punishment I will face. Yuning said with some fear. Thank you for your hard work, I will definitely reward you. Wang Haoran said. I work for you, not to ask for a reward. Young master's words are too serious. Yuning was flattered for a moment, then paused and said timidly, but if young master is free, you can come and see me. Even if I just see young master, I will be so happy that I can't sleep. After shyly speaking, she directly threw out a big news, young master, Feng Xuanzu has a husband. Hearing this, Wang Haoran's expectant smile suddenly became a little stiff. That's it? That's it? You don't believe it? I heard it with my own ears, it can't be wrong. Seeing Wang Haoran did not answer, Yuning said again. No, I believe you, you did a good job. Wang Haoran only felt that it was a waste of expression, but he didn't want to hurt Yuning's enthusiasm, so he still praised her verbally. After all, if the news of the #1 beauty of the hidden martial world having a husband were to spread in the hidden martial world, it would definitely be explosive. However, this information was of no use to Wang Haoran. Is there any other news other than this? Wang Haoran asked again with a glimmer of hope. No, Yuning responded subconsciously. Wang Haoran felt a bit regretful. Then you can continue to investigate. If you find anything special about Yan Yuntian or the people around him, report it to me immediately. Young master, the movements of Yan Yuntian's fiancé, is it special news? Yuning thought of something and suddenly asked. Of course not, Wang Haoran quickly answered, and then he was surprised, Yan Yuntian has a fiancé? More than one, just from what I know, there are 5. Yuning said. You know that there are 5, then there are actually more. Yan Yuntian is not breaking the law? Wang Haoran was shocked. In the hidden martial world, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It is not a rare thing at all. Yuning said matter-of-factly. Hearing Yuning's words, Wang Haoran was stunned for a while, and then he figured it out. Lin Chen, the prodigy protagonist, had 7 goddesses in the main storyline. For a protagonist like Yan Yuntian, who was like a bulldozer in the main storyline, it would be strange if he didn't have a bunch of female protagonists. However, Wang Haoran felt a headache. With more and more protagonists, there were more and more female protagonists around him. There were so many that he couldn't do anything. In the main storyline of Yan Yuntian, the number of female protagonists should be more than any other protagonist before. Just for Lin Chen's 7 goddesses, Wang Haoran worked hard and only temporarily established a good relationship with 6 of them. The remaining mysterious big sister, he hadn't seen her yet. To be honest, if there were 1 or 2 female protagonists, Wang Haoran wouldn't mind contacting them, but if there were a bunch of them, then forget it. After all, the relationship between the female protagonists around him hasn't been completely harmonious yet. They basically didn't know each other's existence. But for now, there was still a delicate balance. If he provoked the female protagonists, then this balance may not be maintained. Wang Haoran didn't want to cause trouble for himself. To deal with Yan Yuntian, the protagonist, it was better to use other methods. For example, starting with his father's consortium, or dealing with the forces of Fengxi Mountain. These were Yan Yuntian's close relatives. As long as these 2 sides were suppressed, it would certainly reduce Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura. As long as Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura was reduced to less than 2,000, then his fatal damage rebound aura would be ineffective. At that time, Wang Haoran would be able to kill him instantly. Seeing that Wang Haoran didn't speak, Yuning continued to report the news. One of Yan Yuntian's fiancés came to Qingling. Her name is Feng Anna, now 21 years old, her appearance and figure are almost impeccable, and her family is prominent. Her father is the head of a large business family that has been passed down for 3 generations, and her mother has the royal blood of Y country. Feng Anna was born with a silver spoon, but she is not a vase. Since childhood, she has shown far more intelligence than her peers. She skipped grades and was admitted to the top foreign university. Before graduating, she founded a clothing brand, and in just 2 or 3 years, it became a large company with a scale of billions. Yuning introduced Feng Anna, and it took more than 5 minutes. She was beautiful, had a strong background, was knowledgeable, and was capable. She was a goddess-like figure that could topple all living things. If this wasn't the female protagonist, what else could it be? However, Wang Haoren didn't intend to provoke her. Okay, I know, if there is any other news, remember to tell me. Wang Haoren said. Yes, young master. Yuning responded respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Wang Haoren went to sleep. A new day soon came. In the morning, Wang Haoren was awakened by a phone call. Picking up the phone, he found that the caller ID was his fourth cousin. His fourth cousin was called Xianxia, the daughter of his third aunt. Wang Haoren and his fourth cousin hadn't contacted each other for a long time. But in his memory, his relationship with his fourth cousin was still very good. He didn't know why his fourth cousin called so early in the morning. While thinking, Wang Haoren answered the phone. I'm so angry, so angry. His cousin's anxious and angry voice came, but he didn't know who it was directed at. Then she said to Wang Haoren, Haoren, I'm here in Qingling, where are you? Cousin, why are you so angry? Wang Haoren asked in confusion. A smelly woman with a little bit of beauty actually dared to humiliate me in public, making me lose face. Haoren, you have to help me. Xianxia said impatiently. A woman who can provoke you shouldn't be simple. What is her identity? Wang Haoren frowned. And asked. Zhen's foundation was not in Qingling, but it was a big business family, and ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. I think she's called Feng Anna, from Hong Kong Island, and she's a mixed blood. Her family has a little bit of power. But Qingling is your home ground, you don't have to be afraid of her. Xianxia said angrily and came up with an idea to deal with Feng Anna. Haoren, this Feng Anna is quite beautiful, you can find some people to tie her up, and then you can teach her a lesson. You can not only enjoy the beauty, but also help me vent my anger. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then you can take a video and use it as a threat. I don't think she dares to say anything. After hearing this, Wang Haoren's face was strange. Wang Haoren was speechless for a long time. So my family is full of villains, isn't it? Why do they have such terrifying thoughts all the time? He was already prepared to ignore Feng Anna. In the end, her cousin, Xianxia, provoked him. Haoren, say something. Why aren't you talking? Is there no signal? Xianxia urged when she saw that Wang Haoren didn't answer for a long time. I'm listening, Wang Haoren responded. Then you should hurry up and gather people to work. I didn't lie to you. Feng Anna is really beautiful. Xianxia said solemnly, and then she said in a flattering tone, don't worry. Look at how good I am to you. I even asked you to do such a good thing. Wang Haoren couldn't help but roll his eyes. This tall but brainless cousin, do you know who she is? How dare you provoke her like this? Fortunately, I'm not a brainless villain. Otherwise, I would definitely be tricked to death by this cousin. Okay, leave it to me, Wang Haoren said perfunctorily. Then hurry up. Remember to take a video and use it as a threat, Xianxia said. Then she paused for a while and added, remember to send a copy to me. I want to see how Feng Anna is taught a lesson. Wang Haoren was shocked by his cousin's words. He said, cousin, forget about your suggestion. I'll think of another way to deal with Feng Anna. As a supervillain, it would be too low-end to use Xianxia's method to deal with Feng Anna. He didn't want to do it. Besides, it's not like there aren't obedient female leads around. Why would he do such a thing? Then what do you think? Tell me quickly, Xianxia asked. It's a secret for now. I'll tell you when the time comes, Wang Haoren lied. I can't stand it. If I don't vent my anger, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Haoren, if you don't help me, I'll go directly to Little Aunt. Little Aunt loves me so much, she'll definitely help me. Xianxia could only say. Zhenli was the youngest of the older generation in her family. She was the aunt that Xianxia mentioned. Wang Haoren was well aware of his mother's bad temper. If Xianxia went to complain, his mother would most likely get involved in this mess. With that thought in mind, Wang Haoren could only say, don't go looking for my mother. I'll help you vent your anger. Let's talk face to face, Xianxia said. She was still worried. Name a place, Wang Haoren said directly. Although Zhen Ximin treated outsiders badly, she was still very friendly to her family. Wang Haoren planned to help. After all, he was the villain and Zhen Ximin's cousin. Of course, he had to unify the factions. Moreover, Feng Anna was the female lead. If she was dealt with, it would be a blow to Yan Yuntian. After Zhen Ximin told him the location, Wang Haoren hung up the phone and prepared to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the villa, he saw a figure standing quietly outside the door. Although it was just her back view, it was still breathtakingly beautiful. When she turned around, her dazzling appearance almost stole Wang Haoren's soul away. With such charm, who else could it be other than Feng Xuanzu? Seeing Wang Haoren come out, Feng Xuanzu's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. A smile bloomed on her delicate face. She took light steps forward and arrived in front of Wang Haoren, swaying gracefully. I've offended you before. Please don't take it to heart. Feng Xuanzu apologized to Wang Haoren. It's okay. Wang Haoren waved his hand nonchalantly. Then, he asked curiously, how did you know that I live here? Last night, I dreamed of you. You were the one who told me. Feng Xuanzu revealed a charming smile. Of course, Wang Haoren didn't believe it. However, after thinking about it, he quickly guessed that Feng Xuanzu got it from Qin Yunhan. Wang Haoren didn't dare to make any obvious response to Feng Xuanzu's burning gaze. Because once he acknowledged Feng Xuanzu, his backyard might be on fire. One should know that Feng Xuanzu was different from a girlfriend. Once he acknowledged her, she would be his wife. If Qiu Qianwei's sisters knew about this, it would be terrible. Moreover, even if he could hide it from Qiu Qianwei, what if Feng Xuanzu went to Qiu Qianwei? After all, she was the main character and Qiu Qianwei was just a girlfriend. Of course, she had a reason to stir up trouble. Not responding to Feng Xuanzu was the best solution. Of course, he couldn't ignore her too much. After all, it would be a pity to give up the #1 beauty of the hidden world. Actually, I dream of a woman occasionally. Wang Haoren met Feng Xuanzu's gaze and said seriously. Who is this woman? What does she look like? Does she look like me? Feng Xuanzu was agitated. She walked closer and grabbed Wang Haoren's hand and asked anxiously. I want to see her face clearly, but I can't see it clearly every time. But there's a voice in the dark telling me that she's very important to me, Wang Haoren said seriously. After he said that, Wang Haoren could clearly feel that Feng Xuanzu was very agitated. She was so agitated that her hands were trembling. The person in your dream is actually your wife. And I'm your wife. Feng Xuanzu's eyes were sparkling. Unable to suppress her emotions, she hugged the figure in front of her. Wang Haoren wanted to respond, but Lu Yu's villa wasn't far away. If Qiu Qianwei and her sisters saw it, it would be troublesome. Miss, please have some self-respect, Wang Haoren pushed Feng Xuanzu away against his will. With the demeanor of a gentleman, he wanted to keep a distance from her. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. Feng Xuanzu knew that she had lost her composure and quickly apologized. It's all right, Wang Haoren said magnanimously. He didn't want to chat with Feng Xuanzu at the villa's entrance. I have something to do. I won't chat with you anymore. Then I won't disturb you. Feng Xuanzu didn't dare to pester him and was about to leave. However, before she left, she suddenly said, if you run into any trouble, you can look for me at any time. No matter how difficult it is, I'll do my best to help you. Thank you, Wang Haoren said. Feng Xuanzu threw him another scorching look. Then, she left while looking back repeatedly. Wang Haoren drove the Lamborghini Dainyu to the place Zhen Ximin mentioned. In the private room of a high-end tea restaurant, a young and beautiful woman with an air of nobility was sipping her tea leisurely. Anna, you didn't even discuss this with the family head before making such a decision. Aren't you afraid that the family head will reprimand you? In front of her was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She wasn't in the mood to enjoy the tea at all. She said with a gloomy face. Aunt Zhong, you watched me grow up. You should know me well. I want to control my own life. I don't want to be controlled by others, even if that person is my father. The young woman swirled the tea in her cup gently. A sharp light flashed across her calm eyes. The young and beautiful woman was Feng Anna, and the middle-aged woman who was called Aunt Zhong by Feng Anna was called Zhongli. Zhongli played the role of Feng Anna's bodyguard. However, Zhongli watched Feng Anna grow up, and their relationship was similar to that of a family member. After hearing Feng Anna's words, Zhongli was still very worried. Anna, you are the daughter of the master. The master may indulge you, but your fiancé, Yan Yuntian, may not. Yan Yuntian's father owns a consortium worth hundreds of billions, and his mother is the leader of a powerful hidden sect. Such a powerful background is definitely not something we can offend. Moreover, I heard that Yan Yuntian is overbearing. How can he allow you to break off the engagement? In my opinion, this matter will most likely not succeed. After earnestly persuading for a while, Zhongli solemnly persuaded, so while it's not too late, we should return to Fragrant Island and pretend that we never came here. Since I'm here, how can I return empty-handed? Feng Anna looked very calm and said indifferently. I know what I'm doing. I won't be stupid enough to use such an extreme method to talk to Yan Yuntian. About this. A deep brilliance flashed in her eyes. I will let Yan Yuntian break off the engagement himself. Anna, you are so beautiful. Can Yan Yuntian bear to do that? It's impossible for Yan Yuntian to take the initiative to break off the engagement. Zhenli said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Feng Anna picked up the tea and took a sip. The corner of her mouth hooked up in an inexplicable arc. Seeing that Feng Anna seemed to have a plan, Zhongli did not ask more. She watched Feng Anna grow up and knew that Feng Anna was smarter than others. Since she said so, there must be a safe solution. Wang Haoran parked the car, walked into a high-end tea restaurant, and found the private room where Zhen Ximin was. Zhen Ximin saw Wang Haoran walk into the private room, stood up and said in surprise, Haoran, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have become more handsome. Cousin, you too. You're still so radiant. Wang Haoran casually praised her. Zhen Ximin's appearance was not bad. She could score 85 points. Although she was not very stunning, she could still be considered a beauty. Hearing Wang Haoran's praise, the smile on Zhen Ximin's face became even wider. She could not help but say, Haoran, your mouth is really sweet. How many girls can resist you? Tell me, how many beautiful girls have you slept with? The corner of Wang Haoran's mouth twitched. He really deserved to be called a villain. His three views were crooked, and his words were so vulgar. Cousin, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a decent person, Wang Haoran said sternly. Haoran, I'll have to give you a good scolding. You have such a handsome face. It's a waste of God's gift if you don't chase girls. You haven't had a taste, right? Go ahead and have a try. I guarantee you won't stop. Zhen Ximin lectured him in a mature tone. Wang Haoran was a little depressed. He felt that he could not continue this conversation. At this time. It's her. Zhen Ximin seemed to have seen something through the crack of the door and suddenly shouted. Who? Wang Haoran asked. That Feng Anna. While speaking, Zhen Ximin quickly stood up and walked out of the door. Wang Haoran hurriedly followed. Zhen Ximin walked less than 10 steps out of the door and caught up with two women. Wang Haoran's eyes fell directly on the young and beautiful woman. This woman's appearance, figure, and temperament were excellent. Each of them could be scored 96, 97, and 98. In total, it was 97 points. Needless to say, this woman must be the female lead, Feng Anna. But Wang Haoran did not continue to think about it. He hurriedly walked forward and pulled Zhen Ximin, who was about to fight with someone. The middle-aged woman next to Feng Anna took a step forward to protect Feng Anna. If Zhen Ximin made any strange movements, she would immediately teach her a lesson. Cousin, you are a member of the upper class. Don't make a fool of yourself. Calm down. Wang Haoran persuaded Zhen Ximin in a low voice and looked at the middle-aged woman next to Feng Anna. This woman's body was fluctuating with true energy. She was about 30 years old and very strong. Of course, for Wang Haoran, it was just a matter of slapping her away. However, Wang Haoran did not want to casually fight in front of others. Naturally, he did not want to let his cousin Zhen Ximin act recklessly. That's right. I'm a lady of the upper class. I can't casually fight with a stinky woman. Xianxia noticed that there were people around watching the show. She also calmed down, but her mouth was still full of sarcasm. Zhongli frowned and couldn't help but take a step forward. Fengyan suddenly raised her hand slightly and signaled her not to act rashly. Zhongli understood and took a step back, but she did not let down her guard. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Fengyan caught Wang Haoren's gaze. Wang Haoren did not answer the question. He just signaled to Xianxia, who was next to him, and said to Fengyan, "This is my cousin." Hearing this, Fengyan only felt that he was making a statement. She looked at Wang Haoren meaningfully. Seeing this, Xianxia was worried that Wang Haoren would not help her vent her anger, so she immediately said impatiently, "Haoren, why are you talking to her in such a pleasant manner? Don't tell me you have been seduced by this vixen. Who are you calling a vixen? Watch your mouth." Zhongli pointed at Xianxia and warned. Fengyan frowned and cast a glance at Zhongli, signaling her to stop talking. Zhongli was unwilling, but she still shut up. Fengyan smiled again and looked at Wang Haoren. "I have a misunderstanding with your cousin, but I can see that you should be a reasonable person." "On the contrary, I am an unreasonable person," Wang Haoren replied. "Is that so?" Fengyan's face showed disappointment and sighed. "Your cousin asked you to help her vent her anger. I think your identity is not simple. I can't fight with you. If that's the case, if you want to fight or kill, it's up to you." Wang Haoren frowned. "This script is not right. I am the villain. Why is Fengyan's attitude so friendly?" While feeling puzzled, Wang Haoren checked Fengyan's favorability rating. Then he was shocked to find that it was -20, very annoying. Wang Haoren suddenly felt that it was natural. This is the attitude of a female lead towards a villain. However, he couldn't help but complain. "My charm is more than 500. Most of the female leads will have a favorable impression of me when they see me. What's wrong with this Fengyan? How can she be immune to my charm and have a bad impression of me? This is ridiculous. You're exaggerating. I can't bear to hit a beauty like you." Wang Haoren responded to Fengyan's words. Fengyan has a powerful bodyguard by her side. Her background is not simple. She also has Yan Yuntian as her fiancé. But she is pretending to be weak and friendly to me. She must have other intentions. Wang Haoren followed her wishes and wanted to see what she was going to do. End of chapter 331. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.